Chapter 1. The Land of Fire, Kanahagakure, Ninja Academy. A red-haired youth lay sprawled in the last row, lost in slumber. Irika, standing at the lectern, cast a glance at the boy, shook his head, and chose to disregard him. Now we shall begin the class assignments. When your name is called, please stand beside the corresponding teacher. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Class 7. Once the class assignments were completed, the red-haired boy surveyed the empty classroom and stretched languidly. As he had anticipated, there was no instructor to guide him. The boy, known as Feng An, had mysteriously reincarnated as an infant 13 years ago into this world called Naruto. Upon his birth, he discovered he had no knowledge of his father, and his mother had perished during childbirth. From that moment onward, his upbringing was marred by ceaseless malice. Those who knew his mother harbored resentment towards him. By the age of 6, he had gathered his meager savings and departed from his so-called relatives. With the name Feng An, the only stroke of fortune he had was his 7 elemental chakra and the distinctive red hair that set him apart. Time to head home, he declared, grabbing his small satchel, ready to leave. Feng An. Huh? Could there still be someone remaining? Feng An turned to see a girl with black hair and white eyes, holding a broom and dustpan, diligently cleaning. Oh, Hinata, what's up? Hinata lowered her head slightly, murmuring, it's our turn to clean today. Feng An recalled that he and Hinata were paired for cleaning duties every Friday, and today, being the last day of class assignments, happened to be a Friday. He had almost forgotten. Feng An set down his satchel and snatched the broom and dustpan from Hinata's hands. Why don't you head back first? They'll take care of the rest. Hinata's voice was barely audible as she mumbled, but we should clean together. Have you finished cleaning the windows, the balcony, and every corner? Do you really need to fight me over the floor? Suddenly, Feng An raised an eyebrow and grasped Hinata's small hand. Feeling his grip, Hinata's face flushed crimson, instinctively trying to withdraw her hand. Wait. Feng An gently opened Hinata's palm and cautiously removed a few splinters of wood lodged within. All done. After inspecting carefully, he released Hinata's hand upon confirming it was free of debris. Hinata's cheeks retained a hint of pink as she stammered, "Thank you. But how did you know I had splinters? I didn't even notice. Naturally, I encountered a few myself with this broom." As he spoke, Feng An lifted the broom to reveal numerous small splinters indeed. They were difficult to notice at first glance. After gripping the broom for a while, he had felt a slight sting, and given that Hinata had been wiping the glass, her hands were more susceptible to being pricked by the wood. Being a member of the Hyuga clan, she hadn't even realized she had hurt herself. She took cleaning far too seriously. Hinata felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing her actions had inadvertently caused Feng An to suffer as well. Perhaps you should head back now, or else you might incur your father's wrath. The mere thought of her father, Hayashi Hyuga, sent her into a fluster, and she quickly nodded, darting out of the classroom. Yet before leaving, Hinata expressed her guilt, saying, "Feng An, I'm sorry for the trouble." Watching Hinata's flustered demeanor, Feng An couldn't help but chuckle softly. After ensuring the classroom was entirely empty, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. 5 identical clones of Feng An materialized. Years ago, Feng An had discovered that the hand seals and principles of jutsu he had seen in his past life were strikingly similar in this world. With the aid of his previous memories, he had managed to grasp the principles of various jutsu over the years. You go to the first row, you take the second. Feng An assigned tasks clearly, and within minutes, the 6 of them had cleaned the classroom thoroughly. All done. After dispelling the clones, Feng An picked up his satchel from the desk, preparing to leave. At that moment, the door swung open. Sakura, with her pink hair, rushed in, flustered. Feng An cast a glance her way, ignoring her as he moved toward the exit. "Wait, have you seen anything from my drawer?" Noticing Feng An's indifference, Sakura abruptly grabbed his satchel. Her eyes narrowed as she demanded, "Did you take my stuff?" Feng An, already harboring a dislike for the infatuated Sakura, had kept his distance since arriving here. Now, she was accusing him of theft. Remaining calm, he replied, "What exactly did you lose?" Sakura hesitated, stammering, "It's, something for us girls, I can't tell you." As she spoke, She began rummaging through his satchel. Feng An chuckled softly. Indeed, your manners are quite lacking. Feng An, what do you mean by that? Seeing her reaction, Feng An ceased his amusement and reclaimed his satchel. Am I supposed to take your things? The item you mentioned is undoubtedly meant for Sasuke, isn't it? It makes perfect sense, considering you're in the same class as him, a perfect opportunity to present a gift, wouldn't you agree? Sakura's gaze flickered, her heart racing. How could he possibly know I prepared 2 couple pendants for Sasuke? No, wait. Sakura's resolve strengthened as she thought. You must have stolen my pendant otherwise. How would you know I intended to give it to Sasuke? Hand it over. With that, Sakura lunged forward, as if she had no textbooks in her satchel. How could there possibly be pendants for girls? Feng An was in no mood to indulge her, employing a substitution technique that left Sakura grappling with a wooden log for an extended period. When she finally realized what had happened, Sakura was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Feng An would execute the substitution technique with such proficiency. Typically, Feng An had passed his days in class sleeping, only to graduate from the ninja academy, raising suspicions of cheating among many. Sakura, furious, sent the wooden log flying with a punch, hissing, "Humph. Let me see if there's a pendant in your satchel, and he'll let you off the hook." Feng An's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected her strength to manifest at such a young age. He didn't believe Sakura could harm him, but he was reluctant to be falsely accused. Fine, you may look, but what if there isn't one? Feng An's demeanor suggested to Sakura that he had something to hide otherwise. Why wouldn't he let her see the satchel? Confidently, Sakura puffed out her chest, declaring, "That's impossible. If it's not in your bag, we'll do whatever you ask." Oh, Feng An's interest was piqued. You said if I do something outrageous later, Haruno Sakura, don't regret it. Sakura shivered at his words. Why, you're not planning to kiss me, are you? Kiss? You're overthinking it. No, actually, you're underthinking it, young lady. Feng An shook his head, chuckling softly. A love-struck girl, unexpectedly so naive. But then again, Sakura was only 11 or 12 years old. What's this? Are you having second thoughts? I'm not particularly concerned. As he spoke, Feng An brushed past Sakura. Who said I'm having second thoughts? Sakura clutched the hem of his shirt, her determination unwavering. I want to see. Well, if you're so eager to see, then go ahead. Feng An tossed the satchel to Sakura. The thought of the carefully prepared pendant for Sasuke still being in the bag made her glare at him fiercely. If it gets broken, you'll pay for it. However, as she received the satchel, she instantly felt something was amiss. This satchel was surprisingly light, feeling entirely empty. Her heart sank. Feng An grinned. If you're too scared to look, just give it back. He had merely intended to spook her. Perhaps there would be more interest later. But for now, in every aspect, she was simply too young. Surely, no one would wish to do anything untoward with Sakura, right? After all, she was just an elementary school student. With that, Feng An reached out to reclaim his satchel. Sakura swiftly stepped back. Wait, so anxious? She must be hiding something. Perhaps there's a hidden compartment. With this thought, Sakura couldn't help but grin triumphantly. Huh, you're scared. Sakura suddenly yanked the zipper open, her small hands rummaging inside. Nothing, still nothing. How could there be nothing? She refused to believe it and leaned in, searching for the supposed hidden compartment. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed, second by second. Feng An sat at the table, watching Sakura futilely rummage through her empty bag, unable to stifle a yawn. It has been several minutes. Even if you're performing magic, shouldn't something have appeared by now? Sakura shot him a resentful glance and tossed her bag at Feng An. Do as you please. With that, Sakura tightly shut her eyes, pouted her lips, and her delicate face was lightly tinged with a rosy hue. The dusk light streamed through the window, casting a charming glow upon her, making her appear quite endearing. Feng An was taken aback, then smiled faintly as he walked toward the door. He hadn't anticipated that Sakura would genuinely take it seriously. After a while, Sakura, who had been tense the entire time, began to feel a slight ache in her lips. It was at that moment she realized the surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Hello, she called out tentatively, but no one responded. Then, she cautiously opened a slit in her tightly closed eyes. Where is everyone? Not seeing Feng An's figure, she decided to fully open her eyes. To her surprise, she spotted Feng An's back as he appeared at the school gate. Sakura flung open the window and called out in irritation. Feng An. Upon hearing her, Feng An turned back, waved at her, and continued on his way. Jerk! Just like that, you're leaving. Sakura pressed her slightly sore lips together, her heart racing. Feng An seems rather handsome too. Quickly, she shook her head, chiding herself softly. Haruno Sakura, what are you thinking? Sasuke is your true objective. Feng An, with a small satchel slung over his shoulder, walked into a barbecue restaurant. His mother's inheritance was modest, but since he was the sole user, he didn't worry about financial constraints. He could spend as he wished, and when funds ran low, he could take on some commissions, hunting wild boars to pass the time while earning money. It would be ideal if I could pry Hinata away from that blonde fellow. In his childhood, he had already altered the narrative of the blonde saving Hinata to one where the redhead saves her. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for an opportunity to arise. While savoring the barbecue, Feng An mentally mapped out his future. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice reached his ears. Feng An. At the sound, he turned to see Hinata, entering with 3 others in tow. Just as he had thought of Hinata, she appeared. Hinata? Shouldn't you be resting at home by now? Hinata shook her head, glancing down shyly. Kurenai Sensei brought our class to have barbecue, saying she wanted to get to know us better. Oh, I see. Seeing Hinata arrive, Feng An mused that perhaps his wishes were indeed manifesting. Other children traveling afar had systems bestowed upon them by their blue star mothers. As for him, he felt like an unloved child, journeying so far across dimensions without even receiving a welcome gift. Feng An. Kurenai Sensei is calling me over. Noticing Hinata tugging at his sleeve with a troubled expression, Feng An couldn't help but smile. Go ahead. Hinata nodded gently and moved to sit beside Kurenai. As Feng An continued to enjoy his barbecue, he cast envious glances at the bottles of sake on the adjacent table occupied by adults. This world lacked Sprite, and minors weren't permitted to drink sake, leaving him with no choice but to pair the barbecue with juice. Sitting beside Kurenai, Hinata occasionally stole glances at Feng An while keeping her head down. Feng An is so gentle and considerate, he's really nice. But why doesn't any teacher want to take him under their wing? Why is he always alone? He doesn't seem to have many friends at school. Either I wonder if I count as his friend. Kurenai chuckled softly. You seem quite concerned about that, Feng An, don't you? Hinata's face instantly turned crimson at the remark. Kurenai Sensei, I don't. With a knowing smile, Kurenai observed Hinata's subtle actions. Woof woof. Just as their barbecue was served, Akamaru poked his head out from Inuzuka Kiba's arms, eager to lick. Akamaru. Kiba swiftly caught Akamaru and tucked him back into his embrace, giving his head a gentle pat. They'll give you some in a bit. Akamaru let out a soft whimper, his ears drooping in dejection. What a cute little dog. Here you go. Kurenai retrieved a pair of new chopsticks and fed a piece of meat to Akamaru. Kiba looked at Akamaru and said, Say thank you to Kurenai Sensei. Woof woof. Such a good boy. Kiba patted Akamaru's head. Regardless of whether others understood, Kiba clearly did. All right, everyone, feel free to help yourselves. With that, Kurenai picked up a piece of barbecue, and the others began to serve themselves as well. Oil woman Shino. Phew. Feng An patted his slightly bulging stomach. Delicious. Though lacking Sprite, this barbecue was truly delectable. He stood up, looked at Hinata, and waved with a smile. Am leaving, Hinata. Ah, all right. Hinata jumped up suddenly. Feng An smiled at her and then departed. In class, he and Hinata shared a desk. Thus their relationship was a bit better than with other classmates, with whom he had a more average rapport. He often slept in class and didn't intentionally seek attention like Naruto, leading to few people noticing him. The others were startled by Hinata's sudden stand, their gazes instinctively turning toward her. Feeling their stares, Hinata's face flushed as she quickly sat down, stuffing a piece of barbecue into her mouth to feign nonchalance. Yet the lingering blush on her face clearly betrayed her calm demeanor. She lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Inuzuka Kiba asked, Hey, Hinata, don't you think your reaction was a bit excessive? Did you hear me speak? Hinata kept her head down, mechanically shoving barbecue into her mouth. Her mind was solely occupied with Feng and greeting her, leaving her oblivious to the sound around her. Have we progressed to the point of being friends? He must have just casually greeted me, right? No, wait, why did he only greet me? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and her hand movements to pick up barbecue quickened. Before long, she had devoured more than half the barbecue. Inazuka Kiba exclaimed, "Hey, leave some barbecue for me." Kurenai observed Hinata's flustered demeanor and became somewhat intrigued by the departing Feng An. Did he really just have better luck than Naruto in passing the ninja qualification exam? The next day, at the crack of dawn, Feng An awoke. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Damn it, I graduated. I suppose my biological clock has been set, hasn't it? He took a brief moment to freshen up, and after finishing his breakfast, he strolled through the alleys of Konohagakure as if on holiday, basking in the sun and stepping into the early chapters of his senior life. Look at that aimless child, wandering about again. Someone remarked that if my child behaved like him, I'd break his legs. Enough of that. This boy is actually rather pitiable, being orphaned and not a bad sort, unlike Naruto, who is always up to mischief. Tianhui is right. My child is quite the rascal. If only he were as well behaved as Feng An, it would certainly lighten my worries. You know, every time he strolls with his hands behind his back. I can't shake the feeling that he isn't a child at all. A group of women in the nearby alley gathered, gossiping about Feng An, who was meandering through. Compared to ordinary folk, Feng An's senses were remarkably acute, allowing him to hear their discussions quite clearly. However, he remained indifferent, greeting them cheerfully. After all, in his previous life, he often encountered such gatherings at the village entrance, having grown accustomed to it. Feng An smiled and greeted. "Good day, ladies." "Hello," the women responded, their laughter subsiding as they welcomed him. One woman, clad in purple, curiously inquired, "Feng An, why aren't you taking on any missions? I see other graduates clamoring to accept tasks in preparation for becoming Chunin." "And what of becoming Chunin?" The woman was taken aback, as it was the first time she had heard a ninja express disinterest in the rank that it was said that Chunin could undertake more advanced tasks, which were quite lucrative. Feng An shook his head. "No, auntie, high-level tasks are perilous. Just think, to perish over a few measly coins would be quite the waste. I am only in my teens. I cannot squander my youthful days so easily." "So your youth is spent idly chatting with us aunties under the sun." The women exchanged glances, bewildered by his mature demeanor. "Isn't this age supposed to be filled with vigor and ambition?" "Excuse me, ladies, I must wander elsewhere." Feng An slipped from that alley into another. Feng An, a feminine voice called out. Soon after, a woman with a bandaged leg and flowing, luxurious hair approached. Feng An raised his gaze and asked, "Is that you, Yuhi Kurenai? What brings you here?" Due to his memories from a past life, he instinctively uttered her name directly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. What a bold young man, addressing me so directly. Kurenai raised an eyebrow but did not dwell on it. "Why aren't you taking on missions?" Feng An felt a twinge of exasperation. Why did everyone insist on asking him this? He sighed. "I don't wish to accept missions at the moment. I'm not in need of money. Besides, what if I encounter an overpowered foe, like Momochi Zabuza? That would surely spell my doom." Upon hearing this, Kurenai grew more intrigued, as his unique perspective starkly contrasted with the typical impatience of his peers, who often found themselves in peril, resulting in the need for Jonin-led teams. "Your calm demeanor is commendable. It's no wonder Hinata takes an interest in you. Would you like to train with us and teammate?" Feng An queried. "Why me? Haven't you already selected 3 members? I see potential in you." Feng An shot her a sidelong glance. "What led you to that conclusion?" "Intuition. Besides, Naruto has a teacher, yet you don't. Does that not feel imbalanced?" Without hesitation, Feng An nodded. "Unbalanced? After all, Naruto was the protagonist, while he was merely a background character, with the main narrative not revolving around him." Kurenai feigned a lamenting tone. "Alas, it seems there is no other option. Yesterday at the barbecue restaurant, Hinata kept pleading with me to include you. Since you're unwilling, I'll have to tell her you declined, huh? You think using little Hinata will sway me?" In an open area, several targets were affixed to trees, skewed with shuriken embedded within it. That moment, Hinata, practicing her Byakugan, noticed 2 figures approaching. "Kurenai-sensei is back." Is that Feng An?" Hinata abruptly retracted her Byakugan and shyly greeted. "Ah, Feng An, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Feng An looked at Kurenai. "Are you deceiving the child?" From Hinata's reaction, it was evident she was unaware. Kurenai ruffled his hair and stifled a laugh. "But Hinata truly cares about you." She then addressed everyone. "Let us pause for a moment. From now on, Feng An will train and undertake missions with us and teammate. The remaining two halted their training and approached Kurenai. Akamaru barked twice at Feng An. Woof, woof. Inazuka Kiba patted Akamaru and grinned at Feng An. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Inazuka Kiba, destined to become Hokage. Feng An nodded. I am Feng An. May your dreams come true. If only it were in a dream that he refrained from voicing the latter thought. Hearing Kiba's declaration, Feng An could not help but envision the scenario where Kiba became Hokage in an infinite Tsukuyomi, imposing a rule that every ninja must own a dog. Thankfully, in reality, Hokage had not allowed Kiba to ascend. Otherwise, the village might have been renamed Dog Village. Welcome, Feng An. I look forward to working with you. Hinata spoke softly, her voice growing fainter. Certainly, I look forward to it as well. Feng An smiled slightly, deliberately reaching out to grasp Hinata's small hand. Instantly, Hinata's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand, shyly saying, I was very careful this time. I didn't get pricked. Witnessing Hinata's adorably innocent demeanor made his heart melt. Just as he reveled in the moment, Kurenai lightly punched his head. No more teasing Hinata that I haven't done anything. Feng An rubbed his head and winked at Hinata. Hinata, I haven't teased you, have I? Hinata nodded gently. Well, I have matters to attend to, so you all train well. Kurenai stated before departing, leaving the others with no chance to inquire about her destination. Come train with me in real combat, Kiba called out, but I only know some very basic ninjutsu. Feng An intended to decline, for his presence was solely because of Hinata. If he could win her affection, it would be worth enduring any beatings from that blonde kid for a lifetime. Moreover, Naruto was still blissfully unaware of Hinata's charm. Matters of training were secondary. Besides, if there were to be real combat training, he would certainly do so alongside Hinata. One must start early in winning over a future partner, lest she be swept away by that blonde boy. However, Kiba seemed oblivious to his reluctance, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. It's just training that I swear. I'll only use some simple ninjutsu. Observing Kiba's exuberant and somewhat foolish demeanor similar to Naruto, Feng An realized refusing would be futile. Reluctantly, he said, Fine, but let me prepare first. This would also give him a chance to gauge his own abilities. Kiba placed his hands behind his head. Great. Just call for me when you're ready. Kiba assumed he was merely nervous. Internally, he mused, I'll just use 70 of my strength. Then he glanced at Feng An, noting his serious expression, and decided, forget it. I'll use only 50 of my strength. It would be unfortunate to cause him undue distress. Standing aside, Feng An slightly furrowed his brow, the gravity of the situation weighing on him as he thought, I must control my chakra carefully. Should I accidentally strike him down, it would be disastrous. He opted against using an A-rank ninjutsu like the Great Waterfall technique, settling instead for a D-rank technique. Ninjutsu is categorized into ranks from S to E, where the level does not necessarily correspond to the magnitude of power. Rather, a higher rank indicates greater difficulty in mastering the technique, while a lower rank signifies ease of acquisition. The body replacement technique taught at the Ninja Academy is classified as an E-level ninjutsu. Feng An pondered the absurdity of a mere genin, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, having mastered an A-level technique without any formal instruction. Such prowess would either elevate him to the status of a prodigy or render him a target for dissection. Inazuka Kiba observed Feng An's furrowed brow and could not contain his curiosity, asking, Are you not ready yet, Feng An? Feng An glanced at Kiba and replied, I am ready. Let us begin. Hinata paused her training with shuriken, stepping aside while silently cheering. Go, Feng An. Are you not going to strike first? Then I shall initiate. Kiba promptly dropped to all fours, proclaiming, for legs technique. Instantly, his chakra surged into his limbs, transforming his slender appendages into formidable limbs. It appeared to be a technique for enhancement. Feng An remained still, his first actual combat experience relying solely on his recollections from his previous life, specifically Kiba's capabilities as depicted in Naruto. Now, he was curious about the sensations he would experience firsthand. Feng An, why are you not moving? Kiba questioned, perplexed. Feng An, bewildered, retorted, but you have yet to launch an attack. How can I act? I never expected you to be such an arrogant individual. Kiba replied coldly. With his enhanced speed and strength from the four legs technique, Kiba believed that by attacking first, Feng An would have no chance to react. Kiba's nonchalant demeanor incensed him further. In a flash, Kiba sprang into action, his limbs propelling him forward with tremendous force, leaving 4 shallow impressions in the ground. a testament to the substantial boost from the four legs technique. Not only was the power considerable, but the speed was also astonishing, as he appeared before Feng An in an instant. Kiba swiped a paw at Feng An.At that moment. Feng An remained motionless, leading Kiba to assume his speed was so overwhelming that Feng An could not respond. It's over. Feng An. Hinata averted her gaze, hastily covering her eyes. At such a close range, evasion seemed impossible. Bang! Bang! What? Kiba's pupils dilated in disbelief as he witnessed a wooden post sent flying by his strike. Substitution jutsu. His nose twitched, and he instinctively clawed at the air behind him. Feng An deftly dodged, marveling at how challenging it was to ambush a sensory-type ninja, even with the distraction of the substitution technique. Kiba and Feng An locked eyes. Had it not been for Kiba's acute sense of smell, he would have already lost. I suppose I was overconfident. Rending Feng. Kiba suddenly spun in midair, resembling a miniature tornado. Charging towards Feng An leapt backward. In midair, he swiftly formed the 6 hand seals of the serpent, boar, dog, rat, horse, and tiger. Over the years, he had mastered the great fireball technique, capable of unleashing it with just the tiger's seal. However, in a spar, revealing his true strength was unnecessary. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the pursuing Kiba. Oh no, I only used a minuscule amount of chakra. Although he had intended to control his output, he was surprised by the extensive coverage. This was the burden of possessing chakra. It was challenging to gauge how much was a little. Kiba, still spinning at high speed, nearly had his eyes pop out upon seeing such a colossal fireball. Didn't you say you only knew basic ninjutsu? He did not wish to become a roasted pig. Kiba abruptly halted his spin and leaped aside. Still, the great fireball technique struck the ground, scattering small flames that ignited on him. He quickly rolled away, attempting to extinguish the fire. Feng An and Hinata rushed over to assist, after a few swift kicks. The flames on Kiba were completely doused. He exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Kiba was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have shattered the ninja code of not killing in training. Rising unsteadily, Kiba covered his singed, pink shorts emblazoned with a dog's head, exclaiming with a frown, "Didn't you say you only knew the most basic ninjutsu?" Faced with Kiba's accusation, Feng An sheepishly scratched his nose that he had struggled to recall any useful D-level techniques. And though the great fireball was a C-level technique, it was still foundational within the realm of fire release. But I've never seen you use this technique during our sparring sessions at the academy. You didn't just learn it, did you? Kiba stared at him incredulously. The Ninja Academy. Feng An was known for his daily naps and lackluster performance during sparring, with his peers regarding him as only slightly better than Naruto, who had failed the ninja qualification exam, while Feng An had passed. The sudden display of formidable ninjutsu from someone perceived as a slacker would leave anyone feeling a significant disparity. However, if Kiba were to learn that Feng An had mastered the great fireball technique since he first learned to walk, he would likely begin to question his own existence. No, I too have trained diligently. I only barely grasped it just before graduation. Feng An calmly reassured the wounded boy. I see. I almost thought you were some insufferable genius. It's clear now that your success is the result of hard work. I shall not fall short in my efforts. My dream is to become Hokage, and I cannot afford to falter in my determination. Kiba clenched his fists, resolved to double his training efforts after witnessing Feng An's strength. Feng An, you will be my second rival. Feng An, puzzled, asked, why the second? The first rival is him. Kiba cast a glance at the individual in the corner. Quietly feeding bugs, Feng An followed his gaze to see a man dressed in a manner that clashed with the rest, his high collar concealing his mouth, and dark sunglasses obscuring his facial expressions. Oil woman Shino from Konoha. Indeed, it is Shino that I hadn't noticed him earlier. I thought he hadn't come to train. His name is Oil Woman Shino. Do not be fooled by his lack of presence. He is quite formidable. If you don't utilize fire release, he will certainly give you a headache. Feng An nodded in agreement. He recognized this point well. From his previous life's memories, Shino was a man who had never known defeat. Beyond that, Feng An found another aspect he deeply identified with: Shino's affinity for insects. In the realm of anime, it was hard to discern. But now, imagining the bugs hiding beneath Shino's clothes and even within his body sent shivers down his spine. The group then resumed their training, each engaged in their own tasks, feeding bugs, training dogs, while only Hinata remained diligently focused. Feng An purposely chose a favorable spot nearby, fixating his gaze on Hinata. Whenever Hinata activated her Byakugan, she sensed Feng An's watchful eyes on her, causing her to become so nervous that she could not open her Byakugan. As long as I cannot see him, he cannot see me. Clinging to this self-deceptive thought, Hinata finally entered a focused training state. Around noon, a familiar figure approached. Feng An and his companions chorused, "Kurenai-sensei." Yuhi Kurenai nodded. "I'm back and have brought you a mission." "Fantastic." Kiba and his friends rejoiced, eager to shine in their tasks. "Enjoy your excitement while you can. Soon you may find little to smile about regarding the assignment." Feng An thought sympathetically. Kurenai led them to the mission site, where they discovered a small village besieged by a herd of rampaging wild boars. "Kurenai-sensei, is our task to combat the wild boars?" "Indeed, but remember to minimize the damage to the village during the fight." Inazuka Kiba's face was etched with disbelief. "This is utterly dull. I was looking forward to battling ninjas from other countries, and I was all set for an epic showdown." Yu Gao shook her head slightly. "If you persist in such thoughts, Kiba, you will only lead yourself to ruin during this mission." In contrast to Kiba, Hinata and Shino exhibited a far greater sense of resolve. Though they felt a significant disparity in emotions, they swiftly moved to pursue the wild boars. After all, this was their inaugural mission, and they wished to avoid a failure. "I understand, Teacher Yugao." Kiba quickly regained his fighting spirit and joined Hinata and the others. "Akamaru, let's go." "Woof." Su Tetsu, Kiba, and Akamaru spun rapidly, transforming into two formidable miniature tornadoes, instantly dispatching several wild boars. However, this also provoked the remaining boars, causing them to charge wildly. In that moment, they needed to protect the village's houses while also driving away the boars, leaving the group feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Feng An and Yu Gao stood atop a rise observing the chaos. A sudden forceful shove came from behind. "I don't think you can slack off." Yu Gao pushed him down the slope. Due to the forward momentum, Feng An found himself hurtling into the midst of the boar herd. Once he stabilized himself, he was about to utter a few choice words when he suddenly felt several intense glares from the rampaging boars fixated upon him. "Humph!" The boars grunted as they charged at Feng An. Unfortunately, their speed was sluggish and their strength lacking. Compared to Hinata and the others, Feng An found it considerably easier to deal with them. With a punch or a kick, he could effortlessly handle the oncoming boars even without utilizing ninjutsu. The boars he struck flew off in every direction, and Feng An soon returned to a leisurely state. Yu Gao, with her arms crossed, looked at him helplessly. This kid has no fighting spirit whatsoever. She also observed the performance of the other three. Aside from the lackluster Feng An, Shino's performance was the most commendable. His insect techniques allowed him to both protect the houses from damage and easily drive away and eliminate the boars. Seeing Shino's prowess, Yu Gao displayed a look of admiration. In the face of the need to protect the houses while driving away the boars, both tasks are being executed quite well. She then noticed Kiba, whose collaboration with Akamaru was gradually reducing the boar population. Unfortunately, his tornado technique had also caused considerable damage to the houses. Kiba was being overly reckless. Yu Gao shook her head upon seeing him, regretting that she had specifically reminded him to protect the houses as much as possible. Meanwhile, Hinata, in her effort to better safeguard the homes, activated her Byakugan and opted for a defensive counterattack. Whenever a boar attempted to damage a house, she would prioritize intercepting that particular boar. This approach effectively protected the houses, but it also took a significant toll on her stamina. It was very much in line with Hinata's character. However, her indecisiveness in wanting to protect every house was unrealistic. Yu Gao had formed preliminary judgments about their capabilities, allowing her to target their revealed weaknesses in future training. Observing Hinata in distress, Feng An quickly approached her side. "I'll help you." Hinata. Feng An noticed a boar charging toward Hinata, and with a swift motion, he struck it with a punch. Bang! The boar, struck by his fist, emitted no sound as it lost its breath. Flying several meters away, from her vantage point, Yu Gao noted the fluctuating chakra enveloping Feng An's hand and murmured to herself, "Is he utilizing chakra to augment his punches, though his control over chakra is not particularly refined? How can his school records be so unremarkable at such a young age?" As Feng An approached her, Hinata's tense body relaxed somewhat. "Thank you. No need to keep thanking me." Feng An moved closer and ruffled her hair. "Let us tackle these wild boars together." Hinata nodded. Okay. Feng An could tell that Hinata, who had been maintaining her Byakugan, was beginning to tire. However, he also understood that this shy girl would feel more validated fighting alongside him rather than being told to rest. Hinata had been striving hard, yet her talent was not remarkable, causing her to struggle to master the 8 trigram 64 palms. which Niji had grasped by the age of 13, only managing to perform it at 16. He noticed Hinata's chest rising and falling, the signs of her Byakugan beginning to fade. It seemed they needed to expedite their efforts in eliminating the remaining boars. Feng An moved with even greater swiftness, darting through the wild boars, his fists enveloped in chakra, defeating one with each strike. Observing his fluid movements, Yugao's crimson eyes widened slightly. Such speed! He has already surpassed the majority of Seichnin. I truly have stumbled upon a treasure. The more Feng An revealed, the more Yugao found herself questioning the underlying issues. She had heard whispers within Konoha regarding various tragedies, the demise of the Senju clan, the fall of the Uchiha clan, and the destruction of the land of whirlpools. She glanced at his vibrant red hair, wondering if he truly was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, hence the deliberate oppression from certain individuals. Yugao shook her head. She could not dwell on such matters, nor could she speculate about the intentions of those at the higher echelons. Before long, the wild boars lay sprawled out, some dead and others fleeing. Practical combat indeed provided a far more substantial improvement than mere practice at home. Feng An observed the chakra coalescing in his hands, its size now considerably more stable. Should he unleash the great fireball technique in this state, he would undoubtedly gain better control over the fireball's dimensions. Hinata placed her small hand over her heaving chest, standing behind Feng An. Thank you, Feng An. I'm glad you're here. Feng An turned to her, placing his hand on her head, jokingly saying, if you keep thanking me, we'll become distant, my lady. Hinata suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Feng An's, her mouth opening to speak, but her face flushed crimson instead. Could you refrain from calling me my lady? I prefer when you call me by my name. Upon finishing, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and she quickly lowered her gaze. This is the first time you've made eye contact with me. Feng An gently brushed aside the stray hair from her cheeks and smiled. If you promise not to keep thanking me, I won't call you my lady. All right. Hinata promptly lifted her face in response, though her gaze remained unfocused, still unable to meet his eyes, instead fixating on the space just below his neck. Feng An smiled warmly. Hinata sounds just right. Hey, how infuriating. We're still here? Jealousy twisted Inuzuka Kiba's features. Akamaru also poked his head out from Kiba's embrace, barking, woof woof woof, woof 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 woof. Yugao wore a smile resembling that of an amused ant as she watched the two. Realizing the situation, Hinata quickly darted behind Yugao for cover. Feng An cast a glance at Inuzuka Kiba and silently formed hand seals. Kiba, seeing the familiar hand signs, immediately recalled the terrifying great fireball. He hastily ducked behind a house, shouting to Yugao, Teacher Yugao, he is going to kill me. Yugao raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Feng An. Is he skilled in fire release? Recognizing the slow speed of the hand seals, she immediately identified them as the signs for fire release. Great fireball technique. However, since Feng An displayed no fluctuation of chakra, there was no need for her to intervene. Observing Kiba hastily hide, a faint smirk curled on Feng An's lips. His intention had merely been to frighten him. Otherwise, he could have dispatched him in an instant with a simple tiger seal. Now that the mission is complete, let us return. Feng An declared. Wait a moment, Teacher Yugao. Kiba, you should help me out too. Kiba stole a few glances and realized Feng An was only teasing him, so he reluctantly approached with a grin. What's up? Of course, we need to bring back these spoils, Feng An said, tossing a wild boar nearly his height to Kiba. Catch. Together, the two managed to grip a boar's trotter in each hand, totaling 4, but they could no longer carry any more as several remained on the ground. Seeing Feng An and Kiba struggling, Hinata volunteered. I'll help too. Feng An quickly shook his head. No need. We won't finish 4 anyway. Besides, even if we were to, Teacher Yugao is still here. She wouldn't let you do it. Hinata nodded slightly, understood. Yuhi Kurenai crossed her arms over her chest and glanced at him. The little brat certainly had a knack for sarcasm. It was unclear from whom he had learned such behavior. Let's hurry. The sun is almost set, Kurenai said. Immediately, Keed and Inuzuka Kiba each carried 2 wild boars as they made their way back to the village. Upon reaching nightfall, after completing their tasks, Keed and the others arrived at the training ground. Once they set down the wild boars, Keed counted and realized something was amiss. Kiba, did you bring back 3? No. I intended to carry 1 more, but I didn't have a free hand, Inuzuka Kiba replied, looking down as he picked up some wood from the nearby forest. Hey, that's strange. A voice devoid of emotion drifted into Keed's ear. Startled, he turned to see it was Shino. It makes sense now. Your invisibility technique is remarkable. You appeared without a sound. Yuhi Kurenai. Soon, Keed found a suitable spot and set up his stance. Before long, Kiba and Hinata returned with a large pile of branches. Everything is ready. He'd quickly formed hand signs. With a puff, a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter shot out from his mouth. Fortunately, Kurenai was present. She swiftly scooped Hinata up and moved back. He'd immediately realized he had inadvertently overused his chakra and hastily stepped aside. Only Kiba was caught off guard, getting singed on his backside. While Akamaru hurriedly urinated to extinguish the flames, Kurenai questioned, "What were you trying to achieve with such power?" He'd sheepishly replied, "I didn't intend for that, I was trying to restrain myself, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Kiba, with his backside now free of flames, climbed to his feet, a mournful expression on his face. "You did that on purpose. Earlier, I interrupted you and Hinata, so you took the opportunity to retaliate, Kurenai-sensei. Please intervene on my behalf." He dashed towards Kurenai. Meanwhile, Hinata fidgeted with her hands in front of her, shyly saying, "We weren't being all lovey-dovey. What strange odor is that?" Kurenai furrowed her brows, catching the scent wafting from Kiba. "Don't come any closer. Go take revenge on Keed instead. I permit it." She blocked her nose with one finger and pushed Kiba's face away to keep him at a distance. "How am I supposed to do that? I can't attack someone who can easily spew a 5-meter fireball." Kiba lamented, feeling helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight Keed, but it was simply impossible given the circumstances. Cough, cough. Keed scratched his head and cleared his throat. Though a minor incident had occurred, he pointed out, "Look, the branches are on fire." The others, before long, they had finished off several wild boars, leaving only half a roasted one, and all were sufficiently full. Only Hinata stared intently at the remaining half of the roasted pig. However, seeing that everyone else seemed satisfied, she swallowed her saliva and refrained from suggesting that they roast the remaining portion. Yet, how could Keed not be aware of her little thoughts? After all, she was a woman capable of setting a record for consuming a mountain of ramen. No wonder she appeared undernourished. She must not have been eating well, stunting her growth. But with so many people present, it would not be appropriate to claim that a girl had eaten 4 pigs and was still hungry. That would be dangerous. Keed almost blurted out to ask Hinata if she was still hungry. "Kurenai-sensei, shall we roast the remaining half and eat it?" Kurenai wiped the grease from her mouth and waved her hand. "I'm already too full." Keed then turned to Kiba. "What about you?" Kiba remained silent for a moment before asking the sleeping Akamaru in his arms. "Akamaru, do you want any more?" "Woof, woof." Akamaru shook his head. Kiba flopped onto his back in a starfish position, saying, "I can't eat anymore." "Can you?" "Well, I'm still not full," Keed replied nonchalantly, without a trace of embarrassment. Kiba eyed Keed's bulging stomach. "Are you sure you're not joking?" Keed turned to Hinata. "Hinata?" Hinata hesitated for a long moment before stating, "I'm not hungry. You can eat." Keed nodded and addressed the group. "Then I'll roast it for myself. You all can head back first. It's getting late. Don't overdo it," Kiba warned, giving Keed's protruding belly a look of disapproval. The hour was already late, and everyone had wanted to leave for a while. But no one had taken the initiative to voice it. Kurenai also dusted off her clothes. "Then we'll really be going. You need us to stay with you a little longer?" Keed blinked and surveyed Kurenai. "If you wish to stay and keep me company, that would be fine." Feeling his intense gaze, Kurenai shot him a glare. "You can stay here and feed the wolves." With that, she leapt away gracefully. Seeing Keed truly begin to roast again, Kiba decided not to linger any longer. "Keed, I'm leaving." "Hinata, you shouldn't stay with him either. Once he finishes eating, it will likely take a while." Hinata nodded but made no move to leave, merely standing in place, pacing back and forth. Once everyone had departed, a smile crept onto Keed's lips. "It's almost done. Hinata, come over here." He then added several more pieces of firewood to intensify the flames. He had just claimed to be very hungry. If she joined him, he would surely not be able to eat his fill. Reluctantly, Hinata shifted her gaze from the roasted pig. "I'm not hungry. I'll stay here with you for a bit before heading back." "But Hinata, the drool at the corner of your mouth." As soon as Keed had completely left, Hinata cautiously entered her house and carefully latched the door. She tiptoed towards the inner room. Hinata. A deep voice emerged from a man's mouth. Hinata quickly lowered her head and approached. "Father." There sat a man with his arms crossed in front of him, seemingly having been there for quite some time. The man was Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi. "So it was that boy, Keed." Hinata nodded. Yes, it turned out that Hayashi had activated his Byakugan and had witnessed everything that transpired. Fortunately, Keed had not overstepped his boundaries. Otherwise, Hayashi would have been compelled to intervene. Hayashi embraced Hinata, saying, "I understand that you have feelings for him because he saved you in your childhood. However, you are my daughter, and your shoulders bear the future of the Hyuga clan, he is not the most suitable choice for you. When Hinata was ridiculed as the Byakugan monster in her childhood, it was Keed, with his red hair, who had effortlessly chased away those foul-mouthed boys, leaving a lasting impression on Hinata's mind. Hinata wriggled free from his embrace, lifted her fair face, and made brief eye contact with Hayashi before hurriedly looking away. Father, why can't we place our hopes on Niji, who is so exceptional? You are of the main family, and Niji belongs to the branch family. The existence of the branch family is to protect the main family. Hayashi's voice grew stern as he stood, shaking his sleeves behind him as he turned to leave. Hayashi sighed. This is the way of survival for our clan. In any case, you should minimize your interactions with Keed. I'm sorry, but this time I will not heed Father's arrangements. Hinata's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her gaze remained resolute as she strode toward her room. She did not comprehend the significance of the so-called family honor and future that Hayashi spoke of. She was acutely aware that Niji had exceptional talent while her own was modest. Even with immense effort, she could never surpass Niji, yet fate had placed her in the main family of the Hyuga clan, and she had lived with the identity of the clan's heir since childhood. Hearing Hinata's words, Hayashi clenched his fists, a trace of severity and reluctance crossing his face. Prior to this, he had already considered grooming the more talented Hinata Hanabi as the heir as he observed Hinata's behavior. His resolve to designate Hanabi as the heir of the Hyuga clan grew ever stronger. Had Hinata possessed a touch more tenacity, even if her innate talent was not particularly remarkable, Hisashi would not have opted for the younger over the elder. However, was that lad a mere descendant of the red-haired Uzumaki lineage? At present, the Uzumaki clan still lacked the requisite standing. Meanwhile, Kidian had returned to his modest abode, rather than succumbing to sleep immediately. He began to refine the fire and earth nature chakra within his cellular structure, merging them in his dantian as the two equally azure chakra streams began to spiral within his dantian. A diminutive vortex manifested. This fusion of chakra appeared to hint at a novel transformation in chakra attributes, albeit only a fleeting trace, and whenever he attempted to summon this newly formed chakra, it would dissipate into nothingness. Indeed, had he faced yet another failure. Kidian had been engaged in this research for 2.5 years, yet had not achieved any substantial results. His experiments aimed to pursue theoretical possibilities, but actual successes were limited to the bloodline limits accessible only through hereditary traits. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that possessing the requisite chakra natures could potentially enable one to master the bloodline limits and even the bloodline elimination techniques through acquired means. He had tried countless times, simulating various scenarios of release and fusion, yet all had ended in failure. One day, struck by a sudden inspiration, he pondered whether utilizing the body's chakra points to facilitate the melding of the two chakra natures might yield different results. Through extensive experimentation, he discovered that this method could indeed give rise to novel chakra transformations. Regrettably, he had yet to successfully retain any resultant properties. Years of experimentation had ingrained a habit in him, prompting him to repeat this process each night before sleep. Today had proven to be the most exhausting day he had experienced in years, yet it had also been fulfilling in the past. He would have spent his days idly wandering and admiring the scenery. After a refreshing shower, Kidian lay on his bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The following day, the members of Team 8, along with Kidian, convened at the training grounds. Yugao, addressing their concerns, instructed them to train according to their respective weaknesses. After assigning tasks to the group, she turned her attention to Kidian. She remarked, noting that, unlike the others, no areas for improvement were apparent in him. You may as well amuse yourself. Kidian retorted with dissatisfaction. I've called you Teacher Yugao for a day, and you dismiss me so casually. Yugao crouched down, playfully pinching his cheek, that I'm not proficient in the powerful ninjutsu suitable for you. How about jinjutsu? Are you interested in learning it? Yes. All right, then follow me. Yugao led the way, with Kidian trailing behind, completely unaware of the subtle gestures she made with her hands. Let us see how long it takes for you to awaken. Mastery of jinjutsu cannot be achieved solely through practice. Suddenly, as Kidian walked, he noticed that Yugao had vanished from his sight. Where's Teacher Yugao? He scratched his head, glancing back to find both Hinata and Kiba missing as well. What was happening? As he continued forward, a blinding light flashed before him, revealing an alluring scene in his mind's eye. Before him stood a group of alluringly attired women, all strikingly beautiful, and he recognized nearly all of them by name. Hinata, Yugao, Tintin, Tsunade, Konan, Chiyo, Meitarumi, Temari, and Mikoto dazzled him. He swallowed hard. Unlike their usual ninja attire, they wore a variety of swimsuits. The sight of their radiant skin was utterly breathtaking, a spectacle he had never encountered before. As the perceptive ninja among them detected his presence, they all surged toward him, several resembling Hinata in their exuberant demeanor, causing Kidian's eyes to widen in shock. Kidin-sama. Their sweet voices chimed in unison. Where was this? Had he inadvertently stumbled into paradise? Just as he opened his arms to embrace them, Chiyo, who was running ahead with drool spilling from her mouth, suddenly intercepted him. Blood splattered across his face. Before he could comprehend what was transpiring, the paradise he had envisioned transformed into a hellish scene. All the kunoichi were engaged in a fierce battle, not merely a skirmish, but a brutal conflict. Yugao, Tintin, and others soon lay among the pools of blood, crying out Kidian's name. This was the true battlefield. Kidian belongs solely to me. You shall not share him. At last, only Hinata remained, her form drenched in crimson. Standing amidst the blood, she cradled her hands to her chest, shyly blinking at him. Kidian, you belong only to me. In the next moment, an icy crystal appeared in the air, from which emerged a masked ninja wielding kunai. Aiming a deadly strike at Hinata's neck, Kidian beheld the most terrifying sight imaginable, his eyes widening in horror as he shouted, "No!" Hinata, confused, wondered why Kidian was spinning. The ninja removed his mask, revealing an immaculate face that Kidian recognized all too well. It was Haku. Tilting his head with a smile, he uttered, "Kidian, I love you." In an instant, Kidian's mind shattered, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. The scene abruptly ceased, and he lay motionless on the ground. Kidian, upon hearing his anguished cry. The others hastily ceased their training and rushed over. Hinata was the first to arrive, her Byakugan activated as she anxiously assessed his condition. "Teacher Yugao, what's wrong with Kidian?" Yugao gently rubbed her cheek. "Do not worry. He will awaken shortly." True to her word, Kidian soon stirred back to consciousness. His complexion was pale, and as he opened his eyes, he scanned his surroundings in bewilderment before regaining clarity. It seemed he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. It was truly terrifying. "Kidian, you're awake." Hinata lowered her head, gazing at him as he lay on her lap, her expression a blend of shyness and excitement. Yes, he lifted his gaze, only to find Hinata's face before him, causing his entire being to shudder as memories of the previous illusion flooded back. He gasped, quickly sitting up from Hinata's lap. Upon his rebirth, he had fantasized about conquering all the beautiful women in this world, reasoning that no one would recognize him. He could indulge his whims. However, he later realized how unrealistic that was and buried the thought deep within him. Never expecting that today, Yugao's genjutsu would spark such a vivid fantasy. Yet, even if he did pursue such desires, gentle and kind Hinata would never truly act that way towards him, would she, as he pondered this? A chill ran down his spine at the thought of the Yandere-like Hinata's words. This solidified his resolve. Hinata was his warm sanctuary. He slowly reached out, grasping Hinata's small hand. She shyly lowered her head. Yet this time she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Kidian to hold it. That was merely a basic mental attack genjutsu. What captivated you for so long? What did you witness? Yugao inquired, intrigued by what horrifying scene could have ensnared him for so long. As most who fell prey to such tricks crumbled almost instantly, yet he had remained immersed for several seconds. "Oh, you truly wish to know?" "It was quite terrifying, Teacher Yugao." Yugao nodded. After all, he was just a child. How could his fears possibly intimidate her? Kidian gestured for Yugao to lean in closer. He whispered into her ear, "I saw you in a swimsuit, Teacher Yugao." With that, he swiftly took Hinata's hand, pulling her along as they ran away. Hinata, caught off guard by Kidian's grip, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, forcing her to keep her head down as she followed. Yugao stood momentarily stunned before her expression softened. She had never anticipated that this child would utter such words. "You little rascal, halt. At such a young age, your mind is filled with nothing but nonsense." As the crimson sun dipped low, it leapt towards the trees, pursued fervently by Chaofeng and the more she chased from behind. The more astonished she became. Each time she accelerated, the figure ahead, Feng An, matched her speed. Despite being a Nin, she found herself unable to keep pace with him, especially since he was dragging Hinata along in his wake. Just yesterday, she had assessed his speed to be merely that of a Nin, yet today it surpassed her own Nin capabilities. Truly terrifying that if only she possessed the Byakugan, she could perceive the flow of chakra circulating within Feng An's body. Utilizing lightning attribute chakra, Feng An activated the cells in his body, significantly enhancing his speed of movement, a technique he had self-taught. Inspired by the third Raikage's ninjutsu, his grasp of chakra was somewhat lacking. He could only activate his legs when speed was necessary, unlike the third Raikage, who could invigorate his entire body to push his limits. Sunset Red tapped her forehead. Wait, as a user of Jinjutsu, why must I compete with him in speed? Phew. Feng An glanced back, realizing that the silhouette of Sunset Red had vanished. Has she given up? Just as he muttered to himself, a massive tree suddenly erupted from the ground where he had been standing. Seeing this, Feng An was alarmed. He instantly recognized that he had fallen victim to Sunset Red's Jinjutsu. The tree that had sprouted from the earth lifted him off the ground, and before he could regain his balance, several sturdy branches extended to bind him tightly to the trunk. Still running? Huh. You, kid, could have run alone, but you dragged Hinata along too. Sunset Red emerged from the trunk and landed in front of him, casting a disapproving glance his way. Breathing heavily beside them, Hinata lowered her head, stealthily glancing at Feng An with her eyes though right. Why was Feng An pulling me along? Was it instinctive, or, as this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson, she covered her face with her little hands and scurried behind the tree. But everything I said was the truth. Feng An shrugged in resignation and took a step forward. Instantly, the illusory trees behind him dissipated. Sunset Red raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How did you break free? Just like that? Feng An chuckled. The first time he had encountered the Naruto technique, he hadn't realized he was under a Jinjutsu, lost in its depths. This time, however, Sunset Red's signature spell, the magical tree binding kill, was much easier to dispel compared to mind-affecting Jinjutsu. By simply disrupting the chakra within or employing pain as a stimulus, one could break the illusion. The Naruto technique was certainly not difficult to escape from merely because he subconsciously wished to remain immersed. You, little rascal, are truly inscrutable. Sunset Red could not fathom whether he possessed any innate talent for Jinjutsu. Strangely, he had remained engrossed in the simplest Naruto technique for so long, yet easily unraveled her formidable attack. However, she had shown him mercy. Had it been an enemy ensnared by the magical tree binding kill, she would have swiftly ended their life upon emerging from the trunk. Teacher Red, can you teach me Jinjutsu now? Feng An inquired, aware that he had yet to grasp the relevant techniques for two of his 7 chakra attributes, yin and yang. Among these, the most straightforward application of yin chakra was Jinjutsu. It was immensely practical in combat, and he had contemplated exploring it himself, yet without the Sharingan. Attempting to navigate Jinjutsu was akin to a blind man feeling an elephant. Now, with the acclaimed Jinjutsu master Sunset Red at his side, learning an additional technique could only be beneficial. Before long, the Nin exams would commence, and having more skills would better safeguard both himself and Hinata. Students who are eager to learn. What reason would a teacher have to withhold knowledge? Sunset Red smiled. Yet, Jinjutsu was a uniquely complex form of ninjutsu. Unlike other more straightforward techniques, it demanded a different approach. Sunset Red produced a small scroll and handed it to Feng An. Upon receiving the scroll, which was about the size of his arm, he opened it to find it contained the techniques of the Kage's shadow and the Naruto technique. Puzzled, he asked, why are there only 2 ninjutsu, and both are of D-rank difficulty? Walking ahead, Sunset Red replied calmly, do not be deceived by the mere 2 D-rank techniques, even within a week. You will find it challenging to grasp the fundamentals. What if I manage to master both in a week? Sunset Red chuckled lightly. I'll give you 2 weeks' time. If you can master just one, not only will I teach you more advanced Jinjutsu, but I can even recommend you to Lord Hokage for the Umbu. As someone with exceptional talent in Jinjutsu, it had taken Sunset Red a full month to master even the simplest D-rank technique. The notion that a novice like Feng An, who had never encountered Jinjutsu, could master it in a week was not one of disbelief but rather an acknowledgement of its improbability. Feng An, however, had no desire to join the Umbu and become a tool for the Hokage. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the events unfolding in the plot involving Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who were clandestinely experimenting with the cells of the first Hokage. Sarutobi may have publicly called for a halt, but behind the scenes, Danzo was orchestrating those affairs as Hokage. How could he possibly remain oblivious? Sunset Red raised an eyebrow. Many aspired to join, yet few possessed the qualifications. Feng An shrugged, indicating his lack of interest. Can we negotiate a reward? Teacher Red. Sunset Red chuckled softly. Of course, if you actually accomplish it. Feel free to suggest something. In her view, Feng An was unlikely to succeed, and thus the stakes held little significance. She hadn't even considered a penalty for him should he fail. Suggest something myself? Anything at all. Feng An's eyes lit up as he suddenly envisioned Sunset Red in a revealing swimsuit. With a disdainful glance, Sunset Red shot him a knowing look. I know what you're thinking, don't even think about it. He pouted and muttered, I didn't say anything. Ignoring him, Sunset Red moved on to join others. Feng An ceased to waste time, settling down in place to open the scroll and delve into the techniques inscribed within. The Kage's shadow technique conjured a pitch-black shadow that would split upon being attacked, categorized as a beginner D-rank ninjutsu. The magical Narukami technique utilized the universal fears within everyone, manifesting them to make opponents perceive their deepest fears as reality. Also a D-rank beginner ninjutsu.it was this very technique that Red had employed earlier. Despite the passage of time, the vivid memories still sent a chill down his spine. As he read and comprehended. His eyes brightened. So that's how it works. Genjutsu required the manipulation of innate chakra to flow into the whirlpool point, thereby enhancing the practitioner's mental strength to achieve the manifestation of the illusion. In contrast, ninjutsu only necessitated directing the corresponding chakra attributes. For instance, in fire release, fireball technique, one needed to channel fire chakra to the throat and combine it with hand seals to release. The precise flow of chakra into the whirlpool point posed a significant barrier for most in mastering genjutsu. Yet Feng An felt a surge of elation, for this principle closely mirrored his usual studies of bloodline limits. Directing chakra to the whirlpool point, he pressed his hand against the nape of his neck, feeling for the location of the whirlpool while channeling chakra to converge their z, hi, cho, yu, wu, yu. Simultaneously, he began to execute the hand seals as detailed in the scroll. As innate chakra surged forth, he felt his mind becoming ethereal and clear. What a marvelous sensation. Just then, he instinctively channeled yang chakra into the whirlpool. The yin and yang attributes melded together, resulting in a new chakra property. Feng An was taken aback, his heart racing. How was this possible? His years of endeavor in chakra fusion seemed to have inexplicably culminated in a successful melding. Residing within the Feng Chi point, yin and yang attributes coalesced as the sun dipped towards the west. Enveloped in this profound experience, Feng An appeared to be ensnared in a wondrous state, entirely oblivious to the passage of 2 hours. Why Kurenai and the others, with expressions of concern, observed him from a distance, hesitant to intrude. Teacher Kurenai, he has maintained this position for 4 hours now. Should we not wake him? Hinata, her Byakugan activated. Gazed anxiously at Feng An. Inazuka Kiba furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face. Teacher Kurenai, is everything truly all right? Kurenai's countenance was grave. Let us wait a bit longer. Her entire focus was fixated on Feng An, who remained motionless, as if in a meditative state, for 4 hours. This was the first time she had witnessed someone fall into such a state while learning genjutsu. There had been instances in the annals of the ninja world where a ninja had ensnared themselves in their own illusion, ultimately succumbing to their own technique. However, Feng An's breathing remained steady, devoid of any signs of being trapped in a genjutsu. It was evident that his condition was not dire. Yet, Kurenai's intuition suggested that his current state was, indeed, a positive sign. Meanwhile, Feng An was in a state of exhilaration. His years of attempts seemed to have found a direction today. He discovered that the prerequisite for the fusion of yin and yang chakra was natural energy. By harnessing natural energy to achieve a state of equilibrium, he could integrate the yin and yang chakra, resulting in a novel transformation of chakra. Have I reached my limit? Feng An murmured as he slowly opened his eyes. His chakra reserves nearly depleted. Within those 4 hours, he realized he possessed a mental fortitude seemingly double that of an average person. While continuously channeling yin chakra into the Feng Chi point, he could vaguely perceive the natural energy permeating the ninja world. Yet, the sustained influx of chakra gradually wore him down, depleting his mental resources at an alarming rate. He rose to his feet, placing his hand against a nearby tree, channeling the yin-yang energy of the Feng Chi point. With a swift motion, he created a 3-centimeter hole in the tree trunk, the walls of which appeared withered. The destructive power of yin-yang release was indeed formidable. Feng An's brow furrowed, merely by manipulating the yin-yang energy with his finger. Without employing any ninjutsu, he achieved such an astonishing effect. Were he to infuse this power of yin-yang release into a technique, even the legendary Third Raikage, famed for his physical prowess, would likely be compelled to evade its onslaught. Alas, the natural energy in the ninja world was scarce, and the conversion efficiency was lamentably low, rendering it temporarily impractical. Sensing the scant amount of yin-yang energy within him, Feng An shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, Kurenai and the others approached. Kurenai inquired, "What transpired earlier?" Scratching his head, Feng An chuckled, "I inadvertently became engrossed in learning ninjutsu." Kiba, with a look of disbelief, retorted, "Come on, that excuse is too far-fetched." Not only Kiba, but Kurenai and the others were skeptical of his words. This was a person who usually dozed off in class. How could he claim to be so captivated by learning? Feng An offered an awkward smile, choosing not to respond. "Would you like something to eat? I made a bento for you." Hinata stepped forward shyly, presenting a purple rectangular lunchbox to him. Feng An was taken aback, his heartstrings tugged by the bashful girl before him. This was the first time someone had brought him food. Being cared for invoked an indescribable sense of happiness within him. He noticed Hinata's trembling hands as she extended the bento, and he quickly accepted it. Stepping closer, ignoring the gazes of the others, he pressed his forehead against Hinata's. "Thank you, Hinata." Feeling the warmth of his forehead, Hinata averted her gaze to the ground, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. "Teacher Kurenai and the others are watching." Feng An spoke softly. "It's all right. Just think of them as cabbages." "Teacher Kurenai, look at those two. It's getting out of hand," Kiba exclaimed, his indignation palpable. For him, a single dog. This was a tremendous blow. "Did you not hear, Feng An? We are cabbages," Kurenai replied with a maternal smile, willingly creating space for the two. "Curse you, Feng An. I want to find a partner too." Kiba glared at the affectionate duo. Seething as he stormed off. As Kurenai walked ahead, she suddenly recalled something, calling out, "Cabbage number 3, why haven't you moved yet? Have I been noticed?" Yamanaka Ino emerged from behind a tree, her demeanor calm, betraying no emotion on her face. Once the others had departed, the two maintained their forehead-to-forehead position. They could distinctly feel each other's breath. Hinata whispered, "The food will get cold." "Yes, I understand." Feng An reluctantly separated from Hinata, feeling a sense of belonging he had never experienced since arriving in the ninja world. For 13 years, he had wandered like an orphan, devoid of a sense of belonging, fully aware of the plot, yet never attempting to alter it or gain from it. The two leaned against a large tree. Sitting side by side, Hinata, blushing, adjusted her bangs and inched closer to Feng An, albeit slowly, a hint of shyness evident as she feared disrupting his meal. Feng An had already noticed her subtle movements. How foolish, he thought. Leaning towards her direction, feeling his movement, Hinata curled her legs, bashfully burying her face in her chest, eyeing the serene atmosphere. Even the sound of her heart racing was distinctly audible. Feng An devoured the bento Hinata had prepared with gusto. In truth, he was not as composed as he appeared. He merely feigned calmness, swallowing even the vegetables he disliked without a second thought. Seeing him eat ravenously, Hinata shyly inquired, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious. Exceedingly so, and I'm glad it suits your taste. I was worried you might not like it. By the way, what do you enjoy eating? I'll make it for you next time." Hinata's face grew increasingly crimson. Cooking for friends is perfectly normal. Right? Will this make Feng An uncomfortable? In her mind, she believed one must be at least 16 to date, and for now, she could only be a good friend to Feng An. "I don't have any particular preferences. If I had to choose, I'd say scrambled eggs with tomatoes," Feng An replied. Among the food in the ninja world, he had no strong favorites, but perhaps the nostalgia from his past life added a layer of fondness to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "All right, next time I'll make scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Hearing Hinata's earnest tone, Feng An felt a pang of compassion. "Silly girl, make sure to rest more. It's fine. I'm quite skilled at it now. Making a bento doesn't take long. Then if there's a chance, let me join you. I'll help out." "Okay." Just as Hinata agreed, she recalled her father's words, her gaze dimming. Perhaps it's better not to. Feng An finished the last bite and closed the lunchbox. "Don't worry, next time I'll bring a gift. Your father will surely feel too shy to scold me." But Hinata hesitated, unable to voice her concerns regarding her father's disapproval of her closeness with Feng An. She did not wish to place Feng An at odds with her father. Rest assured, Feng An smiled, gently ruffling her hair. He realized he was growing increasingly fond of this gesture, in contrast to his own somewhat unkempt hair. Hinata's locks possessed an unexpectedly delightful texture. After Hinata meticulously stowed away the lunchbox, the two leaned against each other in silence, exhausted from an excessive drain on his mental energy. Kaira soon succumbed to slumber against Hinata's shoulder. Noticing this, Hinata dared not move, fearful of disturbing his rest. Thus, she remained perfectly still for an indeterminate length of time. Eventually, Kairu's head slipped from her shoulder, and the weight of his head jolted him awake. "Had I fallen asleep?" He glanced around, realizing that the sky had darkened without his noticing. He then observed that Hinata appeared to be asleep as well, though her posture seemed quite uncomfortable. She had her arms tightly wrapped around her legs. Logically, one would expect her to unconsciously relax her grip and sleep, yet she did not. Even in slumber, her hands seemed to exert pressure. Kaoru noticed the red imprint on Hinata's shoulder, recalling that he had been resting against her. No wonder I slept so soundly. Surely, her tightly clasped hands were an effort to ensure he remained undisturbed. Was it not? How foolish of me. He slapped his forehead in frustration. You're awake. Hinata rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned her gaze towards Kaoru. Seeing that he had inadvertently woken her, Kaoru felt an even greater sense of guilt. Come here. He stepped forward and crouched in front of Hinata. The newly awakened Hinata looked somewhat dazed, unsure of his intentions. At that moment, Kaoru took her small hand and placed it on his shoulder, then abruptly stood up. Hinata clung to his back like a koala. Kaoru then reached back, securing her ankles between his sides before grasping her calves. In that instant, Hinata fully awakened, her face flushing crimson. Kaoru, what are you doing? I'm taking you home. Please put me down. I can walk by myself. Not a chance. Kaoru continued to carry her away, disregarding her wriggling and protests. He cherished Hinata's gentleness and kindness, yet he harbored discontent for her tendency to accommodate others at her own expense. He did not wish to see her selfless efforts go unrewarded, even if she did not require assistance. He felt compelled to provide it. Hinata. What is it? Red-faced, Hinata ceased her struggles and shifted her weight slightly to ease his burden. Could you refrain from being overly concerned about others and simply be yourself? Okay. Walking down the path, Kaoru's gaze was resolute. He understood that Hinata's nature was not easily altered, yet he had resolved to assist her in making at least some modifications. He aimed to instill a sense of confidence within her. As it was not too late, the alley remained bustling with passers-by. Kaoru, bearing Hinata on his back, soon attracted numerous curious stares. Hinata buried her face against his neck and whispered, "Please let me down. So many people are watching us that it's fine. I'll find a less crowded route." With a powerful leap, Kaoru sprang onto the rooftops, heading directly towards the Hyuga residence. Doesn't that draw even more attention? Kaoru chuckled, "But they don't know who we are." "Perhaps you have a point," Hinata replied, a smile gracing her lips as she tightened her embrace around Kaoru. As Kaoru leaped away, a man's irritated voice echoed behind them. "Which rascal is jumping around on the rooftops again? Dust is falling into my soup." "Never mind. It's undoubtedly a mission set by the Hokage," a young woman interjected, restraining the irate man. "What's wrong with the Hokage?" "I am calling out the Hokage. You know." The man's frustration was evident. It seemed that ninjas leaping across rooftops was not an uncommon occurrence, and he had reached his breaking point. "Goodness, you truly are my ancestor." The woman hastily covered his mouth and pulled him inside, fearful of attracting further attention. Half an hour later, Kaoru arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga residence, carrying Hinata. Just then, Hinata Hanabi emerged from within, startling Kaoru, who promptly set Hinata down. "What are you two up to?" Hanabi questioned, pouting. She had noticed their flustered demeanor upon opening the door and was now suspicious of their intentions. Kaoru glared at her. "You startled me. Little one. It's nothing. Hanabi, you may go inside now." Hinata gently nudged Hanabi towards the door. However, Hanabi, being quite small, resisted and was easily lifted by Hinata. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Sister, you wouldn't want the red-haired rascal to be discovered by father, would you?" At this, Hinata immediately covered Hanabi's mouth, signaling her to keep quiet about Kaoru to her father, Hayashi. If he were to find out about their interactions, given his stern nature, Kaoru would undoubtedly find himself in a predicament. Hanabi pried Hinata's hand away. "I want to tell father if you answer me one question." "All right, ask away." Hinata agreed without hesitation. However, Hanabi posed a question that sent Hinata's mind into disarray. Leaning closer, Hanabi whispered, "Is it true that you're dating the red-haired rascal?" Hinata's face instantly flushed, and she shook her head vigorously. "No," Hanabi pouted. "Sister is lying. I'll tell father about the red-haired rascal." Just as she turned to leave, Kaoru swiftly stepped forward, grabbing her by the nape and pulling her back from the door. "Who are you calling a red-haired rascal?" "Humph, you're the only redhead here. Who else could it be? Show some respect and call me brother." Kaoru playfully tugged at her chubby cheeks. Hanabi grimaced. "Sister, save me." Kaoru chuckled. "So now you know to call for your sister's help. Just a moment ago, you were eager to inform on her." Hinata leaned in. "Kaoru, she wouldn't actually tell on us. Their sisterly bond was strong, despite their father's tendency to pit them against one another in competitions. Kaoru ceased his teasing and set Hanabi down. Your sister saved you this time. Had it been someone else, if you didn't call me brother, I wouldn't have let you go. Once on the ground, Hanabi kicked at his leg. Kaoru easily dodged while playfully flicking her forehead. Out. Hanabi clutched her forehead, teary-eyed as she dashed behind Hinata. Rascal, aren't you leaving yet? Kaoru grinned, raising his hand in a mock gesture to flick her forehead again, causing Hanabi to retreat her head. Hanabi, who was outside, came Hayashi's voice. The three froze in surprise. The next moment, Hayashi stepped over the threshold. Not waiting for him to speak first, Kaoru seized the initiative. Good evening, uncle. You're still awake at such a late hour? With you around, how can I sleep? My precious daughter is being led astray. How can I possibly rest? Though he thought this, his expression remained unchanged. Hayashi replied coolly. You must be Kaoru. I've heard that no teachers are willing to take you on. Such a pointed question right off the bat. It seemed I had left a rather poor impression on my future father-in-law. I must devise a strategy to rectify this misjudgment. Kaoru straightened his demeanor. That was the case before, but now I'm training with Teacher Red alongside Class 8. Hayashi nodded. I see. It is no wonder that Hinata spends her days in the company of that boy. It turns out they are in the same class. I cannot allow this to continue. Tomorrow I shall seek out Yugao and request that she expel this boy. If this persists, it will be too late for them to develop feelings for each other. As the head of the Hyuga clan, a little pressure from me will surely persuade her. I will arrange for this boy to be placed under another jonin, sparing Hinata any further concern for him. Hinata quietly observed their conversation, refraining from interjecting. Last time, Hyuga Hayashi had clearly stated his disapproval of her association with Keed. Although she had expressed her stance at that time, she felt a twinge of panic at the thought of her father discovering her interactions so soon. She was uncertain of how to proceed. Beside her, Hinata Hanabi noticed her sister's distress. She tiptoed closer, whispering in Hinata's ear, Do not worry, sister. Father will not make things difficult for the red-haired scoundrel. Hinata bit her lip, hoping that was indeed the case. Keed scratched his head. Well then, I shall take my leave. Uncle, you should leave quickly. Every minute you linger puts my daughter in greater danger. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, forcing a cordial smile. Very well, goodbye. Keed waved in Hinata's direction. Hinata, I'm off. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Keed. Lost in thought, Hinata momentarily raised her hand to wave back, but upon noticing Hyuga Hayashi's sidelong glance, she hesitated and lowered it instead. The three then entered the house and sat down on the floor. The room was so silent that they could hear each other's faint breaths. This situation is dire, but it does not significantly concern me. I shall slip away. Hanabi shifted her position, attempting to sneak out. Just as she made a slight move, Hayashi's voice rang out. Hanabi, what did your sister do outside just now? Hanabi pouted, feeling caught in the middle of a situation that was not her doing. Torn between her kind sister and her stern father. Even without looking back, she could feel Hinata's intense gaze upon her. Hanabi cursed Keed silently in her heart. It's all that red-haired scoundrel's fault. On the other side, Keed returned home. Eager to continue the discoveries of the day, he channeled his Yin chakra to the wind pool. He entered a state of clarity. He began to absorb natural energy to balance the fusion of Yin and Yang. This time, however, the duration was brief. He voluntarily exited the state after merely an hour. Why is natural energy in the ninja world so scarce? Is it truly necessary to seek out the sage's realm to absorb it in abundance? Keed had no desire to venture into the three great sage lands. It was not that he was averse to learning sage techniques, but the thought of sitting atop a toad the size of a person, its slimy skin, made him exceedingly uncomfortable. The other two locations, the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave, were scarcely mentioned in the lore of the Hokage world, leaving him entirely ignorant of their whereabouts. Seek out Orochimaru. The mere thought was swiftly dismissed. Orochimaru and Danzo rarely engaged in affairs, and venturing there alone would likely result in being confined to a test tube, not to mention the potential for receiving a cursed seal. Having achieved a breakthrough in his bloodline limit, he was reluctant to abandon it so easily, but for now, he had no choice but to refrain. That he spent another half hour studying the illusion techniques within the scroll, before finally choosing to sleep. Early the next morning, before the dawn had fully broken, the door of the Hyuga residence swung open. Hyuga Hayashi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly departed. Thanks to Keed, he had barely slept the entire night. As soon as he dozed off, His dreams were plagued by visions of his daughter Hinata and Keed playfully flirting with each other. Especially distressing were the moments when they seemed on the verge of kissing. Fortunately, each time this occurred, Hayashi would awaken abruptly. He could wait no longer. He must swiftly persuade Yugao to expel Keed. He moved with remarkable speed, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, choosing the most direct route. Many had yet to rise, disturbed by the commotion overhead. It was needless to say that it was the ninjas causing the ruckus, while the townspeople grumbled and cursed his family. But as long as Hayashi moved quickly enough, their voices failed to reach his ears. With a swift leap, Hayashi descended from the rooftop, arriving at Yugao's residence. While she was tending to her flowers, Yugao sensed someone approaching her door. Peering out the window, she spotted Hayashi standing there. A look of urgency etched upon his face. Yugao was taken aback. She recognized Hayashi as the head of the Hyuga clan, yet they had little interaction. "What brings you here?" Hayashi, seeing her peek out, stepped closer. "Yugao, I need to discuss something with you." As he approached, Yugao noticed the dark circles under his eyes. "Please, come in." She set down her watering can and opened the door. Once inside, Hayashi wasted no time, immediately stating, "Yugao, can you transfer that student named Keed to another class?" Yugao raised an eyebrow. Initially perplexed, she quickly grasped the reason for his early visit. He was here as a parent attempting to break up a budding romance. "Senior, Keed's situation is quite unique. I understand he lacks a teacher willing to take him on. Do not worry, I can assign one of our clan's elites to instruct him." Hayashi assumed Yugao was being sentimental about the teacher-student bond and offered the assistance of his clan's members. However, his wording was intentionally vague. Who could say whether the so-called elite was a jonin or a chunin? He believed he had shown sufficient goodwill, having already inquired about Keed's standing in school. He was merely a low achiever with mediocre talent, showing no signs of exceptional ability. Yet, Yugao merely shook her head. "Senior, you misunderstand. I mean, Keed is a special case, and I believe he is worthy of cultivation." Hayashi was taken aback, not expecting to be met with refusal to forgo a low achiever in exchange for maintaining a favorable relationship with the strongest clan in Konoha seemed like a lucrative deal. After some contemplation, he speculated that Yugao had discerned the connection between Hinata and Keed and anticipated his visit, thus using it as an opportunity to negotiate. Surely, Keed could not genuinely possess talent. Could he? After reflecting, Hayashi regained his composure, a smirk forming on his lips. If it was merely a matter of negotiation, the resources of the Hyuga clan could easily fulfill her demands. "That I will personally offer you 1 million ryo." Yugao frowned. "What do you take me for?" "Not enough," Hayashi replied in a low voice. 2 million are wild. In his view, this price far exceeded what one would expect to pay for a low achiever. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he was willing to incur a loss. Yugao's previously gentle expression turned frigid. "I do not know where the misunderstanding lies, but I am not someone who would sell my students." "Please leave." That Hayashi's face darkened. He had not anticipated her greed to be so great. 2 million ryo was insufficient. Only S-rank missions yielded rewards exceeding 100,000 ryo, and such missions could only be undertaken by a Hokage-level ninja. Yugao had only recently been promoted to Jonin. Even if her abilities allowed her to tackle an A-rank mission alone, which typically paid around 15,000 ryo, she would still need to complete numerous tasks to accumulate 2 million ryo. This calculation excluded the dangers and time investments associated with those missions. Even if she opted for lower risk, lower reward C-rank and D-rank missions, she would need to work for approximately 3 months to earn that sum. He abruptly stood, coldly declaring, "Is a useless student truly worth 2 million ryo?" Yugao understood that Hayashi was the head of the Hyuga clan and had thus addressed him respectfully, wishing to avoid conflict. However, his actions felt like an insult to her. Rising to her feet, she responded assertively, "Keed is a student I personally believe in. In my eyes, he is no less capable than Niji Hyuga." Niji had been hailed as the most talented youth of the Hyuga clan since his enrollment. Only the members of the Hyuga clan are aware of the absurdity of the situation. The reputation of the Hyuga family has been tarnished by the genius of the branch family. Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened. Niji Hyuga had always been a thorn in his side. Although Niji belonged to the branch family, he could not deny the latter's exceptional talent. How could a mere underachiever, barely graduating from the ninja academy, possibly surpass Niji? In his view, this was merely an excuse concocted by Yuhi Kurenai to satisfy her own greed, an excuse that was utterly ludicrous. Yuhi Kurenai regarded him with a cold gaze and remarked, The so-called underachiever you speak of has already mastered the fireball technique. A mere C-rank ninjutsu, Hisashi retorted, only indicative of his diligence. Have you ever witnessed a freshly graduated genin casually unleashing a 5-meter-wide fireball? Hisashi chuckled lightly. So what if it's 5 meters? Wait a moment, 0.5 meters. His eyes widened in disbelief. The ability to produce a 5-meter fireball was sufficient proof that the individual had indeed mastered the technique. Even the widely recognized genius, Uchiha Sasuke, would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. In reality, Feng An could easily conjure a 10-meter fireball with minimal effort, the chakra expended being almost negligible. Could it be that he was not an underachiever after all? Hisashi felt a strange sense of unease. Why then did he choose to cultivate an image of mediocrity? Kurenai slightly shook her head. I'm not certain. It may simply be a reflection of his character. Hisashi's expression softened. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. My tone was a bit harsh. The younger generation understands your protective instincts, and rest assured, I will not allow them to act recklessly. Noticing the other's willingness to apologize, Kurenai extended a gesture of goodwill, assuring him that she would keep a closer eye on Hinata. Whether she would continue to oversee Hinata's actions afterwards would depend on her own inclinations. And Hisashi had no means to interfere. My apologies for the intrusion, Hisashi said as he turned to leave. Feeling an urgent need to verify the truth of Kurenai's assertions, he quickened his pace towards home. If what Kurenai said were true, upon arriving home, he called out anxiously, Hinata, are you awake? Hinata, dressed in a black undershirt, poked her head out from her room, towel in hand, drying her damp hair. Father, did you need me? Hisashi stepped forward with urgency. Hinata, what do you think of Feng An? Huh? Hinata looked momentarily confused. Why was her father suddenly inquiring about Feng An? He's, really nice, quite handsome, and he takes good care of others. Stop right there. Hisashi's expression darkened. Who asked you that? I'm referring to how he performs in teammate. What are his capabilities? Hinata finally comprehended, nodding in realization. He works very hard. And oh, yes. He has already mastered the C-rank fireball technique. It seemed Kurenai's words had been accurate. Hisashi nodded thoughtfully. Does he possess any other remarkable traits? His speed is impressive, but beyond that, I don't know. Very well, I understand now, Hisashi said as he turned to leave. We'll see how he performs in the Chunin exams, he silently reflected. He did not expect Feng An to surpass Niji. He simply hoped for a commendable performance, after which he would no longer obstruct their relationship. After all, she was his daughter, and he could see that Hinata genuinely liked him. Feng An did not appear to be a frivolous individual. Otherwise, Hinata would not have harbored feelings for him for so long. Hisashi was acutely aware that Hinata's talent was insufficient to bear the weight of the Hyuga clan's resurgence. Thus, he would devote time to nurturing her younger sister, Hanabi. However, would the elders of the clan permit Hinata to associate with outsiders? The Hyuga clan had traditionally practiced intermarriage to preserve the Byakugan bloodline. Hisashi shook his head, dismissing such distant thoughts. If the moment came when Feng An showcased his abilities, and the elders still feared the dilution of the Byakugan, he would relinquish his position as clan leader and allow his daughter to choose her own path. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by in the blink of an eye. Feng An spent his days monotonously completing the tasks assigned by Kurenai, which included catching thieves and searching for lost pets. Meanwhile, he remained diligent in his practice of ninjutsu and chakra control. Today marked the final day of the wager he had made with Kurenai. Have you really mastered it? Hinata inquired, trailing closely behind Feng An as they made their way to Kurenai's home. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't it be humiliating for me to confront her? Hinata stifled a giggle, her small fist covering her mouth. Throughout the week, as they undertook missions together, their bond had grown increasingly intimate. Since her father, Hisashi, had inquired about Feng An, he had ceased to impose excessive restrictions on their interactions. The two soon arrived at Kurenai's residence. Shoulder to shoulder, Feng An approached the door and knocked. Kurenai-sensei, I'm here for our appointment. However, there was no response. Byakugan, Hinata activated her Byakugan, peering inside to find no sign of chakra flowing within. She shook her head. Kurenai-sensei isn't home. Where could she have gone? Feng An leaned against the wall, increasingly troubled by the situation. He had mastered 2 forms of ninjutsu within the week, yet Kurenai had inexplicably given them a day off on the final day of their wager. Was she trying to play tricks? No. I refuse to believe she won't return home by noon. Meanwhile, Kurenai found herself reluctantly accepting the awkward attentions of Asuma Saratobi. She had never believed Feng An could master ninjutsu in such a short time. and thus completely forgot that today was the final day of their wager. Kurenai and Asuma were seated in a CAF, where Asuma clumsily juggled several plates filled with fruit salad and snacks. Kurenai rested her chin in her hands, watching Asuma's antics with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Can't you carry just one plate at a time? She chided. Right, of course, Asuma replied awkwardly, placing the plates on the table before sheepishly resting his hands on the back of his neck. He then cautiously speared a piece of apple with a toothpick and offered it to Kurenai. After swallowing it, she shot him a resigned glance. Aren't you supposed to be clever? I get a bit flustered when I see you. Asuma admitted sheepishly. Kurenai's lips curled slightly at his words, though she quickly suppressed her smile. If anyone else had spoken such words, she would have deemed them smooth-talking. However, knowing Asuma as she did, she recognized that such a statement was merely a sincere response from his dense nature. Sighing inwardly, she mused whether to call him foolish or simply naive. Yet, every now and then, Asuma's occasional moments of clarity never failed to bring a smile to her face on the other side. Feng An and Hinata remained steadfastly waiting at Kurenai's doorstep. Feng An refused to leave, and naturally, Hinata stayed by his side. They took the opportunity to share lunch together. While waiting, Feng An devoured his eel rice with fervor, each bite reflecting his dissatisfaction with Kurenai. Slow down, you might choke, Hinata cautioned. Just then, Feng An suddenly halted, straightening his back in alarm. He had genuinely choked on his food. This was hardly Hinata's fault. Eating while squatting was indeed more perilous than sitting. Seeing this, Hinata quickly handed him a cup of water and gently patted his back. After a few hearty gulps, Feng An turned to Hinata with sincere gratitude. I'm grateful to have you here. Otherwise, I might have met an untimely end. Hinata, bashfully focusing on her bowl of rice, avoided his gaze. After narrowly escaping a near-fatal incident with his lunch, Feng An attributed all his frustration and resentment towards Kurenai. I refuse to believe you won't return tonight. He had resolutely decided that if she did not return by nightfall, he would set her house ablaze. After Feng An and the others had finished their lunch, the much-anticipated sunset did not arrive. Instead, they were greeted by the arrival of Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji from the 10th squad. Shikamaru extended his hand with a smile and greeted, Hey, Hinata, Feng An, what are you two doing here? Feng An cast a glance at them, feeling somewhat disappointed. What brings you here? We are waiting for Teacher Hong. Although Feng An often dozed off in the ninja academy, it was precisely this that fostered a profound camaraderie among him. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, who were frequently subjected to punishment. Shikamaru replied, We happened to pass by and recognized your figures, so we decided to come over and see. Choji, munching on chips, casually added, Teacher Hong. Isn't she out on a date with Asuma today? Upon hearing this, Feng An abruptly stood up. What did you say? She went on a date. Yes, Teacher Asuma mentioned he had an important date today, so he gave us a day off. That didn't you know? Hinata shook her head in response, indicating her ignorance. Feng An's expression darkened, his fists clenching and then relaxing to "Oh, she went on a date. No wonder she suddenly suggested we take a good rest." It turns out that it was for her own leisure. Shikamaru looked at him and inquired, By the way, Feng An, how did you end up in Teacher Hong's squad? Well, that's a long story. Feng An began, animatedly recounting how Hong had once clung to his leg, pleading for him to join Team 8. Shikamaru rested his chin on one hand, feigning seriousness as he nodded occasionally. However, as Feng An continued, his story became increasingly implausible, claiming he had used a 10-meter diameter jutsu that astonished Hong, and that she would starve herself if he didn't join. Choji leaned closer to Shikamaru and whispered in his ear, Do you really believe what he is saying? He is just boasting, right? Shikamaru covered his mouth and replied quietly, Be confident. Remove the BA, he is definitely just bragging. The two exchanged glances at the silent Hinata, realizing that Feng An was spinning tall tales. Moreover, they certainly did not believe that Hong would plead for him to join Team 8. Noticing the subtle gestures of Shikamaru and Choji, Feng An cleared his throat and said, Ahem, and so, out of the kindness of my heart, I graciously joined Team 8. Is that so? Shikamaru forced a smile. The four soon parted ways. Shikamaru and Choji headed to the convenience store to stock up on snacks, while Feng An and Hinata, having learned that Hong was on a date with Asuma, set off towards another street bustling with couples. Upon arriving at the commercial street, he realized just how crowded it was. The contrast with the quiet alleys near his home was stark. Hinata, have you spotted Hong? He urged Hinata to activate her Byakugan to scan the area for any sign of her. The unique Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could see things within a kilometer radius. as well as discern the target's chakra flow and acupuncture points. Suddenly, Hinata's eyes brightened. Over there, Yash. Feng An grasped Hinata's small hand and rushed toward the direction she indicated. Teacher Hong, your nightmare has arrived. You stood me up for a date, and you still expect to enjoy it. Dream on. Yet, as his determination surged, it was quickly extinguished amidst the throngs of people. 5 minutes passed, and they had managed to say excuse me dozens of times. With such a crowd, you certainly could not leap across rooftops with Hinata. The saying the crowd can be terrifying rang true. Hinata blinked and asked, should we still go? Yes, I must disrupt her delightful outing. Now that he was aware of Hong's location, Feng An instructed Hinata to deactivate her Byakugan, planning to reactivate it later. Fresh ears for sale. A vendor displayed an array of headbands adorned with ears, loudly hawking his wares. Unbothered by any awkwardness, he cheerfully promoted his products to every passerby. Hey handsome, with such a beautiful lady by your side, these pink ears will undoubtedly make you even more eye-catching. A couple stopped in front of the stall. The man asked, do you want them? Let us go. I would never wear something like that. Those are for kids. The woman tugged on the man's arm and walked away. Don't leave. We have mature women's accessories as well. But the couple departed without a backward glance. As Feng An and Hinata approached, they couldn't help but internally scoff at the vendor's shifty demeanor. Why do all unscrupulous merchants look like that? It's obvious he's up to no good. The vendor had initially assumed that his ears would attract many customers, allowing him to make a fortune. But he was disappointed to find that most buyers were young girls. This was the consequence of failing to research the market. Upon seeing Feng An and Hinata, the vendor's eyes lit up. He quickly exclaimed, hey, young couple, take a look at these adorable ear headbands. Feng An shot him a sideways glance, expressing his disdain. What era are we in? Who even likes wearing headbands with ears anymore? It's downright ridiculous. Just as he was about to move on, he noticed Hinata gazing at the ear headbands in the vendor's hands. Do you like them? Feng An asked hesitantly. Hinata, a bit shy, nodded her head. Feng An was taken aback. He never expected Hinata would have an affinity for such headbands. How much for one? The vendor quickly beamed. Our store is honest. It's a flat price of 98 Rio. 98 Rio? You might as well rob someone. A bowl of Ichiraka ramen costs only 60. Feng An thought to himself, confirming his suspicion that he would never shop from a vendor with such a shady demeanor again. He was undoubtedly a swindler. However, despite his complaints, he still felt compelled to make the purchase. For someone with a modest savings, the price was negligible. He handed the money to the vendor, allowing Hinata to choose the headband based on her preference. After much deliberation, Hinata ultimately pointed to the pink ear headband. Feng An took the headband, examining it from all angles, but found it unappealing. He sighed inwardly. It was quite normal for a 12-year-old girl to like such things. He then held the headband by its sides and placed it on Hinata's head. Once it was secured, before he could utter a word, the vendor suddenly exclaimed, wow, the little beauty with the ear headband looks like a fairy descended from the heavens. Radiant and enchanting. Feng An shot him a fierce glare. If you keep talking, you'll run out of adjectives, and I won't have anything left to say. The vendor chuckled, sensing the hint, and fell silent. Hinata looked up, bashfully asking Feng An, do I look good? Seeing Hinata in the headband, he was momentarily speechless, utterly captivated. She looked as if she had descended from the heavens, stunningly beautiful. The vendor shot Feng An a glance, as if to say he was blatantly plagiarizing his own words. Thanks to the vendor's loud proclamations, passers-by began to cast curious glances at Hinata. Feeling the attention, Hinata shyly hid behind Feng An. The crowd noticed Hinata peeking out from behind Feng An, wearing the headband. A man instinctively exclaimed, so cute. What did you say? A woman accompanying him tugged at his ear. The man's face contorted in pain as he quickly pleaded for mercy. It was clear she was quite forceful. Geijai, she wants ears too. Another woman pouted to her companion. The man, unable to resist, flushed red and shouted, buy, vendor, give me 10, as Hinata adorned herself with the enchanting and adorable headband. A plethora of women who had previously exhibited disdain for this endeavor flocked to the shop. In no time, the area became inundated with eager admirers, most of them, having surpassed the age suitable for such adornments, felt too bashful to wear them themselves. Yet, now gathered together, their collective boldness had evidently thickened their skins. Boss, I want to buy 15. Geisha wants some too. I'll take 20. I demand 50. The strange competitive spirit amongst them was enough to make even Fei Yong shake his head in disbelief. Upon witnessing the sudden surge of customers, the shifty-eyed shopkeeper erupted into action with the speed of a seasoned ninja, swiftly retrieving a variety of headbands from the storeroom. and behold this azure butterfly headband. Fair and square, only 198 taels. I want it, so do I. Feng An was left dumbfounded. Was this what they referred to as the Dolly Garden effect? As they congested the area, the other paths became remarkably spacious. Feng An grasped Hinata's small hand and made his way towards the direction of Yuhi Kurenai. Before long, they beheld the intimate sight of Kurenai and Asuma entwined in each other's arms. Feng An's frustration boiled over, and the pent-up indignation from the morning surged forth that he formed a hand seal and swiftly approached the couple. Illusion technique. Magical Naruto. In the fleeting moment, the ninjutsu enveloped Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai's unique perceptive abilities immediately alerted her to the use of illusion against her. She quickly formed the tiger seal, disrupting her chakra flow. Release. In the blink of an eye, Kurenai regained her clarity. Swiftly turning to locate the source of the threat. To her astonishment, she found Asuma standing motionless, clearly ensnared in the ninjutsu. What a fool. A genin falling prey to the most basic of illusions. With a sigh, Kurenai placed her hand on Asuma's shoulder. Release. The moment she disrupted the flow of chakra within him, Asuma snapped back to awareness, immediately pulling Kurenai tightly into his embrace. Kurenai felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Although Asuma had pursued her for quite some time, this was the first instance of such boldness from him. Finally, the dense-headed fool had come to his senses. Feng An, lurking in the shadows, felt his molars grind together. I came here to cause a ruckus, not to play the role of a benefactor. Meanwhile, Hinata, observing Kurenai and Asuma in their embrace, glanced at Feng An, her head shyly bowed as she pondered her thoughts. Then, Asuma, with a hint of trembling in his voice, exclaimed, Kurenai, just now I thought you had suddenly perished. Kurenai froze, angrily breaking free from his hold. You are the one who would suddenly perish, initially. She had thought the blockhead had finally wised up. Only to discover he had merely fallen victim to an illusion, Asuma swiftly grasped her hand, disregarding the bystanders, and gazed deeply into her eyes. Kurenai, has this dense-headed fool truly come to his senses? Kurenai whispered to herself. As she discerned the earnestness reflected in Asuma's small eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Gradually, their faces drew nearer. What on earth are they doing in broad daylight? Feng An realized that if he did not intervene now, it would be too late. With their half-hearted gestures, it seemed unlikely they would return home tonight. Kurenai, Asuma, what on earth are you doing? Feng An leaped out, dragging Hinata with him, furiously interrupting their intimate moment. Hinata, too timid to face Kurenai, murmured, Feng An, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Feng An gritted his teeth and retorted, she stood me up for a date, subjecting me to a double mental torment. My suffering surpasses hers. Upon hearing someone call his name, Asuma immediately straightened his posture, resembling a soldier at attention. Kurenai furrowed her brow and turned to him, angrily demanding, Feng An, what do you intend to do? With a light chuckle. Feng An brandished a kunai and leaped towards Kurenai. Before she could protest, Asuma stepped in front of her. He swiftly drew his unique chakra blade and leaped, slicing Feng An in half. However, instead of blood, a dark, ink-like liquid oozed forth, revealing two identical Feng An's shadow clone technique. Kurenai's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Release. The black silhouettes of Feng An that had emerged from the ground and structures gradually dissipated, leaving only the real Feng An and Hinata standing visibly not far away. Feng An, you actually learned it? Kurenai expressed disbelief. How could it have been so little time? Feng An's expression darkened. Have you forgotten today is the last day of our wager, if not for his reminder? Kurenai would have indeed overlooked that today was the deadline. Asuma looked at Kurenai with confusion. What wager? Kurenai explained, he is Feng An, my student. Last week, we made a bet. If he could master 2 ninjutsu within a week, I would agree to a condition of his choosing. It seemed the earlier magical Naruto technique had indeed been employed by him. After a moment of contemplation, Kurenai conceded, you have won. I keep my word. What is your request? Feng An glanced at the towering Asuma, feeling that some requests might be inappropriate to voice aloud. That he swallowed what he initially intended to say. Let's discuss it another time. I wouldn't want to interrupt your moment. Grasping Hinata's small hand, he turned to leave. Hinata obediently nodded to Kurenai in farewell. Kurenai watched the departing figures of Feng An and Hinata, rolling her eyes. You two are the ones who truly appear to be smitten. Asuma turned to her with a curious expression. Kurenai, I recall you saying it took you a month to master ninjutsu, yet that kid managed to learn 2 in just a week? Indeed, he is quite the prodigy. After spending so much time with him, I've yet to fully comprehend him. It seems he only reveals the tip of the iceberg. A mix of pride and melancholy lingered in Kurenai's eyes. Once upon a time, she had also been heralded as a genius, the strongest illusionist. Yet now, the very talents she once took pride in were being surpassed on all fronts, leaving her with a sense of wistfulness. Asuma noticed the flicker of reluctance in her gaze, but was at a loss for how to console her. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, ready to place it in his mouth. Only to remember that Kurenai was still beside him, he carefully tucked the cigarette behind his ear, suppressing his restless spirit. Days passed, and regarding the wager, Feng An had yet to determine his request. Setting it aside for the moment, during this time, he also mastered some practical ninjutsu, drawing upon memories from his past life. For instance, he acquired the A-rank illusion technique developed by Senju Tobarama, the darkness technique, which specifically obstructs visual perception. Naturally, it was evident who Tobarama had targeted. Moreover, he made slight progress in the cellular activation technique of the third raikage, when he enveloped his entire body with lightning chakra. Although it did not match the physical strength of the third raikage, ordinary shuriken and the like could hardly inflict any harm upon him. However, he remained concerned about his bloodline limits, which had seen little advancement. After nearly 2 weeks, he had only coalesced a half ping-pong-sized orb of yin-yang chakra. In his view, without venturing to the 3 great sage lands, significant changes were unlikely in the short term. At this moment, as Feng An continued his training, he speculated about Naruto's situation. Surely, they must have encountered Momochi Zabuza by now. For Feng An in his past life, this was the most memorable battle he had ever experienced. If Ruabai were a girl, Feng An would likely have already embarked on his journey to the land of waves. Alas, the wretched Kishimoto insisted on portraying the clearly adorable Bai as a boy. A decision that left the young Feng An deeply unsettled for a long time. With a sigh, Feng An turned to the side, where Hinata was training, her brow glistening with sweat. Hinata, keenly aware of Feng An's gaze, shyly smiled in his direction. In response, Feng An's face brightened with a smile as well that he chose to set aside any thoughts of Naruto's situation. After all, he possessed a treasure like Hinata. Why venture forth to covet what belonged to others? At that moment, Yugao approached from a distance, calling out, "Everyone, gather around." Upon hearing her voice, Feng An and the others paused their activities and surrounded Yugao. Inazuka Kiba inquired, "What's up, Ms. Yugao?" After surveying the group, Yugao spoke earnestly. "The Chunin exams are scheduled to take place in about half a month. Do any of you wish to participate? Of course. Who would undertake menial tasks like chasing dogs or catching thieves if not for the Chunin exams?" Kiba's enthusiastic declaration elicited nods of agreement from both Hinata and Shino, who, after all, would willingly bow to the grind of daily life if not compelled by need. Their monotonous tasks were merely a means to accumulate the 8 points required for enrollment in the Chunin exams, which entailed completing at least 8 D-rank missions. Feng An, however, felt indifferent about the prospect. His desire to participate in the Chunin exams was not particularly strong. His mental age had long surpassed the fervor of youth. He harbored little passion for the accolades and battles they pursued. Moreover, he was well aware that due to Orochimaru's schemes to dismantle Konoha, only Shikamaru would ultimately qualify as a Chunin after the exams. Even if they aspired to become Chunin, they would likely have to wait until the following year. Yugao nodded, assuring them that she would assist with their registration. She then turned to Feng An and said, "Come here for a moment." Feng An followed her to a corner a little distance away from Hinata and the others. Yugao hesitated before speaking. "Feng An, there's something I need to discuss with you." "Yes, go ahead." "I mentioned your situation to Lord Hokage, and he agreed to recognize the points earned by your team. However, the Chunin exams require teams of 3. Hearing Yugao's hesitant words, Feng An chuckled softly. No wonder her expression seemed a bit troubled. "It's fine, Ms. Yugao. I don't plan on participating in the Chunin exams." Upon seeing his demeanor, Yugao assumed he was merely trying to appear calm to console himself. "Actually, if you wish to participate, I can help you look for other teams that might need members." In Konoha, not every genin had a teacher to lead them. Some with mediocre skills without a guiding instructor often sought to form temporary teams to attempt the Chunin assessments. However, the chances of success for such ad hoc teams were nearly non-existent due to the lack of cohesion. Although the Chunin exams were fraught with danger, it was not uncommon to see older genin participating. Perhaps the high cost of living in Konoha compelled them to take risks. Feng An waved off Yugao's suggestion. "No, I'm really not interested." With Naruto and Sasuke, both renowned as the strongest genin in Konoha, he felt there was no shame in remaining a genin himself. Even if financial struggles arose in the future, he could always rely on Hinata. After all, the Hyuga clan was one of the most prestigious families in Konoha. There was no shame in living off others. Yugao sighed. "All right, but if you change your mind before the Chunin exams, feel free to reach out to me." and I'll do my best to help you find suitable teammates. Rest assured, Ms. Yugao, I truly want to be participating. After Feng An's repeated reassurances, Yugao finally departed. He felt exasperated. Did he really come across as someone eager to participate? The Chunin selection? Not a chance. However, not long after, he found himself regretting his decision. Feng An lay beneath a large tree enjoying the shade. Hinata approached and sat beside him. Feng An, I heard from Ms. Yugao that you don't plan on participating in the Chunin exams. He removed the leaf covering his eyes. Yes, I'm not particularly interested in becoming a Chunin, especially since it requires teams of 3. But, Hinata's tone suggested she had something difficult to express. Feng An sat up thoughtfully, looking at her. Oh, you want me to participate in the Chunin exams? Yes, Hinata nodded shyly. Feng An smiled gently. If it's for you, Hinata, I might consider joining, but why? Hinata bashfully nodded again, then shook her head, leaving Feng An puzzled. What did that mean? Her little hands fidgeted nervously, her gaze flickering between uncertainty and determination. After a long pause, she finally blushed and spoke with conviction. Actually, my father said that if you perform well in the Chunin selection exam, he won't oppose us anymore. Her voice gradually diminished to a whisper, and the last 3 words, be together, were barely audible. Nevertheless, the meaning was clear, and Feng An's eyes widened in shock. What Chunin selection exam? This was clearly a test imposed by his future father-in-law. He had no choice but to participate. Feng An grasped Hinata's small hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Don't worry, Hinata, I will participate. Just watch me as I take down every opponent in my way. Feng An found Yugao outside the Hokage's office, noticing his breathless state. She asked, what brings you here, Ms. Yugao? I want to register for the Chunin selection exam. Yugao's expression turned peculiar. In just a few hours, you've had a change of heart. The me from this morning is already in the past. The present me is moving forward. Yugao stifled a laugh. All right then, follow me, and I'll help you find some suitable teammates. Feng An followed Yugao to the Chunin selection registration site. Though the venue was spacious, there were not many people present. Yugao remarked, there's still some time before the Chunin exams, and many ninjas from other countries are still on their way, which is why it appears less crowded. Feng An nodded. As she had mentioned, many ninjas from foreign villages would also participate. On the surface, the Chunin exams were a necessary pathway for genin to advance to Chunin, but beneath that facade lay another layer of significance. It served as a demonstration of the strength of ninjas from various countries and villages. In times of peace, such displays of power were crucial, for only by showcasing formidable strength and potential would other nations tread carefully. Of course, many villages preferred not to reveal their capabilities and would refrain from participating in Konoha's Chunin selection. Feng An, what do you think of that person? Following Yugao's gaze, Feng An noticed a muscular young man in his 20s radiating strength. Yugao continued to provide details about him. His name is Tian Shang. He possesses exceptional physical skills and has mastered some ninjutsu. However, he has unfortunately faced more outstanding ninjas in each of his assessments, leading him to participate in 5 Chunin exams without success. Seeing Feng An's unperturbed expression, she moved on to introduce others. This is Tai Yong, 17 years old, with abilities roughly at the Chunin level. However, he dislikes teamwork, which led to his elimination in the team competition, preventing him from passing the exam. And that girl, her chakra reserves far exceed those of her peers. Yet, due to her timid nature, she has been unable to engage in combat, resulting in 5 failed attempts at the exam. She had participated in the Chunin selection 8 times. Choose from the first 4 individuals I mentioned. They possess commendable overall abilities. Before long, Yugao had introduced all the registrants present, regardless of age or gender. Aside from a few who were participating for the first time and merely mentioned it in passing, Feng An observed that, given his capabilities and the strengths of those among them, it was highly probable they could successfully pass the Chunin exam and achieve commendable results. However, Feng An had already formed his own ideas regarding potential teammates. While he acknowledged that Yuhi Kurenai's suggestion was commendable, he was acutely aware of the rules. Apart from the individual who secured first place, selections would be made based on willpower, individual performance, and team synergy. The notion of having over 100 participants, yet only 3 passing, seemed rather harsh. Moreover, his intention in participating was not solely to become a Chunin. He merely wished to showcase his abilities to Hinata Hizashi. Noticing Feng An's contemplative demeanor, Kurenai felt a pang of urgency. Have you made your decision? She inquired, observing that the 4 individuals she had mentioned were already engaging with others. If they formed a team before Feng An could join, he would lose his opportunity. Feng An nodded. I will choose those 2. he declared. Kurenai was momentarily taken aback by his choice of the two young women. No, I meant you should select from the top 4, not the bottom 2. Feng An regarded her calmly and replied, I will choose them. Are you out of your mind? Kurenai nearly exclaimed in exasperation. After painstakingly analyzing the situation for him, he chose the 2 she deemed least likely to succeed. The fact that they were sisters participating together made it even less feasible for anyone else to join their team. Kurenai, now slightly irate, asked, Do you even want to participate? Of course, he replied. Then why choose those 2 sisters? He could not reveal that he intentionally selected the weaker candidates to highlight his own performance. Maintaining his composure, he asserted, Their abilities complement mine well. How can you say such a thing? Kurenai responded, her nostrils flaring in indignation. You flirtatious fool, are you interested in those sisters? Taken aback for a moment, Feng An then scrutinized the 2 young women again. They did indeed possess an appealing appearance. Had Kurenai not brought it up, he might not have considered it. He felt compelled to choose them now. Red-sensei, you should return now. I need to acclimate with my new teammates, he said with a smile, swiftly moving towards the sisters. Kurenai furrowed her brow, shaking her head in dismay. Today's youth are far too fickle. At least my Asuma never strays. With that, she vanished in a flash, her mind set on training Hinata to ensure that when they encountered Feng An during the Chunin exam, she would decisively defeat him. Feng An composed himself and approached the 2 sisters, offering a warm smile. Hello, my name is Feng An. Would you be willing to form a team with me? The girl with short black hair tied in twin ponytails shot him a fierce glare. No. Feng An's smile faltered slightly at that moment. The other short-haired girl gently tugged on her sister's hand and smiled politely at Feng An. Hello, I'm Shuiyue, and this is my sister Fenghua. We would like to remain in the same team. So please find others to team up with. We apologize. Fenghua huffed, pulling her sister slightly away to a more secluded spot. It was evident that many had already approached them in hopes of teaming up. But due to their bond as sisters, most had backed out. After all, passing the Chunin exam was paramount. At that moment, a muscular young man placed his hand on Feng An's shoulder, flashing a bright smile. Brother, come join us. We happen to be short one member. Feng An turned to look. The 2 were precisely the individuals Kurenai had emphasized earlier. The muscular young man was named Tian Shang, as she had mentioned, while the other, Tai Yong, resembled Sasuke with his aloof demeanor, leaning against the wall in a striking pose. Feng An was surprised to see them paired together, appearing to be from entirely different worlds. He shook his head. Thank you for the offer, brother, but I am aware of my own limitations and wouldn't want to hinder your team. With that, he turned back towards the sisters. Tian Shang, intending to persuade Feng An further, was halted by Tai Yong's interruption. That pretty boy looks as weak as a monkey. What strength could he possibly have? Clearly, he's just infatuated with those sisters, a waste of space. Tian Shang nodded in agreement. All right, let's wait a few more days to see if any other options arise. With that, he excused himself, leaving Tai Yong to raise his voice deliberately so that all could hear. Feng An, having encountered many similar individuals in his past life, chose to ignore him. Nearby, others whispered among themselves. Wasn't that guy Tai Yong just trying to team up with them? Yes, the sisters initially agreed, but he insisted they split up, claiming he could only take one. While there was some merit to his statement, openly calling someone a burden was in poor taste. What a scoundrel. The sisters clearly stated they wanted to stick together, yet he pretended not to understand and tried to woo the older sister. I actually think the younger sister is quite adorable, someone chimed in, and the discussion grew louder, reaching Tai Yong's ears. His face darkened as he shouted at the group, What nonsense are you all spouting? The chastised crowd murmured their discontent, but none dared to confront him. Tai Yong's expression soured as he scanned the crowd, and when no one met his gaze, he scoffed. I see you're all as useless as that pretty boy. From a distance, Feng An frowned slightly upon hearing this. His indifference did not imply a lack of resolve. He had mentally noted Tai Yong's behavior and vowed to deal with him during the Chunin exam. Feng An returned to Shuiyue and Fenghua's side. Fenghua, annoyed, remarked, What do you want now? Feng An retorted with a sidelong glance. You two bear such a resemblance. Why does your temperament differ so greatly? You. Fenghua seemed poised to retaliate. But her sister Shuiyue held her back. Shuiyue nodded apologetically. This is our first time participating, and we know nothing. Joining forces with us would only hinder you. Feng An pondered this. He was indeed looking for teammates who were inexperienced, as those with too much knowledge were often the most troublesome, prone to backstabbing. Hearing Shuiyue's courteous response, he glanced at Fenghua, gently shaking his head. How could there be such a disparity between the sisters? I, too, am participating for the first time in the Chunin exam. I share your desire to gain experience. Shuyue hesitated. Having witnessed Tai Yong's behavior, who could say whether Feng An was here to mock them for his amusement? She quietly asked, really? Teaming up with us might lead to failure. Feng An nodded earnestly. Indeed. Then, Fenghua, are you willing to join him? Fenghua, still in a huff, replied, I have no objections as long as my sister agrees. They had already searched for teammates for several days. Yet everyone else suggested they separate, which Fenghua refused, fearing for her kind-hearted sister's safety. Thus, she took on the role of the bad cop, and after 3 days, they still had not formed a team. Shuyue smiled at Feng An and extended her hand into the air. Soon, Fenghua followed suit. For a moment, Feng An was puzzled by their sudden gesture but quickly understood their intention. He extended his hand, and upon their hands meeting, they pressed down together. We are now a small team, Shuyue declared, her eyes radiating warmth and kindness, easily tugging at one's heartstrings. Fortunately, Feng An was resolute and remained largely unaffected by such distractions. Shall we come up with a name for our team? He suggested. Very well. As the three pondered names, no one noticed the dark expression on Taeyong's face in the distance. How dare he team up with Shuyue? Since she refused to join my team, I shall ensure she has no respite. Taeyong smirked ominously, gazing at the group before him who had yet to disperse. Look, everyone, the pretty boy has truly struck up a connection with them. 3 worthless individuals teaming up. Is this how one prepares for the Chunin exams? Alas, I can only wonder what mischief they might engage in tonight. They were all aware of Taeyong's numerous attempts at the Chunin evaluations and understood his strength, hence none dared to speak against him. Though he faced the crowd, even the simplest of minds could sense the veiled insults. Fenghua clenched her fists, her face flushed as she prepared to retort, only to be silenced by Shuyue's hand over her mouth. Shuyue shook her head at her. She knew they stood no chance against Taeyong, and if they could not contend with the vicious dog, the wisest course was to keep their distance. Calmly, Shuyue suggested, let us discuss this elsewhere. However, Feng An had a different perspective. A kind-hearted person is often taken advantage of. Without turning around, he remarked, why is there a dog barking incessantly? Shuyue, Fenghua, did you hear that? The two widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not expected the seemingly frail youth to dare mock Taeyong. Where is the dog? Upon hearing Feng An's words, Taeyong furrowed his brows, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Shuyue grasped Feng An's left hand and Fenghua's right, hastily leading them away. She intended to escape before Taeyong could react. Just then, a man in the crowd raised his head, looking as if he had just realized something. He was insinuating that you were the dog. What? Taeyong's face turned a disturbing shade of blue and red, utterly ghastly. In a flash, he charged at the man who had spoken, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The man instantly doubled over, clutching his stomach as he crumpled to the ground. The individual at the registration desk, sensing impending trouble, quickly concealed himself, communicating with the Konoha security forces in a discreet manner. Most of the staff at the registration desk were merely ordinary villagers performing menial tasks. After all, those with connections or strength would have their leading instructors handle the registration at the Hokage's office. The man, bewildered and in pain, explained, it wasn't me who called you a dog. It was, are you insulting me? Taeyong bellowed, seething with rage as he kicked the man on the ground once more. The man was sent sprawling several meters away, his face twisted with resentment as he cast a final glare at Taeyong before losing consciousness. Witnessing this, the crowd hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Taeyong. This man has gone mad, attacking others in the village. In truth, Taeyong had understood the man's implication the moment he spoke. He merely sought an excuse to strike him. He detested when others pretended to be clever in his presence. He then turned his scornful gaze towards Feng An, being led away by Shuyue, and taunted, useless. Hiding behind women. Feng An simply shook his head with a sigh. Some individuals seemed determined to court disaster, and he felt helpless. Did he think a little bravado could intimidate me? He broke free from Shuyue's grasp, signaling her to remain calm. Then, he swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2 identical Feng Ans appeared, charging towards Taeyong alongside the original. At this sight, Taeyong let out a cold chuckle. How ridiculous. Does he think this is a graduation exam from the Ninja Academy? To employ such basic ninjutsu in a fight, with a mere glance, I can easily discern your original self. Yet, in the next moment, his disdainful expression was replaced by sheer panic. No matter how he scrutinized, he could not identify which was the real body. How is this possible? They're all the original. Could this not be the clone technique? In the blink of an eye, the 3 Feng Ans had reached his front. By the time Taeyong sought to evade, It was already too late. Point two. Feng An's firmly restrained him while the central one unleashed a powerful kick aimed at his groin. Taeyong felt a chill in his nether regions, his pupils constricting as he shouted, "You dare!" Bang! The sound of destruction echoed. A sharp, piercing pain coursed through him, distorting his face into a horrific grimace, rendering him unable to utter a sound as his body went limp. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his mangled groin. All the men present gasped in disbelief, casting sympathetic glances at Taeyong. They had never experienced such pain but instinctively understood its excruciating nature. At that moment, Feng Hua felt immensely grateful that she had refrained from uttering anything too vicious earlier. Otherwise, that kick would have been directed towards her as well. Realizing this, she instinctively tightened her legs, only to remember that her body lacked such anatomy. Phew, thank goodness I don't have that. Bang! As clouds of smoke dissipated, the three Feng Ans were formed into one. He stepped closer, crouching before Taeyong, and gently patted his head. Brother Yong, you squandered your opportunity. Faced with Feng An's derision, Taeyong's body convulsed. Speechless, it wasn't that he wished to remain silent, but the pain rendered him incapable of articulating his thoughts, leaving his mind blank and his nerves on high alert. Seeing that his opponent was devoid of any resistance, Feng An felt a surge of boredom that he stood up and approached Shiyue and Feng Hua. Shall we name our team the Courageous Team? Before Shiyue could respond, Feng Hua eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I think this name suggested by Brother Feng An is splendid. After witnessing Feng An's prowess, she had swiftly elevated her perception of him from HMPF to brother. A faint smile crept across Feng An's lips. The stark contrast in this girl's demeanor was reminiscent of the artistry of Sichuan opera's face-changing. Just then, several figures clad in Konoha ninja attire suddenly appeared. 5 in total. One obstructed the departing crowd while the remaining 4 split into 2 groups, advancing towards the fallen man and Taeyong, respectively. The man at the entrance halted the crowd. Please, wait right there. While he used the word please, a firmness permeated his tone. From the murmurs among the crowd, Feng An discerned that these individuals belonged to Konoha's security department, ever since the Uchiha clan was annihilated. The security force had been composed of various exceptional individuals that in essence, anyone from any background could join the security department. This was a means permitted by Sarutobi Hiruzen to curtail the power of the security forces, preventing a repeat of the Uchiha clan's monopoly. Shiyue and Feng Hua exchanged worried glances with Feng An. These security personnel had likely come in response to the earlier disturbance. Shiyue leaned closer to Feng An, quietly apologizing. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Feng An waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a calm demeanor. It's nothing. I was merely acting in self-defense. Shiyue glanced back at Taeyong, still sprawled on the ground, then looked at Feng An once more. Surely this could be considered excessive self-defense. In Feng An's view, his actions were justified. One cannot wait to be bitten by a dog before retaliating against it, can they? Otherwise, it would be revenge rather than self-defense. Following the medical ninjutsu treatment from the security team, the unconscious man was the first to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, Taeyong seemed to be facing complications. One of the security personnel grasped the shoulder of another treating Taeyong, anxiously inquiring, "What should we do? Is there still hope for him?" The medic shook his head with a sigh, responding, "There is no saving him. He will likely have to live with his head down from now on." Baka, the agitated man cursed, seemingly venting his frustration. The crowd turned their attention to the irate security officer. "Timing, what happened?" The man blocking the exit asked, frowning. As the man approached, Feng An felt a sense of familiarity with his appearance. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Taeyong, as if they were cast from the same mold. Could he be his son? His father? This provided a reasonable explanation for Taeyong's exclamation of "You dare." At that moment, Feng An had pondered why a typical person would plead for mercy with a no, while he uniquely shouted "You dare." This is either sheer foolishness or a matter of privilege. Akin to the phrase "my father, Zhang Er." Immediately, one could see tears streaming down Taeyong's father's face. "Captain Shimizu Junta, you must take my side. What happened? He is my son, and his Kuan has been knocked askew. Woe is me. He can no longer lift his head." Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads, stifling laughter, convinced that he deserved it. Especially the man who had fainted, upon hearing that Taeyong's Kuan could no longer lift its head. He regained his composure, his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer felt weary. He rose to his feet and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The crowd remained silent, while Taeyong's father cried out, "It must have been him who harmed my son." Captain Shimizu Junta reprimanded, "What are you crying for? If you continue, go back home and return to your old profession." Upon hearing this, Taiyong's father immediately fell silent, no longer daring to make a sound. He himself was merely of lower rank. To secure a place in the police force, he had sold nearly half of his family's assets. He understood that once he held an official position, even if he was weak, his status would prevent anyone from bullying him or his son. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that this would lead his son to become arrogant and overbearing, resulting in today's predicament. Shimizu Junta then instructed the other two, "Bring that man over." The man restrained by the police force was utterly confused that I was clearly the victim. Why am I being held? Shimizu Junta gazed coldly at him. "Did you strike him?" The man, bewildered, shook his head. "He struck me. I did not strike him." "Then who struck him?" "I have no idea. I have been lying on the ground the whole time." Shimizu Junta's expression darkened as he impatiently declared, "Take him back and detain him for a week." "Why? I am the victim. I am the victim." "Detain him for a month. Claim he obstructed the police force in executing their duties." The man's face turned ashen at these words. Resigned as he was dragged away by two men. Meanwhile, another man, busy treating Taiyong, shouted, "Captain, he seems to be on the brink." Seeing his son in danger, Taiyong's father rushed over, carrying him towards the hospital. Shimizu Junta watched with disdain. The current police department had become more loathsome than even the Uchiha clan. In the past, when the Uchihas were in charge, they were at least uniformly strict with the villagers, aside from their own clan. But now, with individuals from various clans and commoners involved in the police department, managing crime had become increasingly difficult, often resulting in favoritism and vendettas. Shimizu Junta took a deep breath and scanned the crowd. "Do you all know what just transpired?" The crowd glanced at each other, hesitant, as none dared to offend any party involved. The fate of Taiyong was fresh in their minds, and they had just witnessed the police force's methods. Seeing their silence, he darkly threatened, "In 3 counts, if no one speaks, everyone will be taken back for a week for conspiracy." 3. It was him. Among the crowd, a man, trembling and with his head bowed, pointed at Feng An. Because Taiyong had insulted the two girls, he had taken action against Taiyong. Seeing someone stepping forward, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yes, it was he who struck. Indeed, that is correct. Feng An cast a cold glance at the crowd. And as his gaze swept over them, the boisterous chatter gradually subsided. Shimizu Junta turned to face Feng An, his tone grave as he asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Feng An glanced at him casually and replied nonchalantly, "No." The Snow and Moon sisters behind him looked on with deep concern. Snow even regretted her decision to sign up for the Chunin selection exam. If it weren't for her, Feng and Wuden-Ti have injured Taiyong, and Wuden-Ti have attracted the attention of the Konoha police force. "Take him away." Shimizu Junta instructed the remaining officer to apprehend Feng An. Just as the officer nodded and approached to restrain Feng An, he performed a body flicker technique, appearing several meters away, causing the officer to grasp at thin air. The Snow and Moon sisters' eyes sparkled. They had just realized Feng An possessed strength, but they hadn't expected him to be so formidable. The officer was a Chunin yet failed to perceive his swift movement. The body flicker technique utilizes chakra for rapid movement, creating an effect akin to instantaneous appearance. Shimizu Junta narrowed his eyes. While the body flicker technique could be mastered by anyone, it seemed somewhat extraordinary for a child to possess it. At such a young age, mastering it without family background or a mentor's guidance was hard to believe. "Child, what is your name? Where did you learn the body flicker technique?" Feng An flashed a bright smile. "Innocent and unassuming. If I tell you, will you protect me?" Shimizu Junta furrowed his brow. Although he entertained such thoughts, with the crowd still present, it would be a slap in the face to the police department. To speak so boldly suggested an even more astonishing background. Only a handful could disregard the police department so readily that it could either be the current Hyuga clan or an orphan from the Senju clan. He dared not delve deeper. Beyond that lay the Sarutobi clan, the direct family of the third Hokage. Coughed. He suddenly cleared his throat. The earlier Chunin immediately understood the captain's intent. It was time to disperse the crowd. The officer smiled at the onlookers, saying, "Everyone, please disperse. We will handle the situation. If you wish to sign up, please come back tomorrow." Although the crowd felt dissatisfied, no one dared to voice their grievances. The man who had first pointed out Feng An was drenched in cold sweat and was the first to flee. With the scene comprised entirely of ordinary people, it quickly cleared out. Only Feng An and the two sisters remained, along with Shimizu Junta. The officer, having navigated the police force for so long, possessed keen insight. He had noticed the Snow and Moon sisters standing behind Feng An, so he did not inquire whether the captain wanted them dispersed as well. Meanwhile, Feng Hua's expression fluctuated as she gazed at Feng An's back. She felt deeply touched that he had intervened for her, But now she realized he seemed to have connections. This was precisely the kind of nepotism she loathed. The sisters had entered the Chunin selection exam to change their fates. Ordinary Jinin and common villagers were of the same class. Once they became Chunins and donned the uniform, their lives would improve significantly. Indeed, one would not risk their standing for someone deemed a burden. Perhaps, to him, assisting was merely a matter of convenience. Feng Hua's resolute facade crumbled, revealing a face of despair. Noticing her expression, Snowy Wei inquired softly, despite knowing it was not the right time for such conversation. Why do you look so miserable? Feng Hua sighed, as if aging several years in an instant. Sister, I am tired. What have you done to feel tired? Snow Wei asked. Puzzled. Feng An also noticed Feng Hua's distressed expression. He placed his hand on her head. You're not burning up. Feng Hua quickly recoiled, covering her forehead. Humph, don't touch me. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Feng An was taken aback. Just a moment ago, she had called him Brother Feng An, and now she had regressed to him? He leaned closer to Snow Wei and whispered, Did she hit her head when she was young? Snow Wei furrowed her brows in contemplation for a moment. Then, as her expression softened, she nodded. Feng Hua had indeed bumped her head as a child. Ah, no wonder. That makes sense now. Feng Hua stomped her foot in frustration. Sister, why are you turning against me? The man beside him could no longer contain himself and inquired of Shimizu Shunta. Captain, are we merely going to stand by and watch them converse? Shimizu Shunta shot him a fierce glare. Slowly, he leaned closer to the man's ear and whispered, Silence. Do you think I attained this position by mere chance? It is my keen ability to discern the essence of matters and my acute sense of smell that have brought me here. Observing their casual demeanor, as if they were in the comfort of their own home, only solidified Shunta's suspicions. It was highly likely that they were connected to Sarutobi. And what does Sarutobi signify? It is a name known to all in Konoha. Initially, he had planned to address them with a reprimand, should they belong to any of the prominent clans, in order to placate Tama. However, he had since abandoned the notion of criticism. As long as they did not chastise him, he would be satisfied. The man beside him noticed Shunta's posture becoming increasingly rigid. Alarmed, he too straightened up. The last time the captain stood so tall was in the presence of the Hokage's authorization. Could it be that the captain had sensed the Hokage observing us from the shadows? No wonder he instructed me to remain quiet. How foolish of me not to realize the captain's concern for me. I shall certainly cast my vote for you in the next election for the captain of the security team. Meanwhile, Keed and the others transitioned from their quarrel to discussing their team name, and then to where they would dine. Let us go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. It has been far too long since my last visit. Humph, I'll defer to my sister, Yuki replied, nodding in agreement. All right, I haven't had ramen in ages either. After receiving their consent, Keed turned around only to find Shunta and the man still standing there. They were both standing remarkably straight, reminiscent of the military posture he had been forced to adopt during school. Keed was somewhat perplexed. He glanced at them and asked, Are you two still here? Why are you standing like that? Is Sarutobi Hizashi here? No, wait, I don't sense anyone else. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Shunta's mind raced. What did he mean by that? Was he hinting at something? After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. This was an indication that they were interrupting his time with the two ladies. A subtle suggestion for them to leave. We must depart at once. Shunta nodded at Keed, seized the nearby man, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene, hastily retreating. Yuki rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She turned to Keed and timidly asked, Do you know him? Today is the first time I have seen him, Keed replied, utterly bewildered. Not only had he escaped punishment from the security team, but he hadn't even asked for his name before leaving. No, it wasn't merely a departure. It was more akin to a flight. Kazuhana wore a complex expression. Regardless, he had ultimately assisted them. Shall we still go for ramen? Yes, since there was no issue, they would proceed as planned. Before long, the three of them arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. The moment the owner, Uncle Ichiraku, spotted Keed, his face lit up with joy. Aside from Naruto, Keed was the second most frequent patron, curious about the taste of Ichiraku Ramen since his arrival. He had first visited as a toddler, running to indulge in ramen while others were still nursing. From that day on, he became a regular, much like Naruto. Keed, it has been quite a while. Have you been busy with something? Yes, recently I have been occupied with ninja affairs. Keed then raised 3 fingers. Uncle, 3 bowls of ramen, all with extra eggs, please. Haha, certainly. Uncle Ichiraku replied with a hearty laugh. Shortly thereafter, steaming bowls of ramen were brought to them by his daughter. As they ate, they began to share their circumstances. Yuki asked, Keed, what exactly are you? I'm just the sort that trails behind in the ninja academy. Don't ask me. Tell me about yourselves instead. She found it hard to believe that someone who was untouched by the captain of the security team had no background. She assumed he simply did not wish to disclose it. He'd then inquired, Yuki, what type of ninjutsu are you skilled in? Yuki shyly responded, I don't really have any particular strengths at IT this. He nodded that IT was within his expectations that they were merely ordinary genin. The weaker their abilities, the more reliant they would become on him, making the first written exam a mere formality for them to pass. Once they succeeded in that, their faith in him would only deepen. Alleviating any concerns regarding betrayal in subsequent team battles, this Chunin selection process was akin to an open-book examination for him. As long as his teammates trusted him, that was sufficient. Hey, why aren't you asking me? Kazahana interjected, her expression one of indignation. She had been waiting for Ki to inquire about her, anticipating the moment she could reveal her prowess and shock him, only to be ignored. He'd cast her a sidelong glance and continued to enjoy his ramen. Kazahana seethed with frustration, feeling insulted. I'm furious. I'll challenge you to a duel. Yuki quickly grabbed her sister. I'm sorry, Kid, but I've told you before. Yuki pointed to her sister's head, implying Kazahana's childhood injury. Kid, unperturbed, finished his ramen broth with a smile. Alright, he was intrigued as to why, after displaying abilities far exceeding her own, she would still dare to challenge him. Did she possess some special power? Upon hearing this, Yuki quickly took on the role of mediator, attempting to dissuade both Kazahana and Kid. However, she could not convince either. Kazahana, fearing Kid might strike first, hastily said, let us find a deserted place to duel. How mysterious. A deserted place. I warn you, don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, you'll regret it. I'm not thinking anything. It's you who is imagining things. Kid replied, exasperated. Following Kazahana, they gradually ventured into more secluded territory until they arrived beside a small stream. It was devoid of human presence, with dense trees providing ample cover, obscuring most of the sunlight. Unbeknownst to them, Ki discreetly disrupted the flow of chakra within him. Even if ambushed, it would be challenging for anyone to subdue him now. Yet, he had to remain cautious of genjutsu. Danger could lurk in an instant. One must always guard against others, especially since he had only known them for half a day. All right, this will do. Kazahana surveyed the area before halting. She then assumed a fighting stance typical of a ninja. Be careful. I wouldn't want to hurt you. At her words, Kid narrowed his eyes. Was she warning him? Did she merely wish to duel him? Perhaps he was overthinking it. He decided to shake off the thoughts and awaited her move to discern her true intentions. Whoosh. 3 or 4 shurikens came flying towards Kid. He quickly dodged as the shurikens shattered upon striking a tree. He realized they were made of ice. Before he could ponder further, Kazahana darted through the trees, launching ice shurikens from various angles. Yet, even amid such a flurry of attacks, Kid was able to evade them effortlessly. The only challenge he faced was the environment in such surroundings. He had to simultaneously dodge the shurikens while tracking Kazahana's movements. Her speed was not particularly fast, yet she adeptly utilized the terrain to her advantage. Interesting, Kid had not anticipated her to possess such skill, but he swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, and in an instant, 2 additional Kids appeared beside him as the ice shurikens soared towards him from a distance. All 3 Kids charged forth to meet the incoming projectiles. Bang, bang. As the 2 clones were pierced and transformed into smoke, the last remaining Feng An, evading the shuriken with one side of his body, activated his body flicker technique. In an instant, his speed surged, and before the ice shuriken he had launched had completed its flight, he reappeared at the spot where he had thrown it. There, he caught sight of Feng Hua, who was hiding behind a tree, her chicken feet exposed. Feng An approached her and said, "You have lost." However, as he drew closer, he realized that the figure before him was merely a clone. How could this be? Feng An's pupils constricted as he fixated on the dissipating clone technique of Feng Hua. That moment, a voice came from above him. It is you who has lost. In an instant, Feng Hua leapt down from the tree, kunai in hand, charging at Feng An. As she descended, she pushed off from a branch for added momentum. Feng Hua swiftly wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing the kunai against his throat. Humph, I have one. After a brief pause, Feng An chuckled lightly and replied, "Indeed, you have one." Feng Hua's brows furrowed, clearly agitated. What is there to laugh about? Just then, after observing the scene for some time, she interjected, "Feng Hua, it is you who has lost. I currently have the kunai at his throat, and yet you still claim that I have lost?" Feng Hua's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of tears that it felt as though her sister was betraying her by speaking up for an outsider. Hearing the tone in Feng Hua's voice, Xu Yue's expression softened. Feng An, please stop teasing her. Feng An, still held at knife point by Feng Hua, flashed her a mischievous smile before suddenly transforming into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? Feng Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she witnessed Feng An emerging from behind the tree he had previously occupied. Rubbing her reddened eyes, she pouted and asked, "But I shattered all your shadow clones with my shuriken, didn't I?" with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Feng An looked at her. "Did I ever claim that I could only create 2 clones?" Feng Hua paused, realization dawning upon her. She had been outsmarted by him. During their earlier spar with Taiyong, he had only manifested 2 clones, leading her to subconsciously assume that was his limit. With her shoulders drooping in defeat, she admitted, "I have lost." Feng An stepped closer to her and asked, "May I pose a question?" Feng Hua lifted her gaze to meet his. "What is your chakra affinity?" Feng Hua smiled lightly. "You noticed, did you? I possess a special ice chakra." Feng An shot her a sidelong glance that it was obvious with your ice shuriken. Who wouldn't have noticed when she threw the ice shuriken? He had merely suspected, but upon witnessing her clone technique, he was convinced it was highly likely a bloodline limit. Ordinary clone techniques are of E rank, producing only illusions that can be discerned upon close inspection. What had shaken Feng An's pupils was the fact that her clone technique had substance. The presence of a tangible clone indicated a transformation through chakra nature change, most likely the ice clone technique. Once the basic clone technique incorporates the corresponding chakra attribute, it results in a physical manifestation, making it nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. One of your parents must also have been an ice user. Correct? Feng Hua shook her head. "I have never met my parents. My grandmother raised us." Feng An nodded. In his memory, only Haku had utilized ice techniques, a formidable bloodline limit. However, Feng Hua had not demonstrated it in her application. It seemed she had employed the ice shuriken out of necessity due to a lack of regular shuriken. Feng Hua then inquired, "What about you? What are your areas of expertise?" After a moment's contemplation, Feng An replied, "I excel in fire techniques and some basic ninjutsu." He had already resolved to present himself with fire techniques, with the other elements serving as support. Although individuals with all 7 chakra affinities exist, he preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to himself before he felt adequately powerful. After some light banter, the 3 parted ways as the hour grew late. Meanwhile, Hinata, under the intense training regimen imposed by Yuhi Kurenai, was drenched in sweat. Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, having finished their training, sat nearby to rest. Kiba remarked, "What's gotten into Kurenai-sensei today? Why is she suddenly so harsh on Hinata?" At that moment, Shino raised a finger as a small insect landed on it. The boy and the insect seemed to be engaged in silent communication. After a brief moment, Shino spoke, "The insect tells me that it has detected a mixture of anger and resentment emanating from Kurenai-sensei." "What?" Kiba sprang to his feet. "Are you saying Kurenai-sensei is taking her frustrations out on Hinata?" Shino replied, "I never said that." Lost in his own thoughts, Kiba failed to hear Shino's response. How could I have overlooked this? Kurenai-sensei, who is always gentle and kind, would never treat Hinata this way. He clenched his fists together. "I must put an end to this inhumane training. Akamaru, let's go." Woof. The beast mimicry technique. Beastman clone. Akamaru leaped from Kiba's arms, transforming into an identical replica of Inazuka Kiba. Kiba Twin Fong. Kiba and Akamaru became 2 black whirlwinds, charging toward Kurenai. In response, Kurenai leaped backward, evading the attack. Her brow furrowed. "Kiba, what are you trying to do?" Kiba shouted, "Bring back my gentle Kurenai-sensei." Kiba Twin Fong. The 2 black whirlwinds surged forward once more. What a mess. Kurenai quickly jumped back, forming hand seals. Jinjutsu. Fox's heart technique. Those caught in this technique would feel as though they were wandering through an endless maze, primarily used to exhaust the enemy's stamina. Moments later, Kiba and Akamaru, having attacked an empty space, found themselves wandering aimlessly in confusion. Kurenai cast a glance at Kiba that I wonder what nonsense he's spouting at that moment. She noticed that under her intense training, Hinata appeared to be struggling with her stamina. She quickly called for Hinata to take a break. Upon hearing Kurenai's affirmation, Hinata ceased her actions, dispersing the chakra sustaining her Byakugan. She collapsed to the ground, her chest rising and falling erratically. "I'm sorry. I was so focused on your training that I forgot the immense strain the Byakugan places on you." Kurenai looked at Hinata with guilt. In her eagerness to enhance Hinata's abilities and prevent Feng An from bullying her, she had overlooked the importance of gradual progress in training. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Hinata shook her head with a smile. It's not your fault, Kurenai-sensei. The Chunin exams are approaching, and I want to perform well. The external pressure from Kurenai was far more effective than the pressure she placed on herself. Although Kurenai's sudden strictness took some getting used to, Hinata was genuinely eager to grow stronger. She did not want to hold her teammates back from advancing to Chunin. By the way, Kurenai-sensei, I haven't seen Feng An all day. Is he still looking for teammates? Upon hearing Feng An's name, Kurenai felt a surge of irritation. However, she couldn't openly discuss Feng An's recruitment of 2 female teammates with Hinata, so she kept her frustration to herself. You needn't worry about him. That boy has already found his teammates. Really? That's wonderful. Hinata's face lit up with excitement and shyness. The following day, Feng An and Shuahua met at their designated location. Feng Hua was the first to speak. What do you plan to do today? Feng An replied, what else is there to do? Spar and train. I don't want to. I want to go shopping with my sister. Feng Hua threw her arms around Shuahua and leaned her head on her shoulder. Feng An shot her a sidelong glance. Perfect. He was also reluctant to engage in training. He had already completed the written exam. There was no need for further practice, just a day of effort. Since she was uninterested, he decided to seek out his little Hinata instead. Very well. Then, enjoy your shopping, he said, turning to leave. Wait, Shuahua called out. What is it? He turned around, a look of confusion crossing his face. Shuahua scratched her little cheek and tilted her head, saying, shall we go shopping together? It would allow us to better understand each other and serves as a means of bonding. Feng An silently scoffed. Pondering whether all women had an affinity for shopping, was it necessary for teams to bond through shopping as well? Perhaps Hinata was practicing team coordination with Kiba and the others. Never mind. He decided not to disturb them and treat himself to a day off. He maintained a stoic expression, merely nodding lightly. Thus, the 2 young ladies led the way, while a young man trailed behind them like a bodyguard. Embarking on their journey of team bonding, seeing that everyone had been working hard in training lately, and feeling a twinge of guilt for being overly harsh with Hinata yesterday, Yuhi Kurenai resolved to take a break today. How about we take a day off and go eat and relax? In an instant, Inazuka Kiba beamed with delight, exclaiming, Kurenai-sensei, you are brilliant. During the last break, he had returned home only to be bossed around by his sister, doing household chores and not resting at all. This time, under Kurenai's leadership, it would be different. He wouldn't have to lift a finger, and the expenses wouldn't come out of his pocket. How could he not be happy? After Hinata nodded in agreement, Kurenai led the 3 of them to the commercial street they had visited last time. Of course, in Konoha, there was essentially only this one bustling commercial street, leaving them with no choice but to choose this location. As Kurenai and the 3 wandered leisurely, Hinata suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead, Feng An, just as she was about to greet him. She noticed that Feng An was accompanied by 2 charming girls. Seeing them laughing and chatting, Hinata felt a sharp pang in her heart. Hinata? Kurenai observed Hinata standing frozen in place, concern washing over her as she approached. What's wrong, Hinata? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps she had been too impatient yesterday, causing Hinata some discomfort. What a coincidence. Wasn't he that Feng An? Kiba also caught sight of Feng An and pointed it out to the group. Then he noticed Feng An was engaged in lively conversation with the 2 lovely girls. That lucky guy, Kiba thought, before realizing he had misspoken and quickly turned to look at Hinata, seeing her forlorn expression. Kiba felt a sense of dread. He ran his hands through his hair in agitation. Thanks to Kiba's reminder, Kurenai also noticed Feng An. In an instant, she comprehended the situation. Hinata had undoubtedly seen Feng An with those 2 girls. I must inform her before any misunderstandings arise. Kurenai crouched down to meet Hinata's gaze. They are teammates of Feng, and Hinata nodded, having already guessed the connection, though a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Should I go greet him? Just as Kurenai was about to ask, Kiba and Akamaru had already dashed forward. Kiba, 1 person and 1 dog transformed into twin whirlwinds of black as they rushed ahead. Hearing the commotion, Feng An glanced over. Kiba, what the hell? Feng An reacted swiftly, leaping onto a rooftop to evade Kiba's attack. In his place, a large crater formed where he had been standing. Kiba shouted at Feng An. Get down here. Akamaru barked. Woof. Seeing him perched atop the house, Kiba hesitated to attack, the steep property prices urging him to maintain a level of reason. If Kiba was here, would Hinata be as well? Upon catching sight of Hinata, Feng An slapped his forehead in dismay. This was bad. Given Kiba's furious assault, it was likely to be a misunderstanding. Feng An jumped down from the rooftop, ignoring Kiba, and hurried towards Hinata. Yue and Feng Hua had just heard Kiba calling out Feng An's name. Do you know Feng An? Kiba flashed his fangs, glancing sideways. Upon seeing Feng Hua, he immediately softened. Although Feng An's actions embarrassed him, he respected Feng An's judgment. Akamaru barked, "Woof woof." Hearing Akamaru's barks, Kiba recalled that he was avenging Hinata and quickly shook his head, retreating a few meters. That was close. I almost fell victim to that girl's illusion. Meanwhile, Hinata noticed Feng An rushing towards her and quickly suppressed her despondent emotions. Feng An before Hinata could finish, Feng An embraced her tightly. "Hinata, you know my..." Hinata, blushing, buried her face in his chest. She softly replied, "Yes, I know." The unease in her heart dissipated in an instant. Kurenai watched the two with envy, silently wishing, if only Asuma were as astute as that thick-headed boy. After a brief embrace, they released each other at Kurenai's gentle cough. "I presume you've heard about them being my teammates from Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata nodded. "Let us call them over so everyone can meet." Standing beside Hinata, Feng An held her delicate hand and called out to Yue and Feng Hua. "Yue, Feng Hua, come here." Upon hearing his call, Feng Hua leaned in and whispered to her dazed sister. "Sister, shall we go?" Yue's gaze gradually cleared. "Let's go." She had discerned from Feng An's earlier demeanor towards that girl how much he cared for her, and a bittersweet feeling welled up inside her. Just moments ago, she had been whispering to Feng Hua about what kind of girl Feng An might like. Now, the answer was painfully clear. Before long, the group gathered together, introducing themselves and getting acquainted. Feng An held Hinata's hand throughout, not once letting go, casually indicating the teammate relationship he shared with Yue and Feng Hua. The group walked and talked, with Yue frequently glancing at Hinata. In her heart, she silently compared herself to her. After scrutinizing herself from head to toe, she realized where she fell short. Lowering her gaze, she caught sight of her feet, and a wave of bitterness surged within her. Surely, Hinata Hyuga, when she looked down, could not see her own feet at all. As her sister, Feng Hua had already noticed Yue's discomfort and found an excuse to whisk her away. Following suit, Kurenai and Kiba exchanged knowing glances and concocted a clumsy excuse to leave, granting the two some privacy. Though it seemed that Feng An and Hinata had been apart for an eternity, in reality, it had barely surpassed 24 hours. The two strolled affectionately through the entirety of the commercial street. Just as they reached a secluded alley, Feng An sensed a slight commotion nearby, approaching them at a rapid pace. In an instant, a dozen masked figures surrounded them against the wall. The leader of the group sneered. "At last, we've found you." Feng An discerned their ill intentions. Clutching Hinata's hand, he shielded her behind him and calmly inquired, "What do you want?" The leader grinned wickedly. Naturally, we're here to take your life." As he retreated behind his companions, several masked assailants hurled shurikens at Feng An. Hinata activated her Byakugan, ready to intervene, but she noticed Feng An flashing her a smile. In that moment, she sensed an immense amount of chakra emanating from him. Feng An didn't even glance at the flying shurikens. He swiftly turned to shield Hinata, enveloping her securely. While conversing, he had already begun to activate his internal lightning chakra to enhance his cellular vitality. The leader of the group scoffed. Is this foolish brat really willing to die for that girl? Had he known the boy was so dim-witted, he would have come alone to eliminate him. The reward was already meager, and now he had to share it with so many others. He had learned from his employer that the opponent's strength was comparable to that of a chunin, which is why he had dispatched such a large group. Never expecting it to be resolved so effortlessly, he needed to devise a plan to squeeze some profit out of them. However, as the shuriken struck Feng An, it merely tore through his clothing, leaving only faint white marks on his skin. "What is happening?" the leader exclaimed in astonishment. He then turned to a few individuals, his face darkening as he bellowed, "Have you lot not eaten today?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, for they had exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. Those among them with previous experience in such endeavors had never encountered a scene like this. How could one withstand shuriken? If it were not for the sight of the pale skin beneath the torn fabric, they might have suspected the lad was wearing steel beneath his clothes. Feng An turned to Hinata, who lay beneath him, and smiled. "You aren't hurt, are you?" Hinata shook her head. "No, that's good." He tousled her hair and picked up a shuriken from the ground, hurling it forcefully at one of the men. He then swiftly formed hand seals. Seeing the incoming shuriken, the man contemptuously raised his kunai. "Fool, do you think I am a stationary target?" From Feng An's single throw, he deduced that the boy lacked real combat experience. Yet, in the fleeting moment as the shuriken soared through the air, an illusion technique, The art of shadowy darkness was unleashed as Feng An completed the seals. The vision of all within a 5-meter radius was stripped away. The man, poised to deflect the shuriken with his kunai, found himself engulfed in utter darkness, losing all sense of direction. His eyes betrayed confusion. Thud. The shuriken struck accurately, embedding itself in his skull. With a thud, the man collapsed, his face remaining frozen in bewilderment until his last breath. Now, who was the fool? The remaining dozen or so individuals trembled as they clutched their kunai. The enveloping darkness birthed an overwhelming fear in their hearts. The leader, however, was outside the range of the illusion technique. To him, the others appeared blind, unable to evade the shuriken thrown by Feng An. He furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted to the group. Fall back. This must be an area of effect ninjutsu. Upon hearing his command, they turned and fled. Feng An chuckled softly and, unhurried, threw shuriken at the retreating figures. Several masked men continued to rush toward him. Idiots. Why are you running toward that boy? Deprived of their vision, they had also lost their sense of direction. In mere seconds, 2 or 3 more masked men fell to the ground, and those rushing toward Feng An met a more gruesome fate. They collided directly with the kunai in his hand, dying instantly. Of course, some fortunate ones stumbled upon an escape route, narrowly evading death. Feng An's gaze turned icy as he remarked, "You have been lucky at that moment." The remaining individuals, regaining their sight, looked toward Feng An with lingering dread. A glance revealed their former companion sprawled grotesquely in pools of blood. The few survivors felt their legs weaken. They were men who thrived on taking lives. Yet they were not immune to the fear of death. In fact, they feared it more than ordinary folk. Among them, a visibly inexperienced masked man trembled as he dropped his kunai, crying out, "I'd rather go home to tend to my fields than engage in this trade." Before coming here, his cousin had informed him that merely adding to the numbers would earn him 1,000 taels. Little did he know he would be expected to kill. He couldn't even bear to slaughter a chicken. Yet here he was, asked to take lives. Seeing one attempt to flee, the others hurriedly followed suit. They had realized that staying meant certain death. "Brother, I'm out of this deal. I need to return home to care for my 80-year-old mother. I just had a son. He is still nursing. I need to go feed him. I have a stomachache." The leader roared in anger. "Do you dare run? I will send people after you for the rest of your lives." Hearing his threats, several masked men inwardly cursed. "If we don't run, we will die right here. Do you think we are fools?" They turned and fled, disregarding his menacing words. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed behind them. "Did I permit you to leave?" The masked men scattered without a backward glance, each secretly hoping, as they fled, that he would not pursue them. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 4 identical Feng Ans leaped into the air. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing all the fleeing masked men. The man who had yet to engage in combat stood agape. "What the hell? That's enormous." He swiftly formed seals and, in a heartbeat, used body flicker technique to appear several meters away. "You're running too. My wife just gave birth." The leader shouted and turned to flee, as if resolute in his decision, never looking back. Body flicker technique? Feng An squinted, realizing it was too late for pursuit. Those lacking his reflexes were consumed by the raging flames. Cries of anguish rang out, echoing in the air. One, who happened to know water style, desperately spat water to douse the flames. However, the small stream he produced was hardly more than a trickle. The flames, adhering to the principle of not killing outright, merely scorched much of their clothing. Feng An raised an eyebrow. Hinata was still present. He could not allow her to witness the tainting of her pure heart. As 5 Feng Ans approached the writhing masked men on the ground, or rather, the pitifully exposed remnants of their dignity, he prepared the earth-style, heart's decapitation technique. Moments later, the alley was devoid of any standing figures save for Feng An and Hinata. Those wretched souls were pulled underground, their heads exposed, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. I truly have an 80-year-old mother waiting for me to care for her. My stomach really hurts. I was a childhood friend of the 3rd Hokage." As this man pleaded, the others regarded him as if he were a fool. "Why not claim you are the Hokage's son?" Feng An approached Hinata, offering her a gentle smile as he took her small hand. "It's all right," Hinata nodded, pointing to the 7 or 8 individuals resembling moles. "What shall we do with them?" Feng An pondered briefly before responding. Let us kill them." Hinata's brow furrowed slightly, as if torn. She lifted her gaze to Feng An, timidly asking, "Can we let them go?" Upon hearing her words, Feng An's expression remained unchanged, as if it were within his expectations. He ruffled her hair, saying, "I'll defer to your judgment." In an instant, his 4 clones vanished. Hand in hand, Feng An and Hinata exited the alley. The few individuals whose heads remained above ground fixed their desperate gazes upon the disappearing figures at the alley's entrance. Minutes passed, and once they were certain that Feng An would not return, their hearts finally eased. Brothers, we are so lucky. That boy truly is merciful. Phew, how can you still smile? That kid is incredibly strong. He almost wiped us all out alone. But even if he is gone, we can't get out of here, one spoke. The man who had previously used water style, great water technique, emerged from the earth, covered in mud, and let out a triumphant laugh. Who dare say my water style is useless? It turned out he had been soaking the surrounding dirt with his water technique, rendering it loose and pliable, allowing him to break free with minimal effort. The others still trapped in the earth looked on with astonishment. We are saved. Brother, help me out. Help me first. I truly have a stomachache. Please. A few individuals turned to behold his expression, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. To my surprise, you have been speaking the truth all along. I had thought your excuses were rather feeble. Let us rescue him. We have no objections. The group nodded in agreement. The mud-covered man sneered, saying, You have no objections, but I do. Why should I save you? The man with the stomachache was nearing his breaking point, desperation almost bringing him to tears. Please, save me, get me out of here. And I will give you 100,000 Rio. Upon hearing this, the man approached and slowly squatted down. The man in pain's face lit up with hope. Thank you. However, no sooner had he spoken than the man swiftly used a kunai to slice through his neck. Blood gushed forth, and disbelief etched itself onto his face as he struggled. Soon, blood pooled around him. The man ceased to breathe. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, broken only by heavy breaths. The man sat atop another, idly toying with the kunai, sneering, 100,000 Rio, too little. My chakra is insufficient. I can only save one, the highest bidder lives. The group fell silent for a moment before hastily shouting, I'll offer 200,000 Rio. I'll give 50,000 Rio. 1 million Rio. With the powerful shout of a middle-aged man, the seated figure gleefully directed his blade towards the man beneath him. You were the chosen one. The mud-covered man stood in a frenzy of joy. Suddenly, a kunai plunged violently into the back of his skull. Thud. He collapsed to the ground. Confusion and resentment etched across his face. Then, a mocking voice emerged from behind him. Your performance has been quite splendid. The group turned in terror to see the face of the speaker, their breaths quickening, nostrils flaring. What are you doing here? It was Feng An who had slain the mud-covered man. He chuckled softly in response to their bewilderment. I have always been here. At that moment, 3 more versions of Feng An appeared, their faces taunting as they regarded the group. It was merely a transformation technique, lacking any sophistication. The 4 Feng An had merely turned themselves into sand. Once Hinata departed, they could eliminate them without consequence. Allowing them to live would provide no benefit to Feng An. Without further ado, the 4 launched their assault. Soon, the ground was awash with blood. Ultimately, only one man remained. This man had been thoroughly terrified by the gruesome fates of his companions. I have over 1 million Rio hidden in a secret place. Please spare me. I swear. I want to say a word. He was drenched in sweat, and noticing Feng An's unyielding expression, he quickly added, You can cut out my tongue if you wish. Just don't kill me. Having arrived with nearly 15 individuals, he now realized that every one of them had perished, instilling a profound fear of Feng An deep within him. Feng An regarded him for a moment and inquired, Do you know who the person that escaped was? I do. His name is Jingbian Huizhong. He earns a living through assassination and similar activities across various villages. Oh, right? He seems to have connections with people from Konoha. When we entered the village, not only did we encounter no obstacles, but even the people in this alley had been cleared out in advance. How can we find him? I don't know. It is always Huizhong who contacts us, and we don't know each other. I see. Thank you. Feng An rose and began to walk away. The man's face turned pale as he despaired. Are you still going to kill me? Feng An did not reply. He merely observed as the 4 of them formed hand seals simultaneously. Doton. Dori Taiga. The ground before them instantaneously transformed into a mud pit several meters wide, swallowing not only the corpses but also the despairing man into its depths. Subsequently, the 4 altered their hand seals to perform a water technique. Suetun, Surundai, they expelled a torrent of water from their mouths. Before long, the mud pit became even more pliable, and the bodies submerged within sank deeper, never to be excavated again. Then, with a few resounding pops, the 4 Feng An dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The secluded alley fell once more into a profound silence. Meanwhile, another Feng An walked along the road, feeling a sudden heaviness in his head. As the shadow clone dissipated, all sensations and observations from the four clones surged into his consciousness, the chaotic influx nearly causing him to stumble. Hinata rushed to support him, her brow furrowed with concern. Did you get hurt just now? Feng An tapped his head lightly. Perhaps I expended too much chakra. I am fine. Hinata placed her hand near his temples, gently massaging him. Is it painful here? Feng An grasped her hands and smiled. It no longer hurts. Hinata lowered her head, feeling shy. Well, that's good. As the information from the shadow clone settled within him, Feng An began to process it, clarity emerging from the chaos. Was someone in Konoha deliberately allowing them entry? He instinctively thought of Tai Ming, who, using his identity within the security team, could indeed facilitate some connections. Had they merely dealt with the minor players, now facing the major ones? That night, atop a desolate hill, two men clad in black cloaks stood. Were Feng An present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. One was Tai Ming, father of Tai Yong, and the other was Jingbian Huizhong. Tai Ming roared at him. What are you doing? I paid so much. You can't even handle a mere brat. Huizhong, unwilling to back down, coldly retorted, how dare you say that? I even suspect you are deliberately plotting against us. You claimed he was at most a nin, yet here we are. My brothers have all perished. Each one of them was my comrade in arms. Your 20,000 Rio doesn't even cover their burial expenses. Tai Ming's expression darkened further. What nonsense about brothers? In the eyes of a rogue ninja, could there be camaraderie? It was merely a scheme for extortion. I shall grant you another 100,000 Rio for their burial. Huizhong shook his head, fixing his gaze on Tai Ming. Those were my 15 brothers who fought alongside me. Their funerals must be grand. 10,000 Rio each for their burial is hardly excessive, is it? For the sake of my brothers, I covered your previous 20,000 Rio. If you give me 130,000 Rio, it will suffice. You are overstepping. Tai Ming clenched his fists, his expression grim. Such greed could lead to your untimely demise. Huizhong paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After being a lackey in the security team for a while, you truly believe you are someone? 150,000 Rio, short a single coin, and you shall die. I will ensure your funeral is grand. A mere genin dares to speak to me this way. Seeking death, Huizhong revealed his murderous intent, raising his hand as 5 or 6 shuriken flew towards Tai Ming. Clang, a figure materialized before Tai Ming in an instant, deflecting the shuriken with a kunai. Indeed, rogue ninjas were untrustworthy. They would even kill their employers. Huizhong immediately raised his kunai defensively, cautiously stepping back. Who are you? Your executioner. The man swiftly formed hand seals. Sueton. Surrendized, a torrent of water gushed from his mouth, hurtling towards his opponent. Huizhong quickly formed seals in response. Doton. Dori Heki. The ground before him erupted into a towering earthen wall. The water crashed against the wall, splattering harmlessly onto the ground, its impact pitifully weak. Huizhong chuckled derisively. This is all you have? Let me show you what true water techniques are. He rapidly altered his hand seals. Sueton. Suerdan no jutsu. He utilized the water expelled by the man to form a serpentine water dragon, coiling and opening its massive mouth as it charged at the man. Sueton. Suerdan no jutsu. The man employed the same technique. 2 water serpents collided violently, resulting in a sudden explosion. That moment, Tai Ming had completed his hand seals and launched a surprise attack on Jingbian Huizhong. Water style, water prison technique. The burst of water quickly coalesced into a spherical form, ensnaring Jingbian Huizhong and rendering him immobile. A look of shock crossed Jingbian Huizhong's face. He found himself ambushed by a mere lower-ranked ninja. His body trembled violently, as if he intended to break free through sheer force. The water prison showed signs of potential fracture. Tai Ming urgently shouted, Captain, he is about to escape. Captain, you are the captain of the security team, Shimizu Shunta. Jingbian Huizhong's eyes widened, and he ceased to struggle. He realized that, despite being a mid-level ninja, he had no hope of escaping from Shimizu Shunta's grasp. Everything fell into place. He understood why they had so easily bypassed Konoha's security. Such a feat was beyond Tai Ming's capability. Only Shimizu Shunta could achieve it. Shimizu Shunta gazed at Tai Ming and spoke in a grave tone. Today's events are entirely of your own making. Do you understand? Tai Ming bowed deeply, replying, I understand. In an instant, a kunai pierced through the water prison, embedding itself in Jingbian Huizhong's chest. Before long, the azure water turned crimson. Until his last breath, Jingbian Huizhong could not comprehend why a nin would attempt to assassinate a mere genin. Today marked the eve of the nin selection exam. Feng An had gathered the Snow Moon sisters and all members of Team 8. Excluding Yuhi Kurenai, they formed a circle and sat together. Inazuka Kiba anxiously inquired, Feng An, why did you have to summon us all? I was hoping to practice intensively with Akamaru today. Fuka nodded in agreement. My sister and I had the same plan. If you don't have anything important to discuss, I swear I'll scold you to death. She intended to say she would beat him. But upon realizing she couldn't, she altered her words. Feng An raised an eyebrow. Scold me to death? How amusing. I am a man who can articulate my thoughts with great eloquence. Inazuka Kiba patted Fuka on the shoulder. Chuckling, don't worry, I'll help you take him down. Fuka rolled her eyes. Forget it. You're not even a match for Akamaru. Woof. Akamaru barked, leaping from Inazuka Kiba's arms to nuzzle against Fuka, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Inazuka Kiba glared fiercely at Akamaru, fully aware that the little dog was relishing this moment. Recently, the Snow Moon sisters and Fuka had frequently trained and sparred with Inazuka Kiba and the others. However, due to Feng An's warnings about the rarity of ice style and the potential for it to be coveted by others, Fuka had refrained from participating too much, coming primarily to play with Akamaru. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, Feng An decided to be straightforward, stating, I know what the first written test of the Nin exam will entail. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately ceased their activities. Inazuka Kiba whispered, Is that true? Feng An nodded. The first written test will assess your ability to gather intelligence as a ninja and your willpower. Cheating is permitted, but you must not be caught by the proctor. If you cannot cheat, then submitting a blank paper is also acceptable. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a collective thought. Feng An must have a fever to suggest that his teammates submit blank papers. A concerned Yukazuki spoke up, You're joking to ease our nerves for the exam, right? No, I am quite serious, Feng An replied, his calm demeanor betraying no hint of amusement. If you cannot perform and still attempt to do so, you will be eliminated. If you choose not to attempt, you cannot fail. Once you make an attempt, the risk of error is substantial, and gathering incorrect intelligence is the most perilous outcome. The group fell into contemplation. His reasoning was indeed sound, but it hinged on the premise that the exam genuinely focused on gathering intelligence. If not, all this analysis would be in vain. The usually silent oil woman Sheena finally asked, How do you know the exam content? Her question mirrored the curiosity in everyone's minds. Feng An shook his head, that I cannot disclose that information. Having already seen the script, it would be difficult for anyone to believe me. He had a clever strategy to make them believe, though they would remain skeptical for now. In due time, they would understand the truth. On the day of the exam, you will learn that the proctor for the first session is Mori no Abiki, who will explain the rules. Each question carries a value of 10 points, with a point deducted for each incorrect answer and 2 points deducted for being caught cheating. After some time, he will announce a bonus question, which you may choose to answer or not. Opting out will reset your score to 0, resulting in your team being eliminated. If you choose to answer and are incorrect, you will permanently lose your chance to take the exam, relegating you to the status of a lower-ranked ninja. The group was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Inazuka Kiba suddenly asked, Who is Mori no Abiki? Everyone shook their heads. Only oil woman Sheena adjusted her dark sunglasses and stated, He is the head of the interrogation unit of Konoha's intelligence division. Known for his sadistic methods of extracting information from enemies. It is said that he has a rather fearsome appearance. Feng An chuckled. He indeed looks quite intimidating, with several scars etched across his face. Feng An then rose to his feet. Regardless of whether you believe me, I hope this remains between us. Inazuka Kiba inquired, What about Kurenai-sensei? Feng An shook his head. If news of the exam content leaks, everything I have said today will be for naught. He did not directly answer Kiba's question, but made it clear that this information must remain confidential among them. For the time being, let us each attend to our own affairs. After finishing his statement, Feng An took Hinata's hand and departed. Inazuka Kiba, witnessing this, felt a surge of jealousy. He then turned to Fuka, scratching his head with a grin. Fuka, let us train together. Fuka clung to Yukazuki's arm, declaring, Feng An said submitting a blank paper is fine. I want to go buy some delicious food with my sister. She then ruffled Akamaru's fur and placed him on the ground. Go on, Akamaru. Next time, I'll bring you a bone. Akamaru gazed at the retreating figures of Fuka and Yukazuki, drooping his ears. Inazuka Kiba squatted down and patted Akamaru's head. Alas, you're the only one who will keep me company. Akamaru shot him a disdainful look before urinating beside him and scampering off. Woof, woof, woof. Inazuka Kiba, understanding Akamaru's meaning, glared in frustration. You truly are a lecherous little pup. Beside them, oil woman Sheena appeared indifferent. Nodding occasionally at her insect companion. As for Feng An, he led Hinata to a secluded area. Hinata, How many palms can you execute with the 8 trigram 64 palms technique now? Hinata replied, somewhat sheepishly. I can only manage 16 palms at the moment. Feng An nodded in acknowledgement. For the rest of today, I will train with you. All right, Hinata agreed. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly added, but please don't use fire style. I'm not good with long-range techniques. Observing Hinata's anxious demeanor, Feng An reassured her, don't worry. I want to use fire style, shadow clone technique. With a series of pops, for clones of Feng An surrounded Hinata. Hinata blinked, muttering softly, I'm not good at shadow clones either. You'll have to adapt eventually. If not now, then you'll gradually improve. Noticing Hinata's lack of motivation and her inclination to give up, Feng An calmly remarked, didn't someone mention wanting to grow stronger and not be a burden to her teammates? Every time Niji wins against you, have you never thought about beating him once? Don't you want to see the expression on the so-called genius's face when he loses? Hinata felt a sense of disorientation upon hearing Feng An's words. These phrases were those that often lingered on her lips during their moments together. She could not share these sentiments with anyone else. Only in Feng An's presence could she express her innermost thoughts with a sense of ease and security. Gradually, her gaze grew resolute as she assumed the standard gentle fist stance of the Hyuga clan. Byakugan. The moment Hinata activated her Byakugan, she charged towards Feng An. She yearned to grow stronger, to gain her father's approval, and to no longer be the one constantly protected by her companions. The two practiced until nightfall. By that time, Hinata was drenched in fragrant sweat, her arms trembling. Once more, she surged forward. With every step, her body felt increasingly heavy, and her vision began to blur. If only she could touch him just once. She stumbled, on the verge of falling. Feng An quickly rushed forward to catch her slender form. As he anxiously grasped Hinata's delicate hand, she gently tapped his chest with her right palm. Lifting her beautiful eyes, she blinked and smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth. I touched you. After that, she was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto Feng An's shoulder and drifting into a deep sleep. Hinata's appearance reminded him of the times he had dozed off on her shoulder. Feng An chuckled softly. Should I be the pillow this time? He carefully leaned against a tree, adjusting his position to make Hinata more comfortable. The following day, at the venue of the Chunin exams, Hinata's cheeks still bore a slight flush. Upon waking, she realized she had been sleeping on Feng An, meaning they had both fallen asleep while embracing each other. This revelation sent her heart racing even more than the anxiety of the upcoming exam, especially as she recalled dreaming of eating glutinous rice dumplings the previous night, which now seemed like she was nibbling on Feng An's cheeks. At almost time. Feng An took Hinata's small hand and led her into the corridor. Blushing, Hinata asked, Feng An, what's the matter? Feng An leaned closer to her ear and whispered, there will be a confession scene here shortly. Confession? Hinata's breath quickened, her eyes widening in surprise. She murmured softly, no, that's not possible. There are too many people here. You can't confess here. Just then, the surroundings grew noisy. A young man in a green jumpsuit flashed a bright smile at the pink-haired Sakura Haruno, revealing his pearly white teeth. My name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me. Sakura's expression darkened. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick. No. Rock Lee exclaimed in despair, leaning against the wall to steady himself as if he were about to topple over. It turned out that it wasn't Feng An who was about to confess. Hinata realized she had misunderstood, her face turning even redder. She covered her face, too shy to look at Feng An. At that moment, a boy and a girl approached from a distance. Niji, Hyuga, and Tenten. Members of Might Guy's third team. Tenten, noticing Lee's despondent demeanor, curiously asked, Lee, what are you doing? Before Lee could lament further, Niji's question caught both his and Tenten's attention. Hey, what's your name? Sasuke Uchiha, with his hands in his pockets, approached coolly, stating, you should introduce yourself before asking someone else's name. After exchanging glances, the two parties went their separate ways. Feng An ruffled Hinata's hair. It's over. The confession has ended. Hinata nodded, trailing behind Feng An. As she lowered her head to leave. Niji noticed her. Lady Hinata, however, you did not approach her. Tenten followed his gaze and remarked, is that the sister you mentioned, Hinata? Niji did not respond to Tenten's question, merely stating, let's go. Before long, Feng An spotted the seemingly harmless figure of Yakushi Kabuto in the classroom. He shook his head at Kabuto's FAA while selling information. He hides himself well. If not for having read the script, he would never have guessed he was an agent planted by Orochimaru. As Feng An continued to observe him, Kabuto also noticed him. Kabuto approached Feng An with a smile. Hello. Do you need to buy some information? Feng An returned the smile amicably. No. Thank you. I have no money. Oh, I see. What a pity. Kabuto feigned disappointment before walking away. Feng An and Hinata, alongside Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Yukitsuki, and Kazahana, arrived at classroom 301 together. Upon seeing Feng An and Hinata holding hands, Kazahana shot them a glance. Be careful not to spread hand sweat. Feng An chuckled. Someone is feeling jealous, but I won't disclose who. Humph, jealous. Kazahana replied with a mischievous grin as she playfully squeezed the softness of Yukitsuki's front. The Yukitsuki softness was not particularly pronounced. It drew the attention of everyone present. It's hard to say who is envious now. Yukitsuki let out a startled squeal at Kazahana's sudden action, indignantly tugging at Kazahana's ear. Are you making fun of your older sister? Kazahana quickly pleaded. Ouch, I was wrong, dear sister. Hinata noticed Feng An's wide eyes. She glanced at Yukitsuki and then down at herself. Her gaze dimmed as she muttered to herself. Does Feng An prefer those who are smaller? Although her voice was barely audible, it reached Feng An's ears clearly, causing him to feel alarmed. If he didn't clarify this, she might unknowingly tread a treacherous path in the future. That he could not allow Hinata to harbor such dangerous thoughts. He hurriedly leaned toward her ear and whispered, I prefer those who are larger. You must not follow Sakura onto a misguided path. Hinata quickly covered her flushed face, nodding rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Oh no, he heard me. That moment. She felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. Seeing her nod, Feng An felt a wave of relief. He then shot a fierce glare at Kazahana. That it was all her fault for almost jeopardizing his future happiness. Just then, a ninja who had been observing from a distance approached Yukitsuki with a sly grin. Sister, how about collaborating with your brother? I'll take you for a ride. You can fly by yourself. Kazahana kicked him in the rear. The ninja, unfazed, chuckled. I almost forgot about my sister. How about the two of you join me? I'll make sure you both soar in the team competition. Kazahana, furious, kicked him again. But this time he anticipated it and caught her leg. Let go. Yukitsuki swiftly drew a kunai, aiming it at the ninja. The kunai threatened his vital points, prompting him to release Kazahana and step back to evade the attack. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rear. Gritting his teeth, he reached back to discover that he had been bitten by a white dog, Akamaru. Enraged, he lifted Akamaru by the neck, demanding, whose dog is this? Akamaru, come here. Inuzuka Kiba hurled a military ration pill towards Akamaru. Upon swallowing it, Akamaru's size multiplied several times, and his white fur transformed into a vibrant red. Fiercely, Akamaru turned his head and lunged at the ninja like a wild beast. No longer composed, the ninja frantically shouted, Brother, second brother, save me. In an instant, two men wielding kunai leapt from the back line. Don't be afraid. Third brother, I will protect you. The sudden appearance of the two caught Akamaru off guard, resulting in him being wounded by their strikes. Akamaru, Kiba roared in fury, employing the beast mimicry technique to charge at the two assailants, vowing to rend them asunder. Seeing Kiba approach, the three seemed to have anticipated his move. You must be the third teammate who formed a team with them. If we incapacitate you, they will have no choice but to cooperate with us. Ha ha. Simultaneously, they hurled kunai towards Kiba, the tails of which were conspicuously affixed with explosive tags. At that moment, Kiba was airborne, rendering him unable to evade. FK, and the others cried out, Kiba. Onlookers, who had been watching with detached interest, shook their heads in disbelief. This young boy was far too naive. Did he not realize that the fight had already commenced? He was destined to be the first casualty. Just as the kunai neared Kiba, Shino and Kaze acted in unison. Summon insects. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Countless insects enveloped Kiba, forming a protective barrier akin to a bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, Kaze directed a powerful gust of wind towards the incoming kunai, the force of which was astounding. Even the kunai was sent flying. The kunai with explosive tags hurtled back towards the trio. Impossible. The three gasped in shock. They found themselves caught in the same fierce wind, crashing violently against the classroom wall, unable to detach themselves. In the next moment, the explosive tags detonated right before them. Boom! As the thick black smoke dissipated, the wall was marred with massive cracks, and the three lay motionless on the ground. The slight rise and fall of their chests indicated they were still alive. Terrified, those nearby quickly changed seats, fearing the wall might collapse at any moment. Upon witnessing Shino and Kaze's bravery, Kiba was moved to tears. Kaze? He lunged at Kaze, tears and snot streaming down his face. Kaze deftly sidestepped, returning to sit beside Hinata, not wishing to be sullied by Kiba's mess. Shino, Kiba then lunged at Shino, only to find himself with a mouthful of insects. Shino had quietly repositioned to the other side. The previously indifferent onlookers were struck with astonishment, contemplating how they would avoid encountering this individual in team competitions. The once raucous classroom fell suddenly silent. But the quietude did not last long as whispers began to rise again. They exchanged glances, trying to match this individual with the recently famed geniuses of Konoha. Was he the Byakugan prodigy Niji of the Hyuga clan or Uchiha Sasuke? There's no way he could be Niji. Just look at his eyes. Then he must be Sasuke. They say Uchiha Sasuke is incredibly handsome, and indeed, he appears just as the rumors suggest. Fool, Uchiha Sasuke has black hair. Then who is he? How come I've never heard of such an impressive young talent from Konoha? Hearing the various speculations, Kaze felt a sense of exasperation, especially when they guessed he was Uchiha Sasuke. Am I really that ostentatious? He thought their assumptions were utterly ridiculous. However, it was somewhat understandable. The only Konoha geniuses known to outsiders were those two, and most had never even seen them, leading to the confusion of mistaking Kaze for Sasuke. Hinata observed Kaze's awkward demeanor and chuckled softly. Are you laughing at me? Kaze pinched Hinata's small nose. Hinata pouted, rubbing her own nose. Actually, I think you were even more impressive than Niji and the others, Kaze teased. Has Hinata finally awakened? Have you learned the art of flattery? Hinata, a bit flustered, replied, I mean it. Kaze, thank you. Yuki approached Kaze, expressing gratitude. Just as Kaze was about to dismiss it, a loud bang from the podium drew the attention of everyone in the classroom. As the smoke cleared, a group of ninjas appeared, standing on the platform. Hello everyone. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first stage of the Chunin exams. As the crowd beheld the fearsome visage of the man in the black trench coat standing at the forefront. They collectively gasped, and the previously noisy environment fell into an eerie silence. Hinata and the others, having been forewarned by Kaze, found it much easier to mentally digest the situation compared to others. This seemed to pique Marino Ibiki's interest in Hinata and her companions. This year's cohort appears intriguing. Following this, Marino Ibiki began outlining the exam rules, subsequently directing the silent ninjas behind him to lead the candidates to their respective testing areas. With each rule he articulated, Hinata and the others cast surprised glances at Kaze. The rules were practically identical to what Kaze had previously mentioned that if he had wished, he could have detailed even Marino Ibiki's gestures and demeanor. However, he deemed such unnecessary. Before long, the rules were explained, and everyone was dispatched to their assigned testing locations. Kaze found himself quite fortunate, as he remained in the same classroom, seated in a corner of room 301. Hinata sat directly in front of him. At this moment, Kaze's gaze was fixated on the blonde-haired Naruto beside Hinata. However, it was unlikely that Hinata would lend Naruto her answers now, given that their story had been interrupted by Kaze. As the test papers were distributed, Kaze became curious about the questions that would be posed. Upon reviewing the first question, he nearly questioned his existence. Calculus? What does calculus have to do with a ninja exam? He was not alone in his bewilderment. Others in the examination room shared the same sentiment. This is beyond the syllabus, isn't it? Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, some even pressing their faces close to the paper. Why do I recognize each word individually, yet together they seem so foreign? I reviewed various principles of ninjutsu and fundamental ninja qualities, and now you tell me none of it will be tested? Gradually, the classroom filled with chatter. Marino Ibiki's fierce gaze swept over the candidates. Silence. Anyone who speaks will be treated as cheating and lose 2 points. Those who were dissatisfied, upon seeing the terrifying scar on his face, promptly lowered their heads. A diligent and earnest graduate of the Ninja Academy, refraining from contradicting the teacher was a basic tenet of conduct. As time passed, more and more candidates began to uncover the true rules of the exam and transformed into experts in cheating. Notably, a sound ninja wrapped in bandages managed to cheat by discerning characters through sound. Even when a camera was thrust in his face, he showed no sign of fear. Kaze reclined comfortably at his desk. Observing as each candidate displayed their unique abilities, he occasionally shook his head that if he were the proctor, at least 90% of the ninjas would be eliminated in the written test. The audacity of Kankuro, disguising his puppet as an examiner, left him utterly speechless. Could he not even keep track of the number of candidates? It was evident that the proctors turned a blind eye, allowing any display of cheating as long as it was executed with some flair, unless one blatantly copied. When his gaze fell upon Naruto, he noted that Naruto's expression mirrored that of the exam paper. Dazed and confused, Kaze facepalmed. This fool still hadn't grasped the exam rules. Meanwhile, Naruto tugged at his hair, clearly distressed. As time ticked away, he thought, if I fail, it wouldn't be so bad, but I would drag Sasuke and Sakura down with me. Alas, must I resort to cheating? Although Naruto felt a twinge of reluctance. The thought of Sasuke and Sakura potentially being eliminated because of him compelled him to make the decision to cheat. Fortunately, seated beside him was the academic prodigy Hinata. At this moment, he felt a surge of delight. Grateful to have such a top-tier scholar by his side, this is a sure thing. Naruto slightly raised his head, scrutinizing the gaze of the examiner. Subsequently, he angled his eyes to the utmost limit, exhibiting signs of nearly rolling his eyeballs back, feeling somewhat reassured. Humph. Even if the examiner were to catch a glimpse, they couldn't accuse me of peeking. With his gaze directed forward, he managed to catch sight of Hinata's exam paper. What? Naruto nearly lost his composure, almost rolling his eyes entirely, and quickly rubbed the fatigue from them. To his astonishment, he discovered that Hinata's paper was entirely blank, devoid of any written answers. Surely, I must be mistaken. Naruto stole another glance, and then another, and yet another. A blank sheet. Could it be that Hinata was equally at a loss? Despair washed over him as he buried his head onto the desk. The noise startled those who were cheating nearby, prompting them to glare at Naruto with irritation. When Hinata received her paper, she glanced at it. Although the questions were challenging, she had encountered similar types at home. Possessing a faint understanding of the problem-solving methods, however, she was only 99% confident in her answers, which felt far too uncertain. She recalled the words of Kidian from the previous day, if one lacks confidence, it is wiser not to attempt the question, as incorrect answers would incur penalties. Nodding to herself, she opted not to answer. After all, what if she made a mistake? Submitting a blank paper seemed the most prudent choice. As the examination time progressed into its latter half, Mori no Abiki stood up. Now, regarding question 10, you must decide whether to answer. Should you choose not to answer, you will receive a score of 0. And your teammates will be eliminated as well. If you choose to answer but fail, you will forever lose your eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of distress. Under immense pressure, some gradually chose to withdraw from the examination, departing with regret. Hinata's heart raced. Had Kidian not informed her of the rules beforehand, she would most likely have opted to give up. Before knowing the question, no one dared to assure themselves of being able to answer correctly. It was the psychological strain of the unknown that weighed heavily. As Naruto observed more and more individuals leaving, he found himself incessantly shaking his legs. Kidian, noticing Naruto's restless disposition, slowly covered his ears. He knew that Naruto was about to unleash his ultimate technique of verbal distraction, with Naruto's barrage of words. Those who had not yet exited were invigorated, rising from their seats only to sit back down. Mori no Abiki cast a deep glance at the blonde-haired Naruto. He then glanced at the time and nodded at the surrounding proctors. Congratulations to everyone present. You have successfully passed the first written examination. Mori no Abiki broke into a warm smile. Just as the crowd felt as though they were in a dream, Kidian's eyes widened. Fixating intently on the window beside him, it was coming. He did not want to miss a single detail of the breathtaking spectacle that was about to unfold. With a resounding crash, the window shattered, and a shuriken flew in, capturing everyone's attention, except for Kidian. He was aware that something even grander was yet to come. At this moment, he held his breath, his eyes wide open without a moment's respite. Suddenly, a female figure leaped through the window. Before her body arrived, her presence was already evident. Uchiha Kurenai was clad only in a brown cloak, beneath which was a black fishnet bodysuit, the two pristine white orbs before her, in stark contrast to the setting sun's crimson hue, were more than captivating. Kidian could not help but marvel. Kurenai was the most vividly striking figure he had encountered in the northern hemisphere thus far. The crowd was equally entranced by her appearance, yet the momentary hyperrealistic 4K imagery, rich with lifelike detail, was visible only to Kidian. The others could only imagine what lay beneath the cloak. As the curtain fell behind the shuriken, it bore the bold inscription of Uchiha Kurenai prominently displayed. Kurenai announced with a booming voice, "Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Kurenai, the examiner for the second round. Follow me." At her exclamation, many who had been momentarily stunned cast glances of discontent at Kurenai. Why did her words feel so off? Noticing the atmosphere had seemingly soured, Kurenai cleared her throat and said, "Everyone, please return and rest well. Tomorrow, we will gather at the designated location for the second examination." As the candidates dispersed, Kidian and Hinata reconvened with Yuki and Kazane as they inquired about the examination results. It soon became apparent that everyone had submitted blank papers. Kidian, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "Everyone really submitted blank papers? Huh. Wasn't it you who urged us to submit blank papers? Oh well, it should be fine, right?" Kidian felt a wave of unease at the thought of 6 or 7 individuals submitting blank papers. What if their scores were deemed invalid? Kazahana, puffing with indignation, pressed, "Well, do you think there will be any consequences? The chief examiner has announced that we passed. It's all good." Even with Kidian's reassurance, the group found it hard to sleep soundly that night. Meanwhile, Mori no Abiki was collecting the papers and came across one that bore only a name. Uzumaki Naruto. Wasn't that the spiky-haired brat from earlier? Could it be that he had already deciphered the purpose of this examination, designed to test the ninja's spirit? He then noticed another blank paper beside it. It appeared there were many keen observers among the talented ninjas. However, as he continued to collect the papers, his expression darkened. He encountered a third blank paper, a fourth, a fifth. His composure began to falter, and his pace quickened as he collected the papers. Eventually, he slumped back into his seat. Staring at the 7 blank papers in his hands, questioning his own judgment, he murmured to himself, "Are there truly this many genius ninjas this time? Or have I crafted questions of such a low standard?" The following day, the number of ninjas gathered in the Forest of Death was significantly fewer than those present on the first day. Kurenai stood before the group and spoke, "Welcome to the Forest of Death. Soon, you will understand why it bears such a name." Naruto mockingly imitated Kurenai's tone. Whoosh! A shuriken hurled by Kurenai grazed Naruto's cheek, simultaneously severing a strand of hair from a nearby grass ninja. A moment later, blood trickled from Naruto's face as he stood frozen in shock, cold sweat beading on his brow. Kurenai instantly appeared behind him, wiping the blood from his cheek. At that moment, the grass ninja approached Kurenai from behind. Using his long tongue to retrieve the shuriken, Kidian instantly recognized him as Orochimaru. Yet, Kurenai failed to identify him, leaving Kidian perplexed. How could one forget such a long tongue? Kurenai then proceeded to explain the content and rules of the second examination. Each team would be assigned either a heaven or earth scroll, and they would need to seize the corresponding scroll from others to meet the criteria for passing. Afterward, they would head to the tower to hand over their scrolls to complete the task. Losing a teammate or being unable to function as a team would result in elimination. Compared to the first written exam, the second examination was considerably more perilous, with life and death waivers to be signed. Soon, each team received their respective scrolls. Before entering the Forest of Death, Kidian advised the group, "If you encounter that grass ninja from earlier or the sand ninja Gaara, who has the character love etched upon his forehead, make sure to avoid them." Due to their effortless success in the first round, the group wholeheartedly trusted Kidian's counsel. They nodded in agreement, committing his words to memory, confident that he had sound reasoning behind his advice. All teams entered through various entrances, thus preventing any premature clashes. Kidian, Yuki, and Kazahana entered the Forest of Death through entrance 7. Once inside, Kidian led the two deeper into the forest, seeking a secluded corner to rest. Yuki and Kazahana exchanged glances, puzzled by his intentions. "Kidian, aren't we going to seize the scrolls?" Feng An lay with his eyes closed in a shaded area, softly stating, "Let us rest first. There is no need to rush." On the first day, everyone is brimming with enthusiasm, and attempting to seize the scrolls at this moment would be exceedingly inefficient. Although Shiyue and her companion had the intention to snatch the scrolls, they were at the mercy of the elder brother in their team, who insisted on taking a break. What could they do? They certainly couldn't just run off to seize opportunities alone. "Let us rest," Shiyue concluded, leaning back and lying down nearby to recuperate. Fenghua, witnessing her sister imitate Feng An's repose, was left bewildered. They both had decided to give up, had they? Well then, I shall do the same. Fenghua huffed and sat down a distance away from the two, resigning herself to this shared languor. Meanwhile, on another front, Hinata and her companions entered the Forest of Death, where Inuzuka Kiba was clamoring to seek out other teams for a spar. "Let us find a team to fight." Observing Kiba's exuberance, Shino and Hinata remained silent, sharing a tacit understanding. Within their group, the two were not particularly talkative, thus Kiba naturally assumed the role of leader. Of course, there was no official leader among them. It was merely his self-proclamation. He had long desired to be the leader of the group, but previously, due to Feng An's presence and his inability to best him, he had to defer. "Since you all agree, let us head in that direction," Kiba urged, leading the way until they stumbled upon a red-haired boy standing beneath an umbrella in the midst of a black rain. "How peculiar. Why was it raining only over him? Sniffing the air, Kiba was suddenly assailed by an overwhelmingly foul and acrid scent of blood, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He crouched down, hiding behind the grass. Just then, Hinata and Shino approached from behind. Kiba? What is wrong? Hinata inquired, noticing Kiba's crouched position. Shoo! Kiba quickly hushed them. Byakugan. As Hinata activated her Byakugan, she immediately perceived the gruesome scene surrounding the umbrella-holding boy, littered with dismembered limbs. The rain that fell was, in fact, the blood of those unfortunate souls. Looking up, she noticed the character AI inscribed on his forehead. He was none other than Gaara, the sand ninja, whom Feng An had previously mentioned. She realized that the direction in which he was fixated was precisely where they were concealed. What to do? Trembling with fear, Hinata swiftly covered her mouth to stifle any sounds of terror. Kiba sensed the gravity of the situation and quietly inquired, Hinata, what did you see? With a slight shiver, Hinata replied, it's the Gaara that Feng An spoke of, the one marked with AI. He has killed 3 members of a certain team. Moreover, he is currently staring in our direction. Kiba's eyelids flickered. This indicated that the intense scent of blood he had detected earlier was indeed a result of Gaara's actions. The 3 of them turned pale as sheets, remaining motionless behind the grass. Although Kiba had anticipated the possibility of death, this was his first true encounter with it, and the brutality of the scene was staggering. Feng An had suggested they flee, but their bodies seemed incapable of obeying. Just as Hinata fixed her Byakugan intently on Gaara's movements, 2 ninjas appeared by his side. One, a woman with 4 spiky yellow hair resembling Naruto's, called out to Gaara, let us go, Gaara. Gaara paused for a moment, still gazing at the clump of grass, before turning and following the 2 ninjas away. Hinata kept her Byakugan activated, watching them retreat a kilometer away. Kiba quietly asked, did he leave? Hinata nodded. At that moment, the 3 of them felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their faces slowly regaining some color. Kiba's fervor was extinguished in the dark rain conjured by Gaara. He awkwardly suggested, shall we find a place to rest for a while? All right, Hinata and Shino agreed, still shaken by the earlier ordeal. Elsewhere, the Union team was roused from their slumber by distant, intermittent screams. Feng An sat up in anger, exclaiming, is there no peace for sleep here? Feng Hua shot him a disdainful glance. Only you could take a nap in the forest of death. Nearby, Shiwei Yue was awakened by Feng An's outburst, rubbing her eyes. What is happening? Feng Hua, looking at her sister, shook her head in disbelief. There is something even more outrageous. At that moment, several individuals who had been screaming lay unconscious on the ground. One was rummaging through their belongings for scrolls when he suddenly heard a low voice from the side, startling him. Turning to look, he saw a man glaring ominously at him. His expression shifted, and he snatched at the scroll on one of the fallen and bolted. Brothers, run. There are 3 of them. Their only aim was to grab a celestial scroll and then proceed to the tower to complete their tasks. Seeing the 3 of them flee with such awareness, Feng An chose not to hold a grudge against their disturbance of his nap. Back to sleep, he muttered, closing his eyes once more. Feng Hua, infuriated, marched up to Feng An and kicked him. You let such a golden opportunity slip away. They had just fought with another team. If we had put in a little effort, we could have secured 2 scrolls. Feng An frowned, rubbing the spot where he was kicked. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. There are faster ways to clear the test. We simply need to head to the tower and wait for others to bring the scrolls, while others might consider this overly arrogant. Feng An merely possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. In this forest of death, barring the rampage of Shikaku, no one could threaten him. Feng An was biding his time, awaiting a chance to showcase his potential before Hinata. This was, in truth, the very reason for his participation in the Chunin exams. For now, he needed to preserve his energy, and once the various teams were worn out from their struggles, he would stand at the tower, fully prepared, having accomplished half of his goal for this competition. Feng Hua, it's fine. Thanks to him, we were able to pass the first exam without risk. I trust he has his own plan for this round. Shiwei shifted her body, adjusting into a more comfortable position. Feng Hua rolled her eyes at her. I see you've been enchanted by him. Meanwhile, the trio that had just fled stared blankly at the 2 earth scrolls in their possession. One burly man expressed his frustration. So we did all that for nothing. Another, with a glint of cleverness in his eyes, pondered, why didn't that team pursue us? There could only be one reason, even in their weakened state. Their strength was still insufficient to seize our scrolls. They might not have left yet. We must hurry back. Following his analysis, the 3 promptly stowed away the 2 earth scrolls and rushed back. As Feng An enjoyed his peaceful slumber, the 3 ninjas returned to the scene. One of them shouted at Feng An and his companions, hey, hand over the scrolls. Feng An clenched his fists, growing increasingly irate. "Why are you back again?" The man, assuming Feng An hadn't heard him, reiterated, "Hand over the scrolls, and we'll spare your lives." Feng An rose, brushed off his pants, and coldly replied, "Hand over the scrolls, and we'll spare your lives." The man's expression darkened. "Are the kids nowadays so audacious? Stop wasting time with them. Let us just attack." The burly man behind him suddenly hurled a few shuriken while charging at Feng An at remarkable speed. Feng An raised his hand and effortlessly deflected the shuriken, his figure flickering as he appeared right in front of the burly man. "What? Such speed?" The burly man's expression shifted, and he hastily swung a kunai at Feng An. However, his speed was far too sluggish. Before he could even touch Feng An, he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch. The force was so immense that the man instantly rolled his eyes back and collapsed unconscious. He took him down with a single blow. Behind him, two men exhibited a noticeable twitch in their eyelids. One of the frail-looking men, trembling, queried, "Brother, what shall we do?" The other man, despite beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, maintained an air of nonchalance. "Do not fear. He may be one who specializes in physical techniques. I possess a powerful secret technique, but it requires time to activate. You must hold him off. If you can delay him for just 5 seconds, I can eliminate him with a single hand. This is..." The slender man, clearly anxious, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. He was the very individual who had been startled by Feng and shout while perusing the scrolls. Observing his hesitation, the other man placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his face a mask of determination. "Brother, do you trust me?" "It's not that I don't trust you. I doubt my own ability to last 5 seconds." Feng An kicked the unconscious, burly man aside and disdainfully remarked to the two, "Hand over the scroll." The slender man slapped his own cheeks vigorously and shouted, "I'll give it my all." "Brother, you must defeat him. Lead us to victory." With that, the slender man seized a kunai and charged towards Feng An. However, after just 2 meters, he stumbled over his own feet and fell to the ground with a thud. Feng An glanced at Xue Yue and commented, "Is there someone in the ninja world who fakes injuries?" Xue Yue shook her head. "I do not know." Feng An approached the prostrate slender man cautiously, only to discover a pool of blood beneath him. Upon flipping him over, he was taken aback to find that the slender man had inadvertently stabbed himself in the chest with the very kunai he wielded, resulting in his demise. Weren't there supposed to be 2 identical scrolls? Couldn't you just share one instead of going to such extremes? Feng An felt utterly perplexed. The last standing man suddenly opened his eyes wide. It seemed he had invoked some secret technique. As his physique expanded considerably, with veins protruding visibly across his skin. As his muscles swelled, cracks began to form on his body. Once the transformation was complete, he towered as a 2-meter-tall muscle-bound behemoth. With exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Haha, I did it. Finally succeeded. Brother, I will aid you." However, when he looked up and beheld Feng An's figure, his eyes turned crimson with rage as he bellowed, "Brother, how dare you harm my sibling? Good. You dare to kill my brother." Feng An merely glanced at him and explained, "He died by his own hand. You can see he was holding the kunai himself." "Nonsense. How could he possibly commit suicide?" The man's leg muscles tensed, propelling him into the air, creating 2 deep craters in the ground with his force. He hurled a punch towards Feng An, shouting, "Die." This was a secret technique taught by his master, utilizing chakra to strike vital points in the body, capable of unleashing several times the usual strength in a short span. The power behind his punch was sufficient to grievously injure a chunin, while a mere genin would perish under the fury of his onslaught. With a resounding boom, his fist, nearly the size of a person's head, collided with Feng and he was sent flying several meters back, crashing into a sturdy tree and creating a deep crater upon impact. Feng An, Feng Hua, and Xue gasped in horror. The towering man, overwhelmed with joy, cried out, "Brother, I avenged you." "What vengeance? I told you he killed himself," came Feng An's voice from within the tree's crater. Feng Hua rejoiced. "Feng An, are you unharmed?" He emerged from the pit, stretching his shoulder and waist joints. "Unharmed? Hardly. You nearly shattered my bones." He had deliberately not evaded the man's attack. Curious to see how his body had evolved under cellular activation, his body was indeed resilient. Such a powerful strike had not harmed him in the slightest, yet the force of the man's punch had still propelled him quite a distance. "How could you be unscathed?" The man stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Feng An did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "Is this secret technique a variant of the 8 gates? Whatever it is, 1 punch isn't enough, then I'll throw 2. The man's veins throbbed, his entire being resonating with power as chakra erupted from him. He concentrated all of his chakra into his right fist, amplifying its might severfold. Feng An, remaining unfazed. Sensed the rapidly depleting life force emanating from the man. He discerned that the man was reaching his limits. Regardless of whether he unleashed this punch, he would meet his end. Your brother's fate is no concern of mine. Feng An sighed. Forget it. I shan't waste my breath. For you wouldn't he listen anyway. That he summoned the size of a ping-pong ball of yin-yang energy to his throat. Had he mastered the creative aspect of yin-yang energy, perhaps he could have attempted to save the man. But alas, he had only grasped the destructive aspect for now. As the gathered energy coalesced, the man's visage paled considerably. Prepared to die, he unleashed his right fist with all his might, charging at Feng An once more. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The enemy's speed was overwhelming, leaving Feng An no time to form seals, forcing him to abandon pretense and adopt the tiger seal. A small fireball imbued with yin-yang energy hurtled towards the man. The deranged man, seeing the egg-sized fireball, had no intention of evading and thrust his fist into it. However, at the moment of contact, it emitted a sizzling sound. In an instant, his fist, along with his forearm, was pierced by the fireball. Wind release. Gale palm. Feng An directed a gust of wind towards the fireball. It surged forward, piercing straight through the man's heart. Suddenly, the man's body began to rapidly wither, soon collapsing into a desiccated corpse. He died. Just like that. Feng Hua and Xue Yue stood in stunned silence. Feng An cast a sidelong glance at the burly man, who was trembling on the ground. Calmly, he stated, "Hand over the scroll." The prostrate man, aware that Feng An knew he was awake, sat up and shakily produced 2 earth scrolls from his bosom. Upon receiving the scrolls, Feng An ignored him and returned to Xue Yue's side. "Xue Yue, your scroll is the heavenly scroll, isn't it?" Xue Yue appeared lost in thought. The recent events had left her in a daze. She realized Feng An was formidable, yet she had not anticipated he was this powerful. This was not the first time her understanding of him had been shattered. It seemed with every encounter, he grew stronger. She understood that the chasm between them would only widen, until they were as disparate as clouds and mud, with no intersection. Contemplating this, Xiu's gaze dimmed. Yes, it is the heavenly scroll. She produced the scroll from her possession, gazing at the character heaven inscribed upon it, yet feeling none of the joy she had expected. Perhaps it was due to her complete lack of involvement. "Sister, Feng An, let us proceed to the designated tower for the exchange." As Feng Hua contemplated the swift progress of her team, an uncontainable excitement illuminated her face. Xue, like a machine, nodded in agreement. Feng An scratched his head, trailing behind Feng Hua. Feeling somewhat troubled, the rapid acquisition of the Heaven and Earth scroll left him at a loss for words to deter the two from reporting their success. After all, his objective of showcasing his skills in front of the proctor remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, the burly man trembling on the ground, having confirmed that Feng An and his companions had fully departed, shifted his form and collapsed onto the earth. "He had already slain 2 of my teammates. Why was I spared? Am I so feeble that he deemed me unworthy of his attention?" The burly man could only muster a bitter smile, devoid of any resentment, instead mingling with a sense of relief. Relieved by his own insignificance, Feng An and the others made their way toward the tower. The sounds of battle and the clashing of shurikens reached their ears. The forward Feng Hua was the first to spot a skirmish taking place ahead. She quickly gestured for them to lower their bodies. "It seems another team is engaged in combat ahead. We should cautiously circumvent them." Xue, maintaining a low profile as they advanced, suddenly widened her eyes and glanced back at Feng An. "Isn't that the grass ninja you mentioned, fighting against others?" Hearing this, Feng An's eyes began to gleam with excitement. Was this not an opportunity presenting itself? Noticing the sparkle in his gaze, Xue Yue's expression turned peculiar. "Weren't you the one who said we should flee upon encountering her? Why do you appear so exhilarated?" Feng An replied nonchalantly, "I told you to run, but that doesn't mean I must do the same." The frontmost Feng Hua shot him a glare, muttering under her breath, "I wonder who was just recently pinned against a tree." Feng An, deep in thought, finally devised a clever plan to delay their report to the tower. "Feng Hua, wait a moment, let us postpone our report." "Why? We still have ample time, and I'll give you a heads up about the content of the final exam. It will be a personal competition, a one-on-one battle. Observing their combat here provides us with a golden opportunity to accumulate practical experience." Feng Hua and Xue Yue exchanged glances, both appearing contemplative. To be honest, if the final round indeed turns out to be one-on-one, Xue Yue felt that spectating would be utterly meaningless, as she was acutely aware of her slim chances of victory in such a format. "I'm fine with it." After expressing her stance, she looked to Feng Hua. leaving the decision in her hands. Compared to Xu Yue, Feng Hua possessed significantly greater abilities, and if it came to a one-on-one, she still held considerable odds as long as she didn't encounter any well-known opponents. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, then let us hide and observe. Upon seeing Feng Hua concur, Feng An felt a surge of joy within him. This brought him one step closer to achieving his objective. In the meantime, Orochimaru and the members of Team 7 were embroiled in an intense battle. To be precise, it was more accurate to say 2 members of Team 7 were engaged, as Sakura, with her pink hair, stood anxiously at the back, intermittently calling out for Naruto and Sasuke. Feng Hua and Xue Yue, witnessing Sakura's demeanor, couldn't help but recall their own experiences. Was this not a reflection of themselves? Both felt a flush of embarrassment. The battle before them had reached a stalemate. Wait a moment, Sasuke said, his face stoic as he retrieved a scroll from his backpack. If you desire the scroll, take it. Naruto and Sakura observed Sasuke's actions with confusion. Why would you give the scroll to the enemy? What are you thinking? Sasuke shot Naruto a glance before casually tossing the scroll towards Orochimaru. In mid-flight, Naruto gritted his teeth and leaped up, intercepting the scroll in the air. Sasuke, don't interfere. Bang! Naruto's fist sent Sasuke flying. With a sullen expression, he muttered, "You must be an imposter." Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Idiot, what are you talking about? I am real. The true Sasuke is not a coward like you. Do you think handing over the scroll will spare us?" Orochimaru, quietly observing their quarrel, gradually stood up, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded them. "Naruto, congratulations on your correct answer. The scroll can wait until I've killed you." "Damn it," Naruto roared, charging towards Orochimaru. Unperturbed, Orochimaru rolled up his sleeves, bit his finger, and carved a blood mark on his arm. He calmly formed hand seals, summoning technique. In an instant, a massive brown serpent emerged from beneath him, sweeping its tail and sending Naruto flying. Feng Hua, watching from the sidelines, widened her pupils. What a colossal serpent! How could such a grotesque summoning beast exist? Feng An cast a sidelong glance at Feng Hua. This is what disgusts you. What would happen if you encountered a toad summoning beast? You might vomit up yesterday's meal. After sending Naruto flying, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, directing the serpent towards Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, trembled uncontrollably, unable to react. Just as the serpent was about to strike Sasuke, Naruto, having collected enough courage, leaped in front of him, back against the serpent, and forcefully thrust a kunai into the serpent's gaping maw. Gradually lifting his head, he flashed a grin at Sasuke. "Hey, you okay? You coward!" In that instant of distraction, Orochimaru's 5-meter-long tongue ensnared Naruto, pulling him close. Struggling in midair, Naruto shouted, "Let go of me, you snake demon." The Ninetales brat, your seal is showing. Let me reinforce it for you." Orochimaru paid no heed to Naruto's flailing fists. Instead, he spread his palm, revealing 5 types of purple chakra: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, gradually manifesting 0.5 element seal. With a decisive blow to Naruto's abdomen, Orochimaru reinforced the original seal. Naruto's Ninetales' vertical pupils gradually faded into blue irises. How infuriating. As the power of the Ninetales was sealed, Naruto succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Orochimaru cast a glance at Naruto, a smirk curling at the edges of his mouth, and flicked his long tongue back. The unconscious Naruto, like a kite with a severed string, crashed into a tree and began to fall. Naruto, Sakura swiftly hurled a kunai, precisely piercing Naruto's clothing and securing him to the tree. Following this, under Sakura's verbal onslaught, Sasuke finally regained consciousness. "I am not a coward." Recovering his state, Sasuke instantly activated his Two-Tomo Sharingan, locking his gaze onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru dismissed the summoning beast, extending his tongue to lick his nose. Chuckling softly, "Let me test your strength." The two engaged in a fierce melee. Feng An observed, stifling a yawn as his head bobbed intermittently. Before long, Feng Hua noticed his unusual demeanor and shot him a disdainful look. "Hey, didn't you say we should accumulate experience? Why are you falling asleep?" "What?" Feng An jolted awake. Xue Yue hastily covered his mouth, signaling for silence. It then dawned on Feng An that they were supposed to be in hiding. "Who goes there?" Orochimaru's cold gaze pierced the air as he hurled a kunai towards the thicket where Feng An concealed himself. Feng Hua gasped. "This is bad." She quickly gathered her chakra, and an ice crystal gradually materialized in front of her. Clang! Feng An dashed out, swatting the kunai aside with a swift motion. He stared ahead, subtly moving his lips. Do not reveal your ice release in front of him. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, fixated on Feng An. Where did this rat come from? Sasuke and Sakura also directed their gazes towards Feng An. Upon recognizing his face, Sakura gasped, Feng An? Why is he here? Sasuke remarked coolly, do you know him? He is Feng An, from our class. Sasuke furrowed his brows. Karu? The one who is on par with Naruto. The dead last? As the thought crossed his mind, his frown deepened, and he averted his gaze from Karu. In his view, someone lacking self-awareness who dared to spy was simply courting death. Sasuke hurled a shuriken at Orochimaru and charged toward him. This is not a battle for someone like you to engage in. You should hide. Kaoru was taken aback by his words. Are you worried about me? How kind of you. Orochimaru lunged at Sasuke once more. Indifferent to Kaoru as long as he did not interfere. Now's our chance. Let's make a swift exit, whispered Fuka from behind him. Flee? He cares for me so much. How can I run away? He is my dearest friend at the Ninja Academy. Kaoru shouted in feigned anger. He had no intention of leaving. This was the perfect moment to showcase his abilities. However, he had initially planned to strike Orochimaru's neck while he was casting a curse mark. And now he was forced to execute his plan prematurely. Fuka and Setsuki exchanged peculiar glances. He has a helpful side. Upon hearing Kaoru's loud declarations, Sasuke silently berated yet another hot-blooded fool. And who is your best friend? I don't even remember us speaking. Here I come, Sasuke. Kaoru leapt into action, throwing a shuriken at Orochimaru's back. Fuka and Setsuki looked at each other. What should we do? Up until now, he had been the one taking action. They decided to heed his lead. Fuka nodded. She kept a close watch on the battle, ready to rush in to rescue Karu if the situation turned dire. Orochimaru skillfully evaded their ambush. A shadowy rat should cower in the corners. Trembling in fear, Orochimaru slithered up the tree like a serpent, swiftly advancing toward Kaoru, his mouth expelling the blue Kusanagi sword. Fool, didn't I tell you to escape? Sasuke roared as he hurled a shuriken towards Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru's speed was astounding. The shuriken barely grazed him. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, his tongue coiling around the Kusanagi sword, lunging toward Kaoru's throat. This unexpected strike was executed with lightning speed. Had Kaoru not anticipated this, he would have been pierced without a chance to react. Empowered by cellular activation, while his body could withstand the shuriken, he had no confidence in resisting the divine Kusanagi sword's assault. In a burst of speed, he swiftly sidestepped, grabbing hold of Orochimaru's extended tongue. With a swift motion, he brought down his hand like a blade. The moment the yin-yang power made contact with the tongue, it severed into two. Orochimaru recoiled in pain. Damn rat. Kaoru disdainfully discarded the severed part of Orochimaru's tongue. He quickly cast a simple sealing technique on the Kusanagi sword to prevent Orochimaru from summoning it back. Since you called me a rat, I don't mind taking this Kusanagi sword, right? He turned and stowed the sword away. Sasuke, looking bewildered, turned to Sakura. Is that really Kaoru? It should be, she replied. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Fixated on Kaoru, contemplating if he unleashed his full power, it would surely attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention and jeopardize his ultimate plan. Let the test end here, Uchiha Sasuke. He smirked darkly, swiftly forming hand seals. Abruptly, his neck elongated and lunged at Sasuke. In an instant, he crossed a 10-meter distance and bit down on Sasuke's neck. What a perfect opportunity. Kaoru, wielding the Kusanagi sword, aimed for Orochimaru's neck. Sasuke, Sakura, trembling, watched in horror as Sasuke was bitten. Use a kunai to stab his neck. Fuka, watching from the bushes, felt even more anxious than Sakura. With a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword, even while sealed, sliced through Orochimaru's neck effortlessly. Fuka and Setsuki gasped in unison. It worked. Everyone present sighed in relief. Except for Kaoru. He knew that Orochimaru, that insufferable nuisance, could not be killed. He rushed toward Orochimaru's decapitated body. With a thrust, the Kusanagi sword pierced through Orochimaru's heart. It's so easy. No. Wait. His expression changed, and he quickly leaped back toward Sasuke. At that moment, Orochimaru had already planted a curse mark, licking Sasuke's neck, and in an instant, another body emerged from his mouth. He gazed at Kaoru charging toward him and coldly remarked, "Red-haired rat, I shall remember you." With that, he slithered away like a snake, vanishing from sight. Sasuke, Sakura hurriedly supported the pained Sasuke. Kaoru looked at the deflated head of the grass ninja. The objective had been achieved, he calmly said to the tearful Sakura. Sasuke will be fine. He will wake up on his own in a day. Sakura wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes. Thank you for saving us. Kaoru. It's nothing. We are classmates. By the way. Don't you owe me a bet? Kaoru said with a mischievous smile directed at Sakura. Her face flushed instantly. No, that was you who didn't do it back then. Ever since losing that bet, she had been anxious about when Kaoru would enforce it. Ever since she was assigned to Team 7 for training and missions, she had not seen Kaoru again. She never expected that upon their second meeting, Kaoru would already be ahead of them. She nervously asked, "Do you still want it?" Kaoru glanced at her impoverished surroundings and shook his head. "Just kidding." He then leaped down from the tree, holding the grass ninja's head, landing before Fuka and Setsuki. "Ah, how disgusting. Why are you holding her head? What kind of wolfish words are those?" Kaoru shot her a glare. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Setsuki, you need to educate her. Her mind is filled with nonsense." "What is he saying?" Setsuki nodded awkwardly. Though she did not grasp his words, Kaoru's statements surely had their reasons. Kaoru waved goodbye to Sakura, and Setsuki and Fuka followed closely behind him. Sakura cradled the pained Sasuke in her arms, staring blankly at Kaoru's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, "Just like when we parted at school last time. When will we meet again next time?" Several hours passed. "Hey, how long are you going to carry that head?" Fuka frowned, pinching her nose as she inquired. Kaoru offered no explanation. He did not wish to continuously hold a decapitated head, but he needed to find Mitarashi Anko. Setsuki and Fuka, uncertain of his intentions, could only trail behind him. "Huh. Hand over the scroll." Suddenly, 3 rain ninja emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. Kaoru halted and glanced at the 3 blocking his way, irritably saying, "What now?" "Ha! Of course, hand over the scroll." One of the men laughed boisterously, but another pulled at his sleeve from behind. The man impatiently scolded him. "What are you doing?" Then another man patted his back. He seems to be holding a head. "Nonsense. Let me see." The man glared at the 2, turning his gaze toward Ku. "Huh. Where did he go?" In an instant, Kaoru appeared before him, raising the head of the grass ninja and pressing it against the man's face. The withered grass ninja was now in an intimate encounter with him. Is this clear now? The man's pupils constricted, his body trembling as he shouted, ready to deliver a punch that would shatter the skull before him. Fortunately, Feng An reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man flying a considerable distance. During her lifetime, she was a striking beauty. Having intimate contact with her was already a stroke of fortune for him. Yet he dared to contemplate domestic violence. The remaining 2 men, witnessing their comrade being hurled away for dozens of meters, dared not even twitch their eyelashes. Feng An raised an eyebrow. "Are you not leaving because you share the same affections for her as he did?" The 2 remaining men looked at Feng An, who was holding the ghastly, withered head, and a wave of nausea washed over them. They quickly shook their heads and fled at full speed. Feng and Hua, observing this scene, suddenly understood that it was intended to intimidate the other teams. This way, they could exert influence without expending much effort, dissuading others from attempting to seize the scroll. They had initially thought that Feng An was merely a pervert, not realizing he was on the 2nd level while they remained on the 1st. Feng walked up to Feng An and, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologized. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Had you mentioned that it was meant to intimidate other teams? I wouldn't have called you a pervert. Feng An scratched his head. In truth, he hadn't contemplated such matters deeply. With his strength, he could traverse the death forest with ease. Intimidation? Threats? Completely unnecessary. However, since the other party had constructed a persona of high intelligence for him, he didn't mind playing along with her narrative. "Yes, indeed, that was my intention. I thought you would understand even without me saying it." Feng An feigned a sigh. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Feng Hua became even more convinced of his exceptional abilities and tactical genius. She silently vowed to ponder over any perplexing actions he might take in the future, striving to glean some insights from them. She was increasingly convinced that Feng An had his reasons for acting as he did. "To be honest, my hands are a bit sore. Could you help me lift this?" Feng An presented the head of the grass ninja before Feng Hua. The fetid stench from the head surged into her nostrils instantaneously. "Take it away. Ugh, quickly get it away." The moment Feng Hua caught a whiff of the putrid odor, she felt nauseous, hastily covering her nose and mouth and retreating behind Xiu. I'd rather not learn this tactic. Just as Feng An was about to say something further, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure from the northern hemisphere passing by him. "Yushuxi Hongdo," Feng An exclaimed with joy, quickly blocking her path and calling out, "Hongdo." Yushuxi Hongdo cast a cold glance at Feng An. Only after recognizing the Konoha forehead protector did her expression soften slightly. Her tone retained a hint of frostiness as she inquired, "Who are you?" What do you want from me? Are you looking for her? Feng An held the grass ninja's head in front of him. He had been searching for Hongdo for quite some time and wanted to get straight to the point. Hongdo's pupils dilated suddenly, her mind flashing back to the image of Orochimaru. The cursed seal on her neck flared up again, and she forced herself to suppress her pain as she asked, "How do you know I'm looking for her? What is your relationship with Orochimaru?" "I happened to encounter the Orochimaru you mentioned. After our team combined forces to eliminate him, he expressed a desire to see his beloved disciple. You should see Hongdo one last time before he died. Upon hearing that, I remembered you and came to fulfill his wish." Feng An calmly shifted the responsibility onto Orochimaru. He knew that Hongdo would not confront Orochimaru with questions about whether he missed her. Whatever he said was irrelevant. Hongdo frowned. "So you cut off his head?" Feng An quickly shook his head. "No, it was during the battle that his head was severed, which is why I brought it along." Hongdo was deeply shocked. "So, it was indeed you who decapitated him. This red-haired lad is inherently cruel. It's fortunate he belongs to Konoha. Had he come from another village, I would have ensured he was eradicated in his formative years." Although Hongdo dismissed the idea of Orochimaru being dead, she did not doubt the truth of Feng An's words. 3 lower ninjas could not possibly have defeated one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. There was only one possibility. Orochimaru had held back due to some concern, and the presence of this grass ninja's body indicated he must have had ulterior motives, necessitating his disguise in the death forest. Feng An tossed the grass ninja's head towards Hongdo. "Then, I'll be on my way. Wait, what is your name?" At long last, the moment Feng An had been waiting for had arrived. My name is Feng An. Hongdo nodded. "All right, I'll remember you. Wishing you success in the exam." She turned and headed in the direction indicated by the cursed seal, her resolve to perish alongside Orochimaru unshaken by Feng An's mention of beloved disciple. To her, it was merely a ruse by Orochimaru to distract Feng An and his companions while he made a stealthy escape. After Hongdo departed, Feng An reunited with Feng Hua and Xue Yue, who had been waiting at a distance. Feng Hua scrutinized Feng An, glancing left and right. "Where's the head?" Feng An pointed to the area where he had been with Hongdo. "Over there. You want to go retrieve it?" The thought of that desiccated head sent a shiver down Feng Hua's spine as she quickly shook her head. "I certainly don't want it." "Then let us proceed to the tower." With Feng An leading the way, Feng Hua and Xue Yue followed closely behind. The three of them moved steadily toward the tower at the heart of the death forest. Along the way, various teams emerged, and with a mere wave of his hand, Feng An dispatched them, those who died and those who fled alike. They encountered no formidable teams thereafter. "Here we are," Feng Hua exclaimed excitedly. Embracing Xue's, Feng An pushed open the tower door and entered. He discovered that others had already arrived. He was not particularly surprised. He knew that Gaara's team would likely be the first to reach the tower. However, he hadn't expected that by slowing his pace just a bit, they would still be the second team to arrive. Upon seeing Feng An and the others enter, Gaara's malevolent gaze immediately fixated upon Feng and Gaara. Kankuro murmured nearby. Gaara then shot a cold glare at Kankuro, the scattered sand around him swirling slightly. Kankuro, feeling the pressure of Gaara's stare, averted his gaze with a grim expression, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Not daring to inquire further as the sand around Gaara settled back down. Feng Hua blinked her beautiful eyes at Gaara, musing inwardly, he must be the boy Feng An warned us to flee from upon encountering. She leaned closer to Feng An and whispered in his ear, "Can you defeat him? I could barely handle a restrained Orochimaru. Do you truly think I am invincible?" Feng An flicked her forehead playfully. "A girl shouldn't be so combative." Feng Hua rubbed her forehead, which had turned red from the flick. Pouty-lipped. "I'm not a girl. I'm a ninja." Gaara shot a disdainful glance at Feng An and his companions before turning to leave. Kankuro, seeing him about to depart, quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Gaara coldly shot him a glance. Under that gaze, Kankuro lowered his head, cold sweat streaming down, not daring to ask further. However, after Gaara had walked a distance away, he and Temari followed in his wake. Feng Hua observed this scene, perplexed, murmuring, "Aren't they on the same team?" Due to Gaara's formidable power and twisted personality, even his siblings would harbor a deep-seated fear of him, apprehensive of being suddenly killed. Feng An answered her query with a calm demeanor. Feng Hua pondered aloud. "Strong power and a twisted personality seem to describe you as well." Feng An shot her a sidelong glance, then turned to Xue Yue. "Your sister has a knack for humor." Xue Yue awkwardly forced a smile. The three waited for a considerable time, only to see a small squad arrive at the tower. Each of their faces bore traces of disappointment. It seemed they would not be able to wait for Hinata and the others any longer. After a brief discussion, Feng An and Feng decided to leave separately. The second day, the third day passed, and finally, on the last day, Hinata and the others arrived at the designated tower. Meanwhile, Feng An and Shuei, along with Feng Hua, had been waiting for them for quite some time. In the distance, Inuzuka Kiba waved at the trio. You have indeed arrived. Feng An nodded in acknowledgement, bypassing Kiba to approach Hinata. Observing this, Kiba walked away in dissatisfaction. What a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. Thankfully, I have Akamaru keeping me company. Huh, where's Akamaru? Kiba looked down to find that the dog, which had been so large just moments ago, had vanished. He soon heard the sound of Feng Hua's laughter. He instantly understood that Akamaru had run off to Feng Hua's arms. Damn it, you're not going to stay with me. Just watch me get you neutered. Feng An gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Are you hurt? Seeing that Feng An had also passed the exam, Hinata felt a surge of happiness. No, how about you? Feng An pretended to clutch his body, feigning pain. I got injured. Don't know. Where? Let me see. Hinata's expression changed, and she hurriedly lifted his shirt. Upon inadvertently catching sight of his 8-pack abs, her fair face flushed crimson. She quickly turned her head away, though her peripheral vision still lingered on his abs. Then, her small hand unconsciously brushed over them. She gasped internally. So firm. Feng An felt Hinata's cool little hand wandering restlessly over his abs, causing him to shiver, nearly losing control of himself. While Hinata continued to feel Feng An's abs, a head adorned with sunglasses slowly peeked in. What are you two doing? Upon seeing Shino, Hinata quickly retracted her hand from Feng An's embrace, concealing it behind her back in an attempt to hide the evidence. The blush on her face quickly spread to her neck, her body temperature rising dramatically, with wisps of steam visibly emanating from her head. I was just checking Feng An's injuries, she stuttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Shino adjusted his black sunglasses with a calm expression. Feng An is injured. You're ruining my good time. Feng An shot Shino a fierce glare. So what if you can use the hiding technique? Does that mean you can do as you please? Shino activated his hiding technique, blending seamlessly with the background. The voice of Yamanaka Ino resonated in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all candidates for passing the second exam. Everyone turned to look, and upon recognizing the visitor, an immediate silence fell over the crowd, for standing beside Ino was none other than the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Scanning the surroundings, one could spot Yui Kurenai and Kakashi, as well as several leading jonin from other villages. Ino, wearing a headset, announced, Now, we invite the Hokage to introduce the third exam. Please listen attentively. Sarutobi stepped forward, clearing his throat. Ahem, the third exam will commence shortly, but before that, I must clarify one important matter. That is the purpose of this exam. Although the crowd was puzzled, they remained silent, attentively watching Sarutobi. He took a puff from his pipe and continued. If you mistakenly believe that this joint exam among the allied nations is intended for friendly relations and to elevate the level of ninjas, then you are in for quite a surprise. He paused to exhale smoke. This exam can be seen as a microcosm of the battles among the allied nations. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs. At that moment, Tintin poked her head out, confused. Hokage-sama, what does that mean? Sarutobi continued. During the third exam, many lords and notable figures from various nations who have entrusted us with tasks will be present to observe your battles. If the disparity in strength is too great, the stronger nations will receive more commissions. This exam is essentially a display of your nation's ninja capabilities. It is precisely because you risk your lives that you can showcase your full strength as ninjas. Gaara, with a cold expression, interjected, regardless of your reasoning, just tell us what the content of the third exam is. Feng An wholeheartedly agreed with Gaara's statement. He wondered how others felt, but he himself was struggling to stay awake. A haggard-looking man, appearing quite weak, stepped forward. I am the judge for the third exam, Moonlight Kazekage. Before we begin, we will conduct a 1v1 preliminary round. The crowd murmured in confusion. Preliminary? What does that mean? Sakura raised her hand, asking, Sensei, I don't understand what you mean by a preliminary round. With her question, the crowd quieted down, for it was precisely the question they all wanted to ask. Moonlight Kazekage coughed a few times. Cough. Due to the large number of remaining participants, we will need to reduce the numbers. Those who are unwell may withdraw and leave. The preliminary round will commence shortly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discontent. Many expressed their dissatisfaction. What does this mean? We just passed, and now we have to fight without any rest. Exactly. It's completely unfair. There's not an ounce of humanity in this. Among those complaining were many who bore injuries. Their appearances disheveled. Feng An and Xue Yue, witnessing their condition, felt even more grateful towards Feng An. Had it not been for a powerful teammate like him, they too would likely be grumbling about this impromptu preliminary round. Moonlight Kazakage replied nonchalantly. Cough. This is merely a reflection of the struggles between nations that I in real combat. No one will consider whether you have had enough rest. Hinata watched him cough repeatedly, her expression filled with concern. She whispered, Isn't the sensei the one who's unwell? As Moonlight Kazakage spoke, the surrounding noise gradually diminished until silence enveloped the area. Anyone withdrawing? I forfeit. Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand, bowing to Moonlight Kazakage and Sarutobi before making his way towards the exit. He had recognized Orochimaru, who was mingling among Sarutobi's group. With Orochimaru personally present, there was no need for him, a spy collecting information, to remain. Several minutes passed, yet no one else declared their withdrawal. Moonlight Kazakage ceased waiting. Now, the preliminary round begins. The names of Sasuke and CHGE flashed on the electronic screen in the upper right corner. The first battle was announced. Inuzuka Kiba, observing Sasuke's unsteady gait, asked, Can Sasuke win in this condition? Feng An replied nonchalantly, He can win. He won't lose to a mere minor character. A masked man with glasses approached upon overhearing their conversation that he coldly remarked, What makes you think he can defeat CHG? Feng An glanced at him, racking his brain until he finally recalled who he was. This individual was named Kenji Mizuki, a member of CHG's team, destined to become a stepping stone like his comrades. Feng An casually retorted, Strength. Kenji snorted, Humph, are you newcomers so arrogant? Feng An shot him a dismissive glance. Ignoring him, he was merely stating facts. Seeing Feng An's expression, Kenji felt irked. I bet CHG will win. Do you dare to wager with me? A wager? Feng An's interest was piqued. He enjoyed dealing with individuals so eager to hand over their money. However, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor that he asked nonchalantly, What shall we bet on? How about wagering 200,000 taels? Feng An shook his head. I don't gamble with money. I have more than enough. What? Is there someone who finds money excessive? Jian Meicheng paused momentarily, then scrutinized Feng An once more, observing his handsome features and well-groomed attire. It seemed plausible that this young man hailed from a wealthy family, indifferent to the notion of money. This could mean a significant profit for him. He secretly rejoiced within. Jian Meicheng retracted the smile from his lips and said, Ahem. Then what do you propose to wager? Feng An pondered for a moment, recalling that this individual possessed the ability to elongate his body at will. Thus, he inquired, Can only your limbs extend? Humph, limbs? How naive. I can extend all 5 of my appendages. After Jian Meicheng boasted this, his expression abruptly shifted. He lowered his voice and asked, How do you know about my abilities? I recall not having seen you during the second exam. The information sold to me by Senior Do included details about you. Feng An was aware that the two were part of the same team as the pharmacist Do, since Do had already forfeited and exited the contest. It mattered little what he said. Upon hearing this, Jian Meicheng's face turned ashen, fury boiling within him. Damn Do. Selling authentic intel about his teammates to others, Feng An continued, If Zhuoji wins, will you divulge the details of your body elongation ability to me? Jian Meicheng's expression wavered as he cast a sidelong glance at the sound ninja across the stands. Noticing that the sound ninja was oblivious to his situation, he swallowed hard and whispered, Agreed, but if Chi Tong Kai wins, you owe me 500,000 taels. Feng An smiled and nodded. Even if the counterpart demanded 10 million taels, he would acquiesce, as he faced no risk of loss. Jian Meicheng, upon seeing the 500,000 taels, did not blink, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have asked for 1,000,000 taels. How infuriating. It felt as if he had squandered 50,000 taels for nothing. In his eyes, Feng An was merely a plump sheep delivered to his door. On the platform. After Zhuoji and Chi Tong Kai exchanged shurikens for testing, Zhuoji suddenly seized an opening. Placing his feet on Chi Tong Kai's shoulders, locking his arms tightly, the audience erupted in cheers, with Naruto exclaiming, Fantastic. Sakura's face lit up with joy. Zhuoji is going to win. Jian Meicheng cast a disdainful glance at them. Fools, he's not as weak as you think. Just moments ago, Chi Tong Kai, who was immobilized, suddenly regained mobility. He delivered a powerful punch to Zhuoji's chest, exploiting the chance to escape Zhuoji's grip. Zuiji, in pain, struggled to rise from the ground. What was happening? Why did he suddenly feel so weak? He recalled how his opponent had been engaging him in close combat, their hands occasionally brushing against him. Zuiji gasped, "Did you siphon my chakra?" "Heh, only now do you realize." Chi Tong Kai, wearing black sunglasses, chuckled lightly as he rushed towards Zuiji and pressed his palm against his forehead, utilizing his chakra absorption ability. "It's over." Witnessing this scene, Jian Meichen couldn't suppress a smirk. "Kid, are you ready with the 500,000 tails?" Feng An gently shook his head, calmly replying, "Just watch for a moment," knowing that Zuiji was about to unleash his full potential. Feng An remained unperturbed. Jian Meichen sneered derisively, "Humph, you won't cry until you see the coffin. What difference does it make to watch a little longer? Can he really turn the tide?" He observed Zuiji still being thoroughly dominated by Chi Tong Kai. Unable to mount any semblance of resistance, even the Jiaonan present appeared grave. Could a mere child truly comprehend the situation? Feng An furrowed his brow slightly. "Your words are too fragmented." Seeing Feng An's rising anger, Jian Meichen scoffed. "Once you hand me the 500,000 taels, I'll gladly keep quiet." With his hand gripping Zuiji's forehead, Chi Tong Kai taunted, "Little boy, if you don't concede soon, you'll be drained of life by me." Zuiji coldly retorted, "You should concede instead, or I will beat you to death." "Preposterous," Chi Tong Kai bellowed, no longer holding back, increasing his chakra absorption speed. Zuiji's body instantly became weak. Sakura cried out in concern. Zuiji, at the brink of unconsciousness, Zuiji's awareness was momentarily jolted back by her call. Suddenly, he erupted with power, kicking Chi Tong Kai away. Chi Tong Kai brushed off the dust from his clothing, his expression darkening. "You will soon perish at my hands." He concentrated chakra in his palm and charged at Zuiji. With every strike, Zuiji struggled to evade. Given his current condition, another blow would render him completely immobile. "Ha ha ha, why are you beginning to dodge, coward?" Zuiji meticulously observed each of Chi Tong Kai's joints to predict his attacks. In the midst of their tense confrontation, an intense glimmer flickered in Zuiji's eyes. In an instant, he vanished from Chi Tong Kai's line of sight. "What? He's gone." Bam. In Chi Tong Kai's moment of confusion, Zuiji delivered a kick from below, sending him soaring into the sky. From the stands, Rock Lee exclaimed in astonishment, "That's my technique, Shadow Dance Leaf. Can I accuse Teacher Kai of copyright infringement?" Zuiji leapt into the air, matching the height of the airborne Chi Tong Kai. Lion's Barrage. With a fluid series of strikes, Chi Tong Kai collapsed onto the arena, losing consciousness. Moonlight Gale squatted in front of Chi Tong Kai, confirming that he had passed away. There was no need for further verification. Cough. Uchiha Zuiji wins. Damn it. Jian Meichen stared incredulously at the fallen Chi Tong Kai. Feng An approached Jian Meichen, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You haven't forgotten our wager, have you?" Jian Meichen cast a fearful glance at the distant sound ninja. Feng An whispered into his ear, "I know you fear Orochimaru will kill you, but if you do not divulge your secrets, I will inform the third Hokage that you are Orochimaru's spy in Konoha." Jian Meichen's face paled in shock. "How do you know this?" The fact that he infiltrated Konoha as a spy was unknown even to the Umbu, and yet a mere child had exposed him. "Come with me." The two moved to a stairwell, finding an unoccupied corner. With everyone's attention fixated on Zuiji, no one noticed the absence of the two from the stands. Feng An spoke coolly. "Now, reveal your body's secret." Jian Meichen cautiously ensured there were no others around before producing a scroll from his pocket and placing it into Feng An's hands, whispering, "This is a scroll given to me by Lord Orochimaru, detailing the methods of cultivating the ability to elongate one's limbs." After speaking, he departed in a huff. Feng An watched his retreating figure, aware that Jian Meichen would soon encounter Kankuro and receive a thorough beating. However, this was of no concern to him. The second match featured Yamanaka Shino against Saku. Upon Feng An's return, Shino had already secured an effortless victory as the electronic screen rolled. The third match commenced with Kankuro facing Jian Meichen. After Jian Meichen ensnared Kankuro, he realized that Kankuro had merely been a puppet, with the true Kankuro concealed behind it. Moonlight Gale declared, "In the third match, Kankuro wins." The fourth match saw Haruno Sakura face Yamanaka Ino. From the very start, the two began bickering over Zuiji, prompting Feng An to shake his head. After a prolonged struggle involving hair-pulling and friendly punches, both ultimately collapsed to the ground. The fifth match featured Ten against Temari. And predictably, Ten was defeated by Temari. The sixth match involved Nara Shikamaru versus Jin, who easily secured victory. Following this, the seventh match commenced. Inazuka Kiba against Uzumaki Naruto. Prior to the match, Feng An approached Kiba and earnestly warned, "Be cautious of Naruto's fart. Are you saying I could be defeated by a fart?" Feng An nodded. Inuzuka Kiba, infuriated, bared his claws before turning to Hinata to complain, "Look at what your Feng An is saying. He claims I'm not even worth Naruto's fart." Hinata suddenly felt shy and covered her small face, murmuring to herself that Feng An, observing Hinata lost in her own world, paid no heed to her words that I in a fit of anger. Inuzuka Kiba jumped down, exclaiming, "Naruto, get down here." On the stands, Asuma smiled at Kurenai and remarked, "The Inuzuka boy is quite spirited." Kurenai shook her head in resignation, already envisioning the scene where Kiba and Naruto would clash. Their shouts growing louder with each moment. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed heartily as he leapt from the stands. With the moonlight swift wind announcing the start, the battle between the two was imminent, after a fierce exchange. Inuzuka Kiba ultimately fell beneath Naruto's rear. "Damn it, I was actually defeated by a fart." Kiba grumbled, filled with resentment, but his heightened sense of smell overwhelmed his brain, causing him to faint. He was subsequently carried away on a stretcher. At that moment, Hinata felt Feng An's gaze upon her. Turning her head with a smile, she asked, "What's wrong?" Feng An shook his head, replying, "Nothing." "Wait." Hinata's eyes widened as she nearly forgot something important. She jumped down from the stands and hurried to Kiba, handing him the previously prepared medicine. Afterward, she rushed back, panting, and said, "I almost forgot the medicine I prepared for you. Oh, I get some too?" "Yes." Hinata nodded shyly in response that a warm current surged within Feng An's heart. Next up was the 8th match. Hinata Hyuga vs Niji Hyuga. As the moonlight swift wind announced the bout, everyone turned their attention to Hinata and Niji, buzzing with chatter. Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, "Is this fate?" Noticing Hinata's nervous demeanor, Feng An poked her cheek and smiled. "It's time to show your brother the results of your training." On the arena, Niji stood with his arms crossed, casting a cold glare at Hinata. "You are not suited to be a ninja. Your kindness leads you to evade conflicts, always conforming to others' expectations." Upon hearing his words, Hinata attempted to explain, "I just want to change myself." "So?" Niji interrupted loudly. "The tail end will always be the tail end. Neither character nor ability will change." At that moment, Feng An had stealthily approached Naruto from behind. Niji coldly commanded Hinata, "Just give up. You will never change yourself." Naruto, now furious, felt a surge of retorts building in his throat. Just as he was about to unleash his verbal jutsu, a large hand suddenly covered his mouth, sealing off his words. He quickly pushed the hand away and angrily turned to question, "Who are you?" Upon recognizing the person, Naruto's expression softened slightly. "Do, it's you, Feng An. Why did you suddenly cover my mouth?" Feng An replied with a smile, "It's been a while since I last saw you. Just wanted to say hello." However, internally, he thought, "I won't give you the chance to boost your popularity, dead yellow hair." Besides, Hinata no longer needs anyone else to motivate her on the sidelines. Hinata took a deep breath, activated her Byakugan, and calmly looked at Niji. "I will not give up." Humph. Niji remained silent, activating his Byakugan as well. The two charged towards the center of the arena, rapidly exchanging blows. They members of the Hyuga clan. Their techniques were remarkably similar. The spectators struggled to discern who was superior as they watched the mirrored movements. Tenten and Rock Lee, astonished, began to discuss, "Is Hinata this strong? Didn't he always say his sister was weak and unsuitable to be a ninja? Few can match Niji in a spar, but I still think Niji will win." Only those who spent every day with Niji understood the terrifying extent of his power, watching Hinata's fierce attacks. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Hinata is amazing. Among the crowd, only Kakashi and Feng An, with their Sharingan, could discern that Hinata was gradually losing ground in the exchange. That Feng An remained silent, intently observing the battle between Hinata and Niji. As their intense confrontation continued, it became evident that Hinata's stamina was faltering. When her movements slowed for just a moment, Niji seized the opportunity to strike with a powerful palm. Hinata was unable to block the blow. Sent flying several meters away, Niji furrowed his brow and coldly declared, "Just give up. You cannot win against me." Gasping for breath, Hinata wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her resolute gaze locked onto Niji. "Brother Niji, I understand the pain you have endured. I will earn your acknowledgement. Besides you, there is also Father." Kurenai, witnessing this scene, murmured, "This is the first time I've seen Hinata with such a determined gaze." Asuma, standing nearby, remarked, "Is it really all right to let this continue?" Kurenai furrowed her brows, aware that Asuma was hinting at some issues within the Hyuga clan. problems between the main and branch families. If I were to intervene now. I couldn't, and that little brat wouldn't agree either. Kurenai shook her head, casting her gaze towards Feng An. At that moment, Feng An's hands were tightly gripping the railing of the stands, his eyes fixed intently on the battle below. Hearing Hinata's words, Niji's brow furrowed even deeper. You have no idea. How could you, as the main family heiress, understand my suffering? Hinata shook her head. No, I understand. I am the fate of the main and branch families. The one who suffers the most confusion and pain is you. Shut up. Niji, provoked by her words, charged at her furiously. Just as he approached, a powerful force struck him, forcing him to slow his advance. What? Niji's Byakugan revealed that the chakra point on his shoulder had been sealed. His expression changed dramatically as he gasped for breath. When did you master the 8 trigrams empty palm? The day before the official exam. Hinata answered seriously, dispelling Niji's doubts. Upon witnessing her use of the technique, Feng An sighed in relief, relaxing his grip on the railing, which bore the imprints of his palms, during the half-month leading up to the Chunin exam. Feng An had trained with Hinata, and ultimately, just a day before the exam, she had grasped the 8 trigrams empty palm, with her Byakugan's ability evolving to clearly observe chakra points. Damn it. Niji clenched his fists tightly. Even blood seeping from his palms. He could not accept being surpassed by someone from the main family. Yet, understanding the current situation, he knew he had lost. There was no point in continuing to fight. Struggling, Niji raised his hand. I concede. The Moonlight Swiftwind asked in astonishment, Are you really, conceding? Niji ignored him, turning to leave the arena. Observing this, the announcer declared, Then I announce. The winner of this match is Hinata Hyuga. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How did she win? Why did he suddenly concede? Was it really just because of what she said? I don't understand. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. She actually did it? Lee, pulling Niji, who kept his head down, questioned, Why did you concede? Tintin approached, puzzled as well. You didn't let her win just because she's your sister, did you? Niji remained silent, not even turning toward them. Just as Lee was about to ask more, Might Guy appeared, pulling Lee aside, shaking his head. Let him be for a while. On the other side, Feng An held Hinata's delicate hand. What would you like to eat tonight? In Feng An's presence, Hinata reverted to her bashful demeanor. With her beautiful eyes fluttering, she softly replied, I would like roasted wild boar, if that's all right, of course. Even if you wish for roasted akameru, I would discreetly procure it for you. He assured her, but let's set aside the roasted akameru. Inuzuka Kiba would surely be upset. So, if Kiba were not to be angry, you would indeed have the genuine desire for roasted akameru. Hinata hastily waved her hands and shook her head, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. How could I jest with you? Feng An turned and embraced Hinata, leaning in close to her. My dear Hinata is truly striving to change in her own way. Hinata murmured softly, pressing her head against Feng An. She yearned for recognition from Niji, sought approval from her father, and simultaneously desired Feng An's validation. At that moment, Feng An suddenly scanned the surroundings. Noticing no heads peeking out, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this time he was more perceptive. Shino, were you looking for me? A voice called out from the arena. Hey, the guy up there holding his girlfriend. Check the electronic screen. Is that you? A man shouted at Feng An from the stage. It then dawned on Feng An that the preliminary rounds had yet to conclude. He glanced up to see his name displayed on the electronic screen. Feng An versus Zoboyuda. He turned to Hinata and said, Wait a moment, I will come back to embrace you. Hinata, blushing, nodded in agreement. Look at what you're saying. Waiting to embrace again. Have you considered the feelings of everyone else present, the spectators in the stands? Upon hearing Feng An's words, nearly ground their teeth in frustration. Feng An leaped down from the stage. Since everyone is here, let the battle begin, Moonlight Sure Feng announced with a cough. Zoboyuda had long been impatient. The sight of Feng An lingering with his girlfriend only heightened his irritation. Prepare to meet your doom. Zoboyuda's face twisted with malice as he charged at Feng An. Kunai in hand, Feng An lifted his gaze. Bemused, you seem even more eager than I. As Zoboyuda approached, Feng An suddenly leaped backward. A glint of cold light flashed in Zoboyuda's eyes. Let's see how you evade in midair. Evade? Do I even need to evade? In midair, Feng An swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, 4 or 5 fireballs enveloped the shuriken in his hand and flew towards Zoboyuda. At that moment, Zoboyuda had just thrown his shuriken. What? My direct attack is slower than his ninjutsu seals. Zobua Yuda's expression changed dramatically. He hastily dodged while attempting to form seals at lightning speed. Hidden mist technique. A faint white mist enveloped the arena, concealing Zobua Yuda within. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes. This technique was etched in his memory. It was used by Zabuza Momochi during their mission in the Land of Waves. Had Kakashi not been there, they would have perished in that dense fog. However, before Naruto could employ his verbal jutsu to bolster Feng An, Feng An preemptively countered Zobua Yuda's technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He expelled a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, dispersing the thick mist in an instant, revealing Zobua Yuda's figure, who was now pressed against the wall, looking utterly bewildered. Is this the power of a Genin's ninjutsu? Just moments ago, he had stealthily approached Feng An, kunai poised to secure victory, only to be met with a fierce wind that scattered the mist and sent him crashing against the wall. Had the wind not ceased, he would have remained stuck there. Observing that Zobua Yuda appeared unscathed, Feng An shook his head with a sigh. It seems my finishing moves are still insufficient. Participating in this examination made him realize that while adept in various skills, he lacked a decisive ninjutsu aside from his fists and kunai. I suppose I shall resort to my fists. Feng An swiftly dashed towards Zobua Yuda, moving with the speed of a hummingbird skimming the ground. Zobua Yuda, witnessing Feng An's velocity, felt his eyes nearly pop out. He hurriedly clasped his hands together and shouted, "I!" At that moment, Feng An was already upon him. Surrender. Feng An delivered a punch. Boom! A massive hole erupted in the wall, cracks rapidly extending upward until they reached 2 meters in length. Zobua Yuda's earlier shout seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Now, leaning against the wall, he trembled uncontrollably. Feng An glared at him fiercely. "Next time you surrender, could you not make it so drawn out? I nearly lost control and struck your head. I survived." Zobua Yuda, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, was left with a ringing in his ears. His mind blank as he slumped to the ground. The surroundings fell silent. Moonlight Feng, the first to regain composure, declared, "Cough. I announce Feng An the victor." Cough. Feng An's display of destructive power left Moonlight Feng momentarily dazed. As he proclaimed Feng An's victory, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow, that punch was incredibly powerful. The speed at which he formed those seals was so fast that I could only perceive an afterimage. Sakura, her thoughts tangled, gazed at Feng An and murmured, "Feng An is so strong. How can he excel in both ninjutsu and taijutsu?" Rock Lee, watching intently, clenched his fists in frustration. With such strength and a beautiful girlfriend, how enviable. Indeed, a match made in heaven. Those who previously harbored resentment for Feng An's display of affection now felt no jealousy. The strength he exhibited transcended their capacity for envy. All that remained in their eyes was admiration. Feng An's figure flickered, and he appeared beside Hinata. "Have you been waiting long? Let me embrace you." He extended his arms and enveloped Hinata in a warm embrace. Hinata, her face flushed, stammered, "I wasn't waiting." "Well, I was waiting for you." But that's not right. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became, the heat radiating from her head rising to such a degree that it could almost boil an egg. On the opposite stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, scrutinizing Feng An. Red hair, a member of the Uzumaki clan. He calmly inquired, do we have any information on that red-haired youth from earlier? Let me check, Hokage-sama." Adu replied, pulling out a pile of ninja dossiers. Murmuring as she flipped through them. Feng An. She suddenly recalled that the red-haired boy who had slain Orochimaru was named Feng An. Hearing her exclamation, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "What about him?" Adu quickly shook her head, somewhat sheepish. "I encountered him in the Forest of Death. He killed a grass ninja disguised as Orochimaru. I forgot to report to you because I pursued Orochimaru afterward." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. No matter. As she rapidly flipped through the documents, she finally spotted Feng An's image among the last few records. Hokage-sama. His dossier states he is an orphan, often underperforming at the Ninja Academy, barely passing his exams. After graduation, he lacked a teacher to lead him. And from the records of 9 completed D-rank missions, he operated alongside Team 8. Team 8. Is he the child that Kurenai mentioned before, to possess such power? Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I understand now. You may leave." Adu lowered her head. "Understood, Hokage-sama." The highly regarded prodigy, known for his arrogance, conceded defeat, immediately followed by Feng An's overwhelming prowess that surpassed that of a mere chunin, which greatly exhilarated the spectators. The surrounding discussions grew louder. Yue Guangjifeng cleared his throat and announced, "Ahem, esteemed guests, The competition is still ongoing. As the electronic screen resumed its display, the names of Gaara and Rock Lee appeared. A swirl of fine sand spiraled up in the arena, and Gaara's figure materialized upon the stage, his gaze coldly fixed upon the stands where little Lee Saturday slowed down. Murmured Kakashi, resting his chin thoughtfully on his hand. Is that the sand Shunshin? Yuegwang Jifeng proclaimed. In the 10th match, Gaara faces Rock Lee. Ahem, may Rock Lee take the stage. Upon seeing that the electronic display did not feature a Kimichi Choji, he exclaimed with excitement, "Great, it's not me." The crowd directed disdainful glances towards him but refrained from speaking. None wished to confront Gaara, whose strength and brutality they had all witnessed, at least to some degree, in the forest of death. As Rock Lee prepared to descend, Might Guy leaned close to his ear and warned. No one may have noticed, but the gourd on his back is highly suspicious. Exercise caution. A look of realization dawned upon Little Lee's face as he responded. Ah, as expected of Teacher Guy, he hastily pulled out a small notebook to take notes. Stop writing. There's no time to make notes in a battle. You fooled Go. I see. Little Lee jotted down Guy's remark in his notebook. Might Guy's eyes seemed to blaze with fervor as he shouted enthusiastically. Yosh, go for it, Little Lee, right? Teacher Guy. Rock Lee tucked away his notebook and leapt over the railing. Gaara, arms crossed over his chest, coldly remarked, how slow. Both competitors finally took their places, poised for combat. Hinata glanced at Feng An and inquired. Can he defeat Gaara? Feng An shook his head. It's difficult. Although Little Lee possesses considerable strength, in the unfolding narrative, Gaara narrowly triumphed over Little Lee, leading to significant physical repercussions for the latter, the so-called 6-minute cheat, and the origin of the title spanning 600 episodes. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Rock Lee would emerge from this encounter with his left arm and leg severely injured. Yuegwang Jifeng announced, now, the 10th preliminary match, begins. Yosh, Rock Lee charged towards Gaara, launching a fierce series of attacks. Yet, Gaara stood unmoving, merely utilizing the sand from his gourd to thwart Little Lee's strikes. After several exchanges, Gaara had not budged an inch, relying solely on the sand to maintain his undefeated stance. Gaara coldly taunted, is this all you can do? Excite me further. Might Guy stomped the ground, instantly shattering it into a spiderweb of cracks. Lee, use that. Rock Lee, perched atop a statue's finger, protested. But Teacher Guy, didn't you say it could only be used to protect those more important? Might Guy flashed his trademark radiant smile. No worries. I approve. Yosh. Rock Lee unfastened the weights from his legs while the audience shook their heads in disbelief. Weights, huh? Boring. What a useless training method. Hand on her hip. Temari remarked proudly. Humph. Merely removing some weights. There's no way he can keep pace with Gaara's sand. Feng An, overhearing the crowd's chatter, subtly shook his head. You'll soon change your tune. With a resounding bang. The weights Rock Lee discarded struck the ground, sending plumes of dust soaring several meters high, creating a deep crater. The spectators who had just spoken fell silent in shock. Can this still be called weights? Might Guy shouted excitedly. Youth must be ablaze. Charge. Lee. Ah. Flames ignited in Rock Lee's eyes as he surged forward towards Gaara. Boom. In a fleeting moment, Little Lee unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Gaara's sand began to falter under the intensity. Panic momentarily crossed Gaara's face. With a swift kick, Little Lee struck Gaara squarely in the face. Crack. Pieces of Gaara's shattered visage fell away, revealing a fresh, new face beneath. Gaara remained cold and unyielding. Stating, is this all there is? Very well. Little Lee tore off the bandages on his arms and, with blinding speed, circled Gaara. Gaara continued to cross his arms, gazing at Little Lee with an air of indifference. Seemingly devoid of interest. As Little Lee raced, the sand struggled to keep pace with his newfound speed. A prime opportunity, he thought, launching a kick that connected with Gaara's chin, followed by a series of anti-gravity kicks that propelled Gaara skyward. Hyakuritsukiku, the bandages ensnared Gaara, and both spiraled downwards at an incredible velocity, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Did that watermelon headwind? As the dust settled, it was revealed that Gaara had merely created a sand clone. With his true self appearing behind Rock Lee, his calm demeanor replaced by a frenzied expression. Kill 8 sisters. In an instant, a torrent of sand surged forth like a tempestuous sea, exhausted from his previous efforts. Little Lee could no longer evade Gaara's assault. Boom. Little Lee was brutally slammed against the wall by the overwhelming wave of sand. Gaara, his expression wild, taunted, is this all you have? In a brief moment, Little Lee found himself battered and bruised by Gaara's relentless onslaught. Sakura, with her pink hair, watched in horror and implored, "Why won't Little Lee concede? Continuing this fight could be fatal." Meanwhile, Might Guy beamed with pride. Admiring Little Lee's tenacity, he will not give in. Just watch. He will rise once more. Thank you, Teacher Guy. Little Lee rose, his spirit rekindled. The third gate, the life gate, opens. As his chakra burst forth, a massive wave of blue energy enveloped him. Sakura gasped, What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Kakashi unveiled his forehead protector to reveal the Sharingan in his left eye. "This is not ninjutsu, but a form of taijutsu, the 8 gates. The 8 gates." "What is that?" Kakashi explained gravely. "There are 8 chakra points in the body known as the opening, resting, life, injury, dying, scenery, shock, and death gates. These gates limit the flow of chakra, but the Lotus technique breaks those barriers, unleashing immense power. However, opening the 8 gates imposes a tremendous burden on the body. While one gains strength, they also risk their life." Upon finishing, Kakashi cast a serious glance at Might Guy. "Why would you teach him such a dangerous technique?" "Guy, what are you thinking? Not enough." Rock Lee roared, channeling chakra to force open the 4th gate, the injury gate. Without a moment's pause, he pressed onward. 5th gate, the dying gate, opens. Veins bulged, and his skin shifted from pale to a fiery red. His eyes turning white as a remarkable surge of green chakra erupted around him. Zing! Rock Lee moved with blinding speed, surpassing the sand's automatic defenses in an instant. He was before Gaara, shattering the sand armor that protected him. Gaara's face reflected his unease. So fast, Rock Lee seized the white cloth binding Gaara and yanked with all his might, pulling the rapidly descending Gaara back up. This match will conclude with this move. Liluaka's entire body was tense, every muscle bulging as he unleashed all his strength into a devastating punch aimed at Gaara's vital point, Lianhua, with the force of Xiao Li's strike. Gaara's body plummeted like a meteor. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Gaara smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust soaring several meters high, leaving half of the arena in ruins. As the dust settled, Gaara lay amidst the rubble, gasping for breath. Xiao Li, burdened by the strain of the 8 gates, also collapsed onto the ground, his body severely weakened. Feng An glanced at Might Guy. His brow furrowed. The grave expression on Might Guy's face revealed his indecision about whether to halt the match. If this continued, Xiao Li would be left severely incapacitated, utilizing the body flicker technique. Feng An trembled the air and appeared beside Might Guy. Kai-sensei, if you don't call off the match, you will regret it. Might Guy, caught in his moment of hesitation, narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? After speaking, Feng An turned to leave. Although he wished to save Liluaka, he understood Xiao Li's determination. To interrupt the match recklessly would only earn him Xiao Li's resentment, and their relationship was not close enough to warrant such a risk. It was merely a reminder for the indecisive Might Guy. The choice of how to proceed ultimately lay with him. Just then, the sand on the arena transformed into a colossal hand, reaching for the struggling Xiao Li. Might Guy gritted his teeth, his body trembling. The sand swiftly enveloped Xiao Li's left arm and leg. Die! Gaara clenched his palm. Chi, sand binding coffin. In the split second before Gaara executed his lethal move, Might Guy appeared on the arena, striking down with his palm. The sand that had ensnared half of Xiao Li's body was instantly scattered by the gust of his blow, bruised and battered. Xiao Li struggled to rise from the ground. Kai-sensei, why? Might Guy embraced Xiao Li tightly. Li, you are my most treasured subordinate. I will not allow you to be halted here. He understood that even if he hadn't intervened, Xiao Li would have already lost. Tears brimmed in Xiao Li's eyes as he was held by Might Guy. Kai-sensei, I feel so unwilling. Cough, cough. Moonlight Breeze coughed twice, uncertain if it was due to an actual ailment or an attempt to ease the tension. I declare the 10th preliminary match. Gaara is victorious. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The crowd neither cheered nor sighed, though the outcome was anticipated, having previously believed that Liluaka would lose to Gaara. The manner of the battle had taken them by surprise. The once confident Kanjiro and Temari looked at Liluaka with newfound respect. As the electronic screen flickered again, the names Akimichi Choji and Tours appeared. Moonlight Breeze stepped to the center of the arena. Now, for the 11th match, Akimichi Choji versus Tours, commence. After the medical personnel assisted Liluaka away, Might Guy approached Feng An, his expression serious. Thank you. Only after blocking Gaara's attack did he realize the deadly intent with which Gaara had launched that strike. Had it not been for Feng An's reminder, he might have been a moment too late, resulting in irreversible consequences. Rather than proving himself in this battle, he wished for Xiaoli to progress further. Feng An smiled back at Might Guyit was primarily because of your concern for Xiaoli. Otherwise, you would not have intervened. Might Guy shook his head. Had you not enlightened me, I would have allowed Xiaoli to pursue his so-called ninja way. After intervening, he began to feel regret for his earlier hesitation. How could he gamble Li's future on this single battle? Feng An scratched his head, unsure of what to say in response to Might Guy's serious demeanor. Might Guy continued, I noticed you possess considerable talent in physical techniques. Would you care to train with me? Upon hearing his words, Feng An wore a contemplative expression. Just in the previous match, he had lamented not having a powerful finishing move. And now this opportunity presented itself. The physical techniques were a path he had never considered. However, it seemed quite suitable for his current self. Feng An nodded and smiled. All right, Kai-sensei, I look forward to your guidance. Yash. Might Guy laughed heartily and produced a matching green jumpsuit, offering it to Feng An a welcome gift. Feng An instinctively took a step back, unable to comprehend from where Might Guy had retrieved the jumpsuit. Had he not known about Might Guy's summoning beast, he might have thought he had signed a contract with the jumpsuit. Feng An quickly waved his hands. It's rather inappropriate to accept a gift on our first meeting. Might Guy stepped forward, excitedly exclaiming, only those whom I recognize as my disciples can receive this one-of-kind jumpsuit. One-of-kind. Then what was Li Laka wearing? And what did he have in his hands? Feng An mentally scoffed. Ultimately, under Might Guy's persistent persuasion, he accepted the green jumpsuit. He learned from Might Guy that even Niji and Tintin possessed this outfit. It was just that they had hidden it away early on. Feng An wholeheartedly agreed with their decision, thinking that once the tournament concluded, he would stuff the jumpsuit into a drawer and let it gather dust. In the 11th preliminary match, Tours emerged victorious. As Moonlight Breeze announced the result, the electronic screen flickered once more, revealing the names Yukazuki and Hanakiro Yoshiko. Upon seeing Yukazuki's name on the screen, Feng An and the others turned to her. Good luck. You can do it. Go for it. Sister, give it your all. I will. Yukazuki smiled gently as she made her way to the arena. Beside her, Yunushino adjusted her glasses. Good luck. The girl named Hanakiro Yoshiko leaped down from the spectator stands, taking her position in the arena. After waiting for several seconds, Yukazuki had yet to reach the arena. Observing this, Moonlight Breeze called out to the stands, Yukazuki, please come to the stage. I'm coming. Yukazuki responded. She appeared slowly from the staircase, making her way to the arena. Upon witnessing her descent, Hanakiro Yoshiko displayed an unrestrained sneer. She took the stairs. Moonlight Breeze awkwardly scratched his head. The crowd in the stands furrowed their brows. Huh, why did she take the stairs? Isn't she a ninja? A fool who isn't a ninja could never participate in the Chunin exams, could they? If she can't even jump this high, how did she survive the forest of death? She's on the same team as that Feng An. What a free ride. I said she was weak, yet she's not even a scratch on her. Feng An cast a dispassionate glance at the few ninjas, and their murmurs faded instantly. Once both competitors were in position, Moonlight Breeze declared, now, for the 12th preliminary match, Yukazuki versus Hanakiro Yoshiko, officially begin. Yukazuki calmly opened her waist bag and grasped a shuriken in her hand. Noticing her leisurely pace, Hanakiro Yoshiko's expression grew more derisive. Be careful. It's easy to mar that pretty face of yours in battle. Just forfeit. Her words implied that Yukazuki, who relied on her looks to advance, ought to be self-aware. Otherwise, her beauty might be compromised. Yukazuki replied with an unwavering calm, if you consider your face so important, then I shall gladly mar yours, seeing that her opponent had no intention of surrendering. Hanakiro Yoshiko ceased her taunts and casually hurled several shuriken. Yukazuki reciprocated, launching her own shuriken to deflect Hanakiro's projectiles. The two engaged in a continuous exchange of probing attacks. How boring. I don't want to watch anymore. After witnessing several intense battles in succession, the crowd inevitably began to feel fatigued by such displays of combat. Feng An and her companions had yet to observe Shui Yue employing any ninjutsu during their joint training sessions. They primarily practiced kunai and shuriken techniques. Fenghua, does your sister truly lack any particular talent? Feng An inquired, casting a glance at Fenghua. Although Shui Yue had explicitly stated this, Feng An remained skeptical. After all, her sister possessed a bloodline limit, so perhaps her older sibling had hidden abilities. Fenghua shook her head, responding, no, if we must speak of any skill, then perhaps her accuracy with shuriken could count. Feng An felt speechless. What good was accuracy if the opponent stood still for her to strike? Perhaps it was true that she really possessed no noteworthy talents. In the 11th preliminary match, Shiwa emerged victorious. The voice of Moonlight, Quick Wind, rang out. Feng An was taken aback. What just happened? I turned my head for a moment. And the outcome was decided? She quickly turned her gaze back to the arena, where Hanaching Yoko lay on a stretcher, a kunai embedded in her forehead, seemingly on the verge of death due to significant blood loss. Beside her was a male figure, Feng An's previous opponent, Joboy Yuta, who was trailing behind, crying out, "Yoko, how can I live without you?" Feng An looked over at Hinata, who had been observing the match. "Hinata, did you see the battle unfold? How did Shuiwa suddenly win?" Hinata nodded, explaining. "While you were conversing with Feng Hua, Hanaching Yoko used the mist concealment technique, and then Shuiwa hurled a shuriken into the thick mist, and one. Can I take back what I said? Perhaps being accurate with shuriken does indeed have its merits. As Moonlight Quick Wind announced the victory, the electronic screen lit up once more. Predictably, Feng Hua's name appeared alongside another, Kozu, given that only the two of them remained unpaired. Feng An chuckled. Just don't lose too badly. Who would lose? Baka. Feng Hua shot him a glance before leaping down from the stands. In the final preliminary match, Feng Hua faced off against Kozu, and the battle commenced. Both began by testing each other with shuriken. Previously, Feng An had warned her that the uniqueness of a bloodline limit could draw envy. Though she believed it unlikely, she still took his words to heart. Sakura stretched languidly. These two matches are so dull. I'm about to doze off. Kakashi, standing behind her, remarked indifferently, wasn't your fight with Ino just as uneventful? Upon hearing Kakashi's comment, Sakura's cheeks flushed crimson. Kakashi continued earnestly, in ninja battles, intelligence is paramount, which is why testing the waters before engaging is the true essence of such encounters. Naruto interjected, what about Feng An then? Kakashi sighed in exasperation. His situation falls under sheer dominance, so it seems intelligence doesn't matter much after all. Sakura retorted, in the previous battles, didn't Shino face off against Saku and Kenjiro against Ken Mizumi? Those were also one-sided victories, weren't they? They won effortlessly. What if Saku knew that Shino was skilled in insect techniques? What if Ken Mizumi knew Kenjiro's true form was a puppet? Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. You fool. Are you merely here for the spectacle? Naruto laughed heartily. Hey, Sakura's just here for the show too. She's a fool as well. Shut up. Naruto. What does it have to do with me? Sakura exclaimed, delivering a light punch to Naruto's head, causing him to grimace in pain. Meanwhile, on the arena, as Kozu employed the mist concealment technique, the stage became shrouded in a thick white fog. Unable to contain themselves, some spectators voiced their exasperation. Another mist concealment technique? Are these three all taught by the same master? You wouldn't believe it, but they actually are a team. Very well. Feng Hua concentrated her mind, bracing for the impending confrontation. Without Feng An's remarkable wind techniques, the mist concealment technique was indeed a challenging ninjutsu to contend with. With visibility obscured, she was left unaware of the direction from which the opponent might strike or unleash their jutsu, forever a step behind in her reactions. This was precisely why the mist concealment technique remained etched in Naruto's memory. Suddenly, several shuriken flew in from the side. Feng Hua swiftly deflected them with her kunai while simultaneously throwing her own shuriken in their direction. She then retreated to the wall, ensuring she could prevent any potential ambush from behind. Meanwhile, Kozu smirked slightly amidst the fog. It was time. He hurled a shuriken at Feng Hua, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth style, inner decapitation technique. As the shuriken flew, he darted upward with astonishing speed from beneath her feet. Having just evaded the shuriken, Feng Hua felt Kozu's presence lurking beneath her. Her expression shifted as she sensed the anomaly below. Without hesitation, she formed her own seals. Ice style, Ice Rock Fortress. Instantly, an icy barrier materialized at her feet. Kozu collided with the icy wall, quickly burrowing back to the surface. Seizing the opportunity while the mist lingered, Feng Hua sought to end the confrontation swiftly. Without further delay, she formed seals again. Ice style, Ice Prison technique. The ice barrier transformed, encasing Kozu within its confines. The fortress began to constrict around him. With gritted teeth, Kozu hastily formed hand seals. Earth style, Rock House collapsed. He struck the icy barrier with one palm, causing it to tremble. With a second strike, a breach appeared in the barrier, and he desperately attempted to escape. Just as he poked his head out, a kunai was pressed against his neck. Realizing his predicament, Kozu ceased his struggles. His chakra reserves were already low, and fatigue had set in. Persisting further would only lead to defeat. I concede. As the mist dispersed, the crowd beheld Feng Hua, kunai poised at Kozu's throat. Moonlight Quick Wind declared, I announced that in the final preliminary match, Feng was victorious. Upon her return to the platform, Hinata and the others expressed their joy for her triumph. Only Feng An, observing the puddle on the ground, speculated that she had likely utilized the ice style. Nevertheless, Feng An congratulated her on her victory, choosing not to dampen her spirits. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen called for everyone to gather below. The third official exam would take place in a month, and he hoped all would present their finest selves in thrilling battles before the lords and esteemed figures of the various nations. Thank you all for your hard work. Now go and rest. Just as Feng An and her companions were swept away with the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. Feng An, come here for a moment. Once everyone had departed, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Feng An remained in the arena. With a warm smile, he remarked, I witnessed your match. Your strength is commendable. Feng An smiled politely, replying, Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama. Your humility and composure are admirable. While Feng An nodded in agreement, internally, she cursed him as an old fox for his roundabout praise. After enduring his incessant flattery, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned serious. Feng An, do you understand the will of fire? To hell with the fire. I still need to roast wild boar for Hinata. Feng An replied with an impassive expression. I know a little. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted her shoulder, a hint of bittersweet nostalgia gleaming in his aged eyes. The will of fire signifies that where the leaves dance, the fire endures, illuminating the village and nurturing the growth of new leaves. And you are one of those newly sprouted leaves. Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Feng An clenched his jaw tightly, his fists trembling with suppressed rage. He feared that should he unleash a punch, it would land squarely on the hypocritical visage of his superior. He had tacitly condoned certain actions taken by Danzo, unafraid that the flames of consequence might engulf him entirely. Yet, indeed, he felt as though he were on the brink of demise. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the quivering fists and the wide-eyed expression of Feng An, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. Tobi, so readily provoked into action by mere words. Even I must feel a twinge of inadequacy in comparison to your fiery will. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. I have witnessed the very essence of that will within you. Might you take a closer look? Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. No need for further scrutiny. Your politeness, character, and formidable strength all are manifestations of your will of fire. Join the Umbu as my direct subordinate. After all this time, are we finally revealing our true intentions? Feng An replied awkwardly. But I am merely a freshly graduated genin. Precisely because you are newly graduated is why I have chosen you. How else could I instill the will of fire within you? Sarutobi remarked, clearing his throat. The Chunin exams evaluate comprehensive abilities, ultimately determined by the Hokage. I hold your capabilities in high esteem. You are now a Chunin. Feng An felt a surge of disdain within him. Was it not you who lured the young Kakashi Hitaki into the Umbu in such a manner? Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your recognition. Now that I am a Chunin, I shall strive for the rank of Jonin. Feng An declared with utmost seriousness. Excellent, Sarutobi said, a smile gracing his lips as he held his pipe. Lord Hokage, I can hardly wait to begin my training. Each second I spend without training is an affront to the will of fire. With that, Feng An executed a body flicker technique, appearing at the exit and turning away without a backward glance. He still had to roast wild boar for Hinata. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen with a rigid expression. Once Feng An's figure faded from sight, an elderly man, leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages, slowly emerged from behind a statue. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, have you lost your senses? Allowing such a youngling to join the Umbu? Sarutobi, unfazed by the remark, replied coolly. Haven't you also been expanding the ranks of the Umbu lately? I seek only those loyal to Konoha. Loyal to Konoha, as you envision it, Danzo. Hearing Sarutobi's unvarnished words, Danzo's face darkened as he strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned his back to Sarutobi and said in a low tone, Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage. Sarutobi retorted sharply. Both men's gazes widened, each reflecting their mutual dissatisfaction. You won't last long, Hiruzen, Danzo thought bitterly, pausing for just a second before leaving with a cold demeanor. As dusk fell, Feng An indeed found Hinata and the others in the training grounds. They had successfully captured a large wild boar. Unlike their previous meager offerings, this time they had an abundance of seasonings and light snacks. Inazuka Kiba, with his keen sense of smell, was the first to detect Feng An's presence. He excitedly turned and shouted, You finally made it. We've been waiting for you. Feng An, The group turned in unison, their eyes sparkling with genuine joy. A warmth spread through Feng An's heart. Is this what it feels like to have a family? How wonderful it is to have family. Moved, Feng An rushed over, only to realize they were all waiting for him to use his fire techniques to roast the boar. Kazahana remarked, "We specifically entrusted the most crucial task to you. Aren't you touched?" "I am truly grateful for all of you," Feng An responded, shaking his head helplessly at their eager eyes. He then formed hand seals and released a small fireball, igniting the branches and kindling they had prepared. Throughout this exam, he had honed his chakra control, ensuring he would not inadvertently summon an overwhelming blaze again. As the group enjoyed their snacks, they curiously inquired why Sarutobi had singled Feng An out. "What did the Hokage say to you?" "He didn't say much, just that I could skip the exam and become a chunin directly, and that I should join the Umbu, but I declined." "I despise taking shortcuts," Feng An replied. Kazahana shot him a disdainful look. "The Hokage personally invited you to join the Umbu, and you turned him down. Nonsense. Who would believe that?" She turned to Inuzuka Kiba. "Do you believe him?" Kiba shook his head vigorously. "Not a chance." Feng An shrugged, aware that even the truth would not sway them. The image Sarutobi had crafted in their minds was far too grand for them to conceive such actions. After they had feasted and chatted for a while, they each departed. Under the night sky, only Feng An and Hinata remained. "Does this really help with your training?" Hinata asked, blinking and somewhat shy. "Indeed, I assure you. I would never deceive you," Feng An replied earnestly. Hinata nodded slightly. "Is it true that it won't hurt?" Feng An nodded patiently. "There may be a bit of discomfort, but it is all part of the training process." "Now, come on." Hinata bit her lip, reluctantly complying with Feng An's guidance. She extended her delicate hand to touch Feng An's sturdy skin. "It's so cold," Feng An exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise at Hinata's icy touch. "Perhaps we should reconsider," he said seriously. "I'm sorry, Hinata, but this training can only be completed with your help." Seeing Feng An's insistence, Hinata recognized his sincerity. "Then I shall proceed." With her eyes narrowed into slits, she turned her head and grasped Feng An's arm, pulling forcefully backward. Cracked. The dislocation echoed through Feng An's arm. Hinata's expression shifted as she panicked and released her grip. "Feng An, perhaps we should stop. This method recorded in the scroll feels rather unorthodox." Feng An grinned through the pain, shaking his head. "Continue, Hinata." The multiplication technique was a family secret he could not acquire, and he could not afford to let the opportunity of Kenmei Chizuru's abilities slip away. Having already gained the ability to activate cellular vitality to harden his body, acquiring Kenmei Chizuru's power would elevate him to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Thus, they toiled through the night in the dark. The following day, in the courtyard of the Hyuga residence, Hyuga Hizashi paced back and forth, his brow furrowed. He had just learned from Yuhi Kurenai that Hinata and Niji had encountered each other in the preliminary rounds. When Kurenai, upon discovering he was unaware of the situation, refrained from sharing the outcome, stating that since neither Niji nor Hinata had mentioned it, it would be inappropriate for her to do so. Hizashi felt a deep sense of unease. Although he suspected Niji would emerge victorious, he couldn't shake the feeling of anticipation he sensed from Kurenai's expression that it was akin to knowing one wouldn't win a lottery, yet still yearning for the results. After some time, Hinata, having just awakened, emerged from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She immediately spotted Hizashi in the courtyard. "Father," she inquired, perplexed, "what are you doing?" "At last, you are awake." Upon hearing Hinata's voice, Hizashi's brow relaxed slightly. He had been waiting for her to rise, having known that the Chunin exams must have been exhausting for her. His concern had kept him from disturbing her rest, yet he felt anxious as he paced. Hizashi composed himself and approached Hinata. "Hinata, I heard you faced Niji in the preliminaries, so you are already aware," she replied. Hinata gently scratched her small face, upon hearing Hinata's tone, which was as usual. Hyuga Hizashi's heart sank, and the faint glimmer of hope he had felt before plummeted. As expected, Niji had achieved the victory he anticipated. This prompted him to recall Niji's disdain for the main and branch family system. With a hint of concern, Hizashi inquired, "Niji did not injure you, did he?" Hinata shook her head. "No," brother Niji conceded. That's good." Just as Hizashi turned around, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly pivoted back. "What did you say?" Niji conceded. "Are you saying you emerged victorious in your duel?" "Indeed," Hinata affirmed, her brow furrowing. During the training sessions between Hinata and Niji, Hizashi had observed that Niji often displayed a murderous intent, revealing his deep-seated hatred for the main family and the branch family system. The fact that Niji had encountered an opportunity to prove himself against the main family and yet chose to concede was perplexing. Had he finally come to accept such a system? Hisashi's gaze turned somewhat melancholic. His own faith in the Hyuga system had wavered since the demise of Hisashi. Yet, such a deeply entrenched system could not be altered by a single individual. His status as the clan leader paled in comparison to the elders. Was Niji afraid of harming you? Hinata's eyes darkened slightly. Even if I won, father would subconsciously believe that brother Niji allowed me to win. Wuntihi. After all, I have always been the one to lose in our previous sparring sessions. Father has never held any expectations for me, has he? Yet, I desire his acknowledgement, if only just once. As Hinata lifted her gaze to meet her father Hisashi's, tears began to well in her eyes. Upon seeing her reddened eyes, Hisashi instantly grasped the unspoken emotions behind his daughter's brief words. And his heart softened. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Hinata stifling her tears, having focused all his attention on nurturing Hanabi. Hisashi slowly crouched down, wiping away the unshed tears from Hinata's cheeks. In a gentle tone, he remarked, I was wondering why I hadn't seen my little crybaby in a while. It turns out you've grown into a big crybaby. His usual frown softened into a kind smile. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Hinata embraced her father, sobbing. The father and daughter held each other for a long while until Hinata's emotions calmed. Can you tell father how you defeated Niji? Hinata nodded, wiping her nose. She recounted the battle and their dialogue to Hisashi. Upon hearing that Hinata had employed the 8 trigrams empty palm, Hisashi's hands, resting on her shoulders, trembled with excitement. Are you saying you have mastered the 8 trigrams empty palm? When did you learn it? Show me, Hinata nodded. Byakugan. Immediately, she activated her Byakugan, channeling chakra into her palm. With a swift motion, she struck an ornamental plant in the courtyard. A tremendous force surged forth, and the branch, struck by the concentrated chakra, snapped cleanly in two. It truly is the 8 trigrams empty palm. Hisashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered, no wonder Niji conceded. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan excels in close combat. Utilizing chakra points in conjunction with Byakugan to seal an opponent's chakra. However, in long-range combat, they lose their advantage. The Byakugan's far-reaching vision is suited for close combat, akin to wielding a telescope in a knife fight. The 8 trigrams empty palm was developed to compensate for the lack of long-range offensive capabilities in the Hyuga clan. Hisashi hesitantly asked, did you teach yourself this? He could not recall ever teaching Hinata the 8 trigrams empty palm, especially since she had yet to master the 8 trigrams 64 palms. No, father. Hinata shook her head. Hisashi's brow furrowed upon hearing her response. Not self-taught. Then how did you come to know this technique? Niji had earned the title of Byakugan genius largely because he had self-taught the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the heavenly spin. Under the Hyuga clan system, branch family members were not permitted to learn such techniques. This meant that even as a branch family member, Niji's mastery of these 2 techniques rendered the elders powerless to act against him. It was Feng An who taught me this technique during training. Hinata finally revealed. What? Hisashi exclaimed, taken aback. He can use the 8 trigrams empty palm. Hisashi was astonished. He should be able to, but I've never seen him use it. During their training, she had only heard Feng An explain the principles, never witnessing him demonstrate it in practice. Hisashi fell into deep thought. While the gentle fist and 8 trigrams techniques were indeed secret arts of the Hyuga clan, they were not entirely unattainable. As Niji had demonstrated, the gentle fist reaches its pinnacle when combined with their unique Byakugan. However, Feng An was not a member of the Hyuga clan, even if he had grasped the 8 trigrams empty palm. He could not achieve the same level of precision in striking chakra points from a distance as a Hyuga clan member could. Nevertheless, Hisashi gravely cautioned Hinata, do not let anyone else know about this. If the clan elders inquire, just say that I taught you. Hinata nodded in agreement, sensing the seriousness in her father's demeanor. Hisashi trusted that his daughter had learned the 8 trigrams empty palm from Feng An. But what about the other clan members, especially the elders? If they discovered this, they would likely suspect that Hinata had passed on the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan to an outsider, branding her a traitor for divulging the clan's secrets. Are you still training today? Hinata shook her head. Teacher Hong has given us a few days off. Hisashi nodded. That is fine. You may go and rest. Hinata hesitantly added. Actually, I have an appointment with Feng An today. Hisashi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, you are beginning to go on dates. He then said casually, all right, I approve. Thank you, father. Hinata's smile widened, feeling her father unusually warm today. Hisashi cleared his throat and said, I happen to want to meet Feng An as well. Let us go together. Huh? What? Could you perhaps meet Feng An another day? No, in the end, Hinata could not resist Hizashi's insistence and did not wish to break her promise to Feng An. So she reluctantly agreed to take her father along. She could already envision the awkward atmosphere that would ensue during their meeting. Inside her room, Hinata tied her short hair into two small buns and glanced in the mirror. Feeling it looked odd, she quickly styled a side braid as well. Staring at her reflection, she pouted. Why does it feel even stranger? She continued to fidget with her hair, repeating the process until she realized time was slipping away. With a resigned sigh, she stepped outside, her frizzy hair standing out. When will my hair grow longer? Seeing Hinata's frizzy hair, Hisashi understood her little thoughts all too well, that he clenched his jaw, his frustration boiling within. That little brat has bewitched my daughter. Oh, my dear daughter, he lamented silently, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet he had no one to share his pain with. Subsequently, Hinata and Hisashi hurried towards their meeting place. Throughout the journey, Hinata tried to tame her unruly hair with her small hands, but a few stubborn strands refused to cooperate, no matter how hard she pressed them down. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance. Hisashi had sensed something was off about Hinata during their journey, but he held back his questions until he could no longer contain himself. Did you make plans to leave the village with him? Hinata cast a fleeting glance at the furious expression of Hisashi, her heart racing with excitement. She nodded slightly, saying, we plan to visit the land of hot water in the next few days. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Hisashi nearly choked on his own breath. That little rascal has quite the taste in destinations. The land of hot water, renowned for its hot springs, he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. What about Keed? Hinata lowered her head and shook it gently. He should not have arrived yet. However, at that very moment, Keed was merely a wall away from them. He stared blankly at the light blue butterfly hairpin in his hand. Long before Hinata and the others reached the village entrance, Keed had spotted her from a distance. Just as he excitedly reached for the gift he had prepared in advance, he was suddenly taken aback to find another person following closely behind her. Hisashi Hyuga. Keed's complexion instantly turned pale, and he instinctively ducked behind the wall. How could this date possibly include my father? As Keed anxiously racked his brain for a solution, a voice reached his ears. You little brat, so this is where you've been hiding. Keed lifted his gaze, and to his dismay, he saw Hisashi, his Byakugan activated and exuding an air of restrained fury, along with Hinata, who stood awkwardly behind him. Fidgeting with her fingers, he swallowed hard and forced a sheepish smile. Good evening, uncle. Hisashi regarded him with his Byakugan, remaining silent. Keed felt an overwhelming pressure, as if every inch of his being was laid bare before Hisashi's gaze. He had never before felt such an oppressive force from the Byakugan. This sensation was akin to being caught in an act of infidelity, yet he and Hinata had done nothing wrong. How unfair. You little brat, if I hadn't come, would you have whisked my precious daughter away? And you dare to travel abroad? My daughter has never even left the Hidden Leaf Village. Hisashi silently expressed his discontent towards Keed. Observing the dire situation, Hinata quickly interjected, weren't you looking for Keed to discuss something? At Hinata's words, Hisashi's menacing aura dissipated somewhat. He sighed and adjusted his demeanor. How did you come to master the 8 trigrams empty palm? Keed replied meekly, it's a natural talent. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, Hisashi's expression darkened. With the memories from his past life, Keed was proficient in many things, but who would believe such a claim? He sighed. Perhaps I possess a high level of comprehension. Regardless of Hisashi's inquiries, he stuck to this narrative, and Hisashi was left with no choice but to relent. Ultimately, the three of them set off together for the land of hot water. Keed had initially intended to deepen his bond with Hinata during the journey, but now he found himself cultivating rapport with his future father-in-law instead. Meanwhile, in the Konoha security department, Shintai Shimura said coolly, Taima, he has left the village. Do you understand? This is your final opportunity for revenge. Understood, Taima replied, kneeling before Shintai. His physique was notably frilier than before, his face devoid of color, presenting a sickly appearance if Keed were present. He would hardly recognize him. You may go now. I will do my utmost to assist you in finding medical personnel capable of treating Taeyong. Thank you, Captain. The weak Taima knocked his head against the ground in gratitude before rising to don a mask akin to that of the Umbu. Departing from the security department, once he left, Shintai looked at the bloodstain on the ground with a look of disdain. Hui Zhong, have someone clean this room. A middle-aged man nodded sullenly. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 individuals arrived. Eager to clean the space, Shintai, meanwhile, returned to his office, only to find an elderly man with a cane and bandages seated at his desk. This man was Danzo Shimura. Upon seeing him, Shintai immediately straightened up, his demeanor shifting. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Danzo replied with a grim expression. "What do you mean by uncle? How many times must I remind you to address me by my title in a professional setting?" Shinai quickly nodded. "Yes, Lord Hokage. What did you just call me?" "Lord Danzo." Danzo rose and drew the curtains. "Shintai, is your subordinate discreet?" Shintai's lips curled into a faint smile. "His son is currently under my control. Even if he were to die, he would never dare to divulge a word. Find an opportunity to send his son to me as well." After speaking, Danzo leaned on his cane and prepared to leave. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Shintai hesitated for a moment. Then, steeling himself, he weakly asked, "But Lord Danzo, I promised Taimaw that I would seek treatment for his son." Danzo's tone turned cold. "Humph, just tell him you sent him for treatment. You are quite adept at concocting excuses, aren't you? Moreover, in his current state, it is impossible for him to return alive." Shintai understood the fate that awaited Taiyong if he were to be sent to Danzo. If not for Taimaw's constant pleas for a way to kill Keed, he would never have considered sending Taimaw to his uncle to be transformed into a monster. After Danzo departed, Shintai found himself at the Konoha hospital, staring at the lower half of Taiyong's body in a daze, murmuring to himself, "You're already living a fate worse than death, aren't you? You might as well find relief like your father did." After 2 days of arduous travel, Keed and his companions finally arrived in the Land of Hot Water by nightfall. The Land of Hot Water is famous for its hot springs, boasting stunning scenery and rich culture. This little nation never experiences a lull in tourism, always bustling with crowds. Keed had initially planned to indulge in the hot springs right after dinner. However, with Hizashi tagging along, he hadn't even held Hinata's hand throughout the journey. Keed cast a resentful glance at Hinata beside him. Hinata made a helpless expression in return. Hizashi turned to the pair and called out, "What are you two dawdling for? Let us go." "All right." Keed gritted his teeth, took Hinata's hand, and followed suit. Hizashi's eyes widened in surprise, fixated on their interlocked hands. Hinata felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, Keed showed no signs of restraint. He had come to a realization. Rather than suffer in silence, he would make Hizashi uncomfortable. "Hinata, let us head to the ninja tool shop." Keed pulled Hinata's hand toward the nearby store. Hinata glanced back at Hizashi with concern. Hizashi stood frozen in place, a look of shock on his face. "This is it. It's completely over. That little rascal is no longer hiding anything from me." He could clearly sense that his daughter Hinata had already been ensnared by Keed. Had he not come today, it would not be long before he would be a grandfather. "That little rascal, my daughter is only 12 years old." The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Hastily quickening his pace to catch up with the two, seeing that they were merely holding hands, he let out a sigh of relief. He'd merely bought a few sealing scrolls at the ninja tool shop. He intended to establish ownership of the Kusanagi sword gifted to him by Orochimaru, for otherwise he would be unable to utilize some of its functions, and there remained the possibility of Orochimaru summoning it back. The three of them then shared a meal, took a few strolls around, and the sky gradually darkened. Finally, they arrived at the last phase of their plan, soaking in the hot springs. This was supposed to be Keed's ultimate scheme. He had even concealed a swimsuit specially selected to fit Hinata's size in his backpack, but now he feared being discovered. Sigh, Feng An let out a heavy sigh. Hinata Hayashi cast a sidelong glance at him. Fully aware of his thoughts, the renowned hot springs of the Land of Water are famous not only for their soothing waters, but also for their mixed bathing. However, with Hinata Hayashi present, there was no chance for Feng An's nefarious schemes to come to fruition. He was quick to secure 2 private booths, each boasting its own hot spring pool, leaving Feng An without a single coin spent yet enjoying the warmth of the springs. Both Feng An and Hinata Hayashi donned their white bathrobes and emerged from the changing room. A glance from Hinata Hayashi made Feng An's eyes widen in shock. 8-pack abs. It was utterly unfair. Not only was this brat handsome, but his physique was also enviable. Noticing Hinata Hayashi's gaze, a faint smile curved Feng An's lips. His impressive physique was an unexpected byproduct of activating his body cells with lightning chakra. "Don't expose your stomach. You might catch a chill," Hinata Hayashi admonished, hastily draping a longer bathrobe over Feng An's upper body. Feng An shot him a glare. If he knew that Hinata had already touched him, he wondered if he would end up regretting it. Suddenly, Hinata's voice, delicate as a whisper, chimed in. "This bathrobe seems a bit small." Blushing, Hinata, now clad in a white bathrobe, shyly stepped out from the changing room. Feng An gulped audibly, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The sight of her pristine figure was nearly suffocating. Was it too small? It was clearly too big. Her soft curves were tantalizingly close to spilling out from beneath the robe. Whether the robe truly was too small or if she was just too ample, she constantly tugged it upward. "Hinata, You should go to that booth. I'll share this one with Feng An. Hinata Hayashi suggested, and Hinata nodded, her cheeks aflame. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata Hayashi grasped Feng An's arm, leading him toward the booth. Once they were settled in the hot spring, an awkward silence enveloped them. Feng An's mind was flooded with images of Hinata enjoying the springs, but as he glanced up, the sight of Hinata Hayashi deflated his spirits. Hinata Hayashi scrutinized Feng An and asked in a low voice, "What is the extent of your relationship with Hinata?" Feng An tensed at the blunt inquiry, realizing that Hinata Hayashi had been waiting for an opportunity to delve deep into his relationship with Hinata. In truth, there had been no significant development. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi's brows furrowed. No substantial development? What do you mean? Does that imply everything except the tangible has progressed? His expression darkened. You little rascal. Don't speak in riddles. Scratching his head, Feng An replied, "Well, we held hands. And we embraced once." With each new revelation, Hinata Hayashi's expression grew increasingly grim. "And I touched a little." "Wait, you touched a little?" Hinata Hayashi stepped closer, his teeth clenched. Feng An could see the fury building in his fists and hurriedly clarified. "It was Timmy who touched her. It was her who touched me." "Nonsense. My daughter is so reserved. How could she possibly initiate such a thing? You can ask Hinata yourself." Upon hearing this, Hinata Hayashi's aggression diminished. If he had the courage to ask Hinata, he wouldn't have waited until she was absent to question Feng An. Sighing deeply, Hinata Hayashi continued, "Ever since Hanabi showcased her talent, I haven't expressed much concern for Hinata. If it weren't for your incident, I might have forgotten how much I've neglected her over the years." Feng An listened silently, allowing Hinata Hayashi to voice his thoughts without interruption. "Do you know, the incident when you helped her all those years ago is still etched in her memory. That I always thought her feelings for you were misguided, merely gratitude. But recently, I've come to realize I was wrong. She genuinely likes you." Hinata Hayashi placed a hand on Feng An's shoulder. "So, Feng An, could you look after Hinata for me?" Feng An nodded, sincerity shining in his eyes as he replied, "I will, esteemed father-in-law." Hinata Hayashi raised an eyebrow. "You little rascal, your silver tongue makes me worry that Hinata might be taken advantage of in your company." Meanwhile, in the adjacent booth, a blushing Hinata buried half her face in the hot spring. The two booths were merely separated by a dense bamboo partition, rendering sound insulation nearly non-existent. She heard every word of their conversation. "Feng An is such a fool, claiming that I touched him." She recalled her father's words and thought, "It must mean the implication I'm considering, right?" Her face was flushed, a mixture of nervousness and joy, akin to a startled deer, placing her hand over her heart. She felt its rapid beating, a stark contrast to the usual calmness that eluded her now that it was advisable not to soak in the springs for too long, and once the trio began to feel drowsy. They changed back into their clothes and prepared to leave. The moment Feng An stepped out, he noticed Hinata's flushed face. Concerned, he asked, "Have you soaked for too long? Are you feeling unwell?" The sight of him brought back memories of their previous conversation, causing her already rosy cheeks to deepen in hue. She quickly shook her head. "I'm fine, just a bit warm." "That's good to hear," Feng An replied, nodding as he took hold of Hinata's small hand. "Let us go to sleep." Behind them, Hinata Hayashi's expression darkened. "Are you truly going to sleep?" "Of course," Feng An responded. "Very well," Hinata Hayashi conceded, nodding. Feng An shot him a disdainful glance, thinking how he was judging others' intentions with such a narrow view. Soon, they arrived at a quaint inn. Feng An quickly assessed the environment and cleanliness, finding it satisfactory. The noise level was low, a good sign as he preferred a peaceful night's rest without disturbances. Approaching the front desk, he noticed the young woman dozing off and inquired, "Are there any rooms available?" Upon hearing the inquiry, she jolted awake, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. "Yes. How many do you have?" After a moment of appraisal, she glanced at the pair, Feng An, handsome and charming, and Hinata, adorably blushing and seemingly shy. A man and a woman arriving at a tourist hotspot in the dead of night. The situation was ripe. Only one room remained. She exchanged a knowing look with Feng An, seemingly implying, "I can see your intentions. How about a little help?" Feng An paused. Then, understanding her insinuation, realized that the people of the land of water were quite astute. Even in small inns. No wonder the country, though small, was thriving. However, before Feng An could respond, Hinata Hayashi's eyes bulged in disbelief. With a dark expression, he stepped forward, stating firmly, "We'll take 3 rooms." The innkeeper was taken aback. "What? Is this a family vacation with children?" A significant oversight. Yet, she couldn't fathom how these two didn't resemble a conventional family. My apologies, here are your keys. She hurriedly retrieved the keys to 3 rooms. Nodding an apology, How much will that be? Originally, it was 1,120 Rio for one night, but due to the misunderstanding, she offered 3 rooms for 3,000 Rio, asking if that was acceptable. With a snort, Hinata Hayashi produced the money, handing it over before taking the keys and heading upstairs. After they departed, the innkeeper frowned in contemplation. If they were truly a family, why would they need 3 rooms? After the trio ascended the stairs, they found themselves in the innermost 3 rooms on the second floor, specifically rooms 204, 205, and 206. Hinata Hyuga cleared her throat before entering room 204. Keaton was naturally aware that this was a cue for him. Good night, Hinata. Good night. Keaton once keyed and entered room 205. He commenced his training as per his usual routine. His mastery of ninjutsu had become increasingly proficient, with a broader array of techniques at his disposal. Among the 7 chakra attributes, he had acquired techniques in 6, leaving only the yang attribute ninjutsu unlearned. In his previous life, he should have meticulously studied medical ninjutsu when perusing the array of texts. Alas, it was now too late for regrets. Despite its poor sensory perception, those who had traversed this world understood the significance of medical ninjutsu. The battles among ninjas were perilously swift, where a moment's inattention could result in severed limbs. However, under the influence of potent medical ninjutsu, timely treatment could restore even severed arms. After all, the advancements in the understanding of the human body within this shinobi world were quite extraordinary. Eye transplants. Simply pluck them out and implant them into one's own eye socket. Cell transplants. It was as straightforward as inserting a large syringe. After completing his training regimen, Keaton exhaled deeply. He retrieved the sealing scroll he had purchased earlier that day to re-establish ownership of the Kusanagi sword he had found. As he examined the sealing technique inscribed on the scroll, it became increasingly familiar. Indeed, the methodologies for ninjutsu tools and summoning spirit beasts were fundamentally analogous. Upon re-establishing ownership, Keaton infused his chakra into the Kusanagi sword, thereby severing any remaining ties to Orochimaru. He toyed with the sword, experimenting with its length alteration and chakra enchanting abilities. Before returning it to the scroll, he wondered if Hinata had fallen asleep. Damn you, old dinga, he muttered. You've ruined my first date. He sat up and unzipped his backpack, revealing a provocative striped swimsuit. Sigh, Keaton lamented as he retrieved a light blue butterfly hairpin from beside it. Initially intended as a gift for Hinata, he had refrained from revealing it, fearing that Hinata Hyuga might see the swimsuit. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed, startling Keaton, who hastily shoved everything back into his backpack. Could it be old Dinga checking in? Shortly thereafter, a delicate voice from outside inquired, "Are you asleep, Keaton?" Keaton sighed in relief. The door isn't locked. "You may enter." Hinata cautiously closed the door behind her and took a seat beside Keaton, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. "Shall we begin?" "Begin?" Upon seeing Hinata's tender gaze, his eyes widened in surprise. "Begin what?" "The training we spoke of that day. Did you not say that only I could assist you?" "Oh." Keaton's expression dimmed momentarily at that moment. Hinata's gaze fell upon the zipper of his backpack, where a corner of the swimsuit was peeking out. Pointing to it, she asked curiously, "What is this?" following her finger. Keaton's heart raced as he realized she was indicating the swimsuit. He broke into a cold sweat, his forehead glistening. Although it was a gift for Hinata, it was also a spontaneous purchase. And under the current circumstances, presenting her with such a swimsuit was quite inappropriate. In the darkness, if she mistakenly thought he was engaging in some form of cosplay, he would undoubtedly earn the label of a pervert in her mind. "I must remain calm. Why are you sweating so much? Is that a handkerchief?" As she spoke, Hinata reached toward the backpack. Keaton's eyes widened in alarm. Just as he attempted to intervene, Hinata had already pulled the zipper open. Upon seeing the true nature of the handkerchief, Hinata's face flushed crimson. She had initially thought it was merely a handkerchief, but to her dismay, it was a swimsuit with alarmingly scant fabric. Were she to wear it, a considerable portion of her fair skin would be exposed to the air. As Keaton watched Hinata fully extract the item, he felt utterly defeated. What was I thinking when I impulsively chose this swimsuit? All the affection I painstakingly garnered is likely to plummet to zero. What noise was that? Meanwhile, the ever-vigilant Hinata Hizashi, who had been unable to sleep soundly, was jolted upright by Hinata's exclamation, "You little rascal." Thank goodness I wasn't asleep. He quickly donned his clothing and shoes, ready to investigate the commotion. The atmosphere in room 205 had grown exceedingly tense. Even the slightest sound from Hizashi was instantly detected by Keaton, causing his pupils to dilate in alarm. If Hizashi were to glimpse the swimsuit, He would surely endure the disdain of their family for the rest of his life, just as Keaton pondered his next move. Hinata, blushing, asked, "Is this for me?" Yes. In his flustered state, he instinctively affirmed. Immediately, regret washed over him, as he envisioned Hinata rising in anger, hurling the swimsuit at him while chastising him as a pervert. Just as he anticipated. Hinata stood up. Keaton quickly shut his eyes. However, the scenario he envisioned did not unfold. Instead, Hinata bashfully said, "Thank you. This is my first time receiving such a swimsuit." Hearing her words, Keaton opened his eyes a crack. Observing that Hinata was not angry, he timidly inquired, "Why aren't you upset?" Hinata shook her head, chuckling softly. "I will cherish everything you give me." Keaton, a warm sensation welled up in Keaton's eyes. Hinata, just as he was about to embrace her, Hinata shyly evaded, whispering, "But I absolutely want to wear it." Suddenly, a frantic series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Hizashi's stern voice. "Keaton, Hinata, do not engage in any nonsense." "Father." Hinata gasped, her cheeks flushed. "What is he doing here? What should we do?" Keaton was even more flustered than she was. It was the dead of night, and they were alone in a room with such an unusual swimsuit in her possession. This thing must be hidden. His mind raced, and suddenly, an idea struck him. "Of course, I can simply activate the Byakugan." He chastised himself for being so forgetful. Slapping himself lightly, he declared, "Byakugan." Upon peering into room 205 with his Byakugan activated, Hizashi's eyes widened in disbelief. They were actually meditating? The image that met his Byakugan was that of Keaton and Hinata sitting cross-legged on the bed, appearing to be deeply engrossed in training. Impossible. This cannot be real. My Byakugan must be malfunctioning. The sight ignited a flicker of anger within him. My precious daughter is right beside you, and you choose this moment to meditate. Raising his palm, he concentrated his chakra, forcefully propelling an invisible push forward. A miniature version of the gentle fist technique, utilizing the Byakugan and his chakra control, manifested as a 2mm chakra projectile that accurately struck the inserted wooden latch. With a creak, the door to room 205 swung open. Hearing the commotion, Hinata's heart raced, and her brows quirked slightly. Keaton quickly opened his eyes, looking at Hizashi with a feigned expression of confusion. "Uncle, why are you still awake?" Hinata realized it was time for her to perform. She feigned a dazed expression, as though she had been meditating for an extended period and now had a slight headache. "Father, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? So you've turned the tables on me, have you?" Hizashi shot a piercing glare at Keaton. Keaton furrowed his brow, maintaining an even more bewildered and perplexed demeanor. Hizashi's expression darkened. "What were you two just doing? Did you not hear my knocks?" Unfazed, Keaton replied, "We were discussing the upcoming third exam, so we took this brief moment to train. We didn't realize we were so absorbed that we missed your knocking." "Uncle." Hinata eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, father." Hinata cast a furtive glance at Hinata, her expression betraying an unease that was readily discerned by Hinata, who easily deduced that it was a lesson imparted by Feng An. Upon sensing her father's gaze, Hinata, slightly intimidated, lowered her head and stole a glance from beneath her lashes. The hour was getting late, and it was advisable to retire for the evening. Thus, Hinata refrained from further inquiries. Should he press for answers, his heart might not withstand the revelations. Hinata nodded and turned to Feng An, uttering, "Good night." "Very well. Good night," he replied. Hinata slowly made her way past Hinata and returned to room 206. Once she had entered her quarters, Hinata cast a profound look at Feng An before taking his leave. After his departure, Feng An exhaled a sigh of relief and reclined on the bed. His gaze fell upon the sealing scroll beside him. Fortunately, he had previously procured 3 scrolls. Now, the striped swimwear lay sealed within one of them. In that fleeting moment, his mind raced, conjuring the most prudent solution. If shurikens and kunai could be sealed within a scroll, surely clothing could be as well. Before long, both Feng An and Hinata slipped into the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, in room 204, Hinata lay in bed. His eyes bloodshot, perpetually attuned to the sounds emanating from the adjacent room. It appeared that sleep would elude him this night. Subsequently, after several days of leisure in the land of hot water, Feng An and the others prepared to return to Konoha. Their initial journey had been sustained solely by snacks, leaving them to rely on soldier pills to quell their hunger during the latter part of the trip. Though the taste was decidedly unpalatable and excessively hard, this time, they had learned the significance of stockpiling provisions, dried fruits, simple meals, potato chips, and juice. Hinata, adorned with a light blue butterfly hairpin, packed her belongings while softly murmuring to herself. The 3 navigated the various shops in the land of hot water, with Hinata and Feng An selecting food items for their backpacks, while Hinata handled the payments. The exhilaration of purchasing whatever they desired was a delightful sensation. Feng An mused internally. Father, Hinata called, and Hinata understood that it was time for him to unleash his gold coins. Splurge. For his daughter, spending a bit of gold was nothing. He approached the shopkeeper and pointed at an item nearly as tall as himself. How much for this? The shopkeeper grinned and replied, 13,758 Rio, but I'll round it down for you to 13,750 Rio. Hinata felt a surge of disdain. Did he truly care about those 8 Rio? Such an affront. However, when he rummaged through his pockets, he paused momentarily. His once bulging wallet had now become alarmingly thin. Upon discovering that only 1,000 Rio remained, his face drained of color, leaving him frozen in place. Even with the shopkeeper's discount, he would still fall short by 375 or YO.in Konoha. He could afford to buy on credit, but in the land of hot water, who would dare extend credit to a stranger? Fortunately, Feng An observed the distress etched on Hinata's face, and quickly grasped the situation upon noticing the deflated wallet in his hand. Uncle, you've taken the wrong wallet. That one is mine. Feng An stepped forward and exchanged his wallet for Hinata's. Momentarily taken aback, Hinata quickly regained his composure. What a fine son-in-law. So considerate. He looked at Feng An with appreciative eyes before opening the wallet. His expression shifted from gratitude to utter shock. Oh, much money. He stifled his astonishment and made the payment. Once they distanced themselves from the shop, Hinata could no longer contain himself and tossed Feng An's wallet back at him, indignantly questioning, "You little rascal, how come you have so much money? How could one travel abroad without funds, especially when accompanying Hinata on a budget trip? Why didn't you mention it? You never asked. You always insisted on paying. So I thought you relished the thrill of footing the bill." Hinata recalled how he had insisted on paying for the hot springs and had also been the one to rent 3 rooms. Had he unwittingly been a fool all along? Instantly, he felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, the lines of age deepening on his face. Observing Hinata's bewildered expression, Feng An felt a pang of sympathy and approached him. "Uncle, from now on, we're family. What's yours is mine. There's no need for distinction." Hinata regarded Feng An's demeanor with a mix of frustration and resignation. He had previously informed his daughter that as long as Feng An possessed a certain level of capability, he would not obstruct their relationship. Now, knowing that Feng An could comprehend the 8 trigrams empty palm, he had begun to acknowledge his potential. He had not been able to spectate the first 2 rounds of the Chunin exam, but he could for the third. He did not seek for Feng An to be exceptionally strong. As long as he had the strength to protect Hinata, he would feel at ease with her association with him, as long as grandchildren did not come too soon. "Let us hurry, uncle. Nightfall is approaching." Feng An called out to the dazed Hinata. Soon, the latter regained clarity, shook off his sleeves, and fell in step with the 2. The trio hastened onward, and after several hours, night enveloped the sky. Hinata began to feel a pang of hunger, prompting them to pause for a rest. Feng An retrieved an assortment of food and drink from his backpack. Hinata, upon seeing the veritable array of snacks, frowned and queried, "Are these things filling?" "Fear not, uncle. The quantity will suffice," Feng An replied, producing a mountain of potato chips, spicy sticks, and various other unbranded snacks. Hinata stared in disbelief at the towering heap of junk food. Over 3,700 Rio had been spent on this rubbish. Feng An and Hinata were oblivious to the classification of food. As long as it was palatable, that was sufficient. Feng An also handed Hinata the remaining soldier pills. "Here, uncle, you can have this." Upon seeing the soldier pills, Hinata recalled their hard and unpalatable taste. "I'd rather stick to junk food." Hinata offered him a bag of potato chips. "These are original flavor. They should suit your palate." Frowning, Hinata tore open the package and sampled a chip. Indeed, it was junk food. The taste was replete with additives. Feng An shot him a glance. "Then why do you still eat it?" "I am doing this for your sake. The more I consume, the less there is for you to worry about." Hinata swallowed hard and reached for a bag of tomato-flavored chips. After tasting a piece, he grimaced and declared, "The tomato flavor has even more additives. You 2 are not allowed to eat these. Too many additives." He rapidly consumed one bag after another, leaving no hard surface on him except for his mouth. Hinata leaned closer to Feng An and whispered, "Actually, father loves ketchup. Let us save the tomato-flavored ones for him." Feng An nodded in agreement. Just as he was enjoying a spicy stick, Feng An suddenly sensed movement around them. He stood up and spoke in a low tone, "Uncle, Hinata, it seems something is approaching us." At his words, Both Hinata and Hinata immediately set down their snacks and sprang to their feet. Byakugan. They activated their Byakugan simultaneously, their vision expanding outward in an instant. Within moments, they locked onto numerous figures weaving through the trees. They observed at least 10 ninjas stealthily advancing towards them from all directions. Hinata's brow furrowed deeply. While he was curious as to how Feng An had perceived this in advance, it was evidently not the time for such inquiries. Feng An, Hinata, protect yourselves. He could not afford to be careless. From the speed of their movement, it was clear that they were at least of Chunin rank, whereas among the three of them, only he was a Jonin. Once there are 1 or 2 upper ninjas among the opposition, the situation becomes exceedingly dire. Hinata nodded, adopting the same gentle fist stance as Hyuga Hisashi. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, Kaifuin quickly stuffed the snacks into his bag. Hisashi noticed this action and furrowed his brow. Stop pretending. Huh? Kaifuin was taken aback, halting his movements. Did he see through my concealed strength? Kaifuin touched his nose, wondering when his uncle had figured it out. Hisashi assumed he was questioning why he and T turned around to see Kaifuin hiding the snacks, and thus disdainfully remarked, the Byakugan's ability. Kaifuin paused for a moment as, oh, the Byakugan possesses such a capability. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto a distant tree branch, approximately 20 meters away. The ninja believed his movements were subtle and discreet. In reality, every action he took was well within the Byakugan's line of sight. Hisashi was waiting for this moment. His hack KSH had an effective lethal range of 20 meters, so he awaited the opponent's advance into his territory. Instantly, Hisashi locked onto him with the Byakugan. Hack KSH. He directed a palm strike at the distant tree branch, unleashing a dense burst of chakra that shot forth like a palm-sized air bullet. The ninja, caught off guard, was struck through the chest by the invisible hack KSH, spewing a mouthful of blood before plummeting lifelessly to the ground. With the first strike delivered, Hisashi's swift execution served to intimidate the remaining ninjas. Truly, he was worthy of being the clan leader, Kaifuin thought to himself. There are still 9 remaining. Hisashi continuously surveyed the positions of the other 9 with his all-seeing Byakugan, him, the remaining 9. Having witnessed the death of the first approaching ninja, slowed their pace and gradually huddled together, seemingly preparing to launch a joint assault. Should they attack together, even with the Byakugan, he would find it difficult to defend himself. With a serious expression, Hisashi shouted sternly to the surroundings. I am a ninja from the hidden leaf of the land of fire. I advise you not to throw away your lives for the sake of murder and theft. Being in a foreign land and targeted, he deduced that this was the only reason. The other 9 gathered together, seemingly deliberating something. Moments later, a voice rang out from the woods. You 2 can leave. But the one with red hair must stay. Upon hearing this, Hisashi's brow furrowed tightly. He had declared that no leaf ninja could be allowed to retreat, yet they specified that Kaifuin must remain. Kaifuin was also taken aback, realizing that they were coming for him. Hisashi asked in a low voice, Kaifuin, do you have any enemies? Kaifuin frowned. I am friendly, handsome, and polite. Who could possibly hate me? The names Taeyong and Timing surfaced in his mind. Those 2, one old and one young, were indeed bothersome. Kaifuin muttered under his breath. Hisashi's brow slightly knitted. Are you saying we are bothersome? Kaifuin fell silent. Who said anything about you? The voice of the previously speaking ninja echoed again. Have you made up your minds? Just as Hisashi was about to speak, Kaifuin interjected, I will stay. He then turned to the 2 and said, you should go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. He intended to remain behind, hoping to extract information from the opponents to see if it was indeed those 2 who had sent them. Hinata shook her head repeatedly, her gaze steadfast on Kaifuin. No, we leave together, witnessing Kaifuin's unwavering choice in the face of life and death. Hisashi resolved firmly. No, you all must leave. Kaifuin scratched his head. Did you misunderstand something? An angry roar erupted from the woods. Damn it, are you leaving or not? If not, then none of you will leave. The figures of the 9 ninjas surged into action, hurling shurikens at the 3 from various corners. The moment Hisashi sensed their attack, he released a surge of chakra from within, swiftly executing a circular motion. Hack KB, a hemispherical chakra shield enveloped him entirely. The thrown shurikens were easily deflected, soaring away harmlessly. Just as he ceased spinning, he did not pause for a moment, immediately gathering chakra in his palms and locking on to one of the ninjas with the Byakugan. Unleashing a palm strike that a high-density chakra projectile sped toward the advancing ninja. However, this time the opponent was on guard and swiftly dodged. Bang! The tree branch where the ninja had been crouching was pierced through by the hack KSH. The dodging ninja looked at the punctured tree with trepidation. Bro, Didn't they say we were just killing a brat? How is there an upper ninja from the leaf? How should I know? The previously speaking ninja's eyes glinted with malice as he clenched his fists. In any case, if we don't kill him, not only will we not get the money, but we might also die here. He understood that otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many people to target a mere child. All of whom were not weak, but the price offered by the employer was too tempting to refuse. If he succeeded, he could settle down in a small village for the rest of his life. Tianguang, Hattori, you two hold off that leaf upper ninja with me while the others eliminate those two brats. Once the red-haired brat is dead, we retreat. The leading ninja swiftly devised a battle strategy. Understood, boss. The two ninjas named immediately positioned themselves beside him. Kaifuan stepped forward, ready to take action, but Hizashi blocked him. With a grave expression, he said, Kaifuan, you and Hinata must leave quickly. This is not a battle for a lower ninja to engage in. Father, while they still have some reservations about me, you must hurry. Without absolute certainty, Hizashi dared not act recklessly in a one versus many scenario. He needed to ensure that every chakra extraction was effective. Otherwise, he would exhaust himself to death. Kaifuan replied earnestly, Uncle, I am quite strong. Hizashi's brow tightened. I know you are strong, but this is not the stage to showcase your abilities. This is a battle where life and death can be decided in an instant. Why don't you believe me? Do I really look that weak? Kaifuan felt frustrated at that moment. The opponents began to act in accordance with their roles. The leading three surged toward Hizashi, while the remaining six hurled shurikens at Kaifuan and Hinata. Hizashi, his expression serious, faced a dilemma: to confront the three or protect Kaifuan and Hinata. Yet, he was given no time for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, he began to rotate once more. Hat KB, as long as he could protect them, that was enough. The three advancing ninjas exchanged cunning glances. They had previously noted the flaw in Hizashi's KB technique. The instant he halted his rotation, there would be a significant opening. As the shurikens were deflected, the ninjas unleashed their jutsu in succession. One threw a kunai attached with an explosive tag, while the other two swiftly formed seals. Doton, Dori Taiga, a massive stone, towering 3 to 4 meters, hurtled toward him, while another ninja struck the ground with both hands, sending cracks spiraling outward. Hizashi's eyes caught the incoming attacks, but his body had yet to stabilize. Hat KB, before completely halting, he concentrated chakra in his palms and struck forcefully at the flying kunai and the boulder. Upon impact with the explosive tag, the kunai was sent flying. Yet the blow to the approaching boulder only left a palm-sized dent. Breathing heavily, Hizashi's complexion turned pale. He was already reaching his limit. He had truly grown complacent over the years. At that moment, the boulder and the fissures in the ground were less than a meter away from him. There was no time left. As he once again assumed the 8 trigram 64 palm stance, preparing for a fierce confrontation, a formidable earthen wall, measuring at least half a meter in thickness, swiftly rose before him. Bang! The impact of flying rocks and the fissures on the ground collided with the earthen wall, resulting in only minor dents upon its surface. The three individuals, who had previously displayed smug expressions, instantly changed their demeanor. They were unaware of Hinata Hizashi forming seals, and it was evident that this was not a technique employed by him. The other two young ninjas? It was even less likely, as they had not shown any signs of forming seals either. Could there be other skilled shinobi from the hidden leaf lurking in the shadows? The leader gestured for his companions, Tan Guang and Habuto, to jump back. Tan Guang, do sense if there are any other presences nearby. The ninja named Tan Guang nodded in compliance. Meanwhile, Hinata Hizashi wore a look of stupefaction as he perceived a sudden surge of chakra within Feng An. Subsequently, Feng An struck the ground, causing a half-meter-thick earthen wall to emerge before him. How could this be? He didn't even form any seals, yet unleashed such a potent jutsu without so much as a hint of fatigue. Hesitantly, he directed a question towards Feng An. You. Before he could finish, Feng An promptly interjected, You guessed correctly, it is indeed me. I told you I am quite formidable, yet you did not believe. Witnessing Feng An's almost arrogant demeanor, Hizashi's expression darkened, though he was equally taken aback. Beside them, Hinata felt a mix of joy and frustration at Feng An's strength, feeling as though she had contributed nothing. Her 8 trigrams empty palm had an effective range of only 10 meters. Primarily designed for chakra suppression, far from the penetrating power of her father's techniques. Feng An turned to the two, saying, Uncle, take a breather. Hinata, pinpoint their locations. Hinata activated her Byakugan to observe the individuals within her range. 3 were positioned in the northeast, while 6 others were directly to the east. Understood. Feng An nodded, leaping atop the earthen wall. and suddenly inhaled deeply. Tinzhong utilized sensing techniques to explore for hidden threats. He keenly noticed Feng An's rapid ascent onto the earthen wall. Big brother, Habuto, what is he doing? The two turned to observe Feng An, perplexed by his actions. Habuto weakly remarked, is he about to spit? Fire release, great fire annihilation. Just as they were bewildered, a colossal blaze erupted skyward, surging towards the trio. What the hell? Setting the mountain ablaze. The three leading ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily formed seals. They had no time to ponder why this youth could unleash flames without forming seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Bang! The three ninjas slammed their hands against the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a half-meter thick earthen wall to emerge. However, before the wall could fully rise, the inferno unleashed by Feng An had already enveloped them entirely. They screamed in agony. Hizashi stared in disbelief at the chakra flow gradually dissipating within the sea of flames. This, he muttered to himself, perhaps it wouldn't be so unacceptable to embrace becoming a grandfather earlier than anticipated. Hinata's cheeks flushed intensely. Father, before the two remaining ninjas within the blaze could react, Feng An wielded a kunai. Transforming into a harbinger of death, with a swift thrust, the ninja named Habuto met his end on the spot. The remaining leader, now filled with terror, disregarded his searing injuries and hastily knelt in supplication. I was wrong. I have a... With a flash of cold light, the kunai swiftly severed his neck. Apologies, but I have already heard the tale of a family with an 80-year-old mother. Feng An casually discarded the bloodied kunai, wiping the blood from his hands on his clothing. The ninja, begrudgingly clutching his neck, struggled to utter, my beloved wife is waiting for me. Beloved wife. Feng An seized his shoulder, filled with regret. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Why didn't you say so earlier? The remaining 6 ninjas exchanged glances, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. Flee, with their leader slain. What was the point of continuing the fight? In unison, they hurled shurikens towards Feng An. Employing a desperate technique with no regard for accuracy, with so many shurikens, even a formidable opponent would need to temporarily retreat. Without a backward glance, they fled. However, Feng An did not evade. He channeled chakra to his throat and inhaled vigorously. This kid has lost his mind, refusing to dodge. Intent on annihilating us, we merely tossed a few shurikens. Surely he doesn't harbor such hatred for us. Yet when the shurikens struck him, they produced a sound akin to hitting granite, nearly leaving them agape in shock. This is a mere genin? Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Do not inquire as to why he utilizes various techniques. Simply acknowledge that he is the second-ranked ninjutsu professor in the shinobi world. And he acts on a whim. Unlike the vertical range of great fire annihilation, great fire extinguishing unleashes a broad horizontal expanse. In an instant, the forest transformed into a sea of flames, illuminating the night with an intense glow. The scent of roasted meat wafted through the air, inducing a mix of hunger and nausea in Feng An and his companions. He dashed into the inferno, liberating them one by one. Suddenly, Hinata's brows furrowed. A surge of chakra entered her Byakugan's range, racing towards Feng An. 500 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, she urgently shouted towards Feng An. Feng An, someone is approaching you. Their speed is incredible, just as her warning echoed. A figure brandishing a kunai charged directly at Feng An. The assailant was slender, with bloodshot eyes, roaring as he slashed at Feng An's neck. Feng An reacted swiftly, seizing the man's throat and slamming him to the ground. Bang! Blood immediately flowed from the man's head. The frail figure frantically slashed at Feng An's arm with the kunai, leaving only a few superficial marks. Feng An's gaze sharpened, uncertainty creeping in as he inquired. Tai Ming. Although he bore no resemblance to his former self, Feng An still recognized the familiar madness in his eyes. It was the same expression he had worn upon learning that his son would never hold his head high again. I will kill you. You ruined my son, the Pin Tai Ming screamed in fury, indifferent to the blood streaming from his head. Feng An calmly retorted, you old fool, you can't even raise your own son properly. I suppose I must give your offspring a proper education. Clenching his fist, Feng An swung a punch towards Tai Ming's groin. Confusion crossed Feng An's face as he realized he had struck nothing. Old man, where did your offspring go? At his words, a flicker of painful memories seemed to cross Tai Ming's mind, causing him to cease his struggles, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing. It's a long story. It was a... Feng An's fist came crashing down upon his face. It was a child. Do you not know that villains often perish from excessive monologuing? I have only said a few. Bang. Another punch met his face. Apologies, my hand slipped. What were you about to say? A twinge of guilt washed over Feng An as he reached out to pinch Tai Ming's collapsed nose. Tai Ming trembled. his nostrils flaring with rage. Ha ha ha. As he laughed maniacally, he plunged the kunai into his own chest. Angered to the point of losing his mind, just as Feng An stood in bewilderment, Tai Meng's body began to undergo a grotesque transformation. It expanded suddenly, white cells surging from the wound on his chest. Feng An quickly leaped back, retreating to a safe distance. What in the world is this? Tai Meng's form became increasingly grotesque, his body and limbs covered in white cells, appearing bloated and writhing as if siphoning his very essence, an utterly repulsive sight. Hizashi, regaining some color, spoke gravely, "Be cautious. That man's condition is quite alarming." In the distorted vision of Byakugan, Tai Meng's chakra had dwindled to the size of a ping-pong ball. Yet, paradoxically, his physique grew increasingly robust, a most peculiar transformation. Suddenly, Tai Meng opened his eyes, squeezed together by white cells, and bellowed toward the heavens, wildly swinging his fists in the forest. "Where have you gone? Show yourself." At this moment, his towering form reached 5 meters, with arms of astonishing girth, estimated to be 50 centimeters in circumference. In a fit of rage, he uprooted a tree, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Hinata Hyuga observed this scene, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. "Kazuyan, we must retreat. He seems to have lost his sanity. You all go ahead. I have a secret weapon," Kazuyan replied, producing a scroll and casually glancing upward. "Let's try the Kusanagi sword." He swiftly unfurled the scroll. Bang! A puff of smoke dissipated, revealing a minuscule, striped swimsuit. "Damn it. I grabbed the wrong scroll." He hastily sealed it away again. Behind him, Hinata's face flushed crimson. "That wasn't meant for me," she thought, her Byakugan revealing Kazuyan's summoned secret weapon in its entirety. Hinata's father, Hayashi, wore a perplexed expression. Though he had seen it through Byakugan, Kazuyan's rapid sealing had only allowed him a glimpse of its general appearance, resembling a mask with strings. What exactly is that secret weapon? A mask? Upon hearing her father's description, Hinata nearly fainted from embarrassment. Kazuyan remained silent, choosing not to clarify his father's confusion. At this juncture, the 5-meter-tall Tai Meng had finally adapted to his ocular distortion and discovered Kazuyan and the others right before him. It turned out his towering height and the grotesque compression of his eyes had prevented him from seeing the situation below. Tai Meng grasped the uprooted tree with both hands and swept it toward the ground. Bolstered by the activation of his cells, Kazuyan's reflexes surged significantly, though his physical strength was immense. He had previously realized during the Death Forest incident that powerful impacts could still inflict considerable internal damage. As the tree approached him at a mere half-meter, he leaped upward, utilizing chakra adhesion to firmly attach himself to the tree. He quickly retrieved another scroll and flung it open. Bang! The moment the Kusanagi sword materialized, he infused it with his internal lightning chakra. This fluid maneuver was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Kazuyan aimed for Tai Meng's head and thrust forward with great force. Hyuga Hayashi, who had already leapt to safety with Hinata, twitched at the sight. The secret weapon merely a 1-meter-long sword, a mere stab at the air. However, the next moment shattered his composure. As Kazuyan wielded, the Kusanagi sword elongated, swiftly piercing Tai Meng's eye. The blade even extended several meters behind his head. Arg! Tai Meng let out a pained howl that reverberated through the forest. Kazuyan had to cover his ears, distancing himself from the cacophony. Tai Meng clutched the Kusanagi sword with both hands and forcefully yanked it free. A torrent of blood spilling onto the ground. He charged at Kazuyan, the ground trembling beneath his feet. A headshot not enough to incapacitate him, Kazuyan thought in alarm, hastily jumping aside. With a mere thought, the Kusanagi sword flew back to his palm. Lightning chakra isn't sufficient. What about yin-yang power? He mused and proceeded to channel a small amount of yin-yang energy into the Kusanagi sword. Due to the minimal amount of yin-yang energy, the blade's luster diminished significantly, rendering it nearly invisible in the darkness. Tai Meng, having missed his target, pivoted and charged toward Kazuyan once more. Firmly gripping the Kusanagi sword above his head, Kazuyan commanded, "Lengthen." Instantly, the sword expanded to nearly 40 meters. Cleaving downward toward the frenzied Tai Meng, the already razor-sharp Kusanagi sword, augmented by the destructive power of yin-yang energy, met no resistance from the surrounding trees as it effortlessly bisected the 5-meter-tall Tai Meng. Thud! The colossal figure of Tai Meng split in two, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. However, the bizarre white cells, after a brief writhing, completely consumed Tai Meng. What had once retained a hint of human form was now reduced to two amorphous blobs of white flesh entwined. Unrecognizable even to his mother, Hinata, witnessing this through her Byakugan, felt a wave of nausea rise in her throat and quickly dispelled her Byakugan. Hayashi's scalp prickled. He had never encountered such an eerie spectacle. Kazian furrowed his brow, suspecting that either Orochimaru or a certain research-obsessed ocular enthusiast from Konoha had turned timing into a test subject. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the mass of white cells seemed to lose its nutritional source and began to shrink, gradually resembling a sapling. With a thought, Kazian shortened the 40-meter Kusanagi sword back to his hand, and no wonder Orochimaru has been collecting all the Kusanagi swords. Kazian reflected, scrutinizing the blade, just as he intended to seal the sword back into the scroll. He flipped the blade and noticed a palm-sized white cell clinging to the other side, crawling onto his hand. Crap! Startled, Kazian swatted at it, but the white cell directly penetrated his palm, burrowing into his body. His expression shifted as he hastily sealed the Kusanagi sword and gazed at his left hand. That I won't be devoured by it too, will I? This thing must be the first Hokage's cells. Right? He thought, recalling that the first Hokage's cells possessed regenerative capabilities. Just as he began to feel anxious, Hayashi and Hinata rushed over. Hayashi regarded Kazian with an incredulous gaze. You use ninjutsu without hand seals. And you wield a weapon that can alter its length. Your body can withstand shuriken. Each of these facets leaves me utterly astonished. I scarcely know where to begin. Noticing Kazian's fixation on his left hand, Hinata quickly activated her Byakugan and gently grasped his small hand. After a thorough examination, she found no wounds on the surface, and the veins appeared intact. Her worried expression finally relaxed, observing Hinata's concerned demeanor. Kazian deliberated for a moment before deciding to withhold the information about the white cells from them, lest it cause unnecessary worry. Subsequently, Kazian casually rummaged through the shinobi's shuriken and kunai, stowing them in his pack. Not collecting them would be a waste. The trio continued on their journey for another half hour, eventually finding a stream to wash their faces. After holding back his questions all this time, Hayashi finally approached Kazian. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Are you really 13 years old?" Stunned while rummaging for juice in his bag, Kazian replied, "Do I not look 13? Hayashi retorted, "Aside from your appearance, where else do you resemble a 13-year-old? From what I heard from Yugao, you can unleash a fireball 5 meters in diameter, and now you've displayed such combat prowess. It has only been a little over a month since then. And I am left questioning my own life." Kazian scratched his head. "Don't ask. Just know I possess extraordinary talent." Upon hearing this, Hayashi was unconvinced and sighed, "Thank goodness someone with your talent is not ambitious. Otherwise, where would that leave geniuses like Neji and Sasuke?" "I'm merely a tad more perceptive," Kazian said, unwilling to belittle his own abilities. Since he began learning ninjutsu after weaning, he had effectively trained for 10 years. "Tell me honestly, do you think your current strength is comparable to that of a jounin?" Seeing Hayashi's serious expression, Kazian nodded. "About that, yes." Having witnessed Hayashi's willingness to sacrifice himself for him and Hinata, Kazian chose to place his trust in him. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed the earth release in front of him. The only thing he cared about in the village was Danzo's right eye. The Kodo Amatsukami of sure sway. If he were willing, he could alter others' memories without their awareness. However, in the end, he never truly utilized the Kodo Amatsukami before his demise. Danzo belonged to that category of individuals who could stifle someone even when holding a trump card. The Sharingan is indeed a more twisted ability than the last. Whenever Feng An thought of the Uchiha clan, he was reminded of their perverse ocular techniques. If given the opportunity, he would certainly seize a Sharingan for himself. Hyuga Hizashi fell silent for a moment and inquired, "Why do these individuals wish to kill you?" Feng An shrugged. "I have no idea." He speculated that the first-generation cells within Timing's body were somehow connected to Danzo. Yet, he had no intersection with Danzo and could not fathom why he would be targeted. Taiyong, Timing, Shimizu Shunta, Shimura Danzo. He murmured to himself, linking the 4 individuals he could think of who might be related. However, neither Shunta nor Danzo appeared to possess the character to act out of vengeance for Timing. Ugh, my head hurts. After pondering for a while, Feng An felt a wave of dizziness. Nearby, Hinata, resembling a hamster, silently devoured bag after bag of snacks. She was somewhat curious about Feng An's strength, but it seemed her hunger took precedence over her questions. By the time Feng An noticed Hinata, she had already reduced the towering pile of snacks to just a few scattered bags. As she noticed Feng An's gaze, Hinata hesitated for a moment before placing the chip she was about to pop into her mouth back into the bag. She shyly lowered her eyes. "I couldn't help but eat too much. How can I grow if I'm not full?" Feng An ruffled her hair. "Hinata, Feng An scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. "May I lean on you for a moment?" Hinata nodded shyly, letting out a small hum. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Hyuga Hizashi, who was munching on snacks, made a strange coughing sound. Noticing his lack of objection, Feng An feigned ignorance. "Uncle, have you got something caught in your throat?" he leaned on Hinata's shoulder, pretending to be oblivious. After several days of travel, the three finally returned to Konoha. The nights in Konoha were considerably colder, unlike the land of hot water, where young ladies clad in swimsuits strolled through shops after enjoying a hot spring. Feng An and Hinata parted ways, each heading towards their respective homes. With Hyuga Hisashi around, there was no need for him to escort Hinata back. Meanwhile, in the Konoha security department, the moment Feng An and the others returned to the village, someone came to inform Shimizu Shunta. A man respectfully stated, "Captain, that brat has returned with the Hyuga father and daughter." Sitting in his office chair, Shimizu Shunta's expression darkened instantly. "I see. You may leave." "Yes, sir." Once the man exited, Shimizu Shunta slammed his fist on the table in frustration. A mere clan leader of the Hyuga clan was only at the level of a J-nin, while the modified Taiming had already reached the pinnacle of J-nin's strength. How could he have failed? Even an elite J-nin like him dared not boast of escaping unscathed from Taiming's berserk state. And why would a mere J-nin like Hyuga Hisashi be able to retreat unscathed while protecting two young ones? Just then, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, pushed the door open and entered. Shimizu Shunta quickly composed himself and stood up. "Lord Danzo." Shimura Danzo cast a casual glance at the scattered cups on the table. "It seems your information is more up-to-date than mine. Nephew would never presume." Shimizu Shunta lowered his head slightly. Danzo said indifferently, "You need not keep an eye on that brat for the next few days." Upon hearing his uncle's lack of reproach, Shimizu Shunta felt a surge of joy, followed by a puzzled inquiry. "Why not kill him?" Danzo's eyes widened slightly. "You seem quite eager to kill him." No. I only acted under Lord Danzo's orders." "Is that so? Then what about the assassination attempt on Feng An that you orchestrated?" Shimizu Shunta's hair stood on end at Danzo's words. How did his uncle know about this? He stammered. "Well, that was Taiming who sought out people for his son." Bang. Shimura Danzo, visibly displeased, struck the ground with his cane. "Without your permission, could that group have smoothly infiltrated the village? Did they just happen to find an unoccupied alley to act in? You truly think you can evade my notice after all these years of forming factions?" "Uncle, I was wrong. I will listen to you." Seeing Shimizu Shunta's feeble demeanor only enraged Danzo further. "If you were seeking revenge for Taiming's son, I could understand. But to hold a grudge against a brat simply because he made a fool of you once, if you do not amend your petty nature, there will always be someone eyeing your position." Shimizu Shunta trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, "And what of you? Uncle, why do you wish to kill that brat? Were it not for Lord Hokage extending an olive branch to him?" "You..." Before he could finish, Danzo seized him by the throat, his expression grave as he scolded, "Fool, if it weren't for your father, I would..." His desire to eliminate Feng An stemmed from the latter's lineage to the Uzumaki clan. And the fall of the land of Whirlpool had a connection not only with Konoha's indifference, but also with the fear that other villages harbored toward the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Even Konoha, their ally, harbored trepidation. Once Konoha took in Uzumaki Kushina and acquired a tailed beast, the existence of the land of Whirlpool became inconsequential. Their indifference merely served as an excuse for him and Sarutobi Hiruzen to act through their village. If the descendants of the Uzumaki clan were to learn the truth, it would ultimately pose a threat. Moreover, the fact that Hiruzen had invited him into the Umbu only intensified his murderous intent. However, what Danzo did not realize was that even if Feng An were to uncover the reasons behind the fall of the land of Whirlpool, he would not be swayed by such matters. As Danzo tightened his grip, Shimizu Shunta's face turned crimson from lack of air. Danzo flung him aside. "I have more pressing matters at hand. Keep a low profile, or don't blame me for disregarding our kinship." After Danzo departed, Shimizu Shunta rose from the ground, his expression icy, fist clenched tightly. "If you won't allow me to kill him, then I shall do it anyway." The next day, Feng An awoke late, with the sun warming his rear. After washing up, he gazed at his handsome reflection in the mirror, murmuring to himself, "Should I go find Might Guy?" He had promised Might Guy during the preliminaries that he would learn martial arts from him. Furthermore, with the increasing number of monstrous beings absorbing ninjutsu and immune to ninjutsu, and the thresholds for sage techniques, he would ultimately have to return to martial arts. "I should inform Kurenai-sensei." Feng An stood up and, after discussing matters with Yuhi Kurenai and others, made his way to the training grounds of Team 3. If they only needed to know the general direction, for even from a distance, they could hear Might Guy and Rock Lee's enthusiastic counting. 2091, 2092, 2093, are you catching up, Lee? Yoshi, then let's surpass our limits once again. With Might Guy's passionate calls, he performed one-handed handstands, increasing his speed twofold. 3071, 3072. From a short distance away, Feng An felt a sense of dread as he watched the two green-clad figures, one tall and one short, training fervently. If I learn the 8 gates, I might as well run. Feng An muttered to himself. Just then, a voice broke through. Who are you? Approaching him was a girl with a bun hairstyle, dressed in a light pink sleeveless coat, accompanied by Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji calmly responded to her remark. Feng An. Oh right. As the thoughts surged through his mind, Tian clenched one fist and struck it against the palm of his other hand. Niji, how do you remember so clearly? I recall that in the preliminary match against Feng An, you left the venue beforehand. Hinata. Niji did not respond to her query. After all, how could he divulge that he remembered every detail about his sister's classmates? He fixed a cold stare at Feng An and inquired. What brings you here? To study. Feng An replied politely. Facing the question posed by his future brother-in-law, Niji's psyche was quite complex. He demonstrated great concern for his cousin Hinata while occasionally harboring violent thoughts towards her during training. Study? But teacher guy specializes solely in taijutsu. Are you seeking trouble? Niji's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, on the side, Might Guy leaped up energetically from the ground. Niji, he is my invited guest. Let's ignite our youthful spirits together. He then flashed his signature radiant smile. Rock Lee abruptly sprang forth, mirroring Guy's enthusiastic demeanor, his own characteristic small yet bright smile adorning his face as he assumed a combative stance. That you're Feng An. Right, I'm Rock Lee. I noticed you last time. Let's duel. Feng An rubbed his forehead. Is it permissible to refuse? Why was there always a passionate fool around? No, here were two passionate fools. Hey. Why? Rock Lee hurriedly approached, placing his hands on Feng An's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Feng An felt dizzy from the shaking and quickly broke free. The best remedy for being targeted by a hot-blooded idiot was to maintain a cool demeanor. He glanced at Might Guy beside him. Teacher Guy, please teach me the 8 gates. Might Guy examined Feng An from head to toe, then nodded. Your physical endurance should have reached a level capable of withstanding the discomfort of the 2nd gate. Rest gate. Only the 2nd gate. Feng An mumbled softly. He had assumed that, with his body enhanced by cellular activation, it would be no problem to at least unlock the life gate. Upon hearing Feng An's words, Might Guy explained, well, if you push through, there's no issue. Like little Lee, if he disregards the post-training immobility, he can unlock the 5th gate, the limit gate. And if I disregard the pain, how many can I unlock? That depends on your own experience. Everyone's perception of pain and perseverance varies. Try channeling chakra into the 1st gate and see how it feels. You should aim just above your left eye. Feng An nodded and closed his eyes, drawing more chakra into the 1st gate. For some reason, he had recently felt his perception intensifying. As he shut his eyes, he seemed to sense the flow of chakra within his meridians. He continued to funnel chakra into the gate, but felt no breakthrough against the barrier. Why? Feng An furrowed his brow, drawing in more chakra. As a minute passed with no discernible change, Might Guy's expression grew increasingly grave. Was he unable to sense the opening of the gate within his body? Hinata Niji, arms crossed, coldly remarked, the 8 gates are not as simple as you imagine. Arrogant fool. Don't say that, Niji. We haven't mastered the 8 gates either. Tian interjected, attempting to mediate. The gentle fist is soft, while the 8 gates are hard, which is why I haven't learned it. Understood. Seeing Niji's anxious explanation paired with his serious demeanor, Tian stifled a laugh behind her hand. After waiting a moment longer and observing Feng An's lack of change, Might Guy suggested, Feng An, perhaps it would be better to first learn some taijutsu techniques from me, just as he raised his hand to place it on Feng An's shoulder. A sudden tremor coursed through Feng An's body. Might Guy paused momentarily, then lowered his hand, smiling. Excellent. You've successfully unlocked the 1st gate. However, Feng An still showed no sign of opening his eyes. Was he aiming to challenge the 2nd gate? The rest gate, teacher Guy. If he just learned and then attempts the 2nd gate, could it be dangerous? Rock Lee, counting his kicks against a wooden post, glanced over with concern. He still wanted to duel Feng An. If Feng An were to sustain an injury, that would not do at all. Might Guy shook his head. Based on his physical condition, the 2nd gate should pose no problem. Really? That's wonderful. Little Lee's determination surged as he accelerated his kicks against the wooden post. Feng An kept his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed. He had channeled a considerable amount of chakra, yet for some reason, breaking through the 2nd gate was just as challenging. Why was this? He steeled himself, deciding to pour an immense amount of chakra directly into the 2nd gate. Break, he internally shouted. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the barrier of the rest gate was shattered by the overwhelming influx of chakra. Following the breach of the rest gate, it surged immediately into the life gate. Boom, the third gate, the life gate, opened. As the barrier of the life gate broke, it surged into the wound gate, which also showed signs of yielding. His aura transformed instantaneously, his hair stood on end, blue chakra flowed fiercely outward, and small bits of gravel were pulverized into dust around him. Witnessing this, except for Niji, who remained indifferent, everyone else was visibly moved. Tion's mouth hung open in astonishment. Is this really the energy of the second gate? The rest gate? No, this feels like the aura of the third gate. A bead of sweat rolled down Rock Lee's cheek. Mike Guy's brows furrowed deeply. Merging into a single line, Feng An's complexion took on a reddish hue. Mike Guy swiftly placed a hand on his shoulder, and no more. Feng An just as Feng An was prepared to push forward. He suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing Mike Guy's words. It was then that he noticed the changes in his body. His skin had taken on a slight reddish tinge. This moment. The fourth gate, the wound gate, was poised to burst forth. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. Was this the amplification of the 8 gates? How extraordinary! At that moment, Mike Guy solemnly asked, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Upon hearing this, Feng An casually moved his body and felt no discomfort. He then shook his head. No, Mike Guy rested a hand on his chin. "I see. For your first attempt at the fourth gate, that was quite impressive. Follow me. Let's test your strength." Before long, Mike Guy led them to a place strewn with large boulders, and soon Feng An and the others arrived at the scene. Little Lee also ceased his kicks, curious about how strong Feng An's power might be. Pointing to a 5-meter-high boulder resting against a yellow cliff, Mike Guy instructed, "Feng An, unleash your full strength and strike it." Feng An nodded, stepping up to the boulder, clenching his fist without hesitation. With a sudden, powerful punch, he struck. Bang! A tremendous sound resonated as the 5-meter-high boulder cracked open, fissures resembling spider webs instantly spreading across its surface. Boom! In an instant, the 5-meter-high boulder shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Feng An quickly retreated and glanced at his left hand, muttering to himself, "Why do I feel like the destructive power isn't as great as I imagined?" "Wow, that's incredible!" Tion exclaimed, her mouth agape as she watched Feng An effortlessly obliterate the boulder. This level, I could also achieve that under the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji regarded Feng An coldly, resembling someone who felt owed a debt. "Just watch, teacher guy. After I surpass Niji, I will catch up to him immediately." The colossal boulder Feng An had shattered was something Rock Lee could also achieve upon unlocking the fourth gate, though the physical strain would weigh heavier on him. After witnessing Feng An's strength, Mike Guy stroked his chin, given Feng An's current state of easily moving about after unlocking the fourth gate. It was clear his physical abilities had surpassed those of Little Lee. A genius in ninjutsu. Could he also be a prodigy in taijutsu? At that moment, a sudden cracking sound reverberated through the air. Abruptly, there were multiple sharp cracking noises that echoed together. The astonished onlookers fixed their gaze, their faces drained of color. They beheld numerous densely packed black fissures rapidly spreading across the mountainside towards the summit, followed by a cascade of falling debris. "The mountain is cracking?" Mike Guy slapped his forehead in realization. "No way. Right in front is Hokage Rock." Hearing the series of cracking sounds, Feng An instinctively turned to look back, and his expression changed dramatically. How could the mountain be cracking? The falling debris above him, when viewed from a distance, seemed insignificant against the towering mountain. However, looking up from below, it appeared as though colossal boulders, towering 2 to 3 meters high, were hurtling down towards him. He hastily leaped backward with explosive speed, narrowly evading the descending rocks as they nearly struck him. With a thunderous crash, the spot he had just vacated was buried beneath a multitude of massive stones, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. The mountainside was riddled with numerous fissures, with 2 of the largest extending directly to the peak, causing the left side of the mountain to descend several meters in comparison to the right. What on earth is happening? Just as Feng An was grappling with his anxiety, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with a familiar face, marked by thick brows and small eyes. "Feng An, we're in trouble. That's Hokage Rock right in front of us." Mike Guy's face turned ashen, his hands instinctively tightening on Feng An's shoulders, causing the latter some discomfort. The other 3 stood in stunned silence. "Are you sure you opened the fourth gate, the injury gate, and not the 6th gate, the view gate?" Lee, who had previously been brimming with vitality, now appeared dejected, having initially been determined to surpass Niji and then catch up with Feng An. He had now abandoned that goal. "Perhaps I should just focus on surpassing Niji instead." Lee mused bitterly to himself. Is he really a year younger than me? Not older. Tintin stood there with her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had rolled back in her head. Only Niji, biting his back teeth, concealed the turmoil within, his expression turning a shade darker. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, indulging in his smoking habit, was enjoying a moment of tranquility when a sudden, loud crash interrupted him. What was that noise? Sarutobi's eyes flew open, and he gripped his pipe a bit too forcefully. Crack! The pipe snapped in two. He quickly rose to his feet and peered through the rectangular glass of the Hokage office, just in time to witness his own likeness carved into Hokage rock shatter from head to chin. Could it be an enemy attack? Cloud Village or Rock Village? Elephant. At Sarutobi's low call, a figure in a white robe and mask entered the Hokage office, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Sarutobi commanded in a deep voice. Go investigate the source of that loud noise and the cracks in Hokage rock. Yes, other Umbu members are already on their way. Just to be safe, you should also head out. Understood. The Umbu member known as Elephant swiftly exited, vanishing in an instant. Once composed, Sarutobi retrieved another pipe and lit it. With the final performance of the Chunin exams approaching, could someone be deliberately trying to undermine the village's trust in Konoha? Meanwhile, the thunderous sounds emanating from Hokage Rock drew the attention of the villagers, who stopped to gaze in on. Oh no, the third Hokage's head is cracked. Enemy attack? Run, there's no time for leisure. What the hell? Why are you dragging me into this? Panic ensued as the villagers scattered in disarray. The last time they had witnessed such a scene was during the last on the other side. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Feng An swallowed hard that he grasped the implication of Guy's statement, but still, with a hint of denial, asked, Teacher Guy, are you suggesting that I caused the crack in Hokage Rock? Indeed, Might Guy nodded without hesitation. I shattered Hokage Rock with a single punch. While excitement surged within him at the thought of such strength, a deeper pain took root at the realization of the insurmountable debt he would have to bear at such a young age. He quickly grasped Guy's arms. Teacher Guy, you encouraged me to strike. Might Guy's expression turned serious as he replied, I instructed you to strike the boulder, not Hokage Rock. Feng An's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not akin to a betrayal? How outrageous. Just as the two were about to assign blame, several masked Umbu members descended swiftly from the peak of Hokage Rock. The three, along with Might Guy, found themselves encircled. The Umbu members, their tone icy, inquired, What are you doing here? With the Umbu now involved, it was clear that they would face severe consequences. Feng An's complexion drained of color, while Might Guy's expression turned grave. He recognized these individuals as directly under the Hokage's command. A unit he had aspired to join, but was mercilessly denied that we were training, Might Guy stated. As the Umbu members were about to press further, another Umbu member clad in white robes appeared. No need to ask, come with me. Might Guy nodded, accepting that he must take responsibility for their actions. Before long, Elephant led Feng An and the others to the Hokage office. Along the way, Elephant had already gleaned the details from Might Guy. Hokage-sama, it was they who caused the violent tremor and the damage to Hokage Rock. That I understand, Sarutobi replied, setting down his pipe and rising from his seat. You may all leave. Yes, the Umbu members exited, vanishing back into the shadows. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at the four. He suddenly noticed Feng An among them. What are you doing in Team 3? Feng An politely responded, reporting to Hokage-sama. I was training in taijutsu with Teacher Guy. Training in taijutsu? What is this child up to? Sarutobi turned to Might Guy. Guy, please summarize the events for me. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Might Guy recounted the story in detail, Sarutobi's expression shifted from calm to furrowed brows, ultimately culminating in shock. So you're saying that after Feng An opened the 8 gates, he unleashed a full-force strike that shattered Hokage Rock? Correct, Might Guy affirmed gravely. Crack. Sarutobi inadvertently broke another pipe in his grip. His gaze fixed on Feng An as he spoke in a low tone. Do you understand what Hokage Rock represents? It symbolizes the immense contributions of past Hokages to the village. Might Guy interjected loudly. I apologize, Hokage-sama. It was my fault. I will take full responsibility for the costs and repairs of Hokage Rock. Guy, do not shield him. Whoever made the mistake must bear the consequences. Sarutobi lit another pipe. Feng An stays. The rest of you may return. Understood, Hokage-sama. Might Guy, though reluctant, did not dare oppose Sarutobi. As he reached the door, he turned and gave a thumbs up, flashing his signature bright smile. Feng An, you are now my disciple. With that, he left with Lee and the others, leaving Feng An alone with Sarutobi. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired sternly, "Did you really shatter Hokage Rock? You shattered the legacy of our predecessors. The symbol of our village." Feng An, aware of his fault, felt unable to respond, accepting the scorn in silence. Yet after only a few admonitions, Sarutobi's tone shifted. "Join the Umbu, and we shall overlook the incident with Hokage Rock." Lowering his head, Feng An was momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering a single word. 6. Observing Feng An's pensive demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled slightly. Before he swiftly suppressed the expression, in a low voice, he remarked, "I see that you are still quite young, with a promising future ahead. How could you squander your talents on merely earning a living and repaying debts every day? Moreover, joining the Umbu offers comprehensive benefits. Do not be misled by the high housing prices in Konoha, for the Umbu's Provident Fund is the most generous among all positions." Faced with Sarutobi Hiruzen's honeyed words, Feng An's heart wavered. He despised the feeling of being constrained. He merely wished to live freely like a joyful little bird. However, the matter of Hokage Rock loomed large, and even if Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pin a crime on him, the cost of repairs was beyond his means. It seemed he had no choice but to join the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed increasingly. What on earth was this boy contemplating, given such favorable conditions? "Why the hesitation?" he urged. "Have you made your decision?" Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's growing impatience, Feng An resolved himself. His gaze sharpened. "Lord Hokage, I have made my decision. I will join the Umbu. However, I only wish to serve directly under you. I do not recognize the will of fire espoused by others. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Was this not precisely what he desired? With an air of testing, he replied coolly, "You do not acknowledge Lord Danzo's will of fire either?" Feng An lowered his head. "I recognize it, but I will only pledge my loyalty to one person, and that is you." The third Hokage. A surge of joy welled within Sarutobi Hiruzen as he repeated the word good thrice. "Excellent. From now on, you shall follow my directives alone. You may return for now. I will have Z inform you of any tasks that require your attention." Feng An scratched his head, inquiring, "Who is Z?" "The masked man in the white cloak. You shall have ample opportunity to meet him in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat. "Very well, you may leave. Just participate in the third exam as usual." "Understood." Feng An nodded, exiting the Hokage's office. Once he departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke. It appeared he might have the opportunity to cultivate the next Uchiha. As Feng An left the Hokage's office, his expression returned to normal, and he rubbed his cheeks. The words he had just spoken left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. What was this will of fire? In less than half a month, Sarutobi Hiruzen would lose his life due to the schemes devised by Orochimaru and Danzo, which was precisely why he had stated he would only heed Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by two beaming smiles that sparkled like fireworks. "Teacher Guy, Lee." Feng An smiled back. "And us." From behind, Ten peeked out with her bun hairstyle, grinning cheerfully. 10. "Niji," Hyuga Niji coolly remarked. "I merely worry that if you were to be captured, Lady Hinata would be distressed." Feng An, somewhat perplexed, queried, "How would Hinata know?" Ten twirled her finger against her temple, saying, "She came looking for you with a small black box, and upon learning that you had shattered Hokage Rock, she hurriedly ran away." Feng An nodded slightly. Mike I stepped forward and asked, "Did the Hokage mention how much it would cost to repair Hokage Rock?" "I will cover the expenses." Upon hearing this, Feng An chuckled and shook his head. "The Hokage has shown leniency, considering it was my first offense. Is that true?" "Indeed," Feng An affirmed with a smile. "You and the others should proceed with your training. I have some matters to attend to. See you later." With that, Feng An turned and departed. He needed to ascertain his suspicions regarding the chakra lost during the Eight Gates release. Beside him, Ten tilted her head slightly, asking, "Teacher Guy, is what he said true?" "It must be false. He fears we cannot bear the hefty costs." Did you not notice the worry concealed beneath his smile? He was merely putting on a brave face. Mike Guy wiped away tears of frustration. "Let us set off. We shall undertake missions to gather funds." Little Lee, his eyes glistening with tears, exclaimed, "Teacher Guy." Meanwhile, Feng An had returned home. He shed his garments and once again summoned his chakra to attempt opening the first gate of the Eight Gates. As he gradually channeled chakra, he noticed an apparent discrepancy. It was akin to introducing a chakra the size of an egg, yet only a quail egg's worth was entering. He attentively sensed the flow of chakra. Suddenly, within his internal perception, he observed the chakra's flow diverting midway through the opening process. He immediately ceased channeling chakra towards the gate, and redirected it towards the bifurcation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the previously observed white cells were siphoning off his chakra. Furrowing his brow, he recalled that while he had previously been around 70 to 80% certain that these were first-generation cells, his confidence now soared to 99.9%. As he continued to channel chakra. He opened his eyes, his expression grave. Just as he had suspected, a ring of white skin adorned the left side of his chest, with faint traces of a human face's outline, stopping his chakra intake. He gazed at his chest, a wave of unease washing over him. Surely, it would not develop into something as extravagant as Uchiha Bido. Fortunately, the manifestation was not yet pronounced, as nothing was visibly apparent, save for the left side of his chest being slightly elevated compared to the right. How peculiar! It felt as though it were growing. The more he observed it, the more vexed he became. Already formulating a plan, should Hashirama's visage dare to surface, he would use yin-yang release to smooth it over. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Does this mean I have effectively succeeded in transplanting Hashirama's cells? With both hands clasped together, he exclaimed, would release. Birth of the world tree. However, nothing transpired. As expected, Feng An rubbed his nose, relieved that he was at home and that no one had witnessed his antics. Since his arrival in this world, he had not watched Naruto for over a decade, and he had almost forgotten the names of would-release jutsu, let alone the intricacies of chakra movement within the body. Perhaps he would revisit this matter later. For now, he had much to learn. Given the inefficiency of yin-yang release, he would set it aside, as well as the medical ninjutsu he had yet to encounter, and reluctantly shelve the yang attribute chakra. His potential was limitless. The future held great promise. Feng An murmured to himself, attempting to assuage his own feelings of inconvenience. At that moment, a gentle knocking echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock. Feng An, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feng An froze momentarily. Hinata, how did she arrive here? How did she know where I lived? Oh dear, my house is still a mess. Just a moment. Feng An hastily donned his clothes, quickly tidied up his home, and then rushed to the door, breathless as he opened it. Please, come in. Hinata nodded slightly, leaning against the wall, removing her ninja sandals to reveal her delicate, fair feet. I'm sorry for intruding, she murmured politely, tiptoeing into the room. Feng An watched as her bare feet treaded across the wooden floor, stirring ripples in his heart. Was she truly walking on the floor? Each step felt as if she were treading upon his heart. Since Feng An's home rarely entertained guests, there was only one modest chair. The two had no choice but to sit together on the small bed. Sitting beside Feng An, Hinata sat up straight, her small hands clasped together, her rosy cheeks betraying her bashfulness. This was my first visit to Feng An's home. How nerve-wracking. Observing Hinata's timid demeanor, Feng An retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator and offered it to her. With a smile, he inquired, how did you find out where I live? Hinata cautiously accepted the milk, lifting her beautiful eyes to blink once, and softly murmured, I possess Byakugan. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Indeed, Hinata possessed Byakugan. Finding herself would not be an arduous task. Feng An awkwardly scratched his head at that moment. Hinata took a large sip of milk, seemingly drawing strength from it, summoning all her courage. She abruptly turned her head to gaze at Feng An with her wide eyes. However, after merely a fleeting glance, she resembled a deflated balloon. Hastily lowering her gaze, blushing, she softly stated, I heard you destroyed Hokage Rock. I borrowed some pocket money from my father. I wonder if it could help you. Subsequently, she fumbled to produce a plump little pouch, placing it into Feng An's hand. Feng An held the great pouch, feeling its weight. In truth, it was not just his hand that felt heavy, but his heart as well. He gently grasped Hinata's small hand, opened her palm, and returned the pouch. With a soothing tone, he said, the Hokage has not required me to compensate. He has forgiven me. Really? Hinata blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired. Feng An smiled and replied, would I deceive you? Hinata, gazing at his flawless visage, felt a twinge of shyness. Well, I have nothing else to attend to, so I shall return now. Wait a moment. Feng An suddenly remembered something. After a brief search, he produced a scroll and handed it to Hinata. Hinata shyly remarked, isn't this? Feng An awkwardly admitted, yes, it was unexpected earlier. Now that it has returned to its rightful owner, it is of no use to me. Hinata mechanically nodded, silently stowing the scroll away. Then I shall take my leave. Hinata stood from the bed, her delicate feet gently touching the wooden floor. Wait, what is it? Feng An fidgeted with his fingers on his cheek. It's nothing, but please wait a moment longer. Hinata softly responded. Sitting back on the bed, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. The room was unusually quiet, with both individuals able to hear each other's heartbeats growing increasingly frantic. A solitary man and woman sharing the same space, both harboring feelings for one another. Thus, they remained together, simply reviewing the fundamental qualities and knowledge manuals of a ninja. Meanwhile, on another front, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his subordinates to provide an official explanation and reassurance to the villagers. Simultaneously, he urged them to hasten and invite the sculptor from the Land of Waves to repair the damage. After all, it would not be long before the feudal lord and various dignitaries would arrive to witness the exam. Sarutobi stood on the open terrace of the Hokage building, inquiring softly, "What has Danzo been up to lately?" A figure clad in a mask and black cloak descended swiftly, reporting to the Hokage. "Danzo has been seen coming and going from the Konoha police force in recent days." The Konoha police force. Sarutobi's gaze deepened as he calmly instructed, "Understood. Keep a close watch on Danzo during these days, and ensure that others coordinate effectively. We must not encounter any issues before the arrival of the feudal lords and dignitaries. You may leave." "Yes," the masked man responded respectfully before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi raised his eyes to the Hokage rock, his lips twitching slightly. Despite there being 4 Hokage rocks, only his head cracked, and it had split from top to bottom. Truly an ominous sign, Sarutobi muttered to himself as he paced. Days later, in Kaiki Castle, 5 Umbu members surrounded a corpse with congealed blood. Shipped out, a purple-haired Umbu member let a tear fall from beneath his mask. That night, in the Hokage office's conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the forefront alongside his advisors. Mito Gaiden and Tka Rin. Numerous Konoha ninjas sat cross-legged below, including Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Marino Abiki, and Mitarashi Anko. Some among them had likely heard the news. Sarutobi removed his Hokage hat and continued. "Moonlight Ship has been discovered murdered near Kaiki Castle." Whispers rippled through the gathered ninjas. Moonlight Ship? How could this be? Anko's eyes narrowed. Was it Orochimaru's doing? Kakashi commented coolly, "Not necessarily. Ship was monitoring the Sound Ninja's infiltrator, Kabuto, but there is undoubtedly a connection to Orochimaru." Another ninja proposed. "Then we should halt the Seichnin exams and apprehend Orochimaru." Sarutobi shook his head. "That would be unwise." Orochimaru threatened Anko, stating that the Seichnin exams could not be interrupted. "He possesses the power to annihilate a small nation, and many countries are wary of him since his departure from Konoha. Could it be that allied nations and Orochimaru are colluding to strike against us?" Hearing Sarutobi's words, one of the ninjas boldly voiced his suspicions. The room fell silent, and many narrowed their eyes. A trembling ninja asked, "But wouldn't that mean the other nations are violating the alliance agreement?" Kakashi cast a casual glance at him. "The alliance agreement is nothing but verbal. Such situations have arisen before during the Ninja World War." Sarutobi nodded from his prominent position. "You are correct. However, we currently lack sufficient evidence. Let us refrain from further speculation." Tka Rin interjected. "The Umbu have already dispatched operatives to discreetly gather intelligence from various nations. Acting rashly could ensnare us in the enemy's trap." Sarutobi continued. "Moreover, I have great faith in all of you present. If it becomes absolutely necessary, we will have to unite Konoha's strength to fight." With that, he stood, donning his Hokage hat. Straightening his expression, he said, "Everyone, I entrust this to you." "Yes." The assembled ninjas responded in unison. As Sarutobi and the 2 advisors departed, the others gradually followed suit. Once Sarutobi reached a secluded area, he murmured, "Zidot at your service." A man in a white mask knelt behind Sarutobi. "Inform Akira about this matter." Sarutobi continued walking without looking back. Understood. At home, Feng An slowly opened his eyes. In recent days, he had discovered that since acquiring Hashirama's cells, he had automatically mastered the Kagaya's Byakugan. By merely closing his eyes to activate the Byakugan, he could sense anomalies within several kilometers and conceal his chakra signature to evade enemy detection. Was the Uzumaki clan's secret technique activated automatically? Feng An pondered, closing his eyes once more. As soon as he activated his Byakugan, he detected a familiar chakra approaching him. He suddenly opened his eyes and donned his clothing. A figure in a white robe leaned against the window. "Moonlight Ship has encountered trouble. The Hokage asked me to inform you." Understood. Is there anything you need me to do?" Feng An replied from within the room. "None," he simply answered before vanishing into the night, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air as evidence of his presence. Moonlight Ship is dead, and yet I am merely informed without any assignments, as Feng An pondered while taking a shower. He reflected on his time in the Umbu. He had only met 1 Umbu member. Their encounter had been brief, requested by Sarutobi, and he had been given the codename Akai within the Umbu. After so many days, not only had no one disturbed him, but even Saratobi had not assigned him any tasks. The third official exam was just around the corner, and with the changes in the matchups, including himself and Kazahana, he wondered if things would still unfold according to the original plot. After finishing his bath, Feng An lay comfortably on the bed and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day marked the official drawing for the third round of the Chunin exams. Among the 10 genin present, Feng An was included, a man with a backwards forehead protector and a thin black stick protruding from his mouth, resembling a toothpick, spoke up. I am Noara Jenkan, the proctor for the third exam. Those whose names I call, please step forward to draw lots. Noara Jenkan picked up the list handed to him by a nearby individual. Uzumaki Naruto. Here, here, here. Naruto strode confidently to the front, thrusting his hand into the opening of a red box. Once his hand was inside, he exaggeratedly squinted and made silly faces. Noara Jenkan shot him an annoyed glance. After rummaging, he stepped back. Heh. Naruto chuckled, withdrawing his hand from the red box, clutching a small ball of crumpled paper. The onlookers, seeing his antics, cast him disdainful looks. True to form, he relished in playing the fool, seeking the attention of others. The flicker of nostalgia crossed Feng An's gaze. In his past life, he too had engaged in such antics. But he had long since reformed, knowing that a clown only attracted the ire of Batman. Next, Tors. After a long wait, no one stepped forward. Noara Jenkan called out again. Tors from the Sound Village. The crowd looked around. But Tors was nowhere to be found. Had that bandaged oddity overslept again? Only 2 red-haired individuals were aware of Tors's absence. Feng An cast a sidelong glance at Gara. As he suspected, Gara exhibited no reaction, even though he had been the one to end Tors's life. Not here. Noara Jenkan placed Tors's name at the end of the list. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Yet again, silence reigned, and no one approached. What was going on? Noara Jenkan shook his head slightly and was about to call the next name when a blond boy stepped forward. He looked up to find Uzumaki Naruto approaching once more. Uzumaki Naruto? What do you want? I'm here to draw for Sasuke. He's in the same class as me. Noara Jenkan frowned. A proxy draw. Sasuke wouldn't flee at the last moment. I'm certain he must be preoccupied. Very well, then show everyone your number first before drawing for Sasuke. Noara Jenkan understood that if Uchiha Sasuke, the prodigy of Konoha, were to forfeit, renowned figures would lose interest. Naruto unfolded the crumpled paper ball. My number is 9. 9? Feng An's brow furrowed slightly. In the original storyline, he was supposed to have drawn number 1. He then helped Sasuke draw another. Next, Hyuga Hinata. Gara. Feng An. With Feng An's draw complete, all 10 participants and the 12 names on the list had been called. Noara Jenkan took the last paper ball from the red box. Everyone, please unfold your paper balls. Each bears a numbered AS. The participants complied. Noara Jenkan nodded. Numbers 1 and 2 would be the first matchup. And thus, the first official exam tomorrow would feature Hyuga Hinata against Feng An. Hearing Noara Jenkan's words, both Hinata and Feng An froze. The others cast sidelong glances at the pair, their lips curling into knowing smiles. During the preliminaries, everyone had sensed the depth of their relationship, especially as they remained close even now. How amusing. What is this? Fate. Truly mysterious. This is interesting. A scene of domestic violence. Haha. They won't put on a performance in front of the important figures. Will they? Anticipation for tomorrow's match surged. Nearby, Yuki and Kazahana also cast sympathetic looks. Yet the 2 directly involved wore expressions of utter confusion. What is going on? Noara Jenkan cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Everyone, please settle down. He then announced the remaining matchups. The second match would feature Gara against Uchiha Sasuke. The third match would be Kankuro versus Yamanaka Ino. The fourth would see Shikamaru against Temari. The fifth would have Naruto against Kazahana. And the sixth would pit Yuki against Tors. Everyone, rest well today. Strive to present your utmost enthusiasm before the feudal lords and notable figures tomorrow. After a lengthy exhortation, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Hey, Feng An, you're going to concede, right? Kazahana leaped in front of Feng An, her face alight with joy. Feng An shot her a glance. You might want to consider whether you can even defeat the blonde. He then gently patted Hinata, whose discontent was evident on her face. Don't bear any psychological burden. Have you forgotten? I've never had much interest in the Chunin exams. Hinata nodded. Internally, she felt conflicted. She wished to showcase her growth before her father to earn his approval. Yet facing Feng An, she recognized her inability to win against him, and regardless of the outcome, her chance to prove herself before her father would vanish. Oh dear, I'm full. I won't disturb you any longer. Kazahana linked arms with Yuki and departed. Goodbye, Hinata. Hinata nodded. Goodbye, Kazahana. Yuki. Let us head out as well. Feng An took Hinata's small hand. Huh, where are we going? Hinata asked. Puzzled. Feng An smiled. To buy groceries, then home to see your father. At this, Hinata's face flushed crimson, her vision darkening. Had Feng An not been holding her hand, she might have fainted. Along the way, she murmured incessantly, Father. Feng An and Hinata purchased some vegetables and fish at the market. Then proceeded to buy some fruits. This should suffice. Feng An carried 2 large bags of vegetables and fruits in each hand. Buying so much, we might not finish it all, Hinata remarked, scratching her cheek. It's fine. For a first formal visit, how could one arrive empty-handed? Before long, Feng An and Hinata returned to the Hyuga estate, each carrying a substantial bag. Upon entering, the courtyard appeared deserted. Hinata tilted her head in confusion. Just then, a woman peeked out from Hanabi's room. Her name was Hinata Natsu, dressed in black attire with a white apron, her short hair quite lovely. She waved slightly at Hinata and Feng An. Hinata approached and inquired, Sister Natsu, what's the matter? Hinata Natsu replied quietly, The clan elders have arrived and are discussing matters in the meeting room. The head of the family has asked us to return indoors. Suddenly, Hanabi's head popped out, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Ah, the red-haired one. Before she could finish, Hinata Natsu covered her mouth. Shoo! Hanabi, the head of the family, is in a meeting. Just as they intended to place their items in the kitchen, a stern voice emanated from the meeting room. Hinata, heir of the main family, have you yet made your decision? Hearing the voice from outside, Hinata trembled slightly. The elder. She recognized the speaker as the clan's elder. From the tone, Feng An also frowned. He surmised that Hinata Hizashi had been dragging his feet on choosing an heir, causing discontent among the clan elders. That Feng An exchanged glances with Hinata, urging her to place the vegetables in the kitchen first. Hinata nodded, taking the bag carefully and quietly retreating. Feng An leaned closer to eavesdrop. He understood that this matter was crucial to whether Hinata would be trapped in a caged bird situation, and he too was eager to discern Hizashi's thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle voice interjected. Indeed, Hizashi, your continued delay is quite perilous. We still vividly recall the incident when Hinata was abducted by the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas. If she were truly abducted at that time, the disdain would surely seep into the outside world, especially considering she is but a woman. Upon hearing the words of this individual, Feng An's brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure evident. Bang! The sound of a hand slamming on the table echoed within the room. Simultaneously, Hinata Hizashi's voice rang out in anger. Second elder. At the same time, the voice of the elder echoed again with authority. You are now the head of the clan. Your prolonged indecision regarding the heir has surely not escaped the notice of those in the branch families. They must understand your intentions. The accumulated grievances have likely reached a critical point, and I am certain you comprehend my meaning. If you cannot make a decision, let the clan assembly vote on it. Act wisely. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Feng An heard footsteps approaching from outside. He hastily concealed himself in the darkness. The door creaked open, revealing 2 elderly men clad in kimono. The 2 made no effort to look back as they exited, and Hinata Hizashi did not follow to see them off. Bang! Once the 2 had completely departed, another loud noise reverberated within the room, followed by the sound of splintering wood. It was evident that the conversation had been quite unpleasant. Feng An sighed, contemplating his departure. He had chosen a rather unfortunate time for his visit. Just as he was about to stealthily leave, the voice of Hinata Hizashi called out from within, Come in. Feng An awkwardly straightening up from his hunched position outside, Feng An pushed the door open and stepped inside. His gaze was immediately drawn to the large hole in the sandalwood table, unmistakably left by a punch from Hinata Hizashi. Hello, uncle, Feng An greeted simply. Sigh. Hinata Hizashi let out a long breath. Ever since the departure of Rija, he had no one to confide in. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes before he shook his head. He turned to Feng An and inquired, Tell me, what brings you here? I came to mooch a meal. Hee, mooching a meal. Are we? Hinata Hizashi chuckled lightly, not pressing further. He seemed reluctant to discuss the previous matter. Father, have the elders left? At that moment, Hinata entered with a plate of freshly washed fruit. Upon seeing Hinata's obedient demeanor, Hinata Hizashi felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. The pressures from the elders were mounting, and it was clear that the branch families held long-standing grievances. He was uncertain how much longer he could delay. They have already departed, Hinata Hizashi replied, slumping into his chair with another sigh. After placing the fruit before her father, Hinata noticed the hole in the table. She poked Feng An gently, signaling him to follow her. The two made their way to the kitchen, where Hinata glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Her expression filled with concern. Did father just have an argument with the elders? Feng An nodded. It was quite heated. You noticed the hole on the table, didn't you? In an instant, Hinata's brows knitted together in worry. What should we do? Feng An smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. Where there is a will, there is a way. After the darkness comes the dawn. Huh. What way? What dawn? Let's focus on cooking. Mealtime is approaching. Feng An decided to change the subject. He picked up an egg and cracked it into a bowl. Hinata nodded. Let me handle it. Very well. I shall assist you. Feng An, having lived alone for many years, feared that if he were to take charge, he might concoct something akin to a culinary disaster. Just help wash the rice and steam it. That should suffice. When mealtime arrived, the five of them gathered around the table, seated on the floor. The table was laden with a delightful array of dishes: shrimp fried rice, mashed daikon, cherry tomatoes, omelets, and tomato scrambled eggs. A feast for the senses that I shall begin, they all exclaimed in unison, hands clasped together. Feng An hurriedly followed suit, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. I shall begin. After all these years, he still instinctively preferred to dive straight into the meal. As they enjoyed their meal, Hinata Hazashi observed Feng An and Hinata with a complex expression in his eyes. The pressure exerted by the elder and the second elder today weighed heavily on him. Watching Hinata and Feng An together, always so cheerful, reminded him of the clan's absurd rules against intermarriage with outsiders, intensifying his inner turmoil. How much longer can I endure this? Hinata Hazashi felt a bitter taste in his heart, knowing that the day of reckoning was fast approaching, with the Kagura's Byakugan at his disposal. Even without consciously activating it, Feng An's senses were considerably heightened. He easily detected the emotions flitting across Hinata Hazashi's face, yet the latter was unwilling to disclose any information, leaving Feng An hesitant to inquire further. He must think I am still too young. Feng An mused inwardly. He had made up his mind. Should the situation reach an irreparable state, he would address the clan's twisted rules in his own manner. The following day, at the site of the third round of the nin exams, in a vast circular arena, a multitude of villagers had gathered early to take their seats. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, sat alongside the Kazekage of Sunagakure in prime viewing positions. Various lords and notable figures from different nations also graced the event with their presence, gradually taking their seats, noticing that important individuals had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to his aide. We may commence. Understood. The aide signaled to Nara Shikaku, who nodded in affirmation. The third round of the nin exams, jointly hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure, was officially underway. He then pointed to the matchup chart. In the first match, Hinata Hanabi will face Feng An. Please have the contestants enter. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hazashi, watching from the stands, was left in a state of shock. What sort of arrangement is this? The other spectators were less affected, but those present during the preliminary rounds wore expressions of confusion. Feng An and Hinata entered the arena from the entrance. The match begins. With Nara Shikaku's declaration, Feng An and Hinata swiftly threw a kunai at each other. Clang! The kunai collided, and both quickly retreated, positioning themselves back-to-back in the circular arena, their gazes locked onto one another. Maintaining a cautious distance. A minute past point, one of the lords in the audience could no longer contain himself and queried, why haven't they made a move yet? The feudal lord of the Fire Nation chuckled softly behind his fan. Do not be impatient. They are waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. In my opinion, one of them will soon strike under the pressure of their own minds, and that will be the moment when the other capitalizes on their mistake. The lord's analysis was astute. The previously inquisitive lord bowed his head in acknowledgement. However, as 1 minute, then 2, and finally 5 minutes elapsed, it became apparent that something was amiss. Hey, why do their gazes seem so affectionate? You know, I thought the same thing. It does seem that way. Look at that girl's shy expression. That is hardly a hostile gaze. Goodness, they are exchanging flirtatious glances as the murmurs of discontent grew louder. The previously confident Fire Nation lord's face turned crimson. He covered half his face with his fan, feeling embarrassed to speak. Meanwhile, Hinata Hazashi and the other Konoha youths remained unfazed. They had anticipated this scenario. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. Damn it, how could I be troubled by such youthful emotions? Where is your will of fire? He inwardly scolded. Hearing the restless murmurs from the crowd, Feng An felt it was time to act. He winked at Hinata. who immediately understood .8 trigrams air palm. Hinata unleashed a powerful strike from a distance. Feng An's face displayed a moment of panic as he quickly began forming hand seals. Yet, before he could complete the seals, he was suddenly sent flying, crashing against the wall behind him and landing on the ground. What immense strength! From such a distance, my chakra can sever the pulse of my heart. I have lost. With that, I collapsed to the ground, motionless, while Hinata, somewhat timid, shrank her neck. Surely, no one will notice, right? Just moments ago, her strike from afar was indeed a mere gesture. No chakra had coalesced at all. Noera Jinkan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Feng An lying still on the ground, he cleared his throat and announced, "Ahem, congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for her victory." Upon witnessing Feng An's defeat, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is your will of fire extinguished so easily? Were it not for the crowd, he would have rushed down to kick him as a professor of ninjutsu. How could he not see that Feng An had simply leapt back and collided with the wall before subsequently collapsing to the ground? Hyuga Hizashi, possessing the Byakugan, remained silent, fully aware of the situation. His daughter, aside from activating her Byakugan, had not summoned a single drop of chakra from within her. This was, in plain sight, a sham fight. Hinata had been led astray by that boy. Hizashi lamented internally. The audience was initially silent, but soon erupted in uproar. What? Was I just watching a farce? Hey, refund. Huh? Did you even pay? If I were up there, I could have done that too. What is going on? Why is he suddenly lying there, unable to move? As the audience's emotions swelled, Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to stand. With a stiff demeanor, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the victor just now is a genius girl from the Hyuga clan. She employed a secret technique that specializes in the human chakra pathways, a decisive killing move. Though it appears unremarkable, that strike contained a concentrated mass of potent chakra, striking the unfortunate contestant in an instant. As you heard from the contestant, their pulses severed, which attests to the might of this genius girl's attack." After speaking, he quickly adjusted his Hokage hat and sat back down. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, cast a sly glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. A faint smile concealed beneath his white veil. Most of the attendees were ordinary villagers, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the situation, merely there to enjoy the spectacle. As long as something sounded profound, they would fill in the gaps with their imagination. Moreover, few could discern whether Hinata's gentle fist technique had truly been employed or not. Upon hearing the Hokage's explanation, the crowd was instantly enlightened. Truly, the Hokage is a master of ninjutsu. The girl must be quite formidable. I've heard she is from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga, I know that family, a prestigious lineage in Konoha. That red-haired boy, what was his name again? Never heard of him. No wonder she could win with a single blow. Undoubtedly, she is a genius from the Hyuga clan. Among the crowd were individuals from other nations who were not unfamiliar with Konoha. Wasn't the Hyuga genius a boy before? Am I mistaken? Their memories began to waver. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly signaled for the next match to commence. Let us proceed to the next bout, he instructed Noera Jinkan. After receiving the signal, disregarding the surrounding clamor, Noera Jinkan called out, "For the second match, Uchiha Sasuke will face Gaara. Please have the contestants enter." A gust of wind swirled as Gaara, bearing a large gourd on his back, appeared in the center of the arena, his demeanor icy and unyielding. Most spectators, who found even the shadow clone technique astonishing, were left in awe at the sight of the body flicker technique, eliciting gasps of amazement. Wow, is that ninjutsu? Instant teleportation. Fool, it's the body flicker technique. Have you never seen a pig run? Mom, I want to learn that. You spent money to attend ninja school and chose to sleep instead. Now you want to learn? It's too late. Mom, I don't want to inherit your 100 acres and your 100 square meter apartment. I want to be a ninja, the daimyo of the wind country. Hearing the audience's exclamations, nodded approvingly at the distant Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing the roster, felt a faint smile tugging at his lips. The second match featuring Uchiha Sasuke appeared promising. However, after a considerable wait, Noera Jinkan called out again, yet Sasuke's figure was still absent. Where is Sasuke? Sakura, with her pink hair, clutched the railing, her heart filled with doubt. Minutes passed, and the once interested audience began to lose their enthusiasm. One hot-headed individual shouted, "Is this a joke of a match?" The Konoha spectators dared not voice their frustrations, internally agreeing with the heckler. This indeed felt like a farce. The daimyo of the fire country wore a grim expression, casting a resentful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen from afar. After all, this was a match hosted by the Fire Country, and to have two consecutive issues arise was unacceptable. Even the other daimyos, though tactful enough to refrain from complaints, felt the tension in the air. Seated among the daimyos, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like a fish out of water at that moment. A shadow clouded his face once more. Are these brats trying to make me apologize in front of the daimyo of the Fire Country? Are they intent on driving this old man to his grave today? Unable to sit still any longer, he suppressed his anger and spoke to his guard, his expression darkening. Let Jinkin declare Gaara the victor. Let us move on to the next match. Wait, the figure of Orochimaru, masquerading as the Kazekage, swiftly interrupted him. If Sasuke and Gaara could not engage in battle, the battle plan set by Suna S. Maki would falter. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to face the Kazekage, his countenance grim. What do you mean, Kazekage? Unfazed, Orochimaru replied. The daimyos from all nations, including our Suna ninjas, have come specifically to witness the battle of the Uchiha. Rushing through it might displease the daimyos. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression lightened slightly. If he were to unilaterally declare Uchiha Sasuke the loser, it could lead to dissatisfaction among the daimyos regarding this tournament. After contemplating with a furrowed brow for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, postpone the match. Let us proceed to the next one. Understood. Upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision, a smirk of disdain appeared beneath the veil of Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage. A puff of smoke erupted. In no era Jinkin appeared before him. Whispering, moments later, another puff of smoke engulfed the stage, disappearing from sight. No era Jinkin announced, ladies and gentlemen, due to the absence of a contestant for this match, it has been postponed. A cacophony of voices erupted once more. What is going on? If it can be done, let it be done. If not, then don't bother. Noera Jinkan, exasperated, declared, next match, Kankuro vs. Yamanaka Ino. Contestants please enter. Kankuro, visibly displeased, did not wish to reveal his crow's secret just yet. I forfeit. With Kankuro's declaration, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. The daimyo of the Fire Country attempted to shield his face with a fan. Konoha, even the weakest of daimyos, held resentment towards Konoha. And this would surely affect future task commissions and financial allocations, making things difficult for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance turned ashen. With Orochimaru's whereabouts still unknown and mishaps occurring one after another, he felt as though the illustrious image he had built over the years was crumbling. Yet, he found himself powerless in the moment. Noera Jinkan, equally pained, announced Kankuro's defeat and hurriedly urged the next contestants to enter. Temari, Nara Shikamaru, please come forward. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Temari felt increasingly irritable, summoning a gust of wind with her 3-star fan. She soared onto the arena. It's my turn now, right? With Temari's entrance, anticipation flickered in the eyes of Noera Jinkan and the others, perhaps providing a momentary reprieve from the discontent of the daimyos and villagers. Get down here. I'm talking about you. Nara Shikamaru. Observing another individual lingering without descending, Noera Jinkan instinctively sensed something amiss and promptly urged him to hurry. Meanwhile, Feng An and Hinata, having concluded their performance, had already returned to the audience seats. Upon noticing the expression on Shikamaru's face, Feng An immediately understood that he certainly did not wish to take the stage at that moment. He glanced up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he noted the mixture of frustration and anticipation etched upon the elder's features. In the original narrative, the first battle at least held some intrigue. Although subsequent events left the audience quite dissatisfied, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Now, however, the depths of his gaze were filled only with a helpless yearning, a desire for someone to engage in battle. As long as they did not forfeit, just as Nara Shikamaru contemplated conceding, the yellow-haired figure beside him leaped onto the stage, enthusiastically shouting encouragement while forcefully pushing Shikamaru down, with a resounding thud. Shikamaru landed on the competition ground, his face contorted with exasperation as he muttered, "You fool, Naruto. I wanted to forfeit." Naruto, from above, bellowed, "Go for it, Shikamaru." Yet, Shikamaru remained motionless on the ground for quite some time, observing this. Feng An could not help but chuckle. When it came to evading trouble and embracing a carefree attitude, Shikamaru outmatched him by several magnitudes. Before long, the audience's dwindling patience evaporated entirely upon witnessing Shikamaru's demeanor, leading them to hurl a barrage of refuses way. Plastic water bottles, banana peels, soda cans, and crumpled paper all bombarded his face. "Finish him off quickly. Get up and compete. You idiot. How long are you going to lie there? Stand up and fight. Are you going to forfeit again? The emotional roller coaster of Sarutobi Hiruzen on stage plummeted once more, having just a glimmer of hope before descending into despair. Nara Shikaku. No wonder he is your offspring. Shikamaru, struck by the debris, bore a look of resignation, contemplating whether to simply concede. Hey, you're not thinking of giving up too, are you? Temari taunted, wielding her 3-star fan. Almost as tall as she was, Shikamaru lifted his gaze. Frowning, why is my opponent a woman again? How troublesome that if you won't make a move, then I shall. As Temari's impatience grew, she swung her fan with force. Shikamaru swiftly attached his chakra to the circular wall. Evading her direct strike. What a fiercely combative woman, he mused. In that case, I suppose I must engage. With Shikamaru's declaration, Temari, visibly displeased, unleashed her fan. Wind technique, Kamaitachi. The 3-star fan released a powerful gust, concealing 2 shuriken within its ferocious winds, an assault of deadly intent. However, as the dust settled, Shikamaru had already concealed himself within the nearby thicket. What a hassle! He gazed up at the clouds, devoid of any fighting spirit towards Temari's fervor. Well, regardless of the circumstances, at least we are finally fighting. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply from above. What followed was an extended stalemate. Feng An observed the chaotic scene for a brief moment before turning away. Shikamaru, with an intellect rivaling that of a genius, could devise 199 alternative methods to victory even without Naruto's assistance. He closed his eyes, activating his Kagaya's eye, attuning himself to the anomalies surrounding him. But as the range of his perception expanded, he discerned shadowy figures lurking nearby. Unfortunately, without knowledge of their chakra, he could only sense their presence without identifying them. They were likely from Sunagakure and Otogakure, evading the scrutiny of the Umbu. The purpose of this competition had been fulfilled for him during the return journey from the land of hot water. The sole reason for his presence now is simple. It would not be long before the match between Sasuke and Gaara commenced, at which point Kabuto, concealed as an Umbu, would seize the opportune moment to employ the rebirth of the dead technique, hypnotizing all present. Among them, the most significant targets were those stubborn Cloud Village ninjas, still intent on abducting Hinata amidst the chaos. 8 years prior, the Cloud Village's envoy had caused the death of Hyuga Hayashi. And now they dared to covet the Byakugan once more. One could only deem Sarutobi Hiruzen's prior concessions to the Cloud Village as foolishness, since the enemy sought to take advantage of the turmoil. He too could seize the opportunity to eliminate those 2 Cloud Village ninjas. Ultimately, after Shikamaru successfully ensnared Temari with his shadow possession jutsu and conceded, the next match would proceed, aligning with the purpose of the various feudal lords' attendance. Temari wins, no era Jinken continued. Now, I request Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke to take the stage. With a gust of wind rustling through the leaves, Uchiha Sasuke and Kakashi appeared on the field simultaneously, both employing their signature transformation techniques to full effect. It seemed they had arrived just in time. Sasuke. Soon, Gaara's figure materialized in the center of the arena, attracting the scrutinizing gazes of the spectators, particularly the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who finally set aside the fan obscuring his face. Had Uchiha Sasuke arrived even a moment later, without the need for Orochimaru's intervention, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have been summarily dismissed by the daimyo. Yet, even upon witnessing Sasuke's entrance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits remained low. Devoid of any exhilaration, he silently retrieved his pipe, taking a deep drag, his expression one of resignation. Only this fine tobacco allows me to feel alive, he thought. Noara Jinken bit down on the black stick of Senbon in his mouth. If both contestants are ready, then let the match commence. With his command, Kakashi instantly vanished from the arena, reappearing among the audience, joining Might Guy and Sakura on the field, before Sasuke could make a move. He witnessed Gaara suddenly don a frenzied expression. Gaara covered one eye with his hand, mumbling, "Don't be so angry, mother." Sand began to seep from the gourd strapped to his back, floating in the air as if possessing a mind of its own. Observing this, Sasuke remained vigilant. With a crash, a massive quantity of sand plummeted to the ground, and Gaara's manic expression reverted to one of icy calm. Uchiha Sasuke was the first to launch a shuriken. Immediately charging forward, his punches and kicks were blocked by the sand, yet as Gaara's face betrayed no emotion, Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smirk, unleashing a speed rivaling that of Lee during the preliminaries. He easily kept pace with Gaara's sand. Gaara was suddenly reminded of Lee's watermelon head and felt a flicker of anger. Witnessing this, Feng An glanced towards the distant figure of Lee. Lee watched Sasuke's movements intently, harboring a tinge of discontent within. After years of hard work, it was disheartening to see someone else catch up in just a month. Was effort truly worthwhile? Feng An shook his head. Only Li could determine the value of his own efforts. With a thud, Gaara, after being kicked away by Sasuke, rose and glared coldly at him. He formed hand seals, encasing himself within a sphere of sand. Sasuke, disregarding everything, charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Gaara's sand sphere. However, not only did he fail to breach Gaara's defenses, but the sand spikes protruding from the sphere pierced his body, causing blood to flow freely. TCH, Sasuke quickly leaped back, rolling to create distance. So this is what true absolute defense looks like. Inside the sand sphere, Gaara formed the tiger hand seal, closing his eyes tightly. As he channeled chakra from within, a mass of sand began to disperse around the sphere, forming a third eye. The spectators from Sunagakure, including Maki, wore expressions of hatred. Damn Gaara, how are we supposed to know when he LL signal? He gritted his teeth. Beside him, Temari furrowed her brow. What on earth is Gaara up to? However, their conversation was overheard by the oil woman, Shino, who stood not far away to plan. Shino peered through her sunglasses at Kanjiro and his companion. In the center of the arena, Uchiha Sasuke had already adhered to the circular wall using his chakra. He swiftly formed hand seals. As the seals were completed, a visible stream of chakra erupted from his left hand. Sakura and Naruto in the stands were taken aback. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Why can the chakra be seen so clearly? Beside them, Might Guy furrowed his brows slightly. That is Chidori, a unique technique created by the copy ninja Kakashi. When used, it sounds as though 1,000 birds are chirping, hence the name Chidori. Additionally, this technique is also known as Raikiri, a name Kakashi bestowed after using Chidori to sever lightning. Might Guy then turned to Kakashi. You taught him such a perilous technique. Haven't you also instructed Lee in the similarly dangerous 8 gates? Kakashi remained impassive, oblivious to the tension brewing behind him with Naruto. Has Sasuke surpassed me once again? Damn it. Naruto's clenched fist trembled slightly, his heart brimming with reluctance. Yet, he soon recalled having mastered the summoning technique under Jiraiya's tutelage, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. As Sasuke's chakra fully coalesced in his left hand, the roar of chakra echoed, reminiscent of 1,000 birds calling in unison, resonating powerfully. Chidori, Uchiha Sasuke, with his double Tomo Sharingan, fixated intently on the sand sphere before him. He dove down from the wall with a sudden, fierce rush towards the sand sphere encasing Gaara. The Chidori in his left hand crackled with blinding lightning, tearing through the wall and the terrain as it created a staggering chasm. Swiftly closing the distance, the moment Sasuke's left hand made contact with the sand sphere, the chakra contained within Chidori violently shattered the density and hardness of the sand sphere, piercing deep within. A distinct sound of something piercing flesh emanated from within the sand sphere. Humph. Absolute defense. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's lips. What is this? A sudden cry of terror mixed with madness erupted from within the sand sphere. Gaara's voice echoing with fear. Mom, what is happening? Blood? My blood. Gaara's frenzied scream sent a jolt through the hearts of the spectators in the stands. Uchiha Sasuke, positioned closest, felt a chilling sensation. Just then, as he attempted to withdraw his arm, he was alarmed to discover that his arm was stuck within the sand sphere, unable to extricate himself. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke hissed, blue lightning chakra surging once more from his left hand as Chidori reformed. As the chakra of Chidori erupted violently again, Gaara's cries of agony mingled with the sounds of Chidori's chirping. Sasuke pulled forcefully backward, this time successfully freeing his left arm. However, as he retreated rapidly, he realized that what had grasped his arm within the sand sphere was not sand at all, but a bizarre, bulky brown arm. In an instant, the arm retreated into the sphere. What was that? Cold sweat rolled down Uchiha Sasuke's forehead, trailing down his cheek to his chin. Though he was unwilling to believe the scene he had just witnessed, the clarity of his Sharingan had vividly imprinted the image in his mind. It could not possibly be sand. The audience was eerily silent. The stark contrast of this battle compared to the previous ones was palpable. Upon witnessing Gaara relinquish the arm of the Shikaku, Maki broke into a cold sweat, cautiously observing the surrounding changes, ready to catch any signals that might arise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave as he focused on Gaara's sand sphere. He had a suspicion but dared not confirm it. Kied's gaze sharpened as he grasped Hinata's small hand. He knew that Kabuto was about to employ a genjutsu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and a series of other ninjas sensed the anomaly in the preceding events. Kabuto, disguised as a member of the Umbu, quietly activated the rebirth of the Nirvana technique. A vast A-rank genjutsu unfolded before the gathered crowd as feathers began to slowly drift down. The villagers and some ninjas who had not realized they were ensnared in the genjutsu swayed before collapsing into their seats. Succumbing to slumber, release. The moment Keed saw the feathers, he understood that Kabuto had begun his maneuver. He disrupted the flow of chakra within his body to break the ninjutsu. He then helped Hinata break free by means of their intertwined hands. Rubbing her eyes, Hinata remarked, "How strange, did you just see some feathers, Keed? That was a ninjutsu. Something is about to happen that we need to find Uncle." Without further hesitation, Keed and Hinata sprang into action at that moment. Two sand shinobi guards, posing as the Kazekage and hidden behind Orochimaru, triggered smoke bombs. Boom, a loud explosion erupted, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. In the midst of this chaos, before the guards besides Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, they were struck in the chest by shuriken thrown by the sand shinobi. Ugh! Run, Lord Hokage! Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to glance, Orochimaru suddenly sprang into action, brandishing a kunai to hold against Hiruzen's neck as he leapt to the rooftop above. Simultaneously, the sand shinobi lurking at the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village received the signal and sprang into action. In a clearing amidst the dense forest, a colossal summoning array was revealed. Set up unbeknownst to anyone. 6 sand shinobi sat at the corners of the array, producing pre-prepared scrolls, channeling their chakra into the formation. Summoning technique. A gigantic three-headed serpent emerged from the summoning array. The sheer size of the serpent obliterated the heavy walls of the Hidden Leaf Village. The moment the plan commenced, the village was beset with threats from within and without. The Umbu members had already begun their operations. Except for Key. On the rooftop, a figure clad in a white robe, alongside several black-clad Umbu members, issued orders. Wood team, go above. Fire team, go below. Begin operation, with a methodical tone. The figure instructed the black-clad men of the fire team to leap down to protect the daimyos and villagers of various nations. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining black-clad men from the wood team followed the figure to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as they surged forward, 4 ninjas from the Sound Village appeared: Tsukumo, Doyu, Geitumaru, and Zokunyo. They positioned themselves at the 4 corners of the rooftop, encircling Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, casting a barrier ninjutsu. For purple flames formation. A purple barrier array erupted instantly. Upon seeing the barrier, the figure commanded, "Rei, go protect the Hokage." Yes, one of the black-clad masked men charged forward at the command. Leaping into the 4 purple flames formation, his body engulfed in flames, screaming as he fell onto the rooftop, rolling before crashing down to the ground. The remaining 2 black-clad Umbu members exchanged apprehensive glances with the figure. "Thank goodness I wasn't called." The figure, hidden beneath a mask, spoke solemnly. "This barrier can only be dispelled from within. We must wait until the Hokage eliminates one of them before we can assist." "Humph, naive." Geitumaru chuckled lightly. "Doyu, let us also form a barrier on the inside." Instantly, the 4 shinobi within the 4 purple flames formation conjured a smaller purple array around themselves. Damn it, the figure and the remaining Umbu could only watch helplessly from the outside. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, hidden in the underground base of the root, was accompanied by dozens of root members, listening intently to the commotion outside. "Damn you, Danzo, forcing us to remain here." Among them were 1 or 2 masked members of the Umbu. Their fists clenched tightly beneath their robes, whispering to themselves. Within the Umbu, there exists the root, and within the root, there are also members of the Umbu. They are the Umbu sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor Danzo's actions within the root. The Umbu and the root fundamentally share the same origin. After Sarutobi Hiruzen abolished the radical elements of the root, Danzo did not disband it entirely but secretly nurtured his own version of the root. Danzo chose to remain a passive observer. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen met his demise or Orochimaru failed and perished, he stood to gain regardless. In their collaboration, his sole responsibility was to weaken Konoha's forces. "Hiruzen, I told you, you will come to regret this." The small eyes of Shimura Danzo glinted with a sinister light. Meanwhile, Feng An had already reunited with Hyuga Hizashi. "Uncle, I leave Hinata in your care. I have some matters to attend to." "All right, things are chaotic at the moment. I will escort Hinata back to the estate first. Stay safe." Hyuga Hizashi did not glance at Feng An but activated his Byakugan, vigilant against any potential threats from sand and sound shinobi lurking nearby. Feng An, Hinata's face was etched with worry. Feng An smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. With you here, I won't put myself in danger." Suddenly, several shurikens and kunai flew in from behind a distant pillar. In an instant, Feng An appeared beside the sound shinobi concealed behind the pillar. "What?" Crack. Feng An swiftly snapped his neck. "Uncle, You all go ahead. He then closed his eyes and activated his Kagura hard eyes. Understood? Hyuga Hizashi nodded, leading Hinata away. With the Byakugan, nothing within a kilometer could escape his sight. As long as he desired it, he would avoid the troublesome sand and sound shinobi. As he dashed towards the estate, he reassured, "Don't worry, he is strong, stronger than my father." "Yes, I know," Hinata replied softly. She was aware of Feng An's strength, yet deep down, she remained anxious for his safety. With his eyes closed and Kagura hard eyes activated, Feng An sensed that Hyuga Hizashi and Hinata had already reached the outskirts of the arena. "Almost there, uncle." Upon identifying a specific chakra, Feng An's Kagura hard eyes allowed him to accurately perceive the positions and movements of others. Inuzuka Kiba, F, and Yuki, Feng An detected their locations one by one. As he concentrated on sensing the position of Aburame Shino. He realized he seemed to be absent from the arena. Where could Shino have gone? Feng An opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. After pondering for a while, he recalled, "I believe he went after Sasuke." Confirming that Shino was temporarily safe, he noted that F and Yuki were awake, and from his perception, it was evident they were hiding somewhere without moving. Thus, he proceeded towards the unconscious Inuzuka Kiba's direction. Upon reaching a staircase, he spotted the unconscious Kiba and Akamaru. "Time to wake up." Feng An stepped forward to rouse Kiba. Kiba jolted awake, immediately assuming a battle stance. Feng An, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Upon turning to see Feng An, Kiba relaxed. "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" He then noticed the sounds of battle echoing around them. What is going on? Why are they fighting? It was too chaotic to explain in detail. But in essence, the sand and sound shinobi were attacking Konoha. Feng An provided a brief explanation to Kiba. "How did this all start?" Kiba inquired, bewildered. "Come with me. We need to regroup with F and Yuki." Feng An opted not to elaborate on his confusion. Explanations would have to wait until the situation was resolved. Seeing Kiba still in a daze, Feng An helplessly grabbed the back of his hood and pulled him along. He had no intention of aiding anyone unfamiliar in the vicinity. Shortly, Feng An arrived at the location where he had sensed F and Yuki, only to find no trace of them. He closed his eyes once more and activated his Kagura hard eyes, expanding his perception outward. Just then, Kiba tapped Feng An on the shoulder. "I can smell them." This way, Kiba waved his hand and dashed towards a nearby grove. Seeing this, Feng An hurried to follow, with Kiba's exceptional sense of smell. There was no need for further investigation. After all, the Kagura hard eyes, a technique of the Uzumaki clan, required him to close his eyes to activate it, making it suitable for reconnaissance, but inconvenient for combat like the Byakugan. "Woof woof." Akamaru peeked out from Kiba's arms. "You're awake too, Akamaru." Kiba affectionately ruffled Akamaru's fur. Moments later, Feng An spotted F and Yuki escorting several women and children. No wonder they had been stationary earlier. They were helping others. He personally would not engage in such thankless endeavors, yet he would not criticize their actions, as it was unnecessary. "Kiba, Feng An, you managed to escape too?" F was the first to notice them and greeted with a smile. "Yes." Kiba nodded in response. "Woof woof." Akamaru barked, seemingly expressing his displeasure at not being greeted. "It's been a while since I've petted you." Akamaru. F chuckled as she scruffed Akamaru's head. Akamaru let out a satisfied whine. Feng An casually surveyed the women and children present. There were 4 of them, making a total of 8 people, including Feng An and Kiba. "Where are you all heading now?" "Back home," he inquired. "Yes," Yuki nodded. She then proceeded to introduce the group to Feng An and Kiba. "This is our grandmother and our neighbor, Aunt Keech, along with her daughter." Upon hearing Yuki's introduction, Feng An glanced over. The grandmother appeared to be of a similar age to the neighboring woman, her hair not entirely gray, and she seemed to be in good spirits. The woman beside her appeared to be in a state of shock, tightly clutching her daughter, who looked around 6 or 7 years old. "Hello, Grandma." "Hello, Grandma." Feng An and Kiba greeted the elderly lady politely. "Oh, hello there," the grandmother replied with a warm smile. "At home. Yuki and F often mention how grateful they are to have met you, Feng An, as it helped them pass the earlier exams." She grasped Kiba's hand gratefully. Grandma, I'm not Feng An." "He is," Kiba stammered, rubbing his neck awkwardly. "Oh dear. My apologies. These 2 granddaughters have been singing your praises, and seeing how sturdy you are, I mistakenly thought you were Feng An." The grandmother flustered and apologized. "Do I look that frail?" Feng An chuckled, rubbing his abs. Had he not felt it impolite to lift his shirt, he would have shown her what a well-built physique truly looked like, after the grandmother expressed her apologies. She turned to Feng An and nodded. "I'm sorry, dear. I'm getting old and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. I truly apologize for the mix-up. It's quite all right, Grandma, Feng An smiled. Suddenly, several kunai came hurtling towards Feng An and the others. As the sound of slicing air filled the air, Feng An charged towards the incoming kunai. Clang! As the throwing knife struck him, it was effortlessly deflected away, given his current cellular activation ability. It was nearly impossible for the thrown kunai to leave even a white scratch on his body. Feng An did not even blink. He reached out and seized the deflected kunai, instantly appearing beside the sand ninja. Just as the sand ninja's expression wavered in shock, Feng An swiftly slashed the kunai across his throat. He then turned to Shuiwe and said, Shuiwe, this area will be affected soon. You should leave at once, and don't return home. Head straight for the shelter, if I recall correctly. It should be near Hokage Rock, where other leaf ninjas are protecting the villagers. Shuiwe nodded. All right, what about you? Aren't you coming with us? I have matters to attend to. You should return with them. I will depart first. With that, Feng An turned away, satisfied as long as they were safe. As long as they did not interfere with the main battlefield, the remaining sand and sound ninjas merely appeared to hold the advantage temporarily. Once the Leaf's evacuation was completed and their full strength was mobilized, they could easily repel the enemy. The Leaf still had the Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, along with the Inazuka clan, the Yatsuki clan, and the Hyuga clan. In terms of combat power, even if the sand and sound joined forces, they could not possibly surpass the Leaf in terms of depth and resources. However, the critical battleground determining whether the sand and sound's assault could achieve victory lay with Orochimaru and Saratobi Hiruzen. If a shadow-level ninja were to turn their attention to the lower-ranked ninjas, it would be utterly overwhelming. This was why Orochimaru dared to launch a large-scale attack on the Leaf. The decisive strengths of a village are represented by two elements: the shadow and the tailed beasts. Where could those two ninjas from the Cloud Village be now? Feng An narrowed his eyes slightly and made his way towards the spectators' area. In his memory, one of the Cloud ninjas resembled a monkey, while the other was bald. It was precisely due to their unique appearances that Feng An's impression of them was far more vivid than his recollection of Hinata's abduction. In a corner of the spectator area, distanced from the battlefield's epicenter, behind a cluster of unconscious villagers, a reflective bald head caught Feng An's eye. I found them so quickly. Upon spotting the distinctive bald head and the Cloud Ninja's forehead protector, Feng An strode forward. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the two ninjas immediately turned to face Feng An. Upon realizing he was merely a child, they exhaled in relief. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. One of the bald ninjas growled menacingly. Both of them were of Chunin rank, and hiding here while feigning unconsciousness felt quite secure. Ignoring their taunts, Feng An approached them slowly. The chakra within him began to surge, breaking through the barriers of his chakra points. Opening the first gate, the second, and then the third gate was activated in an instant. Hey, brat, are you looking for death? Didn't I tell you to scram? The bald Cloud Ninja brandished a kunai as a threat. Since the Cloud Village and the Leaf had signed a ceasefire agreement, they had no intention of violating it without cause. They assumed that a mere threat would send the child running off in fear. However, when he continued advancing towards them, the bald ninja had no choice but to brandish his kunai. If he got any closer, he intended to eliminate the child right then and there. Who knew if this child might try to ambush them? Yet, even after the third gate was opened, Feng An did not even spare him a glance, merely clenching his fist. Is this brat deaf? The bald ninja scoffed. But before he could finish, Feng An's fist connected with his face. The tremendous force sent both him and the silent monkey-faced ninja flying. Bang! They crashed into the spectator area's wall, producing a thunderous sound. The bald ninja could not even utter a sound before his skull was shattered, his entire visage caving in. The monkey-faced ninja let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to push the bald ninja off him, blood streaming from his nose due to the impact. What are you doing? We are from the Cloud Village. We are allies. We signed a ceasefire agreement years ago. Do you Leaf ninjas wish to go to war with us? The monkey-faced ninja gasped for breath. Knowing a single punch could kill his companion, and he believed he could not defeat the child before him. Are you attempting to intimidate me with inter-village warfare? Feng An smiled faintly. I'm not trying to scare you. What I said is true. You wouldn't want your village to suffer the ravages of war because of you, would you? Hearing Feng An's response, the monkey-faced ninja sighed in relief. As long as he could stall for time until Omo noticed. Just as he felt a glimmer of hope, Feng An, wielding a kunai, pierced through his chest. You. The monkey-faced ninja expressed his disbelief, lamenting why he was targeted by such a terrifying child without having done anything. Feng An merely coldly pushed his body away, leaving him to collapse. Keita, a dark-skinned Cloud Ninja, sucking on a lollipop, shouted furiously. He hurled several shuriken at Feng An while simultaneously drawing a long blade from his back. Feng An cast a cold glance at him. Without evading the shuriken, he retrieved a scroll and summoned the Kusanagi sword. As the Cloud Ninja's long blade descended towards him, Feng An used the Kusanagi sword to block the downward strike. Feng An recognized the man before him as Omo. Omo was taken aback. His downward strike had been effortlessly blocked by the child. Despite exerting all his strength, the opponent's sword remained utterly unmoved. You don't even ask why I killed them. And you come to kill me? Feng An spoke nonchalantly. Omo leaped back to create distance, spitting out his lollipop as he asked, Why? Because they attempted to kidnap me, so I killed them. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Kidnap you? Omo's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Feng An. Red hair, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. But why would they kidnap a mere child? What's the significance of an Uzumaki? Sealing techniques. While he pondered, Feng An turned to leave. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to disrupt the original plot. As someone who could foresee future developments, following the original script would ensure his safety. Wait, why did they want to kidnap you? Feng An casually replied, How would I know? You should ask them. I'm the victim here. You're the victim. The ones who have died are still the aggressors. Upon hearing Feng An's words, Omo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, an incongruous voice broke in. Don't listen to his nonsense. I saw everything. Those two didn't say a word, and he just went up and killed them. Both Feng An and Omo turned to look at the speaker. Upon recognizing him, Feng An's brow furrowed. Shimizu Junta, the last time I saw him was at the Chunin exam registration site. Back then, for some reason, he was quite respectful towards me. In my memory, aside from his surname. He seemed rather unremarkable. So, he is a righteous person, is he? What a twist. What Shimizu Junta said was largely accurate. To others, it appeared that Feng An had simply killed the two Cloud Ninjas without a word. Yet, he sensed an undercurrent of hatred emanating from Shimizu Junta, which puzzled him. This was only their second meeting. Why such intense animosity? Omo turned to Shimizu Junta and asked, Who are you? I am Shimizu Junta, the current captain of the Leaf security team. I assure you, I am not lying, he declared earnestly. Omo turned back to glare at Feng An. Brat, your fellow villagers have exposed you. What else can you say? I have nothing to say. I told you those two were trying to kidnap me. If you don't believe it, that's your problem, Feng An replied coolly. Arrogant. Omo had yet to grow anxious, but Shimizu Junta was the first to shout in anger. Let us restrain him together. Then I will hand him over to you Cloud Ninjas for processing. Feng An cast a glance at Shimizu Junta, increasingly sensing something amiss. What did I do to him last time? The captain of the Konoha Guard surprisingly aided me, a ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. How intriguing. Omo Yi's lips curled slightly. Since your captain has stated such, you should obediently submit to justice. Shimizu Junta smirked slyly. Kazian, you should comply. This is for the sake of the friendly agreement between Konoha and the hidden Cloud Village. For the village's sake, why not rescue the Hokage? I truly cannot fathom your logic. Kazian shook his head, unable to comprehend, and eventually asked, What exactly is the hatred you harbor? This is our second encounter, is it not? Because you are despicable. Shimizu Junta cursed vehemently, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging towards Kazian. Observing the feeble water column, Kazian shook his head. This is only slightly more formidable than the water vortex technique. Without forming seals, Kazian's chakra flowed internally, adhering to the principles of ninjutsu, and he expelled a barrage of water bullets akin to a high-pressure water gun. Water release. Water-severing wave. Junta's water column was instantaneously shattered by Kazian's technique. Crashing towards his chest, Shimizu Junta's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly sidestepped. With a splat, the attack still grazed his shoulder, instantly tearing open a wound that stained his sleeve with crimson. Damn it. How could a mere child wield the water-severing wave? Shimizu Junta's face contorted with rage as he hastily formed seals again, utilizing the water he had just expelled to unleash his most powerful jutsu. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The scattered water on the stage swiftly coalesced, forming a massive water dragon. The azure dragon opened its maw, roaring as it lunged towards Kazian. Prepare to die. Shimizu Junta's murderous intent was unmasked. Omo E, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Our ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village have been slain, yet you act as though it is your Konoha ninjas who have been killed, compared to Shimizu Junta. He felt surprisingly less enraged, as if he appeared devoid of empathy. However, before the dragon could devour Kazian, a figure clad in white suddenly materialized before him. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The figure crouched low, slamming both hands onto the ground. The ground trembled violently. A tall, sturdy earthen wall surged up, blocking Shimizu Junta's water dragon bullet. As the dragon collided with the earthen wall, it dissipated. Shimizu Junta's triumphant expression instantly froze. Subsequently, the masked figure in white emerged from behind the wall. Upon catching sight of the mask, Shimizu Junta's pupils constricted. In Umbu. Even as the captain of the Konoha Guard, he had no authority in the presence of the Umbu. The Umbu were a secret assassination unit directly under the Hokage, the Konoha Guard, merely a minor department managing public order. The figure in white was none other than the only man Kazian recognized, Xiang. What transpired? Xiang inquired indifferently, gazing at the hidden cloud village ninja before him. However, the slight pressure emanating from him made Omo-Yi's face grow somewhat unnatural. Every village possesses its own Umbu, and Omo-Yi was well aware of the Umbu's intentions. Just now, Omo-Yi began, but was quickly interrupted by Shimizu Junta, who rushed to speak. Senior, that brat behind you killed 2 ninjas from the hidden cloud village. We are currently besieged by internal and external troubles. And he dares to incite another war. I suspect he has ulterior motives. Noting Xiang's inquiry, Shimizu Junta, feeling guilty, began to sweat profusely, assuming Xiang was questioning him. After all, with the mask obscuring his face, no one could discern where his gaze fell. Thus, he hastily attributed all blame to Kazian. Upon hearing his words, Kazian's lips curled into a slight smile. True to the Shimizu name, he certainly did not disappoint. Kazian sneered internally. His eagerness to cast blame confirmed Kazian's suspicions. He must have known something. Hearing Shimizu Junta's words, Xiang asked coolly why. Kazian understood this was directed towards him, but Shimizu Junta, still oblivious, assumed he was being questioned. He quickly lowered his head to respond. Senior, that brat is actually a spy from another village. Just like those Suna and Odo ninjas, conspiring to provoke war between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Even if Lord Hokage prevails, we will still suffer the ravages of war, Shimizu Junta continued fervently. Senior, we should hand him over to the Hidden Cloud village for punishment. 8 years ago, the third Hokage did just that, which secured the friendship between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Beneath the mask, Xiang's expression became chillingly grim. Even without discussing Kazian's affiliation with the Umbu, merely referencing the third Hokage's actions was enough to warrant multiple deaths, especially considering that incident was far from glorious. It was akin to slapping Konoha's face in front of the Hidden Cloud ninja. Once he finished speaking, Kazian coldly scoffed. Have you finished your ramblings? Arrogant. How dare you speak such coarse words in front of a senior? Shimizu Junta's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior, allow me to eliminate him. He felt elated, seizing the opportunity to slay the brat, not only avenging himself but also garnering favor with the Umbu. A dual victory. He swiftly formed hand seals, ready to coalesce the still fresh water around him once more. With the fourth gate, the injury gate opened. The moment the injury gate burst open, Kazian appeared above Shimizu Junta at blinding speed. Stomping down on his head with force, bang, Shimizu Junta couldn't even form seals before his face was forcefully smashed into the hard ground. Dust billowed, and the earth cracked like a spider's web. So swift was the action that Omo-Yi only realized Kazian was the one who had stomped down on Junta after he saw the latter's face collide with the ground. Moments ago, he had merely felt a gust of wind rushing past. Omo-Yi glanced at Kazian with a sideways glance, swallowing hard as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Is this a Konoha genin? At that moment, he could no longer muster any thoughts of accountability. Kazian slowly closed his eyes, activating his Kagura hard eyes, and addressed the pinned Shimizu Junta, saying, I've restrained my strength. Stop pretending to be dead. I have a few questions for you. Are Tama's 2 assassination attempts related to you? Shimizu Junta's face, embedded in the ground, was bloodied and streaming. Why did he dare to act so recklessly before the Umbu? How could he possess such formidable strength? I am an elite jonin, yet I am being trampled by a mere child. Shimizu Junta could hardly believe what was transpiring. Did you hear me? Kazian asked, slightly frowning again. Faced with life and death, Shimizu Junta's mind raced. This was only their second encounter, and Tama had likely refrained from exposing him for the sake of his son. As long as he vehemently denied any connection, he still had a chance to survive. His eyes brightened, and he quickly feigned a sobbing tone that was Tama seeking revenge for his son. It has nothing to do with me. I truly couldn't persuade him. However, his sob story appeared utterly loathsome under Kazian's Kagura hard eyes. Kazian, eyes still closed, drew out a kunai and thrust it into Shimizu Junta's left hand, embedding it into the ground. My hand. The pain surged through Shimizu Junta's body. Twisting his face with agony, he knew that only by denying any involvement could he hope to survive. Once he admitted guilt, It would mean certain death. His voice trembled as he insisted. What I say is the truth. I am not deceiving you. Senior, save me. I am the nephew of Danzo-sama. In the distance, Xiang's brow furrowed slightly beneath his mask, remaining silent as he gazed into the distance, where the four purple flames formation marked the site of Sarutobi Hiruzen's battle with Orochimaru. I will give you one more chance. Is Shimura Danzo involved in this matter? The chilling words of Feng An once again echoed in the ears of Shimizu Shunta. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure from the Konoha Guard stood frozen in terror, witnessing the unfolding events. Captain, no. I must find Lord Danzo. Only he can. The Konoha Guard member swiftly leapt away, vanishing from sight. Upon hearing Feng An's inquiry, Shimizu Shunta felt a shiver run through him, his pupils trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. Why would he ask me this? Could it be that he already knows this matter is related to my uncle? No, that's impossible. He lacks evidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be questioning me. I absolutely cannot confess. If I staunchly deny it, he will surely not execute me without proof. I don't know, he asserted. You don't know? Feng An chuckled softly. Through his sensory perception, he discerned that Shimizu Shunta was lying, indicating that he was indeed aware. Feng An had already concluded that this matter was inextricably linked to Shimizu Danzo. I truly do not know. Lord Danzo is merely my uncle. He serves as the Hokage's advisor, while I am but a humble captain of the guard. Shimizu Shunta continued to deny any involvement vehemently. That is indeed the case. Feng An remarked quietly as he produced another kunai. You have no idea. I can see through your deceit. With these words, Shimizu Shunta's breath quickened. How could he have seen through me? Feng An, uninterested in explaining anything further, raised his kunai and thrust it towards Shimizu Shunta's head. Wait, a figure suddenly appeared before them, grasping the kunai that was aimed at Shimizu Shunta. However, before Feng An, who had already activated the fourth gate and its injury gate, this solitary arm was utterly inadequate to stop him. The masked figure's expression shifted in alarm, and he immediately summoned all his strength to impede Feng An. You cannot kill him. He is Lord Danzo's nephew. If you slay him, and Lord Danzo seeks retribution, even the Hokage will find it difficult to protect you. The figure, Xiang, could allow Feng An to teach Shimizu Shunta a lesson. But he would not permit Shunta to be killed. He understood how much Sarutobi Hiruzen valued Feng An. Meanwhile, the Konoha Guard member had arrived at the underground route base. He had previously accompanied Shimizu Shunta when they escorted Taima here. Before he could venture too far, he was confronted by a masked route member, who held a kunai to his throat. I am a subordinate of Shimizu Shunta. Captain Shunta is in danger, he exclaimed urgently. Shunta, the route member replied coldly. Wait here. He then vanished into thin air, heading deeper into the base. Before long, Shimizu Danzo appeared before the Konoha Guard member. Upon seeing Danzo, the guard cried out anxiously, Lord Danzo. Captain Shunta is about to be killed. Danzo, whose expression had remained composed, immediately fixed his gaze upon the guard upon hearing those words. Sand or sound, take me to see. Danzo was indeed concerned about the last remaining heir of his clan. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to hold the captaincy of the guard. The Konoha Guard member stammered, and neither. It's a red-haired brat from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Danzo's eyes widened as he grasped the situation. Taienzo, keep an eye on the movements above. When the time is right, strike and eliminate the sand and sound ninjas while also winning the favor of the daimyo and villagers. Understood, Taienzo replied. With that, Shimizu Danzo seized the Konoha Guard member and hurried towards the surface. Lying on the ground, Shimizu Shunta had his left hand embedded in the earth, even though there was now a gap. Escaping was far from easy. It's not me. You must believe me, senior. The intervention from Xiang was his only lifeline at this moment. Feng An cast a cold glance at Shimizu Shunta before addressing Xiang. Nephew. So what? Did he consider this day when he sought to kill me? After 2 assassination attempts, each implicating Hinata, that alone is sufficient reason for his death. If that is the case, then he may be slain. But do you possess evidence? Moreover, given the current turmoil in the village, it would be prudent to wait before making any decisions. Xiang continued to obstruct and persuade. I am the evidence. The exchange between the two reached Shimizu Shunta's ears. And amid his frantic thoughts of survival, he suddenly grasped something. Their tone suggested inequality in status. Could this brat possibly be a member of the Umbu? With this revelation, Shimizu Shunta's face turned as pale as a sheet. Only the most exceptional geniuses could join the Umbu at such a young age. At that moment, a low voice called out, Xiang, why are you here confronting my clansmen instead of aiding the Hokage? Upon hearing his uncle's familiar voice, Shimizu Shunta felt a renewed desire to survive. "Uncle, save me." Xiang lowered his head and replied, "Lord Danzo, the Hokage is trapped in the four purple flames formation, and we cannot approach. Why harm my clansmen?" Danzo approached slowly, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, the sweating Omo-e glanced around anxiously, sensing the escalating tension. He surveyed the standoff, looking for an opportunity to escape. Feng An merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before rapidly appearing beside him. With the enhancements of the fourth gate and cellular activation, his speed was more practical than Omo-e's body flicker technique. Feng An delivered a single punch, rendering Omo-e unconscious with a dull thud as he collapsed to the ground. How swift! The suddenness of it reminded Shimizu Shunta and Xiang of the legendary yellow flash. Shimizu Shunta, gritting his teeth, yanked the kunai from the ground, which had been embedded alongside his left hand, and rose to his feet. Previously, he had refrained from moving, fearing a single blow from Feng An could end his life. However, now that his uncle Danzo was present, what was there to fear? Even the Umbu could hardly challenge the authority of the Hokage's advisor. Standing tall, he shot a fierce glare at Feng An and Xiang before disdainfully turning his head to face Shimizu Danzo, his expression filled with despair. "Uncle, if you had arrived just a moment later, you would never see me again." He then shot a menacing look at Xiang, accusing him of colluding with the brat and failing to eliminate their enemies, instead turning on the captain of the guard and even attempting to kill him. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized that his nephew was framing accusations, and quite effectively at that. Even if Orochimaru were to fail, this could serve as grounds for him to indict Sarutobi Hiruzen. With this thought, a subtle smile crept to the corner of Danzo's mouth, though he suppressed his delight, casting a dark glare at Xiang. "Is that so? Xiang, do you intend to kill the last scion of the Shimizu clan?" Before Xiang could respond, Feng An interjected, "It is not he who wishes to kill. He is here to stop me. The one who intends to kill your nephew is I." Shimizu Shunta felt a chill run down his spine as he quickly concealed himself behind Shimizu Danzo. The expression on Danzo's face darkened significantly. From Feng An's words, it was clear that Xiang had refrained from speaking further, leading to the conclusion that Feng An had most likely been summoned into the Umbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since he had joined the Umbu, such acts of mutual harm within the village were intolerable. Otherwise, his Umbu status could be rescinded at any moment, treating him as a rogue ninja. Feng An paid no heed to Danzo. Quietly retrieving a scroll, seeing Feng An's silence, Shimizu Shunta's heart leaped with joy. "I cannot suppress you. But my uncle, the Hokage's advisor, can. Just wait. As long as you remain in the village, I will have countless opportunities to bring you to ruin." Just as Shimizu Shunta reveled in his perceived victory, he heard his uncle's furious shout, "What do you intend to do?" Feng An, indifferent, thrust a long sword straight at Shimizu Hunta, with a swift sidestep. Shimizu TZ narrowly avoided the blade, which merely grazed his arm. Meanwhile, Shimizu Hunta, already slowed by injury and in a state of relaxation, had never anticipated that Feng An would dare to strike him. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he sluggishly lowered his gaze at his sword. "Have I been pierced?" In front of my uncle, his face was a mask of disbelief, as Feng An withdrew the Kusanagi sword. A spurt of blood erupted from Hunta's mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. He had not yet been able to breathe his last when the chakra throughout his body dissipated, and Shimizu Hunta finally succumbed. "Hunta!" Shimizu TZ glared at the motionless form of his nephew on the ground, fury etched on his face. With the death of the last scion of the Shimizu clan, TZ found himself utterly alone. Nearby, the figure beneath the mask of the Root organization twitched, casting a sidelong glance at Feng, and he could hardly believe Feng An's audacity in killing TZ's nephew right before him. "Akai, you have left yourself with no way out." Feng An smiled slightly. "It matters not. You wouldn't dare assist that old fool in capturing me, would you?" The masked figure remained silent, as he was directly subordinate to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should Hiruzen command him to eliminate Akai, he would comply, but not at this moment. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Feng An then closed his eyes and activated his Kagura Mind's Eye, addressing Shimizu TZ. "Is the matter concerning Taima connected to you?" He understood that the other party sought to take advantage of the chaos, were it not for the fact that his life was threatened and Hinata placed in danger. He would not have suggested that the position of Hokage be held by either the Sarutobi or Shimizu clans. However, since the other party harbored murderous intent, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Shimizu TZ's face darkened as he replied, "You dared to question me after killing my nephew. How laughable." With a resounding thud, TZ brought his cane down forcefully. the tip exploding in a burst of splinters. Simultaneously, two figures from the root appeared behind him. "This old fool knows how to hide," Feng An remarked, his eyes wide open. With a grim expression, Shimizu TZ commanded, "Yamashiro, Takun, eliminate him." One of the root members unsheathed a long blade and charged at Feng An even behind the mask. Feng An instantly recognized him as Yamashiro, while the man silently removing his gloves must be Wyan Takun. Without hesitation, Feng An evaded while rapidly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Should Yamashiro's clan's heart-turning technique take effect, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape alone. That eye in the air, 5 clones of Feng An appeared in an instant. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Concurrently, Shimizu TZ launched his wind release technique. The blast of air erupted from his mouth like a speeding bullet, possessing not only incredible speed, but also devastating power. Feng An had no means of evasion. The gale-like air struck him, causing 2 clones to dissipate into smoke. Meanwhile, Wyan Takun, covered in nano-sized poisonous insects, advanced toward Feng An, his skin turning a deep shade of purple. The remaining 3 clones of Feng An unleashed their ninjutsu. Darkness technique. The 10-meter radius was enveloped in darkness, swiftly depriving the 3 of their sight. The other 2 clones executed 2 fire techniques: fire release, great fire annihilation, and fire release, great fire extinguish. A vast range of fiery attacks surged toward the trio engulfed in darkness. Yamashiro, possessing exceptional sensory abilities, quickly adapted after losing his sight. As Feng An's fire techniques bore down upon him, he seized Wyan Takun, who was also deprived of vision, and leapt away. Shimizu TZ, realizing the situation in an instant, felt a jolt of alarm. Recognizing the technique as the darkness technique, he hastily removed the bandages from his right arm. Forming the seals of U, H, and M, preparing to cast Asana. As the flames consumed Shimizu TZ, he reappeared to the side. Yamashiro, holding Takun, trembled from the contact, his nerves paralyzed and unable to move. Wind. Wyan Takun immediately pressed down on the area where Yamashiro had touched the poisonous insects, beginning to withdraw them. Witnessing this, Feng An found the situation increasingly troublesome. Izanagi could turn dire circumstances into advantageous ones. Once activated, it bestowed an invincible buff for a duration. In his recollection, Shimizu TZ, not being of the Uchiha clan, could maintain a Sharingan for only a minute, yet he possessed 10 Sharingan. Would it take him 10 minutes? Feng An murmured to himself. Then, the 3 clones of Feng An once more unleashed fire techniques, directing them toward the 3 adversaries. He dared not let his guard down. One was a heart-turning technique, and the other was a Kodo Amatsukami. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Fortunately, he possessed a vast reservoir of chakra. Otherwise, against the combined forces of Shimizu TZ and his allies, even an elite ninja would struggle to find a better way to counter. Damn it. Observing the approaching flames, Wyan Takun lifted Yamashiro and jumped away. Knowing his insects were severely averse to fire, while Yamashiro, poisoned, could only evade. "Forget about me. Go protect Lord TZ." Yamashiro, into Takun's arms, spoke through gritted teeth. "Don't speak. I'll detoxify you and then rush to protect Lord TZ." Wyan Takun leapt several times, fleeing the scene. Yamashiro was his only friend. He would never allow him to perish from his own poison. Noticing the fleeing duo, Shimizu TZ's gaze turned icy. Facing the scorching waves of great fire extinguish, he neither dodged nor evaded, swiftly hurling shuriken at Feng, and the whistling shuriken met with Feng An's casual clap, flying far away with a clang. As Shimizu TZ was engulfed in flames, he reappeared on the opposite side, forming hand seals. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply, expelling high-pressure air from the 2 shuriken in his hands. The shuriken spun rapidly, creating a cyclone of wind blades around him. He hurled them at Feng An from an unexpected angle. Wind release. Shuriken. The high-speed wind blades exponentially increased the shuriken's speed and power. Before Feng An's clones could react, they were shredded by the wind blades. As the attack closed in on his true form, Feng An managed to parry the wind-imbued shuriken with the Kusanagi sword. With a forceful motion, he deflected the rapidly spinning shuriken, which then struck the wall, cleaving a long gash into it. Fortuitously, he had not recklessly used his body to absorb the blow. Feng An glanced at the wall's fissure, feeling a shiver of apprehension. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Shimizu TZ unleashed successive wind techniques, proving to be far more formidable than any adversary Feng An had previously faced. An air whip, sharp as a blade, slithered forth from TZ's mouth, slicing through surrounding stones as it arced toward Feng An. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Feng An met the advancing gale with a stronger whirlwind, dispersing TZ's vacuum wave as the wind techniques clashed and canceled each other out. Feng An's gaze was fixed on the crimson Sharingan on TZ's arm. He noted that only one of TZ's Sharingan was closed. This indicated that no more than a minute had passed. It hadn't even been 2 minutes yet. How did Sasuke manage to defeat this old fool? While employing his ninjutsu, Feng An hurled shuriken. Earth release. Earth flow river. In an instant, a black sludge materialized beneath Danzo's feet, causing him to stumble and fall into its depths, followed by a shuriken piercing his visage. However, he soon re-emerged outside the realm of the Black Mire, completely unscathed. It was only after engaging in a true confrontation with Kaien that he comprehended the reason behind the failures of Feng An and the others. It was not due to Hinata Hizashi, but rather the red-haired youth before him. Danzo then lifted his arm to glance at his Sharingan, noting the closed second eye, and proceeded to form hand seals once more. He set up a third Sharingan Izanagi. Just as he completed the formation, the shuriken thrown by Kaien hurtled towards him. It struck his body directly, resulting in his immediate demise, yet he appeared again on the other side. Kaien's gaze sharpened as Danzo materialized, and the Kusanagi sword once again pierced through from dozens of meters away. His sensory perception gradually locked onto Shimura Danzo's chakra, the moment Danzo rewrote the fact of his death. Kaien would sense his location. This revelation provided Kaien with a brilliant strategy. As long as he preemptively set up ninjutsu at the point where Danzo would land, he could leave him with no space to react. Kaien's thoughts instantly returned to the battle between Sasuke and Shimura Danzo on the bridge. The role of Karui was not merely that of a healer. Her sensory abilities had allowed Sasuke to suppress Danzo's Izanagi. Doton, Dorida, Kaien once again utilized his sensory perception to pinpoint Danzo's resurrection location, directly employing a restrictive earth technique, followed by a barrage of shuriken and kunai, with no means of evasion. Danzo was struck. This was dire. If this continued, I might perish before I can set up my next Izanagi. Just after reviving, Danzo glanced at the third half-closed Sharingan on his arm, raising his head. He was met with a volley of kunai hurtling towards him. As Kaien used Doton, Dorida to restrict Danzo's movements, he simultaneously threw shuriken and kunai to eliminate him. This approach allowed for a nearly seamless transition, continuously striking Shimura Danzo. Fortunately, after being ambushed in the Land of Water, he had scavenged weapons from those attackers. Otherwise, he would have run out of supplies. This minute felt interminable. Kaien, with his pink complexion after opening the injury gate, appeared somewhat pale under the intense concentration. Having died countless times, Shimura Danzo sensed something was amiss. How could this brat's chakra seem inexhaustible? Opening the 8 gates while haphazardly casting ninjutsu, he felt a surge of alarm. Especially upon noticing the third eye on his arm, nearly closed. He began forming hand seals, but as soon as he reached the unseal, his form dissipated and he revived, unable to complete the process in time. Damn it, just give me. Before he could finish his thought, he was killed once more. This time, Shimura Danzo truly panicked. His dream of becoming Hokage had yet to be realized, and he had not yet witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall. Regret began to creep in. He lamented his lack of ruthlessness, having put himself in danger for a useless clansman, much like how he had lost the Hokage position to Sarutobi Hiruzen due to a moment's hesitation. Why am I always so close yet so far? Doton. Dorida Kaien's expansive earth technique was preemptively laid at Danzo's revival point. Damn it, there's no chance left. Resolutely, Shimura Danzo's right shoulder exploded, and a towering tree materialized before him. The colossal tree crushed the Dorida while simultaneously blocking the shuriken thrown by Kaien. Taking refuge behind the tree, Danzo formed seals once more. He set up the fourth Sharingan Izanagi. Just as he completed the arrangement, the Kusanagi sword, along with the great tree, pierced through his body. He then reappeared on the other side. Had he successfully set up Izanagi again, he would have to endure for another minute. Kaien's brow furrowed slightly. For others, exhaustion from chakra would have led to demise long ago, but Kaien was different. Even after releasing countless ninjutsu, he still felt chakra surging within him like a torrent. Furthermore, the cells of Hashirama within him continuously accelerated chakra recovery. The sole concern was his sensory perception. The heightened concentration was beginning to wear on his mind. Doton, Dorida. Upon sensing Danzo's revival point, Kaien swiftly employed the earth technique and hurled kunai. The vast black sludge reappeared at Danzo's resurrection location. Yet this time, Shimura Danzo did not remain passive. Seizing the opportunity from Kaien's earlier use of Kusanagi, he unleashed a wind technique, utilizing the air pressure expelled from his mouth. He propelled himself away from the trajectory of the kunai at F-ton. Shink Daima. With a deep inhalation, Danzo expelled a massive, swirling sphere of air towards Kyan. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations within, Kyan's brow twitched. And chakra surged into the fifth gate, the door of Duwang. The fifth gate, the door of Duwang, opens. His skin shifted from pale pink to a fiery crimson, his hair billowing wildly, and chakra erupted outward uncontrollably. The collision between the unleashed chakra and the advancing Shink Daima resulted in a cataclysmic explosion of power. The shockwaves battered against Kyan, propelling him several meters back and shattering the wall behind him into a spiderweb of cracks. A horrifying gash was carved into his body by the high-pressure air of the Shink Daima, oozing blood. The wound appeared gruesome, yet it was gradually healing. It seemed the strain from the fifth gate's opening was rather taxing on his body. Standing firm, Kyan's expression displayed discomfort. Unlike the first four gates, upon opening the door of Duwang, he realized that the lightning chakra he had activated was causing unstable fluctuations in his cellular activity. The fifth gate indicated that, under the enhancement of cellular activation, his body could only withstand the physical damage inflicted by the 8 gates up to levels equivalent to the 6th or 7th. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, affected by the explosive shockwave, revived in another location. Upon seeing Kyan's wound, his gaze sharpened. He then noticed the white cells beneath Kyan's torn clothing, healing his injury at a perfect fusion. Shimura Danzo's expression turned astonished. Having spent a lifetime researching how to perfectly integrate the first Hokage's cells, this instance appeared right before his eyes. How did you achieve this? Shimura Danzo's eyes burned with desire as he fixated on Kyan's body. Feeling Danzo's greedy gaze, Kyan shuddered. Danzo had never found a wife. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more he felt an icy chill. You old pervert, stop staring at me, Kyan barked, upon hearing Kyan's voice. Shimura Danzo's excitement subsided somewhat. He nearly forgot that this was a life-and-death moment, not his lab at the root. Your body, I must possess it, Shimura Danzo declared with a gleeful tone. The fervent desire was palpable in his eyes. Damn it, a sicko! Kyan swiftly unleashed a jutsu, Suetun, Sudam. A barrage of high-pressure water jets shot from his mouth, aimed at Shimura Danzo. While dodging, Danzo formed seals, fearing his revival point would be compromised, even with Izanagi activated. He dared not absorb any further damage, only utilizing it when evasion was impossible. F-ton. Shink Daima. Releasing this ninjutsu yet again, Danzo's face turned ashen. Was he nearing his limit? After forcefully utilizing the towering tree born from Hashirama's cells, he had already lost a significant portion of his chakra. Now, he felt utterly drained. Kyan, who had just endured a Shink Daima strike, was unwilling to take another hit. The 8 gates, the 6th gate, the door of Seek opens. As the circular high-pressure airflow surged toward him, Feng An once again erupted with astonishing momentum. Under the intense physical strain imposed by the door of death, every fiber of his being was racked with pain, and the activation of his cells became increasingly unstable. Grimacing in agony, he valiantly suppressed the pain coursing through his body and unleashed a flurry of punches toward the encroaching high-pressure airflow. The speed of his strikes was so rapid that they produced sonic booms that in an instant, several waves resembling flames crashed against Shimura Danzo's wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Upon contact, the high-pressure airflow was shattered by the fiery shock waves generated by Feng An's punches. The subsequent waves of fire surged forward without hesitation, aiming directly for Danzo's vital points. Confronted with the oncoming fiery shockwaves, Danzo staggered backward, every part of his body marked with burn wounds, towards the peacock. The advanced taijutsu that can only be unlocked by opening the 6th gate, he thought, panic rising within him. However, before he could contemplate further, the relentless fiery shockwaves struck him squarely on the head, rendering him unconscious. Upon reviving, he found himself with no time to think. Feng An appeared at his landing spot and delivered a punch that pierced through his body. Compared to before, this time, Feng An harnessed the speed and power from the door of view, completely severing Danzo's path to survival. Within mere seconds, Feng An had dispatched Shimura Danzo more than 10 times. There should be less than 10 seconds remaining, he estimated, simultaneously unleashing even swifter blows to ensure Danzo couldn't form even half a seal. Damn it! Damn it! I cannot perish here. I cannot possibly die here. My plan is so close to fruition. Bang! A punch pierced through his body, causing his thoughts to come to a standstill. Soon after, Danzo revived once more. Feng An instantly followed up with a punch that shattered his skull. 5, 4, Feng An muttered to himself as he surged forth with even greater speed. This time, he could not afford to fail. Should he miss again, it would take at least another minute. In the fifth gate, the door of death, perhaps he could endure longer, but in the sixth gate, the door of view, he sensed he would not last much longer. Once his body exceeded its limits, not only would the effects of the 8 gates of chakra cease, but he might also experience delays similar to Lee's point 3. 2. Within 2 seconds, Feng An had dispatched Danzo 3 more times. Shimura Danzo trembled in fear. I will die. If I don't find a way out, I will truly perish. Just as the final second approached, the moment when Danzo's Izanagi would activate, he suddenly tore away the bandage from his right eye. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, morphing into shuriken-shaped black patterns. Not good. Feng An's fist, now open, lunged toward Danzo's right eye. With incredible speed, it struck, blinding him and leaving a gaping wound oozing dark red blood. Following this, Feng An unleashed another punch aimed squarely at Danzo's head. Just as his fist neared Danzo's face, it suddenly halted. What is happening? Feng An's heart raced as he realized he was unable to move. I told you, your body is now mine to control. The panting Danzo stood before him, a smile creeping across his lips. Curse of self-binding seal. Feng An noticed the black patterns spreading across his body and immediately understood that this was Danzo's binding ninjutsu. You dared to take my Sharingan. Your expression earlier suggested you were familiar with it. Have you seen a Mangeki Sharingan before? Danzo inquired, producing a kunai and lunging toward Feng, and the blade tore through his flesh, leaving a gruesome wound. Feng An gritted his teeth, recalling how Sasuke had forcefully broken free using Susanoo. What should I do? From within. Feng An's mind raced, recalling all the ninjutsu he had mastered over the years. There was only one option left, to unleash the 7th gate, the door of shock. I have no choice. Resolutely, Feng An channeled all his chakra into the chakra point of the door of shock. Meanwhile, Danzo observed Feng An's rapidly healing wounds with astonishment. Though I do not understand how you are doing this, I will surely figure it out. Danzo seized Feng An, intending to take him to the root laboratory. At that moment, Feng An's body erupted with steam, as if a great power was about to burst forth. You are attempting to breach the 7th gate. You are courting death, Danzo shouted, thrusting the kunai toward Feng An. Unwilling to let such a valuable subject slip away, boom. Instantly, blue steam erupted from Feng An's body. His chakra multiplied exponentially, exploding outward. The debris beneath his feet was reduced to dust, and Danzo's kunai shattered before it could even pierce him. Feng An's vision blurred, but he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and launched a powerful punch forward. The force of his strike rippled through the air, producing a series of resonant waves. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sonic boom, it transformed into an air cannon resembling a white tiger diving swiftly. This technique was none other than the advanced taijutsu of the 7th gate, the Day Tiger. This is bad. Danzo, caught off guard, was only now preparing to form hand seals. After Feng An had been immobilized, he had relaxed his vigilance, believing victory was assured, and so he had refrained from employing Izanagi. Now, however, it was too late. Before he could complete the first seal, the air cannon collided with him, shattering every rib in his body, sending him flying. He crashed through several pillars of the spectator stands before being buried beneath the debris that collapsed from above, leaving no trace of movement. Following the dispersal of the door of shock, Feng An's aura diminished sharply, and he collapsed. Every cell in his body screamed for help, the pain compounded by a ringing in his ears, as if each cell was lamenting. Even with his heightened mental fortitude, Feng An felt on the verge of fainting. The tremendous sound reverberated through the battlefield, drawing the attention of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked on in astonishment. The shinobi from Sunagakure, Otogakure, and Konohagakure, caught in the chaos, were equally stricken with fear. Did the enemy possess an even deadlier weapon? All 3 factions were shaken to their core, instinctively suspecting that this disturbance originated from their adversary. Just as Feng An was relieved not to have completely succumbed, he noticed the black patterns on Danzo's body growing increasingly distinct beneath the heavy stones. Subsequently, a black liquid began to pour forth. The 4 symbols seal. Now he is truly dead. The Hashirama cells within Feng An's chest rapidly repaired the cellular ruptures caused by forcibly opening the door of shock. The pain was indescribable. Even so, Feng An could only endure the agony and retreat further away. Although the distance between them was considerable, he remained unaware of the full extent of the 4 symbol seal's range. Just as Feng An had retreated a short distance, a greater quantity of black liquid erupted from Danzo's body, forming a transparent black sphere that swiftly obliterated the stones covering him. After a brief pause, the black sphere expanded once more, engulfing an area several times larger than before. Everything caught within its grasp instantly vanished, sealed away in the realm of the afterlife. In mere moments, everything within a diameter of over 10 meters around Danzo disappeared, along with his very corpse. Fortunately, the range was not vast, which explained why Sasuke had been able to evade it with a mere leap backward. Pale-faced, Feng An stared at the smooth, curved surface before him, a shiver of apprehension running down his spine. What was that? The shinobi from various villages, drawn in by the earlier commotion, now gaped at the transparent black sphere, their hearts sinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing on the main battlefield, also noticed the strange occurrence in the distance. Has Danzo been killed? He thought. Disbelief etched across his face. His brows furrowed deeply as he pondered the events at hand, and he recognized that the four-symbol seal was a jutsu Danzo had long since prepared, one that would automatically activate upon triggering true death. At that moment, a Kusanagi sword flew straight toward him. Hiruzen, upon hearing the low warning from the Rui Jingu bang, which had transformed from the Monkey King in his grasp, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly realized the imminent danger and adeptly evaded the assault from the Kusanagi sword. Nevertheless, he still suffered a cut across his cheek from the blade. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, licked his lips and remarked, "As expected of my master, even when ensnared in peril, you remain mindful of the village's affairs. Hizashi, do not underestimate your own disciple." The transformed Monkey King, now a Rui Jingu bang, opened one eye to caution him further. "You speak the truth, old friend," Hizashi replied, wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand. His eyes, now resolute, locked onto Orochimaru's. "Previously, due to my indecision, I spared you, but this time, I shall not forgive your transgressions." Orochimaru, with his elongated tongue and a shadowy smile, queried, "Are you truly going to take me seriously, master?" Meanwhile, having regained some strength, Keaton noticed that Omoi, who should have been lying nearby, had mysteriously vanished. Did he take advantage of the chaos to flee? Keaton murmured softly. At that moment, a familiar figure from the root appeared before him. "How are you still alive? What of Danzo-sama?" Wyandakan asked coldly, her hands still tinged with purple as she assumed a combative stance. Keed, pale-faced, cast a glance at her and replied nonchalantly, "The spot where you stand was precisely where that old Danzo lay moments ago." "What do you mean?" Wyandakan was perplexed by Keed's words. "That old Danzo is dead." "You killed Danzo-sama?" "Impossible. How could you possibly have killed him?" Her brows furrowed beneath her sunglasses. "How could someone of Danzo's caliber appear the Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi, be slain by a mere lowly genin in mere minutes?" "You are correct. It was not I who killed him. He took his own life," Keed declared, turning to leave. He endeavored to maintain his balance, ensuring he did not appear unsteady, lest Yen discern the abnormality in his condition. "Stop right there." Wyandakan leaped in front of Keed, blocking his path. With a dark expression, she demanded, "How did you kill Danzo-sama?" Upon hearing her words, Keed's brow slightly furrowed. At first, I claimed it was I who killed him, and you did not believe me. Now I say it was not I. And still, you refuse to accept it. Truly a conundrum, he said calmly, striving to conceal any signs of distress. It is quite simple. I am stronger than he was. He continued. Now that Danzo is dead, why do you persist in serving him and obstructing my path? At his words, Yn's purple hands trembled slightly. Are you contemplating whether you can successfully poison me? Keed remarked casually, having noticed her hands quivering as long as his demeanor did not betray any weakness. Combined with the psychological pressure from his earlier dark jutsu and fire techniques, along with the uncertainty surrounding Shimura Danzo's fate, he believed Yn would not act recklessly, and indeed, as he anticipated. Upon hearing his words, Yn's raised hands ceased their trembling and slowly lowered. He appeared composed, and with Danzo's whereabouts unknown, coupled with his previously exhibited prowess, could it be that he truly was the one who killed Danzo? Yn's heart quaked with uncertainty. Keed made no delay, slipping past Yn and departing. After a moment of internal struggle, Yn slowly donned her black gloves. Danzo's demise signified the impending dissolution of the Root organization. Sarutobi Hizashi had already abandoned the radical faction of the Root, and she needed Danzo to execute certain unsavory deeds. Thus she had turned a blind eye. With the leader absent, the Root faced only two paths: assimilation into the Umbu or extinction. Perhaps I should pay my father a visit, Yn muttered, vanishing from the spot. The Root, Many individuals within the village were merely strangers. On the other side, distanced from the main battlefield, Kiden navigated through the chaos, utilizing his Kagura Shinai to avoid the clashing forces and return to his home. Fortunately, his residence was not situated in the main urban area, making it inherently tranquil, and even more so now. Lying on his bed, Kid raised his right hand, 2 fingers pinching the vivid scarlet Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, which possessed the ability of Kodo Amatsukami. What a waste of the remaining Sharingan on Danzo's arm, Kid mused as he scrutinized the crimson eye before him. Should I simply implant it? He placed his hand over his own right eye, then, after a moment, chuckled lightly. Perhaps not. Contemplating it is rather terrifying. Moreover, if he were to indeed affix it, he would be bound to wear a bandage all day, effectively becoming a second Danzo. Any normal person would surely recognize that something was concealed beneath his bandage. Otherwise, why would he cover it? Best to stow it away for now. As Kid's cellular repairs neared completion, he donned a black cloak and a distinctive umbu mask. To neglect this opportunity to sneak a glance at the archives would be a disservice to the forbidden techniques. At the Hokage Tower, a figure clad in a black robe and mask swiftly infiltrated the premises. It was none other than Kiden. As expected, no one is here, he whispered to himself as he began to explore the Hokage Tower. Shortly after, he discovered the archives in a dimly lit corner. Upon entering, he was greeted by a room reminiscent of a library, filled with an array of neatly arranged scrolls of various sizes and colors. He perused the ninjutsu scrolls on the shelves, noticing they were categorized by type, which was quite convenient. As he sifted through the scrolls, he eventually found his objective in a corner: the various forbidden techniques from the inception of Konoha village to the present day. This particular shelf contained only 2 scrolls. The first scroll he selected was the multiple shadow clone technique. This must be the very book that Naruto pilfered, Kid thought, surprised to find it here. As he continued to read, the next technique detailed was the Edo Tensei, a jutsu that required a living host to summon the deceased, granting the summoned body the ability to regenerate indefinitely. Further along, he encountered the third technique, the explosive tag multiplication technique, which utilized a single explosive tag to create an infinite cycle of summoning numerous explosive tags for continuous detonation. Immensely powerful. When Senju Tobarama developed these 2 techniques, he likely intended for them to work in tandem. Infinite regeneration combined with powerful point-blank explosions, creating a veritable human bomb. Kid murmured to himself as he examined the annotations on the techniques. Flipping further, he arrived at the final technique. Upon seeing its name, his eyes brightened. The Flying Thunder God technique. What a splendid treasure, a traveler's best companion. Next time I journey to the land of water, I could throw it around as if I were flying. In comparison to the ordinary body flicker technique, the Flying Thunder God technique allowed instantaneous movement from point A to point B, whereas the latter relied on swift body speed to traverse the distance. The distinction was monumental. After perusing the sealed book, he grew increasingly curious about another scroll placed nearby. Surely, a scroll kept alongside the sealed book was of no ordinary caliber. With that thought, he immediately began to examine it. Upon opening it, he was greeted with the characters for would release, igniting a wave of excitement. Would release, for pillar house technique. Would release, continuous pillar technique. Would release, for pillar prison technique. Would release, great forest technique. Would release, silent killing binding technique. Would release, would shield technique. Would release, message wood technique. Would release, cutting technique. Would release, wooden man technique. Is it all would release techniques? Feng An raised an eyebrow, setting aside whether he could master the subsequent techniques. The initial few forms of wood release were essential for him to learn. Once acquired, he could easily become a real estate mogul, potentially driving down the housing prices in Konoha. Subsequently, he glanced at the vanishing face of Hashirama on his chest, since he began to repair the damaged cells within his body. The Hashirama cells had disappeared, yet he could still sense their presence within him. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to experiment, using wood release for pillar prison technique. Feng An followed the seals illustrated on the scroll to guide the chakra within his body. After several attempts, a cube, merely half a meter tall and reminiscent of a miniature prison, appeared directly in front of him. Once mastered, could he manipulate the size of the 4-pillar prison according to the user's intent and chakra amount? Feng An observed the annotations beneath the technique. Astonishingly, he had successfully utilized wood release. It seemed that the Hashirama cells within him had transformed from dominant genes into recessive ones. This realization brought him some joy, as he had found the potential manifestation of Hashirama's face on his chest somewhat unsettling, especially during baths, where it felt rather peculiar. Now that it had dissipated, his spirits were considerably lifted. He wondered how the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru was faring. Perhaps he could also glance at some medical ninjutsu. Stretching lazily, he made his way toward the other shelves. Compared to the Book of Seals, the remaining scrolls were quite small, each typically containing 1 or 2 techniques. Sometimes even just a single one. After an extensive search, he finally discovered a scroll documenting medical ninjutsu. Upon opening it, 3 large characters boldly proclaimed, Healing Palm Technique. This medical ninjutsu involved channeling chakra through the palm to heal bodily injuries. Feng An pondered briefly before tucking the scroll into his pouch. Although the restorative prowess of his Hashirama cells and Uzumaki lineage surpassed even that of the healing palm technique, the latter's true merit lay in its ability to heal others. While his own abilities could only mend himself, he then perused the other ninjutsu scrolls casually. Most were standard C and D rank techniques, with a few B rank ones sprinkled in. Surely, the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru was nearing its conclusion? With this thought, he gathered the Book of Seals and another scroll filled entirely with wood-release techniques. As he approached the door, he paused momentarily and casually snatched a few more scrolls to stow away in his pouch, leaving only when he could no longer fit anymore. Just as he exited the archives, he sensed the presence of others within the Hokage building, and they were advancing in his direction. Who could still be here at this hour? Feng An hurriedly employed the transformation technique, transforming into a minuscule grain of sand, and activated his Kagura's heart eye to conceal his chakra signature. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. When the owner of the footsteps drew near, Feng An instantly recognized her, Tsunade Koharu. What is she doing here? Not only was she a high-level advisor in Konoha, but she was also a disciple of Senju Tobirama. In the midst of such a significant battle in Konoha, her presence here was perplexing. Tsunade Kohara had yet to retrieve her key when she noticed a crack at the door. With a gentle push, it creaked open effortlessly. Not locked, she mused, stepping inside. Upon seeing her enter, Feng An immediately reverted to his original form and swiftly slipped away from the Hokage building, just a few steps inside. Tsunade Koharu noticed the disarray of scrolls on the shelves. Has there been a theft? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurried to the innermost shelf, only to find the forbidden technique shelf utterly bare. The Book of Seals and the wood-release scroll both vanished without a trace. Am I too late? Just outside, another elderly figure with graying hair approached. It was Mito Gateflame, another high-level advisor of Konoha. In the midst of the village's turmoil, who could be stealing forbidden techniques? Was it the spy Kabuto? Or perhaps an order from Orochimaru? Feng An raced toward his home. Before long, he arrived, eagerly extracting the Book of Seals and flipping to the chapter on the Flying Thunder God technique. So, that's how it works. Ingenious. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. Indeed, interest is the best teacher. How could he have dozed off during ninja school? It was because the E-rank techniques were far too dull. If Naruto were to present a technique on seduction, he would undoubtedly be wide awake, eager to learn. After practicing diligently, Feng An successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He could hardly contain his excitement as he marked his home with the Flying Thunder God seal. Sprinting outside, he utilized his sensing ability to locate the seal's presence and subsequently activated the technique. In an instant, he found himself inside his house, while the prerequisite was still to sense the seal's location to initiate the technique. This was a remarkable feat for him, considering his lack of proficiency. Once he mastered this skill and significantly reduced the time required to sense the seals, coupled with the extreme range of his Kagura's hard eye, it would essentially become a teleportation skill. I've become extraordinary. A wild grin spread across Feng An's face, one that he could not suppress. No matter how hard he tried, he took a deep breath. Striving to calm his exhilarated heart, he then retrieved an unused sealing scroll to store the other scrolls within, making them far easier to carry. Originally intending to take a nap, Feng An now found himself disinclined to sleep. He quickly tidied up, changed into his usual attire, and wandered around the village. With no one around, it proved quite convenient to play seals. Ichiraku Ramen, marked. Akimichi Barbecue, marked. The Commercial Street, marked. The Bathhouse, also marked. In all the places he frequently visited, he marked them with the Flying Thunder God seal. Given that the seals would not disappear, he found this endeavor immensely enjoyable. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I found it. A sand ninja shouted excitedly from several dozen meters away. Pointing at Feng An after his shout, a throng of shinobi from Sunagakure materialized, at least a dozen in number. What a surprise. I thought I would be twiddling my thumbs until the plan concluded. After searching the village for so long, I finally spotted someone, even if it is just a little brat. Burn, kill, and loot. We've only completed the first part, and now we can use him to accomplish the second. The group of sand ninjas chattered incessantly without a hint of restraint. Feng An barely spared them a glance. After placing another flying thunder god seal, he proceeded to the next street that moment. A towering sand ninja leapt in front of him, blocking his path. What are you doing here, kid? Tell me where the others went, and where's your mother? Bring her out. Shabo-e. Feng An raised his gaze at the speaking ninja, responding with a phrase of cultural significance. Although the man could not comprehend the entirety of his words, he understood the term shabo and immediately guessed it was not a compliment. You little brat. Enraged, the man flushed with fury and raised his hand to slap him. Just then, a crisp sound echoed, accompanied by a dull crack. The surrounding sand ninjas widened their eyes, their breath suspended, for the slap did not come from the man towards the boy. Rather, it was the boy who struck the man across the face. The man's hand remained poised in the air, while his head spun at least 720 degrees. Silence enveloped the group of sand ninjas. Their breath stilled. They had not even seen when the boy delivered that slap. All they heard was a sharp crack and witnessed the man's head spinning in circles. Release that child. Suddenly, a low voice belonging to a woman pierced the air. Accompanying this were several shurikens that flew forth, striking the stationary sand shinobi with precision. Run! One of the sand shinobi, upon witnessing the lifeless body of a companion nearby, broke free from the grip of inexplicable fear. With his shout, the terrified gazes of the remaining sand shinobi regained a flicker of clarity, and they hastily scattered in all directions. Am I truly that terrifying? The purple-haired masked woman murmured softly. The fleeing sand shinobi had barely covered any distance when swifter figures caught up with them. A glint of cold light flashed. Within a mere 50 meters, several sand shinobi fell to the ground, deftly vanquished by the pursuing shadows. Are you all right? The previously speaking purple-haired woman landed before Kidian, leaning forward with her hands on her knees, her voice gentle. Kidian glanced at her, and despite her mask, he could surmise her identity. Yuzuki Yuan. She was the only member of the Umbu with purple hair that came to mind. Though he too belonged to the Umbu, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu were aware of his true identity. The others privy to this knowledge had perished, such as his uncle Shimura Danzo and the like. Kidian shook his head slightly. Thank you, I'm fine. Just as he turned to leave, Yuzuki Yuin stepped into his path. Are you going to find your mother? It's very dangerous in the village right now. Let me take you to a shelter. Kidian quietly retrieved his Leaf Village forehead protector. Actually, I am also a ninja. Upon seeing the forehead protector in Kidian's hand, Yuzuki Yuin was momentarily taken aback. That it was truly commendable for someone so young to grasp the importance of contributing to the village in times of peril. A faint sigh of admiration escaped her lips. Soon, she broke into a smile and said, I see, you are also a ninja from the Leaf, but it is genuinely dangerous right now. Kidian remained silent. All right, come with me. Noticing his silence, Yuzuki Yuin promptly scooped Kidian into her arms and leapt off the rooftop. The sudden lift surprised Kidian. Actually, I am quite fast too. Was he feeling shy? A soft chuckle escaped from beneath her mask. I understand now. You are quite fast as well. Her acknowledgement of his words made her fondness for him grow. The previous children she had escorted had incessantly cried and whined, giving her quite the headache. Kidian fell silent once more. Why do people always judge others by their appearance? Just because I do not look particularly fierce, they instinctively assume I am weak. I merely happen to be a bit fairer, more handsome, and somewhat cuter. His original plan to mark a path to the Hyuga estate had now been forcibly altered by Yuzuki Yuin's intervention. With a faint sigh, Kidian reflected, indeed, those who are aesthetically pleasing often tread the path of misunderstanding. After some time, Yuzuki Yuin arrived at a large shelter established near the Hokage Rock, a place that appeared inconspicuous to the untrained eye. Can you let me down now? Kidian inquired. Of course. Yuzuki Yuin gently set him down at the entrance, affectionately ruffling his hair. Now you can go inside. I must leave. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaping away once more. Kidian shot her a fleeting glance before he marked the entrance with a flying thunder god seal. I wonder if it can still be sensed over such a distance. Closing his eyes, he activated his Kagura's heart eye, perceiving all anomalies within a kilometer radius. However, it was still insufficient. The distance from his previous location was at least 5 kilometers. He expanded the range of his Kagura's heart eye further. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he extended it to a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond that, Expanding his Kagura's heart eye became unfeasible. Or rather, it would serve no purpose. At the edge of this 10-kilometer range, the information he could glean was exceedingly vague. Even if he channeled more chakra to extend his perception, he would only encounter a blur. A diameter of 10 kilometers was indeed vast, sufficiently covering the entirety of Konoha's main district. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen already begun his struggle with Orochimaru? Kidian mused quietly with his eyes closed. At the same time, he vaguely sensed Naruto, Sakura, and Pakken pursuing Uchiha Sasuke at the outskirts of Konoha. However, he did not perceive Yamanaka Ino, likely because she had already caught up with Sasuke and was engaged in battle with Kankuro. He also sensed Hinata's whereabouts. At that moment, she was with Hinata Hanabi at the Hyuga estate. Seeing that everyone seemed to be faring well, Kidian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Swiftly locking onto the Flying Thunder God seal, with a swift invocation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kidian instantly materialized in his home. He silently gauged the chakra he had just expended. Estimating that he had used about 3% of his reserves. In the short term, I could utilize this technique at least 30 times over long distances, if used for short-range teleportation in battle. Wouldn't it easily exceed 100 times? Kidian felt a surge of excitement. This was without accounting for the chakra recovery speed from the cells of Hashirama. If factored in, he could potentially use the Flying Thunder God technique thousands of times in combat. Such was the terrifying prospect. Following this, Kidian splashed his face with water and retrieved a kunai to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal upon it. The travel artifact was now complete. He closed his eyes once more and activated his Kagura's heart eye. Kidian sensed a familiar chakra. Yamanaka-fu, underground. He had just clearly detected Yamanaka-fu's chakra emanating from some subterranean location. Could it be the underground base of the root organization? However, when he sought to feel for Yamanaka-fu's chakra again, it had vanished. It must have been concealed by some form of ninjutsu, he thought to himself, just as he was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. He sensed another familiar chakra appearing in the same spot where Yamanaka-fu's had disappeared. Yuzuki Yuin. In the blink of an eye, her chakra presence also dissipated. Was she tracking Yamanaka-fu? Kidian's brow furrowed slightly. Such developments seemed to stray far from the original narrative. However, perhaps the moment Kidian became involved in the main storyline, a butterfly effect had already taken place. Should I go and take a look? Kidian hesitated. It would undoubtedly be perilous for Yuzuki Yuin to infiltrate the root organization's base alone, yet they were merely acquaintances. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga estate, Hinata and Hanabi were both curled up, hugging their knees. Hanabi, with her round, plump face tilted, looked at Hinata, whose expression was etched with worry. Sister, are you concerned about that red-haired boy? Hinata pressed her small face against her knees and nodded slightly. Yes, his name is Kidian. Hanabi pouted. I know, you've mentioned it nearly 100 times. Then why don't you call him by his name? I could have omitted the bad guy part. I've already been quite friendly towards him. Originally, all of your affection was meant for me, but he came along and snatched away a large portion, leaving me with only a little. Hinata softly scolded. What do you mean by snatching away? What are you thinking with that little head of yours? The book says that when a strange boy appears beside a sister, it signifies a crisis. The younger sister will lose a significant part of her love. What book are you reading? Hanabi placed her finger on her lips, pondering for a moment. The shy sister and the cute younger sister. The 10 secrets that are difficult for me and sister to speak of. What else? Anyway, that's what the book says. Hinata remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. When summer sister returns, I will have her confiscate all your books. No way. Absolutely not. Otherwise, I must inform my father, compelling him to retrieve you from the throes of your ardent romance. Before Hinata Hanabi could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a blushing Hinata. How do you know? Hinata Hanabi cheerfully replied. The book says one must pay attention to all of their sister's interests. In the subterranean lair of the root organization, Kamizuki Wind strode ahead, with Yuzuki Yugao following closely behind. Upon witnessing Kamizuki Wind sneak into a heavy iron door, Yuzuki Yugao quietly followed suit. However, as soon as she entered, Kamizuki Wind leaped down from the ceiling, pressing a kunai against her lower back. His exceptional perception had alerted him to the tail that had stealthily followed him. Do not move. Why are you trailing me? Yuzuki Yugao's attempt to draw her blade was delayed, and she soon lowered her arm. I am merely curious, as a member of the Umbu. Why have you not gone to assist the village and instead come underground? Do not feign ignorance. As an Umbu directly under the Hokage, how could you not know that I am a member of Danzo-sama's root? Kamizuki Wine bluntly exposed her deception. He continued, tell me the purpose of your pursuit, or you shall meet your demise here. Understanding the gravity of his words, Yuzuki Yugao realized that failing to provide a satisfactory answer could cost her life. The Hokage has warned us to be wary of the umbu frequently seen around Danzo, the very root that was supposed to be dissolved. Having encountered it, I naturally had to investigate. Is it truly that simple? Yes. Kamizuki Wind furrowed his brows that he had already learned of Shimura Danzo's demise from the mouth of oil woman Torian. Consequently, he found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with the woman before him. Typically, Danzo would not have asked so much, but would have simply eliminated her. As he hesitated, Yuzuki Yugao seized the opportunity. Suddenly drawing a kunai and slashing backward, clang, the two kunai clashed, producing a sharp sound. Following that, Yuzuki Yugao unsheathed her katana. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Instantly, three identical figures wielding katanas emerged from three directions, launching an attack on Kamizuki Wind simultaneously. Trouble. At that moment, Kamizuki Wind found it too late to draw his own katana. The opponent's speed was overwhelming. Just as the situation seemed dire, three brown, square wooden pillars shot through the gap of the heavy iron door, swiftly passing by Kamizuki Wind and aiming directly for the three forms of Yuzuki Yugao. Bang! Bang! Two of the shadow clones were instantly pierced, and the wooden pillars swiftly coiled around Yuzuki Yugao, trapping her in midair. Her expression changed dramatically as she realized she was ensnared. Would release ninjutsu. Are you all right, Wind? Kamizuki Wind shook his head, replying, I am fine. He then pushed open the heavy iron door, allowing a group of masked ninjas to enter. Without exception, they were all members of Root, cultivated by Shimura Danzo. The one who had just employed the wood release was a long-haired masked man, codenamed K. Upon entering, he wasted no time and utilized wood release ninjutsu on Yuzuki Yugao once more. Wood release. Wood pillar wall. Several thick wooden pillars erupted from the ground, enveloping Yuzuki Yugao completely. We shall wait for Danzo-sama's return to make a decision. Subsequently, Kamizuki Wind, and the other Root members exited the iron door. Wind, where is Danzo-sama? Kamizuki Wind hesitated before responding. It seems that Danzo-sama has been killed. What? The remaining Root members radiated a palpable aura of menace. K's expression beneath his mask was one of shock. Wind, what happened? Weren't you and Torian sent to aid Danzo-sama's nephew? What transpired? Kamizuki Wind nodded. Indeed. Initially, we believed we were merely facing a minor adversary, someone we could easily dispatch as before. However, ultimately, Danzo-sama fell to the hands of a red-haired youth. As Kamizuki Wind hesitated, the Root members behind K urged him anxiously. Please, share the details. Very well. After several minutes, Kamizuki Wind recounted the events leading to the confirmation of Danzo's death. The group fell silent for a moment. One of the Root members timidly inquired, what about Danzo-sama's body? K slowly replied, for symbol seal, his body is likely sealed away in the underworld. The four symbol seal, it was the sealing technique that Danzo had inscribed on his body, which would activate upon his death. K spoke with a sense of futility. So, Danzo-sama is truly. The group fell into silence again. Suddenly, one member broke the stillness. What do we do now? Upon hearing the question, the members' expressions turned despondent. They had been trained since childhood as emotionless tools of assassination within Root. Yet how could one be entirely devoid of feelings? Their lack of sentiment was merely relative to strangers, acting decisively in conflict. However, now that Shimura Danzo, their guiding force, was gone, they found themselves adrift, uncertain of their purpose and value. We shall kill that boy. I concur. You all go ahead. I shall return home. With Danzo dead, what meaning is there in continuing this? Each held their own thoughts. Originally a throng of figures, after a few had scattered, only 7 remained. How should we address that umbu? Eliminator. If Danzo were here, he would have undoubtedly done so without hesitation. In the absence of their leader, they instinctively sought to align themselves with someone stronger. Among them, the most formidable was K, who wielded would release ninjutsu, naturally positioning him as the one to issue commands. After a moment of contemplation, K shook his head. No, Danzo could act without restraint, but we cannot now. In the future, Root will either face eradication or be assimilated with the umbu. If word gets out that we have killed an umbu member, we will be left with no option but to face destruction. Seeing the others remain silent, still contemplating the pros and cons, Kamizuki Wind stepped beside K and declared, I support K's decision. At that moment, Kamizuki Wind suddenly frowned. He sensed someone descending from above. Everyone, someone is coming. Are there others? The remaining 7 quickly drew their kunai, concealing themselves in the shadows, ready for an ambush. Where did everyone go? The newcomer landed on the iron passage, scratching his head. It's him, hidden in the shadows. Kamizuki Wind instantly recognized the distinctive red hair of Keed, and the others turned to Kamizuki Wind, asking, "Is he the one who killed Danzo-sama?" Kamizuki Wind nodded. "Yes, that is him." "How did he end up here?" Just as Kamizuki Wind pondered, one of the hidden figures lunged forward. Not good. Realizing too late, Kamizuki Wind could not intervene in time. The burly man, wielding a kunai, lunged at Keaton with ferocity. What the? Just a mere child. As he sighed in relief, a loud bang resonated. The struck Keaton transformed into smoke. Shadow clone. Where is the real one? The burly man's eyes widened as he frantically scanned the surroundings. Boom. Just as he searched for Keaton, the latter dropped from above, landing a heavy kick that sent him crashing to the ground, producing a thunderous noise. The underground root base, usually shrouded in silence, was suddenly filled with the resounding echo of the impact, reverberating in the ears of all present. Leopard. As a furious shout echoed, the remaining two individuals lurking on the other side erupted in anger and launched an assault towards Feng An. The four who were concealed on this side already knew that the other party were the murderers of Danzo, yet the three on that side remained oblivious. "Come back. He is the one who killed Lord Danzo." Yamashiro shouted fiercely to halt them. Upon hearing that Feng An was the murderer of Danzo, the two members of Root lost all semblance of reason. One drew a short blade from his back, while the other wielded a katana with both hands, charging forward to strike. Would release. Wooden barrier. As the two advanced, several robust trees sprouted beneath their feet, ensnaring their bodies and forcibly pulling them back. Would release. Great harmony. Feng An discerned the identity of the man who unleashed the ninjutsu. The two members of Root, rescued by Tenkai, were somewhat incensed. "Tenkai, what are you doing? Did we not agree to avenge Lord Danzo? Can you defeat him, just to die needlessly?" remarked another member beside Tenkai. "Calm down." Tenkai released the bindings of the wooden barrier, his gaze fixed on Feng An, who stood atop the burly man Dada. The member, named Bao, pinned to the ground, roared in anger and swiftly drew a kunai towards his back. Feng An swiftly crushed his arm with a single kick. "Here's your payment." Before Bao could emit a cry of pain, Feng An swiftly maneuvered to his rear and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The man's ribs shattered instantly, propelling him heavily towards Tenkai and the others. Observing this, Tenkai leaped up to catch the man, preventing him from crashing into the iron gate behind and incurring further injury. Inside the iron gate, Yuzuki Yuin, firmly restrained by the wooden barrier, could naturally hear the commotion outside. Who was out there? Have the other Umbu discovered this place? Yuzuki Yuin furrowed her brow. Her hands and feet were ensnared by wood, rendering her completely immobile. She could only listen to the turmoil outside, powerless to act. Outside the iron gate, Feng An confronted 7 members of Root. Release that purple-haired Umbu. As he spoke, Yamashiro unexpectedly hurled an object towards Feng An from the side. Feng An's perceptive instincts instantly captured the motion, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade. What is this? Upon closer inspection, he felt his consciousness being drawn in. Heart-turning puppet jutsu. A heavy sensation enveloped Feng An's mind, and after a moment of disorientation, he found his consciousness inhabiting a scarecrow. Meanwhile, the Feng An standing outside was now under the control of Yamashiro's consciousness. Tenkai supported the unconscious Yamashiro, and a nearby Root member inquired, "Was it a success?" "Yes." Yamashiro, controlling Feng An, nodded in affirmation. Feng An cast a sidelong glance at the scarecrow, chuckling softly. "Surely, you could not have anticipated that my ninjutsu could invade your consciousness." Inside the scarecrow, Feng An's consciousness remained devoid of any fluctuation, merely observing him with tranquility. "Good. We can now avenge Lord Danzo. Wind, kill him." Several members of Root displayed expressions of delight. However, Feng An shook his head. "No, I will not do that." "What is happening? Did wine fail?" A nearby member turned to Yamashiro. Observing Yamashiro still lying quietly on Tenkai's shoulder, they understood that the previous words were indeed spoken by Yamashiro himself. "Damn it, what are you thinking? Lord Danzo has been killed." Throughout, Tenkai had remained silent, merely gazing intently at Yamashiro. What would killing him achieve? Lord Danzo is already dead, and did he truly treat us well? What do you mean by that? Just after Lord Danzo's death. You wish to deny him? Feng An shook his head. "I do not deny Lord Danzo. I am grateful to him for allowing me to understand my value within Root. However, the ideology he instilled in us is flawed. If we truly followed Lord Danzo's principles, we would not have developed any feelings for one another, and the notion of revenge would not have arisen." One of the Root men questioned. "So, Shall we let it go? Killing him will only lead to more trouble. Does that mean we cease to exist now that Lord Danzo is dead? Moreover, as for assimilating with the Umbu, Tenkai is correct. Our path is indeed assimilation. Those unwilling must find other means to survive. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group under their masks varied. They instinctively tightened their fists. You must be Feng An, right? Yamashiro, controlling Feng An's body, turned to face the scarecrow. A talent such as you should not perish so easily. Yet you pose a significant danger. That a root member gritted his teeth and asked, is this the right course of action? Their task's morality was entirely judged by Shimura Danzo's whims. Now faced with their own decisions, they were utterly at a loss. Tenkai, who had remained silent, felt his resolve beginning to waver. Without her words, I might not even bear the name Tenkai now. Tenkai thought of a girl named Yukimi. A smile gracing his lips. Just as Yamashiro was guiding Feng An's body down to the ground, a shadow descended. Will you not kill me? Upon seeing the descending figure's face, Yamashiro's pupils constricted. Am I possessing a shadow clone? Bang! Feng An vanished, and Yamashiro's consciousness returned to his own body. Removing the burly man who had fallen into unconsciousness, the remaining 6 members of Root resumed their combat stances, after taking 2 deep breaths. Yamashiro said, how could I not sense your presence before? Why should I inform you? Feng An had merely utilized the Kagura Heart Eye to conceal his chakra signature. Moreover, the current Feng An was still not the original. With the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he only needed to send a shadow clone down while he himself activated the Kagura Heart Eye above, ensuring 100% safety. Without absolute certainty, he would not expose himself to danger. Tenkai, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Are you here to eradicate us? I am not like you members of Root. Release that purple-haired Umbu, and I shall depart. Feng An replied that Feng An had naturally sensed that Yuzuki Yuin was currently locked tightly within the iron gate by the wood release. Very well. From the very beginning, he had no intention of causing harm to Yuzuki Yuin. Now that their objectives aligned, Tenkai decisively formed hand seals. Inside the iron gate, the wooden barrier confining Yuzuki Yuin dissipated, and the wood that had ensnared her arms and legs released her to the ground. What is happening? The member of Root has been defeated? Yuzuki Yuin, holding a katana, stealthily peeked through the gap in the iron gate. That child. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she suddenly flung open the iron gate. Is it really you? Unable to restrain herself, Yuzuki Yuin asked, how did you end up here? To rescue you. Rescue me. What can you? A mere child, do. Feng An shot her an exasperated glance, replying, I told you, I am a ninja. You should leave, Tenkai interjected. Yuzuki Yuin held her glimmering katana defensively before her, wary of Tenkai. You are just going to let me go? I will report everything to Lord Hokage. Moments ago, she had seen several 2 to 3 meter high cultivation vessels resting in the corner of the iron gate. Clear evidence that Shimura Danzo had not abandoned his inhumane experiments. We are merely trying to survive. If you do not leave now, the child you just mentioned might unleash a massacre. Are you referring to him? Uchiha Yuin pointed at Feng An, doubting her own ears. Tenzu nodded slightly. Although Uchiha Yuin remained skeptical, she was not foolish enough to probe further since the other party had allowed her to leave. Thus, she kept her gaze fixed on the 7 individuals while retreating in the direction of Feng An. Upon reaching Feng An's side, and noticing that no one made a move against her, she finally sheathed her katana. Without hesitation, she scooped up Feng An and made her way towards the ground. Are you addicted to carrying me? She thought, seriously suspecting that her intentions were to take advantage of her due to her handsome and adorable appearance. Just as they reached the ground, and before Uchiha Yuin could utter a word, a loud bang erupted. The Feng An in her arms exploded. As she stood there in bewilderment, Feng An emerged, having dispelled the Kagura Heart Eye technique. That it was merely a shadow clone. A shadow clone? Uchiha Yuin could not fathom that the Feng An she had just held was a mere shadow clone. Did the child I saved just save me? Her mind was a jumble. Who exactly are you? Let's just say you're asking for my name. I am Feng An. I haven't heard of you, Uchiha Yuin murmured softly. And weren't you in the shelter? How did you end up here? How did you convince them? At such a young age, you already know how to use shadow clones. Have you considered joining the Umbu? A barrage of questions was hurled at her. Feng An pressed her temple, muttering, I somewhat understand Shikamaru now. You saved me once. Now I am repaying you. Don't ask me any more questions. Go about your business. I must leave. Hey, wait. Before she could finish her sentence, Feng An utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight, leaving Uchiha Yuin in a state of utter confusion. Wait, did she just disappear? Space-time ninjutsu? At the root underground base, a member inquired, "What should we do now?" Tenzo paused for a moment before responding. As per Danzo-sama's final request, "We must save the village and also check on our families." The several root members beside him sighed deeply. "Well, where are our families? I have never even seen my parents. It's been over a decade. I've forgotten my original name. Your code name is Chun. Why not just call you Chun? Sounds good, unlike my code name, which is Bing." One chuckled. "Then you should be called Bingzi. Get lost. Who would name a boy with a suffix like that? Why not call you Chinzi instead?" On the ground, a leopard, clutching its abdomen, struggled to rise and interjected. "Sounds like two lovely girls. Are you all right, leopard?" Haha, leopard. The group had not shared such joy in a long time. Their missions were always filled with bloodshed and death. The last time they had such merriment was years ago when Danzo had them trained together. Listening to the laughter, Yamashiro Tenka kept his head down. Silent. Unlike the others present, he had family. He understood that Tenzu's last words were meant for him. His expression turned troubled, his fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Feng An activated her Kagura hard eye, sensing the changes within the village. At the outskirts of Konoha, the three-headed serpent summoned by Sunagakure had been crushed under Jiraiya's giant toad. Inside the village, Yamashiro Kai, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Izukatsum, Hyuga Hizashi, and Yamanaka and Noichi unleashed their full might against the sand and sound ninjas after the villagers had sought refuge. The tug-of-war between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru was nearing its conclusion. Is this the limit? Then I shall take all your ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. Sealing. Behold, the Shinigami summoned from the Reaper Death Seal slashed down at the portion of the soul that had been extracted. As the Shinigami consumed the soul, Orochimaru's hands were left incomplete, his arms instantly dropping. "You old fool! My hands! My hands!" Orochimaru, unable to feel his hands, glared at the dying Sarutobi Hiruzen, roaring in rage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a faint smile on his lips, replied, "Though it's regrettable that I cannot take you along, I will wait for you in that world, my disciple." With that, the critically wounded Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed onto his back. Nearby, the enraged Surma scowled. So, boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Saruma vanished, signifying that Sarutobi Hiruzen's oil lamp had finally extinguished. My hands. My ninjutsu. Orochimaru breathed heavily, his gaze filled with hatred as he stared at the motionless Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. The Umbu members surrounding the four purple flames formation were in disbelief. Had the Hokage truly perished? Damn, Orochimaru, that was your teacher. Several Umbu members cursed vehemently. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and, after a moment of silence, murmured, "Let us go. The plan is over." Understood. The Umbu members maintaining the four purple flames formation, including Tsubaki, DY, Kintmaru, and Zak, dispersed the formation. In a blink, DY and Tsubaki supported Orochimaru as they leaped into the air to escape. Trying to run, the Umbu members pursued them skyward. Ninjutsu, spider binding technique. At that moment, Kintmaru suddenly unleashed a massive web from his mouth, ensnaring the pursuing members. Following the footsteps of Orochimaru and the others, he quickly escaped. Damn, these threads are too sticky. On the other side, Feng An, who had been sensing the situation with her Kagura hard eye, murmured as she felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra gradually extinguish. Has he already passed away? In the forest surrounding Konoha, as Naruto delivered a rocket headbutt to awaken Gaara, the one-tailed Shikaku fell into a deep slumber. The plan to destroy Konoha was deemed a failure. Within the circular arena of the third exam, upon witnessing Orochimaru's escape and the counterattack by Konoha's ninjas, Maki and Yakushi Kabuto ceased their dalliance, tossing smoke bombs as they fled from Kakashi and Might Guy. Ultimately, this battle concluded with Sunagakure's defeat. Following the ceasefire, Konoha began its reconstruction efforts. Two advisors approached Jiraiya, who was gathering materials. Are you still indulging in such trivial pursuits? Well, one could consider it research for my writing. Jiraiya calmly tucked away his telescope. What brings you two to find me? Surely, you can discern the reason for our visit without us having to state it explicitly. The negotiations with Sunagakure have concluded, correct? Midomanin nodded. The Sand Ninja publicly declared that everything stemmed from Orochimaru's actions, and they have surrendered completely to Konoha. For the sake of rebuilding the village and regaining strength, they had no choice but to accept Sunagakure's unconditional surrender. Presently, the village is incredibly weak. We must prepare for the possibility of a greater crisis that may arise, not knowing when other neighboring nations may strike again. Jiraiya ran his fingers through his hair, retrieving his telescope and turning to face the bathhouse. There is no need to inform me of such matters. I must continue my research. Tsubaki Koshira stepped forward, stating, "What we need now is a leader who can stabilize the populace and unite the hearts of the people, that being the fifth Hokage. During yesterday's emergency meeting with the Fire Country's daimyo, we ultimately decided to select you." Jiraiya firmly rejected. "I am not cut out for that. Tsunade would be more suitable. She is capable, but her whereabouts are unknown. I will be responsible for locating Tsunade." Mito Monin pondered for a moment before speaking. "All right, as part of the Tsunade search team, we will send 3 Umbu with you." Jiraiya turned to Mito Monin and the other advisor, calmly stating, "You need not worry. I will not flee. There is no need to send someone to monitor me." With that, Jiraiya vanished from sight. In the shadows, 2 Umbu members asked, "Should we follow him?" "No need. He has stated as much. And besides, he is one of the legendary Sannin. Can you ensure that he won't notice you?" In the expansive conference room of the Hyuga clan, the esteemed figures of the clan's elder and second elder occupy the forefront. A significant majority of the Hyuga clan members are present, with the main house positioned to the left and the branch families to the right. The members of the clan exhibit a demeanor of utmost seriousness, kneeling with their upper bodies held erect. Among them are Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Niji. After surveying the assembly with a commanding gaze, the elder spoke with resounding authority. "Today, we convene this family meeting to address only 2 matters. First, our village requires our manpower for the forthcoming reconstruction efforts." The elder then cast a sidelong glance at Hyuga Hayashi and continued,